said a few times. The people think that because of that representation, they think that we think that the moon is exactly opposite the sun.
Well, Z, let me help you out. Are you saying that on a flat Earth we should always be able to see the sun, or
No, not at all.
Okay.
What I'm confused about is that, like, when the difference in time, I guess. Like, I wouldn't understand in a flat Earth model how there would be a difference of 2 or 3 minutes, regardless of elevation, because the sun would be above you, right? So I wouldn't understand how being higher in the air would change, I guess, the sunset, or like when you would stop seeing the sun.
What flat Earth model?
From what
I don't think he really.
It's perspective.
I don't have a specific one.
Okay.
I don't.
So
think.
when your angle to the ground changes, you can see farther on the ground.
Right.
I mean, you've pretty much known this since you were probably a little kid, right?
Yeah, of course.
You're on your stomach, you're playing with your toys, and you're like, oh, I can't see my toy. So you stood up so that you could see farther across the floor.
Right.
Yeah, so it's basic, things, right? So when you go up farther, the surface extends, and of course you can see farther. So your perspective changes, your perspective view changes. So everything converges to the horizon, right? Your whole viewpoint.
Yeah.
Like things above your head converge down, and things below you converge up, right? That's what they appear to do. And when you go up in elevation, right, that convergence is at a different point. It's at a more elevated point, which is farther away from you. Because it's the angle that your line of sight intersects the surface of the Earth. Right? Now think about it like this. Think about you're on an infinite checkerboard. You're standing on it. You see the squares. But you look off in the distance, and some of the squares are like, because your angle, you can barely see that they're squares at all. You're looking at a very shallow angle, and they look like little lines. Well, if you go up in elevation, those are going to become squares, right? And the higher you go, the more square-like they're going to go from trapezoid to squares. The higher and higher you go. But the thing is, if it's an infinite checkerboard, right? Squares that were the horizon, right? Because completely flat. I'll post a graphic.
Okay, thank you.
It kind of better visualizes, right? Okay, so here. So look on live stream voice text. Now that line, that's the horizon right there. Those are like checkers. But if I rise up, I'm gonna see those as squares, right? I'm gonna see I'm gonna be able to resolve the freaking checkers. I'm gonna be able to resolve the squares, and the higher and higher I go, the further and further my vision extends. But you also got to think of it because we're talking about the sun, right? So how far you can see, right? That like line, that horizon line, that where the sun merges into the Earth. When that horizon line extends in distance, so does where the sun appears to be. So the sun is quote unquote hasn't reached that critical angle where it starts merging into the horizon yet. Or that location is farther away from you than closer away from you. It's all about angles, because what we see in angles. We don't see like in feet and inches and freaking miles. Right. We just see in angles. And it's the angles that determine how our visual perception of things.
Okay.
So when angles are too small, we don't see them. Right? So like if you had to, you ever seen like a car that's very far away, but you don't know it's a car, you just see a light, and then as it gets closer, you see the separation of the lights, and you have two headlights, right? That space that's between the two headlights, it didn't go anywhere, didn't vanish. It's still 6 feet between the headlights, even though it's a mile down the road, right? It's still there. You just can't perceive that separation until it's closer.
Okay. That makes sense. I don't know. Okay.
Well, think about it like this. Instead of the headlights being horizontal, they're vertical. And one of the headlights is on the ground, right on the surface of the ground. But the other one's way up over your head. Well, as I go, like, if I'm just standing at the surface, then they're going to appear to converge at one point at the horizon. But if I rise in elevation, I see the surface of the ground extend, and they're going to converge at a point farther away. Because by going up, you extend how far you can see along the surface of the Earth. So where that final, horizon appears to be is farther. So the convergence with the sky is farther.
Okay. All right.
So it's not
That
like
makes sense.
because how the sun appears to set is based upon how far away it is, not how you're like rotating or moving around.
Okay, so it looks that way because of the ground, like the distance from you to the horizon.
Because what you got to think, what are you doing when you're looking at the horizon, right? You're trying to figure out where the sky appears to meet the ground, but like you eventually, like where you're looking at, it's such a shallow angle, you can't see the surface anymore. And it just appears like a line across your vision. That's the horizon. But the thing is, something appears to quote unquote go over the horizon. You're trying to differentiate that object from the horizon, but when it's far enough away, the angle separating that field of view, or that viewpoint, or that perspective view, is so small that it's undistinguishable from the horizon itself. If you thought about this, say you look, you're looking at the world, a flat plane, and at your so-called visual horizon, you put a row of lights left or right, and then you have a light in the sky. Though that light, as it gets further away, is going to appear to dip to the ground, right? It's going to appear to approach the horizon.
Okay.
And eventually, that light will be indistinguishable from all the other lights, because the angle separating those two, the row of lights composing the horizon and the light in the sky, the angle that separates those two will be too small for you to differentiate one light from another.
So they'll converge on the horizon.
Yes, they converge at the vanishing point, which is why they call it the vanishing point. But I got to go do something real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay. I don't know if it makes a difference, but would it not be different if it was like, if you're looking at the horizon, all of that makes sense. But if you're looking like directly like up at the sky, right? Would that not be different? Or like, I don't know, my thinking is like, if you're like standing 10 feet away from a wall, right? Then your field of view of the entire wall is bigger. But if you're 5 feet away from the wall, then your field of view of the wall is smaller. You're looking at a smaller portion of the wall. So in a flat Earth model, would it not be the opposite? Like your field of view, like your horizon would be closer than where it would be on the ground. Because on the ground you can see more. So the sun should set before it would on the ground. Would it not? Or am I like crazy?
No, your angle is less on the ground. You would see less on the ground because that's the lowest angle you can get. As you rise up, you're increasing your angle. And so like the sun's claimed to be disappearing behind the horizon. So when you were saying, well, what about looking up? It's like, well, the sunsets don't happen in the sky. They're
Right.
claimed to be happening behind a horizon. And so it's like if you're, just imagine you're at the beach and you're watching a sunset. If you just had a helicopter waiting next to you and you jump in the helicopter and just shoot straight up, you would expect to see the sun again, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like, well, from a flat earther's perspective, we're just saying the sun is above you moving away. And the globe earthers are saying the sun is going essentially under the earth.
Okay.
And so,
but are these globies listening though? Like, are they understanding that when we're talking about the sun, like the sun, it doesn't matter if you're a globie or a flat earther, the sun is always explained as the object in motion.
mhm.
Right. Okay.
Well, just there's articles floating around out there that say like, oh, well, on a flat Earth, you would just see, everywhere all the time, and it's like
Yeah.
they say that the whole Burj Khalifa thing is actually proof of the curvature, which is interesting. But that's just a straw man of the flat Earth. So
Okay.
yeah,
So you're saying it would be the same effect regardless of, like, in either model it's the same. Like, you're gonna see the same thing regardless of.
yeah. That's actually a really important point. Is that I think a lot of people miss out on that. Is regardless of whether you're a team globe or team flat Earth, we both observe the same thing on Earth. Everything, sunsets, boats disappearing, all that stuff. We have the same exact observation.
Okay.
We just
It's
have
just explained differently.
Yeah, we have different conclusions. Sometimes they have a story attached when we don't, and so it's not always that case. But yeah, we have different explanations for some things. So sunset would be one of them.
So
It's just strange. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I'm just trying to make sure I understand, because I know the globe Earth perspective of it is that the sun's moving away beneath the Earth, so you're able to see it because your field of view lets you see above the Earth's curvature to look down at the sun.
Right.
But the flat Earth perspective is that it'll converge on the horizon regardless, and the higher you go up, the higher your field of view is, so you can see it again, basically.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, you got it.
I gotcha. What? Okay, gotcha. I mean, I don't know. I just saw that. I thought it was interesting. I couldn't tangibly explain it.
No, you're good. I mean, this is a good place to ask questions, and you were lucky enough to have Indio answer it. He's got a lot of depth in his knowledge. So
Yeah, for sure.
I'm always taking notes when he's around too. So, but yeah,
No, he definitely explained it well. There was something else, but this was the one I really wanted to ask.
yeah, I'm going to step away for a few minutes. But yeah, I would just say be wary of. You will come across articles and things out there that will say, on a flat Earth,
This
it
wouldn't be
doesn't matter
possible.
whether
Okay.
you're on the ground or up in the sky, you would see the same. And so they try to use the evidence of, seeing the sunset twice is, they're trying to use that as evidence of curvature and other things. So
Okay, I got
yeah, I
you.
would say be wary of that. You will find that. But yeah, I just don't. I would not trust someone who is against the flat Earth to tell you what a flat Earth should be like. I would be very suspicious of that.
Yeah, I think the main thing I've seen is I'm trying to see evidence of evidence used to support a globe Earth, and then see how that instead of taking somebody's word for it, more see what they have to say to prove a globe Earth, and then put that against a flat Earth model.
Yeah,
I guess that's what I've been trying to do.
yeah. Well, I mean, essentially, we're doing the same thing. We're trying to test their claims, so it's good. But I would say, in regards of comparing against a flat Earth model, there really isn't a flat Earth model. It just, I know a lot of people want to do a side by side comparison, but
Right.
there isn't. I just hate to say it's tough because a lot of people need it. They want something, a visual, but really all a flat earther has is just the Earth outside, or just directly referring to the Earth as it presents itself. I do not know the entire layout of the Earth. I don't know how I would know that.
Right. Yeah.
So it's like, well, I can't make a mini version of the Earth, a little toy, Hot Wheels of the Earth, because I don't know the layout. So it's like no flat earther knows that. No person knows that at all. So that's when people ask for a model, well, just give me a model. It's like, well, I can't. I don't don't know
You
what
don't
this
know
whole
the
place
entire
looks like.
planet. Yeah, nobody does.
Yeah. So yeah. In that regard, all we're doing is going outside. We're pointing at the Earth and going, "That's the flat Earth right there." And so
Yeah.
that's all we have is the Earth itself.
I gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So well, then basically what you would do then is they show us pictures, quote unquote selfies from space and stuff with curved lakes and stuff. And so essentially you're taking what they're claiming and you're going back outside and testing to see if what they're claiming matches reality. And that's where some of the claims start to fall apart, is that, these curved lakes don't seem to match reality, even though these space selfies that show us, a globe.
Oh yeah.
Curved water, we don't go out into reality and find any curved water. So
I gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, that's essentially what we're doing. We're comparing their claims to reality.
That makes sense. Yeah, for sure.
Here, I'm going to play something that goes to that point. Hold on a second. Was the bot working earlier? Helio sent me a thing that it wasn't working.
Yeah, it's been working.
Okay. All right. He probably just, user error. As they say, 90% of computer problems are between the monitor and the seat. Oh, that's not it. Hold on.
You may be.
Hold on. I got it. Oh, it did frickin' die. Shit.
It worked for a second there.
I know. I was doing this the other day. I had to update it.
Did you disconnect it? Is that what's happening when you disconnect it? It starts acting funny, or
no? I
did you stop it?
I did earlier, but
now I'm going to discuss
There
how
we go.
would look for a new law. In general, we look for a new law by the following process. First, we guess it. Then we well, don't laugh. That's really true. Then we compute the consequences of the guess to see if this is right, if this law that we guessed is right, we see what it would imply, and then we compare those computation results to nature, or we say compare to experiment or experience, compare it directly with observation to see if it works. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. In that simple statement is the key to science. It doesn't make a difference how beautiful your guess is. It doesn't make a difference how smart you are who made the guess or what his name is. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. That's all there is to it.
so yeah. When they say pictures of Earth from space represent reality, that's their guess. And then we go test it. But it doesn't agree with experience, observation, measurement, anything. That means it's wrong. We don't need to go any farther than that. The surface of the Earth is supposed to be curving at a certain rate and it's not, then the claim is wrong. It's really pretty simple.
Yeah, and people want a replacement story. If you have a little brother and you tell him one day when he's old enough, you tell him Santa's not real, and he starts asking you for like a replacement story, there's no Santa 2.0. Okay, there's just the truth. Santa's not real. So yeah, people will ask you, well, we'll replace the globe then. Give me something else then. And there's nothing to replace it with. Just like there's no Santa 2.0, there's no, Globe 2.0 or whatever. So
Yeah, it's because we're not trying to conceptualize what the Earth is, so we don't have to replace their conceptualization with ours. We're just saying, leave the house, go outside, observe the Earth.
Well, they have a lot of stories as well, and like we're not here to replace those stories. Just look at the things in the sky. They have a whole. We see all these beautiful things in the sky, but they've got stories attached to them. Oh, that's the Oort cloud, and like they have these different little stories and whatnot.
Oh yeah, did you see the video I posted in admin mods about the Milky Way?
The Milky Way.
So, like, when you look in the sky, that they tell you that that's the Milky Way. That strip of stars, that's not the Milky Way anymore.
Really? Wow.
That's a dwarf galaxy's, like, vapor trail that's getting sucked up by the Milky Way.
Dude, these names are so funny.
Yeah. I'll find that audio. I'll play that too. I was like, what?
Well,
make up your mind, people.
Maybe they had to change it because they realized how ridiculous their claim is. I mean, I drew this out in my notes a while back. Okay. They're saying that the ground exists within something you see in the sky. The hell is that? This is what I drew. So you have the ground, then you have your observation of something, little swirly thing in the sky. And they're telling you that the ground is in that thing. Like, what the hell?
That boy ain't right.
It's pretty crazy. But they'll say anything, and nobody even bats an eyelash.
Right. So yeah, that's the thing is we don't have to replace the stories that they have because that's really all they have is stories. We all observe the same beautiful Earth and things in the sky. We just say, "Oh, that's pretty." They have stories. Oh, it's the Magellanic Clouds and whatever. So yeah, we're not here to replace those silly stories. Those are bedtime stories. So when you grow up, you don't need to be told bedtime stories and stuff like that.
Here, I don't know how much of this is visualized. It's just short, so hold on.
Showing you exactly where you are right here in one of these in the suburbs of the Milky Way, right? A nice quiet area. What's interesting is how did we get here? That our own Milky Way galaxy is consuming one of its neighbors in a dramatic display of ongoing galactic cannibalism. Sagittarius is 10,000 times smaller in mass, and so it's getting stretched out, torn apart, and gobbled up by the bigger Milky Way. So if you ever go night watching out in the night sky in a nice area with no light pollution, and you look up at the sky, and you see that giant band of stars whipping across, and you go, man, that's the Milky Way. Guess what? You've been wrong the whole time. It's not the Milky Way. It's the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy. Why is this important? Because right where the Sagittarius dwarf, not the Sagittarius constellation, the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy, right where it actually merges and meets, there's a little tiny dot. I don't know if you can see it, a little tiny yellow dot where it meets and is being swallowed up by the Milky Way. That's where we are.
Yep. But you notice how he said, you've been wrong the whole time.
Yeah.
The fuck I have. You've been wrong the whole time. Don't try to put that on me.
Yeah.
I've been parroting what you've been saying. Like, what are you talking about? I've been wrong.
Well,
I have to update my parroting script.
That's why it's good not to marry this religion because they will just pull the rug out from under you any minute. They'll just update the DLC, and next thing you know, the core is spinning backwards, and they'll just reverse the story on a drop of a hat. So if you've been married to this certain claim for 15 years and then bam, next thing you know, they've just changed it all of a sudden. Now you look like an idiot. Like you've been defending something.
Like those grannies around here that I really love when they say something like, if I lied, I was told to lie. I love it when they say that.
Which is funny, dude. I have 4 screenshots on my phone about the core. So it's just hilarious. People will come in here and be like, "Oh, but the core." It's like, well, you don't realize that they keep updating the story. Oh, but the core is a what do they call it? The iron core. And then, well, now it's not even iron; it's super ironic and freaking spinning backwards and all this crazy stuff. Let me post the screenshots, but that's what's just funny is don't double down on this bullcrap that they put out there because they'll just they'll just hit the Uno reverse card on you next year, and you look like a fool because you've been defending something that they just changed up all of a sudden.
Well, they have to, right? So how do you keep getting money if you figure it all out? It's like curing disease, right? Like if you cure the disease, you can only make money off that once. So you have to treat it forever.
Yeah. That's a good point. But even Matthew, like they said that the moon is in our atmosphere. They updated this, and I remember when it came out. I was telling my friends, "What do y'all think about this?" They thought I was crazy. But even Matthew's like, "No, that's wrong," So it's like he's been defending this thing all these years. They updated the story. Okay, all right, the moon's within our atmosphere. Just kidding. And he's like, "No, I'm so tied to this thing. I'm gonna say they're wrong." Oh my god, dude!
Matt does say some pretty cuckoo things. The other night, he posted a picture. He's like, "This is taken on Mars." Like, no, it's Devon Island.
I saw that.
Yeah, and he's like, "No, it's Mars." I said, "Well, what if NASA comes out and says it's Devon Island?" He says, "Then it's Devon Island." Like,
I know. Well, dude, as you said that, I posted a screenshot I had from the Google Earth app, where they literally, they literally just straight up admit Devon Island. Here it is. I'll post it again. Yeah, this is straight from the app. Mars on Earth. Rove around Devon Island.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, you can't be more obvious with it. It's so funny.
Wow.
Dude,
they're trolling, man. I swear to God, they troll.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just right in your face. Yeah, it's hilarious, dude. But yeah, that's what I mean, Matthew. Even he'll be like, no, yeah. I'm still going to go with my, I'm going to double down, triple down. It's like,
That's why the Apple News pop up today. Let's see if it's still there. Hold on a second. It's quite funny. It was, shit. It disappears when I look at it. It was, there could be thousands of hidden asteroids that are invisible to us, headed to Earth, ready to wipe us out.
Oh my God, dude. It's like they put that article out in one way, shape, or form every other week. Look out, something's going to come crashing. This is why I've been joking about the space junk helmets.
Okay, we want to know what the first book I ever read was when I was a kid? Chicken Little.
Oh yeah, the sky is falling.
The sky is falling, dude.
Yeah.
And now in real life, they're doing it. Like, what the heck?
I'm telling you, dude. I mean, I can't take credits. I heard it from IPS, but I think it's really funny, and there's probably some truth to it because just in the last few years, we saw people covering their mouth, their face. So yeah, I think people would be willing to cover their head. Yes, that's not out of the cards.
They're all running around wearing like hard hats and construction helmets.
I'm not even joking.
Yelling, and anybody that isn't,
you're crazy.
Telling them to put on your tinfoil hat because that's crazy.
So, dude, this is why people ask, why does it matter? How does it affect me? It's like, well, if you see people running around with a space junk helmet on, then you'll know why it matters, because the people who aren't wearing the helmet, they, figured something out that you didn't. So if you...
It's like the reverse Star of David, right? So it's like the helmet signals that like you're in the club as opposed to out of the club.
Yeah. Yeah, you're drinking the Kool-Aid. Yeah, we saw that in the last couple of years. So this is why I love that space junk helmet meme, because it shows exactly why it would matter. If you
protect yourself from the mind virus as well.
You might need some tinfoil layered on the inside for that. But
so here's the funny thing about tinfoil hat thing. That is actually real. That's the funny thing about it.
Yeah.
Is that
it makes sense, doesn't it?
Since the 1940s, there's like naval documentaries on it that are in like black. You ever see those old reels, like the old public relations reels? But this is like a naval education reel that they showed people in the Navy, and one of them is like how they counted to 10 in somebody's head using radio waves. So they heard whoever the test subject was, the multiple test subjects, they heard 1 through 10 counted in their head, but it was being projected at them through radio waves. So the tinfoil hat is actually like a real thing.
Wow.
Like there's an actual use for it. Like, oh, they're beaming radio waves into your brain. Oh, that's crazy. No, they can actually do that. And it's like official government records that say they can do that.
Yeah.
We live in a strange world, man.
Yeah, dude. You could finish almost any sentence with that. Yeah, I agree. I'm just thinking about the show Better Call Saul. Well, I think I talked about it the other night. But I don't know. There's a character in there named Chuck. He's the main character's brother, and he's full conspiratard with the EMF waves and whatnot. You know, he'll unplug everything in the house. You know, rip out any lights. He was a lawyer, quit his job to stay home because he couldn't deal with the electronics and stuff in the office. I was like, and the best part is, like, you know, there was a time he wanted to go back into the office, so he had, you know, some custom suit jackets made with like foil lined on the inside. Kind of funny, but
they make those. You know, there's actually companies that make that gear.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, it brought the you know, the idea that there's waves and stuff all around you to the forefront of your mind. It's not a bad idea to think about it. They really put it to the extreme in a funny way, but yeah, I guess it's not a bad idea to consider it. So I can appreciate the show for that aspect. Because before that, I wasn't really thinking about, you know, all these freaking devices around, and Wi-Fi, 5G, this and all this. And so after watching, I'm like, well, you know, if I can put my phone in my bag, I guess I will, instead of having it on my crotch. So yeah.
Sorry, I was a little volatile earlier today.
How dare you?
Anybody heard that? But when I save up enough tinfoil, I'm going to make a tinfoil hat, and then my little place, I'm going to cover the whole thing with tinfoil, and I'll have a tinfoil flat.
Yeah, dude, that's literally what he did in the show, Sonny. You should watch it. It's called Better Call Saul. He literally did that. Everything in the house.
I think I used to see that years ago.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, everything in the house that was electronic. You know, he ripped out the freaking the breaker box and stuff. You know, you couldn't enter the house unless you grounded yourself. You know, it was really funny. The way they handled it in the show was brilliant.
Well, I'm kind of turning into the recluse, but opposite. So in some ways, feel like I'm being forced out of the place I live. So it's like turned into a fortress. It's all concrete. So I'm going to make it so I can see every corner. I'm almost there. I'm clearing the whole thing out. It's all going to be. I have my tent on my floor. I had to get rid of all my furniture, my bed, my mattress. Most of my clothes, it's all got to go. So it's a nice place to visit, but you wouldn't want to sleep here. So it's okay though. I just rode 30 miles because I want to see if I'm going to die or not. And I'm curious if it was going to be today, and it's not. I hurt my leg, and I came back home in my little tinfoil flat and ate something, and miracles beyond miracles, my left leg doesn't hurt anymore. And like, this is like, you feel like you're dying kind of hurt. Like I rode 30 miles.
30 miles, wow.
I want to report in that I made it to the beach where I used to walk out all the way down the lifeguard trail off of, I won't say exactly, but up in La Jolla, off of La Jolla Farms. There's a place you can go all the way down there. The lifeguards do super, super steep. And I went all the way down. That's where I would go and hike up about 4 miles up north on the beach. The beach is gone now.
Wow.
I haven't been there since then. I used to walk, like, when you came down to the trail, you're at the beach, like, right at the foothills of the hill cliffs behind you. And, excuse that beeping. And
How dare you?
I used to walk out like a quarter mile of sand that's going directly towards the water, and left and right, like 6 miles altogether, 3 miles of sand one way, 3 miles of sand the other way, a quarter mile thick. It's all gone. All the sand's gone.
Damn.
That's at high tide, though. But there's no way you can get to these places now. There's no beach left. It looks like a flooded California. It looks like, I'm telling you, man, you guys don't believe me that the ice age isn't coming, but I don't care. You know what I'm going to do? Because I'm going to have to make myself laugh because I feel like shit. It's the worst day. Like, I woke up to the worst day of my life, but I don't care. I'm going to be funny. I'm going to start turning into the boomer that you guys always expected. Like the crazy freaking boomer that comes up with some wild, crazy shit. Like, yeah, like you didn't know I was a secret agent, right?
Okay, boomer.
Hey, you didn't know I was a secret agent. See? Fooled you. So there you go. Question me if you want. But I'm going to have to start freaking amusing myself because somebody's got to do it. Like if I don't do it, I'll die. Like literally feel like I'm dying inside. So I'm going to have to change this around somehow. I don't know. Tesla said something about frequencies. I don't know. There's something magical to that because I was riding my bike and I don't think I can pedal another pedal. But I was cruising back on the downhill run, 20 miles an hour. And this one steep hill, I was doing 30. That's like, woohoo! That's crazy. So a little bit of a daredevil. But I rode all the way up the hills to the beach where the conquistadors walked up. And the first, like, who was it? Cabrillo met with the friars and they created the first a place, you know, for the Spanish, come on, you guys. The missions. There it is. The missions of California. 29 missions from San Diego all the way to up north of San Francisco. So I know where these trails are because I'm a little bit of a nut and a historian, but more probably a nut. But anyway, the historical part. So they actually traveled up these canyons. And then I got to ride because they made bike paths now all the way along the Rose Canyon. And there's waterfalls on Rose Canyon. That's the Rose Canyon Fault. So interesting, flooded California. Water everywhere. And it was like 70 degrees where I was. So I like got in the sun in a nice little place, fluffed up my hair, had a couple of puffs to relax my leg, and it worked. I'm going to shut up now and you know what? I'm not intoxicated. So I want you to know, I don't drink. I probably sound like I'm drunk. I'm not drunk at all. Listen, I'm an athlete. I am.
No. I loved the way you said that.
Did you guys hear about that Aurora Borealis thing that happened on Friday or Thursday night?
Tell me.
You mean didn't happen?
I live under a rock, so
yeah, that like
it was
they
supposed to happen here. It didn't. Like I didn't see shit.
Some people took some pictures and stuff, and yeah, well, they said it was going to be unpredicted, powerful solar storm that caused the aurora to go across all of America. That was completely unpredicted.
Wait a minute. When did this happen?
Thursday night?
Yeah. Wait, most of America and almost nobody saw it.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Even this far? No, probably not where I live. Hell no. Too far south.
No, I mean, they said that it was going to go all Wyoming to like, yeah, Wyoming. Like as far south as Wyoming.
Oh, that's pretty far south.
Like a whole third of America was going to be able to see it.
So what is NASA saying anything about it? Does anybody what's got the latest?
No, I've been trying to check out, like looking for online photos and stuff, but you really don't. I mean, it's just all those artist renditions, or it's like what it looked like in the past. Like, where's all these amateur photos? Like seriously, dude. Like, no one bothered to take a photo of it. I looked for it. I was kind of curious because it's the same day. Or was that Wednesday night? Well, Wednesday or Thursday night, as Venus was right above the moon. And I'm like, how the fuck does that happen? Like
Thursday night. Hold on, let me think. Today's Saturday.
My family posted some pictures to Facebook, which were amateur, and it's hard to make out, but they're there.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing too. It's like, people are like, so you could see it from where you're at.
Ow.
Well, not me. I'm in Missouri, but the family I got back in Wyoming, they saw it.
Okay.
Not in Missouri. I pronounced it to somebody and they didn't know. They tried to correct me when I said Missouri. That's the correct, that's the indigenous way to say it.
How about this thing with this, like, heat waves? Underwater, like, volcanoes are active and all the deep water fish have come up to the surface. So, like, they're photographing, like, mega mouth sharks and stuff like that are because they're fleeing, like, some sort of heat wave, like, underwater heat wave.
What the heck? This is happening right now, too?
Yeah.
Oh. I think there was some whales out there.
Yeah, have you guys seen the damage from that Mississippi tornado?
It's crazy.
Has anybody seen that? Yeah,
there was something about the people. I didn't see the damage, but the amount of people missing is like, that can't be the right figure.
Well, they said it looks like a war zone, but like no war zone ever looked like that. It's 10 times worse than any war zone. Like everything is just. It looks like someone just like took litter, or like emptied every landfill in America on there. And there's no standing buildings. There's like trucks on top of piles of houses. It's nuts.
Yeah, okay. I just looked at the news 6 minutes ago. They're not reporting anyone missing anymore. Because 26 dead.
Oh, sorry. I better mute so I can.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna post that image in the live stream. That's nuts, dude. Now, if you actually look at an actual war zone, yeah, there'll be holes in the buildings and stuff from shells, dude. But the buildings don't look like that.
Dude, that's exactly what I saw as a child in Missouri. That's exactly what I saw. My dad drove us out. It was only about 10 blocks or maybe 20 blocks away from where we lived at the time. And it was closer to where we used to live, like right near where we used to live, just a year or two earlier. It got demolished.
Yeah, tornadoes ain't no joke, man.
It's like that. Yeah, that's what I saw. My dad had an ironic sense of humor. He's like, "Come on, kids, let's go look at the tornado damage." We were all cowering in our freaking little one-story flat, place, and all the lights went out, and we were listening to the radio, and then you heard it shaking. Actually, I remember coming home and the air felt electric, and it had this weird orange glow. It looked weird outside. And then we had this huge tornado right after that.
So I just posted images from Bakhmut, which is an actual war zone. Now, if anybody wants to wonder whether they'd like to control the weather, because a tornado, like artillery, has nothing on a tornado, not a thing. Tornadoes will fuck shit up.
What happens? Is it an extreme high and an extreme low? So it's always on the
That's what they say.
on the plains, isn't it? And then there's mountains around the outside. Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's supposed to be like. Well, let me think. Hold on, I gotta remember.
So you got like cold, moist air coming down the mountains, mixing with hot, well, warmer, dry air, and then they start.
Well, what'll
swirling
happen
around.
is like it ends up being like hot and humid, and like because it's hot, right? The hot air starts rising, basically hot, like almost vertically, right in the atmosphere, and
and then it
clouds
sucks
create.
in the cold.
Well, yeah, and the clouds create what's called an anvil head, right? So it sticks out a little bit, and usually that's where the tornado is, and it's like somehow it creates like a funnel where the air basically rushes towards the ground, and then obviously just like a sink drain, just goes whoosh. Because the upper level air has to go somewhere. It's being displaced by the hot air.
Yeah. So it's got to go down.
Yeah. It's got to go somewhere. And I guess the North American plains have like the most amount of tornadoes by far. Like they have something like 90% of the tornadoes in the world happen there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but here's something funny. So if anybody ever says the Coriolis effect, tornadoes are a demonstration of the Coriolis effect, just tell them that in Mexico, over 51% of their tornadoes spin the wrong way. They spin the opposite direction. So, yeah. Even though I haven't heard somebody bring that up in a long time.
So that would say that it's just the direction that their weather comes from.
Yeah, and it's around Mexico City where they mostly happen. And so Mexico City's also at a high elevation. I think it's at 8,000 feet. Yeah. So maybe that's the determining factor. Like, because like the pressure, maybe it's the pressure that determines the direction of rotation. Because if you have an anticyclone is high pressure in the middle and low pressure on the outside. And then a cyclone is low pressure on the inside and high pressure on the outside. There's nothing, but they spin in different directions, cyclone and anticyclone.
That's not a bad hypothesis because at different elevations you got different pressure.
Yeah, the pressure profile is probably just different, so you get like a different effect or whatever.
Coriolis.
Nah, but the Earth's a spinning ball. That's so much easier, right? You can teach that to kids so easy. You just say, "Hey, kids, Earth's a spinning ball." That's it. Done. You don't have to explain air pressure and thermodynamics or nothing.
Yeah, you got two halves of a ball that spin in different directions. You know?
Yeah. I got muted in a Telegram channel today. It's called Flat Earth Debate, or Flat Earth and More, actually. I don't know if it's part of the Gen Panda Clown Show. But someone brought up the Southern Star Trails, and I just kicked his ass, and then next thing I know, I'm muted and I can't talk in the channel anymore. Another fake Flat Earth channel, man. I'm so sick of it.
You make too much sense. They do. Someone said the other night they found a Facebook page that Jam Panda was the moderator of, and it was a Flat Earth Facebook page. It doesn't surprise me one bit.
Yeah, he likes doxing people, or like I hate talking about people, even them.
Yeah,
he's a scumbag. If you ever seen pictures of him, and I normally wouldn't pick on anyone's appearance, but he literally looks like a troll. Literally, not figuratively. Literally,
like one from under a bridge.
Yes, not like a giant one, like from Lord of the Rings. Under the bridge troll.
You shall not pass.
What's up, mommy? Stay away from that. It's a bridge troll. Ah! It's horrible. Run. Oh, sorry.
I'm very tempted to post a picture of him, but I won't do it.
Did I?
He's like 3 feet tall or something, man. I'm like dead up serious. He can't be. There's no way he can be taller than. If he was 5 feet tall, I'd be surprised. Yeah, it's whatever. Doesn't matter. He's still an idiot. Doesn't matter. He could be freaking 6'6" and beautiful. He's still an idiot.
Yeah, but it's just weird that they have to do this, set up these fake Facebook pages to get to find flat earthers. Like, because I was on a couple of pages, and just to see what was going on, and some science ones as well. But the flat Earth pages were just full of globies. Then you'd say, they'd say something stupid, and I'd just make some little comment, They go, "Oh, there's some fucking flat earther." 10 people would jump on you within a minute, and then you say something again, and then no one responds for like a day.
Yeah, sounds like Twitter. Sounds like exactly like Twitter.
A lot of that is socks. It's one person running like 5 accounts.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I noticed that also too, like on I was on Blue Marble Science channel for like a week and a half or something before they triggered out and banned me. And I got them arguing about if the flush proved anything or not. Like half of them were saying the toilet flush proved Coriolis. The other half were saying the flush didn't prove anything. And a third of them were saying that I was lying about the toilet flush. That no one's ever claimed the toilet flush proved anything. And the other side saying that I'm straw manning the globe position. I'm like, look, you've got 4 different groups here. All 4 different claims. You guys can't connect the dots inside your own safe space.
Yeah, and then they project and say, "Oh, every flat earther thinks something different."
Oh, yeah, I know. That's the best part. They go, make up your mind. Does the toilet flush prove anything? I'm saying it doesn't. Then some guy says, "You're a liar." And then the guy behind me says, "No, you're right, Crit. The flush doesn't prove anything." Then I tagged the previous student and say, "Is this guy lying too?" He says, "No, he's not lying because he thinks the Earth is a globe." I go, "But he also thinks a toilet flush doesn't prove anything."
Have you ever seen that video from Kenya, Nairobi, where they run across the equator? Dude,
like a total tourist trap.
Dude, they were showing that. The Globers were showing that on YouTube for like 2 years. Like, that's how embarrassing. What the fuck, dude? Like, serious, man. Like, are you like? Oh my god. That was their proof of rotation of the Earth for like 2 years. Like when I first got into this topic, 2017, 2018, they were showing that video as proof of, Coriolis and hemispheres. That scam. Pretty crazy, man.
Yeah, another one. And this shows you how bad they are with just basic thinking, okay? The guy, the head mod, okay, it's Blue Marble Science's Discord server, but he's kind of the figurehead. He doesn't run anything on there. He's got his do boy called Alan Evans. So Alan Evans told me not to talk to him at all. Never talk to him. I'm like, okay, well, who do I talk to then if I've got a problem with moderation or whatnot, or if I got a question about how the server runs? He says, no one. If you've got a problem, just deal with it. I'm like, certainly. I mean, that's kind of the way I was expecting it, But when you come to me and say, hey, some people got complaint about what I've been saying, how do I talk about that? And he does kind of the same shit, like, don't talk to me. I don't care what you think. You're on the why you're on the server. Get the fuck out of here. So at some point, I messaged him. I'm like, okay, hey, check this out. I need to here's the thing. There's a perm that's set up wrong. Can you talk to me about that? So then he says, I'm going to kick you off the server because you DM'd me. I go, dude, kicking me off the server doesn't stop me from DMing you. We share like 8 other servers, dumbass. Right? Like, if your goal is to have me never to DM you, why would you think kicking me off the server does that? Because now I'm going to DM you just so you learn, just so you get the point, right? Like, I got to drive the point home that is not how you would stop me from DMing you.
Yeah, they're not too bright. So, Craig, I got a newfound respect for you for going into like the hornet's nest over and over again. Like, I didn't really understand why you do that stuff, but now I think I do.
Yeah,
it's like you going there is like when they come here, right? Like, because like we don't go there. At least I don't. I don't like because I just personally, I rather deal with people that are like I'm just saying, dude. You got a lot of courage trying to turn freaking anti-flat earthers back into normal people. You're doing God's work, man.
Yeah, just get them to recognize your humanity. Because a lot of times, this is the 2 things I use to diffuse when they act all batshit. Like, they'll say to me, "Oh, Crit's retarded. Crit's an idiot." I go, "Okay, fine. I'm an idiot, but thank God I'm not you, because that would be way worse."
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, and that normally sends them off the deep end. You know, it's like, I go, you can talk about me all you want, and my only feedback is, at least I'm not you.
Yeah, they don't even know how to compute that, man.
And another thing I do, too, is I'm, okay, sure, how about this? The only thing I need to understand the globe is just tell me what it means. What does it mean if the Earth is a globe? I spoon feed them. Hey, it's the overview effect, right? That's what it would mean, you know? They can't even tell you what it means. I go, okay, here's a photo from space. Describe it. What do you see here? And they're so triggered about flat Earth that it's like, it means you're an idiot. I'm like, okay, sure. It means I'm an idiot. And therefore, thank God I'm not you.
What up, G Money? It's your boy. How y'all feeling tonight?
Oh, pretty good. Oh, you should have bet in earlier, man. It was pretty two
Pretty
times
intense,
was
huh?
pretty good. Oh, dude, we had a total and brain in a jar. God damn, dude.
I was listening, but I'm at work, so I can't chime in. I'm just like, ugh.
Oh, you heard that guy, Andrew? Yeah.
Andrew, oh my gosh, yeah. After I asked.
Yeah, he's on Nathan Oakley's server, too. I was wondering if we could get him to just, like, even try to answer the housekeeping questions.
Well, we actually shut him down towards the end.
Yeah.
I don't know if you knew that. Wolfgang did, actually. So, Wolfgang did a great job. I don't know if he stayed on more than that, but from what I heard,
he was on here for quite a while, but he ended up leaving. He said, I gotta go. And we were like, are you sure you gotta go? You're only 99.9% sure you gotta go.
Oh, man, I can't tell you. I have such a great time in here with these guys that do that. It's so much fun.
That was after he fell in love with Gregory.
Oh, yeah. He wanted Gregory's phone number and his home address.
Yeah.
And what the hell,
wanted to set up a date, like a, you know,
seriously, he's like, what's your deal, dude? Like, damn.
We got Numa, Phosthenos, and we got Phosthenos and the cognitive dissonance being ridiculous as usual. What I don't understand about him is how he's pretty cordial in the VC, and then into chat he just treats people like complete and utter dog shit.
Yeah, that's just his way, I guess.
Like that's.
I think it's because it's easier for it to come out in text form, the narcissistic abuse, because he's used to keeping the mask up when he's dealing with his wife and his family, because he doesn't want to lose them.
Yeah, it's pretty pathetic.
So we ain't opening up another can of whoop ass on anybody, Indio? tonight?
Whoever comes, we had another like fake flat earther that was just talking about the Gleason's map and the equator and the equinox and a bunch of nonsense.
I heard that
LARPer, you say?
Oh, I heard the LARPer before. Wait a second. He's the one I called a pussy. You know why? I can back that shit up.
Oh, the guy that was in here. I was here for that.
Yeah, I heard him complaining.
What's his name again? Sonny?
Matthew Pitt. Matt or Matthew Pitt.
Is that him?
No.
I don't think that's him.
That was the one that India was.
It was Trace.
Trace, yeah, that's him. Yep.
Yeah, bro. He was kind of mad today. He was like, somebody called me a pussy. I'm like, damn, dude. It's not bad.
Oh, he's good.
Sonny did it. You can back that shit up too.
Yeah, I can back it up.
I must not have been here for that.
So look, I wouldn't say anything unless I could tell you that to your face with all confidence.
No, the context was Matthew Learns. He was really like, oh, Matthew Learns. He's such a He's such a great guy.
Yeah, I know that too.
Sonny was like,
I do remember that.
I loved it.
I'm not holding back nothing, man. Are you kidding me? I'm not about to hold back on anything. So bring it on. Bring it on. Just use your logic. We'll do that. We'll do it that way. Because the retarded boomer gets kind of old. But anyway, so just kidding. Yeah, I'm not. It's bring it on. Bring it on with your logic. You got some logic, but that doesn't make sense. So you can't use that kind of logic with somebody who is pretending to be something they're not. Now that's an interesting take on things.
Yeah, there you go, Sonny.
I heard Stevie getting his reps in today.
No.
With the gentleman before? The guy that was in here just a while ago?
I was gone for a while, for several hours.
The guy you were talking to before, he was just asking honest questions, and I was like, CB's really... he asked, I guess Indio told him about sunsets and whatnot, because he's trying to figure out how that works on Earth.
Yeah, XIY.
Oh, that was
the double sunsets.
That's part of that.
Mm-hmm.
I was listening to Indio myself. First step back.
I'm at work and I'm listening. I'm like, yeah, man. Check out CB.
Awesome. Well, good. I want to represent the crew,
Yeah, dude, it's good. Sometimes just kick back and listen,
So,
and you made sense too, like the way you were telling him. We can't use Earth like a, what did you say, like a Matchbox or Hot Wheels or.
Yeah, dude, they always want.
That's what they want.
Yeah, they always want a little Hot Wheels of the Earth. Give me a little mini-me version. Give me a little toy.
That's what makes me angry. That's why, like, if somebody's touting this after all the talk we've had about these stupid models, these reification fallacies, and then we have fake flat earthers. I don't know what the hell they are. I'm tired of them, man. That's what gets me more angry than the Globers.
I tried to clear things up with that guy. What's his name? Whatever, but I tried to clear it up with him as much as possible today.
Well, here's the thing. I'm gonna put the loving hand of Sonny out and welcome you back. So if you're listening in your little cubicle over there with your buddies at the water tank, coffee break. That's a good idea. I should make more coffee. So when you guys are having a talk like you're listening right now, just come on back. I'm welcoming you back. It's going to be just a conversation between us, or me and you, or whatever, you and whatever you think ball you're living on or don't live on. You think you're a flat earther, I don't know, but don't have any reasons why you're a flat earther and don't know the big reason why why Earth is in a globe. But that's all right. Come back anyway.
Yeah, Sonny,
Everyone's a flat earther. They just don't know it yet.
What was the question? How sunset on the flat earth?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out why, if you go higher, why can you see more?
Flat earthers trying to go higher and talking about galaxies and stuff. Yeah, well, the galaxies. So I was like, that was weird the other day. What was that? Last night.
Hey, Indio, there was a clip that you played of it sound like a professor that was saying experiment If it's not an experiment proven by experiment, it's not.
Yeah, that was Richard Feynman.
Is that Feynman? I knew his voice, dude. I was like, why is his voice? Because I can't see the screen. I was listening. But it's such a great clip, man. Oh my god, it's so relieving to hear, like, people in academia that actually say that. It's like, well, that contradicts everything in pseudoscience, doesn't it? So. It's great.
All I know is that you have to be really high in order to think it's a globe.
Yeah, high off something.
Yeah, cue the clip from CB Plays all the time with Mary Jane. Mary Jane!
You need some space ganja, something.
And where can you find all this fabulous food? At Spacey's.
No, you already know. But yeah, dude, I think it was really important to get into the mathy thing. And if you can't see it, I explained to the guy, like, you might not be a pussy or whatever, but maybe you're a pushover. But, a pushover.
Doormat,
if you can't see what he's doing.
Yeah, you become a doormat. Oh, he's such a great guy. And then back in, he's like...
That was somebody white knighting for Matthew, I think.
Yeah, no,
that was that guy.
I remember. Yeah,
that flipped my switch, man. Like I went off. I did.
You me? I hate that shit, dude. When Matthew's in here and like, dude, let Matthew talk. I'm like, bullshit. I didn't let that freaking asshole talk.
I'm guilty of it. I'll admit it.
I'm gonna lambaste his ass when he comes in here every time.
At least there's
that type of criticism should be coming from someone who's been around, not from someone who's only been here for a week or two. I just heard from. We've heard this guy for long enough to kind of dissect what's going on. It's not as innocent as it seems.
Nope.
He will come on ladies' night. Don't worry.
Yeah, and that's the thing. His actions speak louder than words. When does he come in? When there's a lot of young, fresh minds and we're talking to. He'll come in and start freaking holding hands.
Sandbagging.
Yeah.
He's sandbagging like a bitch.
Well, it's kind of funny that he got the Nathan Oakley treatment recently too. So he's extra salty. He wants to come in or cope a little bit.
Yeah, because he thinks he's trying to pick on something a little bit more weaker.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's happening. Not in here.
Hell no.
Right, Sasha?
Well, but Matthew is nothing comparing this Andrew today.
Andrew.
My God.
But there was another guy worse than him?
Oh my God. Today, the guy was contradicting himself in every 10 seconds. Like, I'm making experimental observation of the asteroid. And I ask him, and what that observation telling you? I'm it's make data, and I'm asking, is that telling you that it's a globe? No. And what is the point? We are assuming the Earth is flat, and from that we got the globe.
It's like the guys who come in here, I want to talk about astronomy. Get your gold ass over to some astronomy server. Like, what the fuck? Like, you see Flat Earth Discord 24/7. Why do you think this is an astronomy server? Like, you think I would go to, like, a knitting server and be like, hey, you guys talk about knitting? They're like, yeah. I want to talk about the planets and stars. Wrong server, asshole.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not perceiving.
Yeah, we got Crit on his gangster mode, dude. You flipped on your gangster mode, Crit. I think because they've been pushing you around. They've been pushing you around in their servers. The Globies, the anti-flat earthers.
Yeah. I got to come back here to decompress to get wash a stink off.
Wait till one of the sleaze bags roll up in here, man. You're gonna go ham. All right, let Crit get his his vindication from these guys.
I normally pick him up once you throw him in cog dis. I let you guys toss him around for a while on the live stream, and then if they get the cog dis them, I'm like, all right. Do you remember when you kept muting and deleting my comments and freaking out? See, I'm not going to do that to you here, okay? Like, but what I will do, is like dissect what the fuck is wrong with you. Because now that I got you outside your echo chamber, game on.
Yeah, it's Saturday night. It's a beautiful night, too. What a beautiful night for a Globie to walk up in this server.
Freaking walk onto a highway.
Yeah, of course, you could come back with your feelings, trying to unguard yourself with your feelings in front, leading with your nose. That's what they call it in boxing.
Leading with your nose.
Lead with your nose. Your feelings.
Face to foot style. How'd you like it?
Whatever feelings you get from whatever I say is besides the point. So if you can't get over somebody else's personality, that's your personality problem, not mine.
Shout out to Timbo.
Sun tilted in 2 weeks ago in USA. Now it's tilting here in UK.
Because we're going to pull some jujitsu on you. Hiya! You're not even going to see it coming. I'm going to be like, look over here to right. Nope. Whap.
That's what it's like watching some of y'all like dissect these Globers, man. It's literally like watching a jiu-jitsu match. Mm-hmm. You're like, there's nothing going on. There's nothing. Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
It really
you can
is.
Have Horizon for that.
So now if you're at your little desk and, you went back from the coffee break from the water tank and now you're back at your desk and now that you're kind of pissed off because these flat earthers are right. And now you're like, now I'm going to have to think of a narrative that I can take and use against them. What should I do? I don't know, man. You got a blank piece of paper in front of me. I got to think of a way. I wonder what we always seem to get it wrong. Us Globers, we better... Come on, let's go over. Let's discuss this. We'll have I can imagine it. But go ahead, you guys, or come back on and just see how you do with however prepared you are right now. Come on back right now. I'm here. Actually, I got all freaking day.
Is Jenna here? Jenna, you here?
How about them apples?
Yo, your local flat earth insomniac at the ready.
Oh.
Yeah, keep that gun holstered for the next guy. We're gonna mow him down.
I got you. I've been ready all day.
Yeah, you're primed, huh? You're already warmed up.
Yep.
Your shift doesn't start until about maybe another hour and a half from now. So that's when the freaks come out. They come out at night.
The freaks come out at night.
Well,
the freaks come out
at night.
I think I'll standing. I think I'll just stay standing and do calisthenics here in my room.
The NASA safety engineer he goes into his into his study of his house when everything's nice and quiet, when everybody's asleep, and he crawls into the Discord, kind of making sure nobody can hear him, and hops on here and starts asking them things.
Yes, that's what I heard this morning. I couldn't speak because I was already having a problem, and I would have just went off. So I held my tongue for the first time ever, almost. But old dogs can learn new tricks. I'm going to prove it. That cracked me up. Anyway.
Hey, all you helpers out there, Yakult or BioSalute? What probiotic do y'all suggest?
Probiotics. I have some sauerkraut and some what is that called?
Well, I know that. I don't like sauerkraut.
What's that?
I don't like sauerkraut. I guess I gotta learn to like it.
from Sonoma Brinery. So I got these really good pickles and some sauerkraut, and it's great because it lasts a really long time. And I can just eat a little bit of it at a time.
That's just in acidic claims, though. I'm talking about like probiotics for your gut.
Yeah, I make my own kefir, but I don't have enough milk right now. Down to the powdered milk this time of the month.
Attention on deck.
Calling out all you Globers. Get your asses in
I'm trying to get one out of the lobby, dude. He was in here, he talked for a second, and then he like ran away, and now he wants to chat skank in lobby.
QE, what's up, man?
He did one of his super like, oh, this crazy gotcha they always do. If you could go to space and see the Earth as a ball, would you believe it?
Wait a second. No one recognized attention on deck.
Attention on deck. I'm not in the name.
I thought nobody heard me. I thought nobody heard me.
I'm not a squid. I'm not a squid. I'm not a squid. I'm not a squid either. I'm not a squid either.
Military. That means he's in the military.
More coffee
So
for the Viva la Revolution.
You might actually know something.
Sorry.
I spent 3 years in high school and junior Air Force ROTC doing all kinds of drills. I got to be the flight sergeant for like an entire week, which is like way longer than anyone else can be flight sergeant, but that's a whole nother story. Anyway.
I'm not a squid. That doesn't friggin' discount attention on deck.
I don't even know what that means.
What say you, sir?
Who are you?
Who are you? Not a squid, I'll tell you that.
He's not a squid.
All right, carry on. You degenerates.
Check. So Kiwi, I want to ask you a question. This question that was posed to me. Did you just hear it?
I did not.
If you could go to a place that doesn't exist called space and see the Earth as a ball, would you believe it then?
That is pretty stupid.
Yeah. Well, we're dealing with Globers, so.
Yeah. You got to take a Quaalude.
So I asked him, I said, if I could take you to the ocean and you saw it's flat, would you change your belief? And of course, he, changed the subject.
That's not a direct analogy. If I take you to Narnia through the closet, will you reckon with the fact that the speed of dark is faster than the speed of light?
Yeah.
Okay.
That sounds like some creepy stuff, man.
That dark does come on pretty darn quick, doesn't it? I mean,
where can I get those Quaaludes?
When did they measure the speed of darkness? Yeah, we should ask them that next.
In the closet.
Hey, QE, you had a premonition. You had a premonition about a year ago, or maybe even a little longer. You said these Glovers are going to start backing away from the radius completely. I mean, we already known since I've only been here since 2017 in this discussion at all. But since when was the Black Swan? 2016, right?
No,
so since
2020. Nope, 2020. January 1st, 2020.
Yep.
2020. Okay, so I was way off. I thought it was before. 2020, that's when I joined the server here. Okay, so right on time, but you're right. Whatever you said a year ago, they backed away completely. They're into Narnia land. Yeah, absolutely. Out in
Yeah, they're screwed 6 ways from Sunday, man. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Did you listen to the Ballbusters today? The little presentation that Brian gave. It's quite eye-opening.
I have to catch up.
Well, they have a problem because if you ask them, this is just one aspect. If you ask them, this is the answers. I'm going to give the questions and the answers they must give. So, is the atmosphere, which is a paradox, but I'm going to let it go for now. I'm going to entertain it, right?
Okay.
Does the atmosphere have mass? They will answer yes.
Mm-hmm.
Does the atmosphere have weight? They will answer yes.
It has to.
Is the atmosphere, and they're treating the atmosphere as a single entity, numpty dipshits, but anyway, does gravity pull the atmosphere towards the center of the Earth? That's why the atmosphere stays close to the Earth, violating second law of thermodynamics. But anyway, they must say yes. So that would mean that objects like on Earth with atmosphere weigh more because the atmosphere weighs more, and the atmosphere, let's say we're weighing a chair outside in the yard, it's going to have a certain weight. However, if you take that chair into a vacuum and you subtract out, there's no atmosphere in there and no mass, no weight, that chair is going to weigh lighter. But guess what? It doesn't. The chair in a vacuum weighs more. Did you catch that? Hello?
Yeah. So you're saying that the weight of the atmosphere, so if you put the chair on top of a scale, then the weight of the atmosphere on top of the chair, so it's the chair's weight and a column of air above the chair pressing down on the scale? Is that the idea?
Yeah. That whole system will weigh more. That chair is going to weigh, let's say the chair weighs...
Yeah, it has to.
6 pounds when you weigh it in your backyard. But if you take that same chair up and put it in a vacuum, it must weigh less than 6 pounds. Guess what? It weighs more.
It weighs more than 6 pounds.
The vacuum should weigh what? So
do things weigh more in vacuum than in air? Is
yes.
that what you're saying?
Yes.
What the frick?
Well, because you have resistance from the air as it's falling to the earth. Is that what you're saying, QE?
No.
That's a pretty good argument for buoyancy right there.
Yeah. They're screwed too with buoyancy, and that's gone over in the presentation. What I'm saying here is...
Well, I'm just saying that it would weigh less outside the vacuum if the air had a buoyant force that pushed the chair up, even ever so slightly. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be a lot. It just has to be some level of displacement.
Where'd you get up from?
Yeah, it's the opposite of down, dude.
And you're not even counting dark matter, so that would be everything that you can't see either. That's part of it.
That's profound. Maybe I didn't.
I'm not a glober, man. I don't believe in there's only in and out.
Sorry. Hold on.
Hey, QE. So are you like playing on the third law of motion with that?
Nah, not really. I'm playing in the vicinity of a paradox atmosphere.
Right.
I'm
just trying to encompass this.
Hold on a second. Just relax. I'm not done yet. I'm playing on the paradox atmosphere, number one. Number two, I'm playing the violation of the second law of thermodynamics, because if gas is coming closer to the Earth, which is fucking nonsensical, we're going to get to more of that. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation because it's decreasing entropy. Nothing decreases entropy in nature. Gases move in all different directions at very high speeds. How can it move in all different directions at very high speeds and then move towards the center of the Earth at the same time, simultaneously? That doesn't work. And I'm playing that in their fairy tale paradigm, heliocentric, ball-tard, spinning space monkey religion, that all the questions I asked you before, that does air have mass? Yes. Does air have weight? Yes. Is all the air pulled towards the center of the Earth? Yes. All that is going to be additive to that chair you weigh out in the backyard. So the moment you remove that air, it must weigh less. That chair must weigh less, but it doesn't. It weighs more in a vacuum. Did I cover just about everything?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
So Chat GPT, that friggin' AI idiot, got compromised because we put the question to it, and it said objects weigh less in a vacuum. But then it corrected itself. It almost shut down and said it came back and said, "I'm sorry, I made a mistake. Things weigh more in a vacuum."
Nice.
That is fantastic. Did you screenshot that?
It's on one of my shows. Just check, go on my channel and type in Chat GPT, and it'll pull up that video.
Awesome. Will do.
Yeah. And then you're gonna have to go find it.
Yeah. No, that's
Yeah, I love arguing with ChatGPT. I asked it if gravity was strong enough to overcome the second law of thermodynamics, and it was like, "Oh, those two things are not connected." Until I explained it very clearly, like I'm talking about how you think gravity is holding the gas down, so obviously it would be connected. And then it was like, "Oh yeah, gravity is too weak. Second law of thermodynamics totally supersedes it."
Oh, God.
I just asked it the same question, and it just told me that things in a vacuum will weigh the same as things in the atmosphere.
That's correct. I mean, that's incorrect.
This is like Magic 8 Ball. Ask again later.
That's incorrect.
That's exactly what it is, India.
I got a screenshot of it. I've just done it. That's what it's
All
told
right,
me.
so then say you are incorrect. Objects weigh more in a vacuum. See what it does.
All right, good.
I even asked it for citations, and it tried to provide me with a citation, but when I looked for the citation, it had actually edited the title to try to make it sound like it supported its position, but when I read the paper, it did not support its position, and then I confronted it, and it was just like, some of my information is wrong.
It just apologized and said that it was incorrect, but objects would actually weigh less in a vacuum when I told it that they would weigh more.
Yeah, well, just go to Chat GPT and on my channel, and he's a contradicting fucking knucklehead. And there are screenshots there. So
this is a nice new little thing to file away.
What's a nasty word? Window liquor.
No, I said this is a nice little thing to file away with the things weighing more in a vacuum.
Yeah, file that away. Like I said, just watch Ball Busters. Today's Ball Busters. Just go there. It's not. You'll have to find it, but you'll see the big red print. Just skim through the time up to the big red print, and you're golden. It takes like 3 minutes max.
I got you.
I'm going to have to go get this, ain't I? You guys are going to screw with me. So it's Ball Busters Live, episode 97, Chat GPT. So let's pull this sumbitch up. Put that on mute. Some idiot put ads in this. Oh, it's not big enough, I don't think. Let me see. Oh, there it is. All right. Let me stop that. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. Oh, give me. Oh, son of a bitch wouldn't do it. 1 second.
Yeah, so if a squid's calling you a pussy, then you must really be pretty bad. I had to say it.
Oh.
Glovers. Did you come back with some proof yet?
So has no one ever figured this out before, that things weigh more in a vacuum, or this is just completely a new thing?
Okay, here you go. I just put it in here. Sorry, I had to take a time out. So, Adam, no, that is incorrect. Object weigh more in a vacuum. ChatGPT. I apologize for the confusion in my previous answer. You are correct. Objects actually weigh more in a vacuum.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah, told you.
Six ways from Sunday, for sure. If there were any more ways, then they'd have to invent another day.
Yeah, they're screwed 6 ways from Sunday, man. It's like I on the treatments. I have a hippo and a fishbowl. That's what it's like. It's like shooting hippos in a fishbowl. It's that easy.
Yeah, they're too big. Could they make the target a little smaller so it would make it a little bit more of a challenge?
They can't. They're too stupid.
They keep thinking they're going to slip in sideways with some little side argument. Still looking up at the sky. It's hilarious. I don't know who's in charge over there at that office, but
So who was the guy that was asking? Was that Sheepdog Legend? Do you see that at 5 minutes after the hour? Was that him or somebody else telling me that ChatGPT didn't say that?
No, I was just saying.
I didn't say that. I just asked for a screenshot. That's all I did.
There it is. There it is. 5 minutes after the hour.
Let me take a look. I'm at the grocery store, so.
Oh, okay.
You get looked at weird walking around listening to Flat Earth in the grocery store? I do.
Oh, I do all the time. Yeah, that's pretty funny stuff right there.
Yeah, told you.
I guess Chat GBT is like the new thing or whatever. But like I put a chat AI bot in top is. That was pretty funny. I'll show you mine.
The funny part is how once you argue against its fallacious rhetoric and its contradictions, it admits that we are right. But the Globers who use it would never actually get to that point because they can't identify the fallacies. They can't point them out. So the ChatGPT is just going to lie to them using the fallacies.
Well, it has a narrative that it follows.
Yes, it definitely does. I've asked it whether there is any issues with or is the globe model perfect? And it tells you yes. And then you say, can you please list the problems with the globe? And then it lists you off 50 problems.
I bet that makes all the Globers mad that it's more interesting to argue with the AI than it is to argue with the Globers.
I think you can get information from it. You've just got to keep asking the questions and pin it down to something like that. No, there's no problems with the globe. And then get it to tell you the problems with the globe. And then you go and look at those problems and they're legit. And so, yeah, you can use it to your advantage for quick questions.
There's a one that Jerry had done where it says, "Hey, what do you think? What would you say to somebody?" It asks the chat GPT. If somebody sees a straight line that's curved, what do you think the problem is? And it lists off like brain aneurysm, schizophrenia, like sight disorder, other, like it was pretty funny.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
This is like the new Siri. This is what everyone was doing with Siri when Siri first came out, asking it a million questions.
Yeah, I'm looking for where Jerry had posted it, but it's like basically like when you ask a global, it's like, is the horizon curved? And they say yes. So you say, hey, ChatGPT, does the horizon curve? No, it appears flat. What do you think about someone who sees something's curved that's straight?
Cylindrical, Arthur.
Here's one of the claims you always hear him say. Imagine being a flat earther in 2023. It just gained a collection of screenshots going all the way back to 2018. The only thing that's changed for them is what year they think it is. They haven't learned anything. Like 5, 6 years talking about this, and not one thing has sunk in.
Indio, do you hear Matthew train wreck himself the other day? Indio.
That's an appeal to authority there, QE.
Radio check. Lost 3. This is lost 1. Are you lost 2? Over. Indio. I thought he was just talking.
No, that was crit.
Oh, sorry about that.
I'd listened to Matthew debate quite a few people on here, and I was on the live stream that night, and I don't know why he even bothered going there in the first place.
I didn't put it like that. All right, let's see what it does. What the fuck? There you go. Indio. Carry on.
The idea of celestial navigation on a globe, which I understand you disagree with, doesn't use right triangles.
What the hell did you just say?
The idea of celestial navigation on a globe, which I understand you disagree with, doesn't use right triangles.
From second grade doofus, well, duh. A right-angled triangle is a triangle with one of the angles as 90 degrees.
Okay, so you also mentioned celestial navigation. Do you know what an elevation angle is?
Yeah, it's how high above 90 degrees a star appears, like the angular elevation.
So 90 degrees would be the zenith, and 90 along a baseline to your position, correct?
Yeah.
From second grade doofus, well, duh. A right-angled triangle is a triangle with one of the angles as 90 degrees.
90 degrees from that position on the Earth to the star is straight up. That's 90 degrees, yes. The idea of celestial navigation on a globe doesn't use right triangles. The position directly under the star is 90 degrees.
From second grade doofus, well, duh. A right-angled triangle is a triangle with one of the angles as 90 degrees.
90 degrees, that's 90 degrees, yes. 90 degrees doesn't use right triangles. 90 degrees, that's 90 degrees.
Thank you.
The baseline we will be travelling along and are navigating is functionally and mathematically flat, isn't it, Matthew?
Oh yeah, sure.
So
Yeah,
Earth, that would be the Earth. That would be the Earth that we will be navigating is flat, isn't it, Matthew?
Yeah, we're navigating on the Earth, and functionally it's flat, and we navigate along a flat map, of course.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Matthew. That's correct. From a university-grade mathematician, for all of you ladies and gentlemen, that will be trimmed out and posted everywhere. That's a university-grade mathematician telling you, the audience, that Earth is functionally measured and navigated flat. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Of course, that's why all maps are flat.
There you go.
What the hell was that train wreck? What the? Matthew, I'm actually disappointed.
He doesn't know what a right triangle is. That admitted the Earth's flat.
The contradictionary need to entry for Matthew Lawrence.
Yeah. Yeah. What? Our sheepdog legend, yeah. Me and Betty and I, better stated, had already did that. In fact, it shut down. It said, error, Will Robinson. Yeah, I'm used to that. But yeah, Matthew, I'm sorry. Do I have the video for that? It's on Nathan Oakley's channel. It's his, am I going to have to go find that too? You guys are some lazy sons of bitches, aren't you?
I'll post it. Jesus, it ain't that hard to find. Someone posted it the other night.
Videos, where to go?
That'll be under live, right? Or no, he clipped that out.
Nah, just give him the live one.
Okay. Fate with gold mathematician Matthew Weathers. That one?
That would be the Fed 1846.
Yep.
Yeah, that one.
Nice thumbnail. That's funny.
Yeah, this numpty dipshit. You're gonna hear it in this video too if you listen to it. He kept on going because we were trying to get him. First, he said there was no measurement of the radius, and then in the end, he said there was a measurement of the radius. But in betwixt that, he said, "Well, there's no measurement of the radius, but there is no measurement of Mount Everest." And I said, "What the fuck?" I said, "Matthew, can you define the difference between measurement and calculation?" He admitted he couldn't. I'm telling you,
he must have been spiraling on your like. Normally, he gets stuff like that right.
Just wait.
You had him flustered or something, man. You guys had him.
Yeah, go ahead and listen.
Spiraling.
Go ahead and listen to 1846, and it's a debacle of epic proportions.
Oh, poor Matthew. He's trying. We need to give him a sticker. A "You Tried" sticker.
A silver star, not a gold star.
So you have a university mathematician that can't define the difference between measurement and calculation. That it was put to him that how in the hell can you be a university mathematician? And let's say your students ask you what the definition or what is the difference between measurement and calculation, and he started giving examples. And I said, I didn't ask you for an example. I asked you to define that monkey.
He would probably tell them there is no difference. I bet you he would tell them there is no difference.
If he was by himself?
Yep.
Okay. Sorry, I'm fighting with my cat. Yeah, you're right. He would probably do that if no one's listening. I'm just speculating, though. You know, it's just wait till you listen to this. And Nathan more or less tells him that. Do you realize that you have a former drama student whipping around the university mathematics professor by his short hairs? You understand that? That's where it goes, folks. That's where we're at. 2023. Yeah. Another prophetic statement. I told Nathan 4 years ago. 4 years ago that no one can stand against him. Nobody. Not after I prepared him. Yes, sir. I had to find somebody younger. I'm starting to get old. I indoctrinated him.
You did about as
good.
Well
That's good. You're roboting. You're roboting bad, whoever's speaking.
Heck, any better?
Someone just
yes, no.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay.
You can't say yes.
He did about as well as I expected him to.
Hold on, Indio. You can't say, is that better? You got to string a couple sentences together, and then we can evaluate it appropriately.
I didn't say it was adequate. I just said it was better.
If this doesn't do it, then I'll take my Bluetooth off and I'll do it regular style. Is this any better?
Yeah, that's better. Go ahead, Indio.
Okay.
It's also adequate.
Appropriate and adequate.
Fantastic. I think it's funny that, I mean, Matthew did about as well as I expected him to on Nathan's show. But the funny thing is that you guys are starting to have the same problem trying to figure out just what in the world is wrong with the guy, like we do around here. Like they can't decide if he's stupid or they can't decide whether or not he's being a liar. And that has brought up a whole nother string of conversation. But he has that effect on people where you have no idea what his angle is or what he's doing. I mean, he knows the arguments, he knows the truth, and yet he does not relent. So it's very strange.
That went on Nathan's show for 7 hours.
I know.
It was painful. I'd rather eat glass shards.
Yeah.
Well, he's done it for months, like hours upon hours upon hours here. So he's got practice.
Yeah.
He's got practice. There's nobody in the 7 years that I've been out here. There's nobody I've drug around by his short hairs on every topic from friggin' tying shoelaces to spontaneous parametric down conversion. There is no one I've drug around more than Matthew Learns by his short hairs every single time effortlessly.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's good at it. I'm just saying he's got some staying power. He stays in the conversation even though he's losing constantly.
He's a buljitsuist. He stops punches with his face.
No, he's like the Mae West of the Globers.
What did Nathan call their kind today? Hold on a second. He named them. The hell did he call them? Kamikaze nutters. Check my funny bone. They're kamikaze nutters, man. That's what they are. They go in. It was bad today, man.
Kamikaze nutter. Are you there? Kamikaze nutter. That's a squirrel nut squirrel glober. Are you there? Yeah, we're trying to adjust for the globe and just watch out. Oh, hit that.
What the hell are you talking in the mic from digging up your mason jars in the backyard? Get the heck closer to your mic so we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Is that better? I better raise this this thing up here.
I'll bet you're a squid. You're a Navy. You're a Navy guy. I know you are.
I'm a Navy guy. Yeah.
No, Jesus.
What about it? What about it, bro? What about it? Want to fight or something? Okay. Let's have a shooting practice.
Hey, when we grew up as kids, we didn't play Navy and we didn't play Air Force.
I'm sorry, but I could get you on the boat and get you to where you're going so you can tread the soil again like you're used to.
If you guys want to have fun, Chop is in here with no rolls.
Who?
Chop.
I thought you said chocolate there for a second.
Oh, yeah.
Chop.
So I'm going to post proof of the globe in the live stream that someone in the lobby posted. That.
I got that the other day. I had a full debate about this picture.
Well, that's right. That's all they got.
This isn't
boil it down.
This is a cartoon. This is an Adobe stock picture, dude. It's in like 8-bit color.
Yep. When you boil it down, all that horse shit that they come out with, and I'm stereotype fallacying them because I can. It's not a fallacy because every one of them do it. But when you boil it down, when you strip all away all the fallacious, nonsensical arguments that they have, the train wreck themselves, all they have actually is pictures from space. That's what it boils down to.
It's hilarious.
Yep. That's all they got.
That's what it all, like you said, in 2023. That's all they got. No wonder they're mad. I'd be pissed off too.
Yeah, that's all they got. And then
they must be frantic. They're trying to think of a way out.
Then when you slowly state that you don't have any pictures, define picture or photograph, and then define the second law of thermodynamics, that's all they got. Then it just fucking chaos ensues.
With the falsifiability of photographs, they can't be used. It's thrown out right at the onset.
Yeah,
it's thrown out. You can't use something that can't be, that's unfalsifiable. Yeah, photographs can be falsified all kinds of different ways now, especially like we don't know that flat earther just popped out of a freaking shoebox or something. I don't know what they think.
Yeah, but what Indio posted, come on, you got to give me a fucking break. And you didn't need Photoshop back in the day. They just took pictures of drawings.
Yep. And they use templates and everything from low Earth orbit. Of course, there's no such thing as an orbit. So they were just above the plane and they were using templates in Windows. Well, I know that's an old thing from the moon.
They took pictures
of drawings. A painting. Yeah, it's a picture of a painting.
Pictures of drawings. Yeah, absolutely.
So I've shown Globers, like, so if you like Google hyper realistic painting, there's a painting of Morgan Freeman that looks exactly like a photograph. Like, you can't tell the difference. Nobody can tell the difference with just their eye. And I just show it to them. It's like, what do you think of this photo? And then that just and as soon as they say acknowledge it's a photo, I go, no, this is a painting.
Mm-hmm.
And their whole argument that, like, oh, you couldn't have done it, whatever. They could have done anything because nobody has any frame of reference to evaluate it. Right. We've seen photos of Morgan Freeman that I can compare that painting to. I've never seen, no one's ever seen a real photo of the Earth or been to space to see the Earth to compare any image of the Earth to. They're comparing it to what they imagine it should be, not to what they've actually experienced it to be.
Exactly. You got it. Yeah. That you're all over it.
Well, none of them today are actually a photo anyway. They're just compiled data, apparently.
Yeah, and they all look different. They're different colors, different shapes, different sizes. Like everything's always different. Like whatever, like when they say this is this satellite, right? All the images will look the same for that, but like when compared to any other image from any other satellite or any other place they claim, they all look different and they don't match each other. And they don't match. I mean, have you seen the Chinese space station? That video? It's a flat Earth. I'll post it in the live stream because I think this is so hilarious, dude. I've been trolling Globers for about a month with this. I asked him, who's lying, NASA or China? This is supposed to be 23 kilometers lower than the ISS. So why is it so flat, right? Think about what ISS shows. Pretty pathetic, actually. That this is like they don't even evaluate it. They don't go, It's just consistent with what they say. They don't even go that far. They just go, dumb flat earther, you don't believe the TV. There you go, McGill. Exactly. And the thing is, also on top of that, right? We know already, like in Apollo, they made paintings of the moon that were identical to the moon.
Yep.
So we know they did it. We don't even have to speculate about whether they actually did it or could do it. They did it.
Check out the finger painting of Morgan Freeman. It's actually a finger painting.
Well, that's scary.
Yeah, that's how I learned to finger paint back in kindergarten. This guy's flying around the moon, Indio.
Yeah, he's a giant. He's a giant space alien. Must be Galactus or something.
So where's this all going to end? Is everyone eventually going to catch on, and is this going to become mainstream, or what? What's everyone's opinion?
Well, I don't know about mainstream. It's hard to. That's like something that's very hard to predict. I think more just from my personal anecdotal experience. The Mexican beer germ woke up a lot of people. Well, I mean, I shouldn't say they're not woken up yet, but like they're like something ain't right. And some will actually, absorb flat Earth, while others will be like, that's too far. Like, I can believe anything. I believe the moon landing's fake, but the Earth being flat, that's ridiculous. Like, or they'll believe in the moon landing, like, but not 9/11. Like, so. It depends on the person, like what their level of cognitive dissonance is, and like what they're willing to accept.
Yeah, if you want to understand what's going on in the world right now, you have to be open to the idea of unlearning almost everything you were ever taught.
Yeah, it also depends on how emotionally invested they are into it, their peer group, like. Whether it's more important to be like liked and like socially accepted versus being true to like the truth. because that's an actual consideration. We actually had a kid come in here the other day say it. He was totally new to the topic, but he actually was astute enough to detect that there's consequences to flat Earth, right? Social consequences. And I think my personal opinion is that is a subconscious factor why people won't accept it. Is that they're like, no, if I'm a flat earther, all these things are going to happen to me. I'm going to lose friends. I'm going to lose family. People are going to think I'm stupid. People are going to think I'm retarded. They won't associate with me. I'll fall down the social hierarchy. I'll fall down the ladder. I'm already like only 2 rungs above the bottom as it is. Can I really afford to fall down another rung? You know, like these are like real considerations where like I'd rather just believe the globe than, you know, comfortable ignorance, right? Ignorance is bliss, 'tis folly to be wise, that type deal.
Do you ever think that enough questions will get out there that the mainstream does start questioning it, and that we have, I don't know, is NASA ever going to come out and say, hey, it's flat?
Oh, they'll never say it. NASA will be disbanded. They'll never admit that. They can't even admit simple shit that's obvious.
Oh, even if NASA is disbanded, do you think there's a chance it would ever get out like that, hey, listen, there's been a mistake and this is what's happened? Whether someone's a scapegoat or not, do you think there can ever be enough questions asked? In the right places, of course.
I think it could spread. I mean, because we're talking about what's going to be the official government policy versus what do the people themselves believe. And, you know, there'll have to be like a severe disconnect between. I don't think the official government policy of any current government that's in power would ever admit it, because they'd hang. They'd literally hang, dude. They'd be hung. Like you spent how much money in 70 years? You took out how much money in our taxes for a totally convoluted, complex BS story that's been being perpetuated for hundreds of years? I mean, I'm sure the populace could forgive them up until the space age for being wrong, but at the space age part, they're not going to forgive them, because now it's like a conscious thing. They could just be wrong right up until that point, right? But when they say, yeah, now I flew a rocket up and confirmed it, that's they can't no one can forgive them after that.
Yeah, I think it won't be admitted until the changing of the guard, if you will. I think NASA will be put down first, and you'll have like SpaceX or something else.
Yeah, no, it's just a question. Things are changing in the world, and but you know, there have been big resets throughout the time, and wanted to know what people thought. That was all.
Well, I think it would come in like like stages. I think one of those stages will be probably war, and what they'll say is, "Oh, all the satellites got blown up, and there's just so much debris in space, we can't fly away." So first they'll take space away again, right? Forget the idea of space, like those evil Russians, Chinese, whatever. We had a war in space, and like Space Force versus, you know, whatever. And then like there's so much debris in space, it's too dangerous to try and fly away now. So now effectively, like, we're locked in again, right? So now they don't have to tell any more space stories. And then they could just defunk NASA, make that go away, and just like pretend none of that ever happened. Space? Yeah, that was like our dream for a while, but now we're locked in. Now we're trying to develop a ship made out of like super strong titanium that can just bust its way through the debris of outer space. Or wait for it all. We got to wait 50 years for it all to re-enter. Or some other stupid thing, right? They can just... People just buy whatever. So like Dre said, there has to be some sort of change in the guard. It's not going to happen. Like... It's not going to happen because they just like voluntarily gave up. They're not going to give up.
You can see examples of that in history, like the Gulf of Tonkin, that didn't come out until after. Like, it always comes out after the people who would be held responsible are no longer able to be held responsible.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I kind of look at it like Santa Claus. They're never going to come out and go, all right, everyone, like, we're going to stop doing this. All the malls, you know, all the Christmas ads, we're done. No, they're just going to keep dusting off the old decorations from the previous year and setting up shop. And I think of it in an exact same way when it comes to this outer space stuff. They're just going to keep this same tradition going year after year. They're never going to come out and announce, all right, folks, we're done. Ain't happening.
You're just going to keep saying we're almost there forever? Just a little bit longer.
We'll put the flat earthers on the rocket next year. Don't you worry.
Well, I mean, look what they're saying about the Artemis, right? Oh man, we had to redesign the spacesuits, and then so that now they've just milked spacesuits for 3 years. Now they can milk some other component for 3 years, right? They could say, oh, the rocket, like one of the motors isn't freaking exactly right, so they can milk that for 3 years. They can always say something wasn't right and just keep and kick the can down the road.
Yeah, because the spacesuits didn't work before.
Yeah, it's because
they lost that zipper technology.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, the zipper doesn't work anymore. They tried to switch to Velcro. Oh yeah, NASA invented Velcro. You ever heard that one?
Yeah. I heard the other day.
Did for real? You heard it? Apparently, NASA stole the guy's patent.
I googled it once. They've invented. I think they invented something else to do with lights as well. They've apparently invented a lot of household items for us.
Yeah. Where would we be without Apollo? I'd have to drive like a car to work and stuff and shovel a ditch.
We were supposed to be flying to work by now, according to them.
We're just applied to work like 30 years ago.
The Jetsons.
Jetsons are pretty trippy, though, when you think about it. Like George Jetson, that George Jetson is just like, he's just a menial worker, right? And that's kind of like the thing that any old menial worker, he works, it's cogs. I mean, in basically sprockets. Like, talk about you're working at one of the most useful in like a factory, right? Pushing out widgets, a mindless worker task. Hit this button 50,000 times a day, and then go home with your lunchbox. Then do it all over again.
Yeah. And did you see that George Jetson was born this past July?
Tell me someone didn't actually name their kid George Jetson.
No, like the actual George Jetson, if you look up when his birthday was, when was he born? It was July something 2022.
So he could be alive somewhere right now.
That's true. If the Simpsons have anything to do with it.
I actually love that show.
The Simpsons?
No, the Jetsons. Good old space. Yeah, good old space brainwashing. The way I looked at it was like the Flintstones in space.
Yep, that's it.
And like you know how you got Laurel and Hardy, the fat guy, skinny guy, right? Fred Flintstone's the fat guy. George Jetson's the skinny guy. They're both produced by the same cartoon companies.
Yeah, because hardworking people don't produce skinny people, and fat people who sit at a desk, or people that sit at a desk don't produce fat.
And what did Fred Flintstone do? He was a crane operator. He operated a brontosaurus. And the Earth is flat in the Flintstones, and it's round in the Jetsons. Actually, I don't know if they ever covered that in the Jetsons.
Well, I just watched the theme introduction, and of course, I'll put a screenshot. But of course, they zoom in on a globe. So, there's that.
Yeah, you're talking about the start of the show.
Yeah. Yep. Here it is right now.
Oh yeah.
But it just zooms in on that, and then the family drops off everyone from the jet plane or whatever the heck that thing's called. Spaceship.
Dude, this little subtle brainwashing, man. Brainwashing entire generations of children.
I know. I actually appreciate the shows that don't invoke the globe idea. There's a lot of shows out there that have different types of maps and stuff. I posted them before. I'll grab a little screenshot that I have, but it's just cool. Like I can enjoy the space theme shows now. That I've gotten through my 5 stages of not enjoying them, but I appreciate them now. They're so expansive, like the Earth can be a limiting place. I mean, there are some shows that do a really creative job of, exploring other things.
It's just fiction, dude. It's no different than fantasy novels, right? Middle Earth or whatever. It's just a different type of fantasy.
Middle Earth is a better fantasy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, because you also got multi-dimensional. Maybe we should make like flat Earth, but multi-dimensional. And then all the Glober space freaks would get on board with it, is if we had multiple dimensions of flat Earth. They need something to fantasize about. That's the thing.
They do like a good story, don't they?
Then we'll make some equations.
Yeah, they do like their math. Well, I posted there in the chat some maps from other shows that don't invoke any idea of like outer space and stuff like that. They just work with what's here. And they are good shows. Although, a little good space show every now and again can be fun.
And then we'll just use affirming the consequent and other logical fallacies to justify it all, and then it'll feel supernatural or supernatural to them. Not supernatural, but like natural.
Refrigerator.
Get stuffed.
Guys, we have a flat earther, or says they're a flat earther in the lobby, and they said that the Earth was a disc, and I'm like, what is going on?
Yeah, it's a bunch of spads that enter the chat. He's probably one of the people I banned.
Bring him in.
I was like, the lobby's not for you, buddy. This isn't for flat earthers that don't know what they're talking about.
You mean Hoffman? Are you talking about Hoffman?
No. Let me see. Neptune. Neptune.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Exactly what I was thinking.
Has anybody tried to summon Chop from beyond? So I noticed that Chop hasn't got any rolls. Has anybody tried to make contact with Chop?
I'll get the candles. You get it started.
Yeah. I got the incense, mate.
I got the gasoline.
Awesome stuff. What's up, QE? How you doing, buddy?
Nothing, man. Get stuffed.
Give me a refrigerator.
I feel like I'm missing out on an inside joke. I want in.
Yeah,
you can get in a minute.
I asked somebody to define. I didn't ask somebody. I asked that pseudoscience fallacy Bob the shithead fuckwit guy. What is the second law of thermodynamics? And he said, refrigerator.
What?
Yep.
Was he hungry or?
I thought you were going to say, was he high?
Yeah. Nah, he's just retarded.
Had some munchies or something?
Nah, just retarded.
Is that behind the hill of water?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. QE. I got him saying something about a hill of water. Have you heard that clip before?
Nah, we had a hill of water guy on the other day though.
Oh, I've been roasting him with the hill of water thing recently, but here's the hold on, here's the clip.
There's also horizon way beyond where it's supposed to be, so there's that too.
Yeah, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is.
Okay,
look at how much is actually hidden.
Okay, buddy.
So yeah,
A hill of water from Bob the pseudoscience fallacy guy.
Yeah.
What's blocking that horizon in the Black Swan?
Yeah, we were talking about the Black Swan. He's saying, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig? And I'm like, dude, not a freaking hill of water. He's like, that's exactly what it is.
Really? You must have been looking at another photo. And by the way, that one's a Black Swan too.
And I love, I'm probably going to fade out, but I love when they don't know what a hill of water is until it's obscuring something.
Hill of
Yeah.
water.
Yeah, dude, it's just hilarious. They pretend like it's
You're like, the horizon's supposed to be a hill, right? It's a physical. It's supposed to be your physical place. You're not supposed to see beyond it. I don't know what you mean. What do you mean? And then when there's something like a swell blocking something off into the distance, oh, that's a hill of water.
You missed it the other day when we were on Nathan's show when a guy came in and said that he couldn't see. He was on Lake Sinclair or some shit, and he was looking over to Canada, and he couldn't see the bottom of the windmills. And then he made an analogy. He didn't make an analogy. Then he stated, well, I guess it was an analogy. He said he had these specific numbers for a basketball and object that was 500 times smaller than a dust mite, and he said, along with he can't see the bottom of the windmills, basically implicitly saying that there's a hill of water in the way and there's curvature. Then he made the juxtaposition with, if you're on a basketball and you're 500 times smaller than a dust mite, you can't perceive curvature. And then we said, wait a second, what the fuck? So you're saying that there is curvature and then we can't perceive it?
Yep. Dude, that's the globe whisperer. They're the only ones that can interpret this information.
Yeah. So what you got are nutty dipshits that think they have photographs from space, and what they do is they mindlessly parrot wiki or pseudoscientists thinking that they got their back. That's all they got, the poor dumb bastards. This is a carnival tent, man. Yeah. And the ball tarts are the main attractions. Come on in here.
Well, on that note, being as you said, come on in here, I've got the candles and the incense burning, so let's see if we can summon Chop from beyond the ether. So, Chop, you've got voice verified, you've got control of your microphone. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. Welcome to the service, buddy. What brings you here today? I like the music in the background, that's really good. But yeah, Chop, if you don't want to speak, that's not a problem. If you just want to listen, that's absolutely fine. We're just going to shoot the breeze and hopefully talk about flat Earth related subjects. Hopefully one of the moderators will take your voice verified away, just in case you're a troll and you're going to start shouting your word on the live stream. If you don't want to speak, go back up to voice checking number 1. We'll give you about 5 minutes and then we'll take your voice verified away. So yeah, Chop, if you want to speak, now's a good opportunity to do so. If not, keep your fucking secrets, mate.
We call upon the spirit of Chop. Are you out there? Can you hear us?
Speak.
I triple dog dare you to come off mute.
We need to test your mic, Crazy Bear. Test your mic.
You got a mic? You got a mic?
Test your mic from Mortal Kombat.
Yo, you got a mic? Yo, you got a mic? I hear you breathing. You breathing, huh? That's your breathing. You got a mic?
Chop. unmute your microphone, Chop.
Chop! Chop, chop!
Come on, Chop, chop, hurry up.
Does this mic work? Well, that mic.
One of the
Come
best
on
moments
in.
in fight history.
Come on in. The water's warm. No shark.
You know, he done took about 3 big gulps since we called it. Don't be shy, Chop, man. It's all right. You're in good hands.
Sorry, relax. Let your nuts drop. QE won't bother you.
He's too busy. He's too busy chopping up. He's got to get high to deal with what's coming.
No, I'll go on mute. There you go.
Bro, come on, chop it up with us, dude. Come on, man.
He muted himself. That's
Like I was saying, Chop, you don't have to speak, my friend. That's absolutely fine. If you just want to sit back and listen to us flat earthers talk about why we think and understand the earth is flat, that's absolutely fine. We will take that voice verified role away from you just in case you are a troll and you do want to shout the N-word on the live stream. If you do want to speak in the future, voice checker number 1, speak to one of the volunteers there and they'll give you the role back so you can come back down to the live stream and keep your secrets again.
I'm sensing another spirit. Overseer 21, are you out there? Can you hear us?
Hey.
Oh, we have a connection.
It
worked.
Yeah, it worked.
I'm eating at the moment, so I'll chime in probably in about 10.
Thank you, Overseer.
Techless space food.
right, CB, though? Like, remember Mortal Kombat, the test your might?
No, I need to add that. That's a good one.
Test your might.
Shit, we got a pretty thick panel. We're up to 30. So, what's going on, folks?
What's up, CB?
Not much. Just finished watching some fights, so I'm just here chilling. Chilling. I see Kiwi's in the panel. We got Indio. We got Drace in the building. Jedi. The whole squad. Timbo. Mayhem. I see you lurking. We got Flat T Klein. Jenna. Platter.
You know what Mayhem's doing? You know Mayhem's waiting for his wrestler from the 1990s intro music, right? That's what's happening. He needs his intro music. He's not going to move until his intro music starts.
What? That was awesome. That was so cool.
Just go on to Professor. Just parrot Professor Dave. Take some of his horse shit that the stars are spinning in opposite directions, and the actual sun, moon, and stars are rising in the west and setting in the east and the south. Go ahead. There's no problem, man. Just come on in with it and give it to us. Or put the ant on an hour hand on a clock and say, you know what?
Funny.
Fucking Matthew.
2 revolutions a day, man.
Where is Matthew? Where the fuck is he? He hasn't popped up for a few days.
We need some innocent ballers in here, and then he'll show us. You know,
I missed his spiral, but he hasn't appeared since that spiral.
Since Nathan's show. It'd be tantamount, Matthew showing up right now. It's tantamount to the chairman of PETA showing up for work the next day or after he's videotaped live clubbing baby seals with a nail spike 44-inch Louisville Slugger and saying, "What's the problem?"
I actually did see that one. Yeah, that was on my feed, and I just was letting it play. Of course, I just got done meeting Matthew for the third time. Yeah, for the third time at the Flat Earth get-together here down in Orange County, up in Orange County. And, yeah, that's ridiculous clobbering. I think what helped me remember it is I keep hearing the smashing of the skulls of those baby seals. I mean, they just keep coming back.
That's funny. Mark Sargent just messaged me and said that he met Matthew Learns down at that get-together in California.
Yeah, I met Mark Sargent.
Yeah.
Had breakfast. Brunch. That was a long day, but it's interesting. It's good to have peers. Like somebody goes, you must look up to these people. They try to put words in our mouth. They try to put loyalties in our mouths that we never mentioned. Thinking, oh, you must look up to these people because you've listened to them for so long. Like, no, they're my peers, bro. I'm not below them or they're above me.
Sonny.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Sorry. None of you fun, I want to ask you a question. You've met Matthew Learns, right? You met him at the meetup the other day.
Yeah, I met him 3 times. Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Is he actually a cunt?
Is he actually a what? Is he a what?
Is he actually a cunt?
Yes, he's a proper cunt. I would say so. I would say, like, I don't have problems with that. Like, I'm okay with people and cordial with them at meetings, open get-togethers, whatever. Even though there's probably agents in the field, you know, I don't care. Who cares? It doesn't matter to me. What are they going to fight against? Catalina that we can see 30 miles right out the beach at that get-together? 30 miles with like 10 oil rigs on the way. Yeah, sorry. I digress.
No, you're fine. I mean, I was being kind of flippant, but the deeper question is, how did he come over to you? How did he come across? And what was his demeanor like? Because obviously we're only here and we're on Discord and we can listen and so on and get a general idea. But what's the slimy motherfucker like in person?
Very demure. Very feminine. Quiet. Very just like kind of sick. I don't know. Like kind of like very.
And he's small, right?
In a smothering, sweet kind of way. Like too freaking sweet. I'm like. So too nice, but that's all right. Like, I don't care. He's quiet. He's very tall. He looms over almost everybody. He's very tall.
But he's thin then.
6'2". Huh?
But he's very thin, right?
He's really thin like me, but he's just got like 5 inches on me. He's tall. I have to look up. Not many people I have to look up to. I'm very tall. No, but yeah, he's tall. He's like 6'5" or something. Mm-hmm. But he's very quiet. Got kind of a strange face. I mean, I don't know. He just comes across. He helped us triangulate the sun at 3,300 miles, like twice.
Thank you. Brilliant. Remind me of the timeline. Did he appear on Nathan's show and then go to the meetup, or was it the other way around?
It was right before. So I'm sure people had a good conversation with him, but I didn't. I was kind of preoccupied with.
When was the meetup?
When it was on the 18th. It's always on the equinox. So yeah, 18th. So we had June, September. This one, they had another one in between, but now this one, yeah, just the 18th.
No, Nathan had him on the show a couple days ago.
Oh, then it was after the meetup. Okay, that's right. You're right, because I got back and then I heard your show later on, a few days later. Now I remember. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. So, I mean, that would have been a whole different thing if he had had that exchange with Nathan and then gone. That would have been a whole different way. But it's
That's the
interesting.
part I was looking for, mate. Yeah.
That's funny, man. That's hilarious. It's pretty fun though. That's a lot of fun going and having a couple of beers and barbecue with. They brought a bunch of food. Everybody brought food. Like, it was really great. Great time. Anyway, yeah, it's flat as hell out there. Water.
They bring any flood water?
You know what? This place is flooding out. I'm telling you. I went to the beach. All the beach is gone. Where I used to go, there was a quarter mile of beach, like 7 miles up and down the coast. 7 miles of it, a quarter mile deep at least. It's all gone. All of it. I got washed away. That's a trip, man. People don't believe me. There's waterfalls on the freaking San Diego River. I've never seen this kind of Rose Canyon Creek has waterfalls. I never saw that anything like that. Now, a few weeks ago, I was shocked, and I'm going, there's more rain than we've seen in 30 or 40 years, and cold and rain at the same time for this extended period of time. So I don't know. We'll see. It was like 70 degrees. It felt great. I took my shirt off. I was riding with no shirt. It was great. Fucking fabulous.
Funny, save some ladies for us, okay? Jeez.
Well, I'm waiting for the weather to warm up because we need some sand in order to operate. To find the curve. The curve seems to find the sand. It's not that the water has hills of water. The water doesn't make hills or mounds. You have to have sand in order to operate, and the curves come with the sand.
Well, yeah, I mean, all the babes, I mean, all the curvature are on the beach where the sand is, not on the water.
Yeah, exactly. If you know where you're looking, then you know where you look horizontally. Well, yeah, that's all flat. You look on the beach, then there's a bunch of curvature there.
Yeah, the
That's interesting.
curvature, I mean, the babes, I mean, the curvature is, to the left and to the right on the beach.
That's right. Yeah, and if you think
these goofballs think there's hills of water out there.
You should see what they wear on the beach. I won't digress too long, though.
I mean, that's where the curvature is. Let's just put it that way, all right?
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to the spring. It's springtime now. It feels like winter, though, still here. But I'm looking for some warmer weather so I can do some skin diving, some snorkeling, and some spear fishing. So that's what I'm about. I saw literally like 20 and 30 electric bikes when I was on the train going up north. Electric bike riders with the surfboards attached to their bike now. And they're riding out to these secluded areas that people like. It's hard to get to, but if you're on a bike, you just take trails along like up near San Onofre and all that stuff. Yeah, that's weird. The train goes right by the extinct nuclear plant. Looks like two big boobs, as a matter of fact. Go look it up. San Onofre.
Gigi.
Looks like two big boob atomic plant thing right near the freeway. Anyway, I digress again. But
Giggity.
If you look at some of the thing I posted, if you look up something I posted, if you put in Mount Orizaba on Catalina, that's the tallest mountain. And you should see a photograph there I took of Catalina from our friend's house there on the beach where the get-together was, of Catalina, 30 miles away. And you see some boats that are apparently close to the island. You also see a glow from the island reflecting on the water right near the shoreline. 30 miles away, you can see the glow from the shoreline on the water. Tell me, how does that work, folks? How does that work? I'll try to find it. I'm not wearing my glasses. Let me put these on. So I was going to tell you, you flat earthers, you're not doing it right. So you have to have the deluxe version of the tinfoil hat, which is you have to soak your head and all your hair with a special solution of pure coconut oil, witch hazel, and a couple of essential oils, special ingredients. And you have to soak your head with that. Then you're going to wrap your entire head with saran wrap. Yes, that's right, folks. You have to be a proper conduit, and you have to have an insulator. So the saran wrap works. You wrap that all the way around your head, just above your ears, covering your whole hairline. Now you're going to take your tinfoil, and you're going to completely wrap your head with the tinfoil after the oil mixture and the saran wrap, then the tinfoil. Now, see, you flat earthers got to get on the technology of, protecting yourself from EMF and all the kinds of other weird shit. So I'll give you a report later on the results. I'm going to take some notes. What else can you do if you're not doing the scientific method, but do test? Thank you very much. This has been a public service announcement from Sonny.
I don't know about all that, but I once met a person from the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster who was wearing a spaghetti strainer on his head.
That probably works rather well. I have a metal colander.
Yeah, that's what he was wearing. He was getting his driver's license photo taken.
Hold on, let me turn this fan off. It's probably making a little hum. That's better. Okay. I should just try the colander by itself and see if it reduces the squealing in my ears I hear. That sounds like a tap running all the time in my head. Shh. Someone turn that damn tap off. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Sonny, did you say that the meetup was on the 18th?
Yes, sir. Exactly 7 days ago today.
Okay, well, that means that Matthew was on Nathan's show before that meetup. It was like the 16th or the 17th.
Okay, see, I was confused, and when QE said that, I was like, okay, well, maybe that's so. But I just know around that time I did hear it, but I didn't mention anything to him. Really, I would like, I see Matthew, I shake his hand, say hi. How you doing for a few minutes, but I don't sit and talk that much. Like, we've had some conversations, and I do have this to say. He's a very interesting person to talk to as far as math goes, is the math and things like that. You're talking about integers and whatever, like prime numbers and things like that. He's got some very interesting things to say about those things. And I could learn a lot from that, but I don't know what I would ever do with that information. Right? How do you apply that? Is that going to help me organize in my room? Like, I don't know, the life skills. Where does prime numbers come in?
Well, Indio one time kind of turned the screws on him. So I think we have to remember that kind of the absurdity of some of the claims about the globe applies to everything. Like with math, Matthew might come in here and say there's an infinite number of prime numbers, and that it's number one, it's a fallacy, and number two, it's just lore, right? Like, it doesn't really matter. It's not real, but it's interesting, or it sounds interesting, and so people talk about it. Like Matthew talks about those things because the globe's the same way. It's this fantastical place that no one ever sees, but they talk about it like it's real, but they never will, but they still believe it. So he's into that sort of thing. That doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. I had to step away. I'm going to make some coffee in a minute. I have to heat the water again because I'm so late. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it's just like fluff. It has no depth or weight.
Right.
So that's the thing. You can talk about that stuff all you want. Let's look out to the beach, do a pan, Happens with... I don't see how anybody with a straight face can continue on knowing all the information Matthew knows. Just, I don't know, never goes to the water, or what the deal is. Maybe I should ask him that.
Well, Well, I think, we're so puzzled by Matthew because he knows both sides of the argument, and he almost seems to admit that there is less logic on his side of the argument than ours. And yet, I think there are people that are just more comfortable with the fantasy. They're more comfortable with it. I don't even know if I would say that they like it better, but they feel better in like their headspace, like the way that they imagine the world. They like the fantasy. They don't like the real. And I can't figure it out. I don't know why.
It's the comforting lies thing, right? Truth is shaking. A lot of people don't like to rock the boat. So they prefer just things that are comfortable to believe in. This isn't even just with Globers, it's just people in general.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
So how many people have you, maybe your relationship has altered because you told the truth in some way or another? And I think that's a common trend for flat earthers is we're not afraid to just tell the truth. Just say it what it is. I don't care if that, I might lose some friends in the process. Oh well, so be it. But not everyone's wired like that. A lot of people, I've had certain bosses and stuff that I've worked for. They hate rocking the boat.
Oh, man.
Meanwhile, I'm down. I'm just one rung below them, rocking the boat. So I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just yeah.
But the boat keeps going deeper. Like there's all different types of fantasies that everybody sort of like believes in. And as soon as you start dissenting from one of those things that's sort of socially normal, people freak out. And I'll give you an example. It happened to me like yesterday. So I've stopped signing for things. I don't sign my checks. I don't sign my receipts. I don't sign anything, right? Because I'm signing for essentially an account that isn't mine. So anyways, I take in a socket to Harbor Freight Tools. It's broken, of course. It's Harbor Freight junk, right? But I took it in there, and I just want to warranty this tool. They're lifetime warranties. And usually any tool store, any tool provider just takes the socket that you give them and gives you a new one, no questions asked. No paper, no nothing. But Harbor Freight, they ask for your phone number, and then they want you to sign a receipt that says you swapped out this socket. It's like, no, I'm not going to sign. But I'm as nice as I can be about it. I'm like, listen, I can't sign for this. And it's like it's kind of a identity theft issue, but I cannot sign for it. And I know it sounds weird, but I just can't. And they like freak out. They're like, well, everybody signs. What do you mean you don't sign? Right? So just something as simple as that, people freak out. If you do something that's outside the program, they lose it and they just kind of don't know what to do. And so it's an interesting life right now for everybody.
I have a screenshot on my phone that reminds me of what you're saying, but people haven't been brainwashed or programmed to address things a certain way. I'll post a screenshot. Yeah. There you go. But, that's why people have a hard time with flat Earth. I think is that they haven't really been trained how to deal with it. I've been joking around saying that Daddy told them they're not allowed to play with flat earthers. So the only thing they're familiar with is the Flat Earth Society garbage. The idea of the disc, some type of water, pizza, whatever, magic carpet, whatever. So that's the only thing they're really familiar with. So like the caption, the comment I posted says, she hasn't been brainwashed or trained how to answer that. And that's I screenshotted it because it reminds me of the people we deal with here. Because they also haven't really been trained how to deal with a lot of the things we tell them. So that's why it's like easy to read them like a book at this point. Too easy. And I have another screenshot that kind of reminds me of them as well, when how they use certain buzzwords. So this caption says, the comment says, they never know the actual definition of the buzzwords they use. In this example, is, patriarchy, misogynistic, whatever.
Totally.
Those types of videos. But I screenshotted it because it reminds me of the people we talk to here. How did they act? Same type of thing. Oh, gravity, refraction. They just say words like buzzwords. They don't really know what they mean. Here's a perfect example. The other day, we're talking to some goofball who said that he can see curvature from a really tall building. And so we ask him, all right, well, how do you detect curvature? How do you measure curvature? And bro says the Foucault's pendulum. Like, dude, that's my reaction. I was like, what? Dude, you're just connecting random dots that don't go together. Like this comment. You're just using buzzwords that you don't even know what they mean.
Yep.
Crazy.
Yep. Well, they're quasi-armed, right? Like they feel confident in the fact that they're. It's like they have a gun that isn't loaded. So they come in here going, well, I'm studied up enough to kind of handle you flat earthers. You guys are so stupid. You guys think that the earth is just a pizza pie in space, right? And I'll tear that apart all day, like with my very limited knowledge. And so then they end up stumbling, bumbling, fumbling out of here because they realize that they're armed with nothing. It's just vapor. And hilarious as it is, that's the programming, right? Like, just arm them to be confident in their little intellectual conversations. They can talk about nonsense all day, but you bring truth into the matter and they don't know what to do with themselves.
Sorry, I was just reminding somebody in the chat, our friend Dev off my F duty, that buildings don't move. And as ridiculous as that sounds, they said, no, that's absurd. It's not my idea. I don't think that the earth moves. So obviously buildings that are attached to the non-moving earth also aren't moving. So, but if you believe that the earth is moving, then everything attached to the earth, buildings included, would be moving with the earth. So that's... Go ahead.
What's this locally flat bullshit all the time? Like, when does it not become local? What's the definition of local? How many miles?
That's a good question. What's funny about that, Timbo, is that all these years later, now, after their arm has been twisted, for however many years, now they're finally willing to admit, okay, well, it's locally flat. When a few years ago, they wouldn't even say the word flat. Like, you literally had to physically twist someone's arm just to say the word flat.
I see curvature at the beach too. Yeah, I see.
Do you remember how you maybe you've been around when we'd ask somebody, if something isn't curved, what is it? All the time. This dude, and people would be like, like they just didn't want to say the word.
Gonna avoid that word.
Yeah. But now they'll be like, oh, okay, well, yeah, it's locally flat, and so they're willing to admit it now. They've kind of taken
it's
the
like their 4-letter F word,
Yeah,
flat.
yeah. They're
no, you can't say that.
Is it locally not moving where it's locally flat?
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. See, that's where the moving buildings thing comes in. So I ask people all the time, do you think buildings move? Do you think your house moves? Do you think, your bedroom moves? And a lot of people get the question right away. They're like, well, yeah, if the earth moves, then yes. Some people, I get a lot of backlash as well. what? Yeah, of course it doesn't. Buildings don't move. You idiot. Blah blah blah. It's like, well, yeah, well, that's what flat earthers think. They think that buildings don't move. So obviously the question isn't involving houses tiptoeing around the block. That's not what I'm asking. So most people seem to understand that, but every once in a while, people don't get it. I do have some screenshots of people who, for some strange reason, think the question involves the house attempting to like fly away or whatever. Because I have some screenshots of people being like, "Oh no, gravity, you idiot!" It's like, wait, how is that a response? It just goes back to just using buzzwords again. I asked them if they thought their houses move, and they were like, "No, you gravity, you dummy." It's like, what? How does that even answer the question?
It solves all their problems. It solves everything.
Yeah, I'll post a screenshot right now. Just look at what I posted.
Dev, off my F duty, is locally flat. Would you say 10 miles? Can you just open your mic too, mate? Just easier to talk to people.
I'm from the locally motionless society.
Oh my god!
We're having a meeting. Do you guys know which room it's in?
Well, you got to go to the room that's not moving, Sonny.
No, I'm looking for the moving room. Absolutely, it's gotta be moving.
LMS.
Well, you need to
from
go find the
LMS.
rubber room, Sonny. The room that's covered in padded, rubber and everywhere. That's the room that moves.
Yeah, I think they have a speedometer. They should have a speedometer in the room. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, there might be a pendulum in there. Bash,
I think they should have all of it.
Come in like Miley Cyrus. But yeah, Dev, don't be shy, buddy. You can come and just kind of tell us what you think. Answer some questions. We get to know you a little bit better. All good. But yeah, Timbo, he's mean. So if you need good cop, we're here. So
Come on.
for every bad cop, there's a good cop. Timbo is just one of the bad ones. All right, so
Corrupt.
Yeah.
What happens when they drink too much down in the gas lamp area down here? Is that called a local spin? Because some of them, after that's a hard night of drinking, some of those people are definitely spinning. It used to be called the stingery. I guess that's what you felt like after the weekend. I don't know.
I tell you what, I'm just thankful to have that local air pressure. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can breathe real good.
The one where gas attracts gas. That one.
Yeah, gas attracts gas.
Yeah, dude. I think, guys, we just figured out the new buzzword, local. So that's brilliant. So slap local.
Yeah.
You're good to go.
It's the area around your head that attracts the gas. That's how you can breathe, folks. Come on.
You guys were listening to the guy we spoke to earlier today. He said, "We don't even need to demonstrate our claims. Why do we need to do that?"
I hope they're not serious when they say that.
All over the place. He was like, "Oh, well, it's impossible to demonstrate." No, I can demonstrate it. Well, no, you don't even need to demonstrate it. It's like, dude, what the hell? You're just expecting me to I don't know, have a brain fart and just forget what you just said 30 seconds ago. Come on, man. Which is it? Can you demonstrate the claim? Is it impossible, or you just don't want to? All of the above. It's like, oh my god.
Well, here's what Matthew has said, and Matthew must be their leader, so they must all look up to him, greatly admire him. So anyway, he would say you can't prove anything in the physical world at all, but only can prove things with calculations. Yep.
Yeah, he's a goofball. I mean, some other guy.
No physical ball, folks. Okay, good. Thanks, Matthew.
Yeah.
The leader of the Globers. Thanks.
Even Andrew, the Andrew character, was saying the same thing. Oh, no, you can't prove anything. Really?
Don't even know if you're sitting in your chair in your room on Discord. Not 100% sure. What's this you say?
It is a three-dimensional
spheroid. However, I don't know that, and it has not been proven. Science doesn't prove anything.
Look, this is a bigger problem fundamentally across the board, right? That there is a section of mankind that essentially believes that the truth can't be known, and it doesn't matter whether or not it can be known. That fundamentally is like the death of a society, right? Where people
that's
just
pretty stupid. Well, hold on. No, that was a pretty stupid friggin' remark. I don't know who said that. Number one, all natural science does is prove things. That's all they do. That's all. I'm sorry. It's not they. That's all natural science does. Number two, and more importantly, the sphere Earth, whether something is a shape or not, isn't available for scientific inquiry. You dumbass cracker. Whoever said that.
That's freaking Michael from Vsauce.
Fucking doofus. My God. But why don't you bring your arguments up from 2015 and shit? I mean, 2015 just called me. They want its dumb fuck argument back. You want to know what science was? It climbed up your arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in jalapeno lace concertina wire. It's fucking pathetic.
That concertina wire is going to get you every time.
Vsauce was only cool in 2015 anyway, QE. He fell off hard.
Was that Vsauce that said that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, God. No wonder.
Freaking Michael from Vsauce.
Why don't one of you globetards come in here and start lecturing us on what natural science is and how it's conducted? That's what I want to hear.
Well, they want to broaden the definition.
They don't even know the definition to broaden it.
They don't even know the definition of definition.
They don't know the definition of the definition or of what broaden means.
Yeah. Well, dude, they're treating the word science like it's a freaking Boy Scout badge you just, you wear on your jean jacket or something, dude.
Yeah, see?
It's not a pin. It's not a...
I got the
that's how they're treated. They just slap it in front of thing. Oh, science this, science that. So, I've literally had people say it's just knowing things. That's science. A monkey putting its hand in fire. That's science.
Oh,
they got the didn't go on a campaign medal.
They change it from a verb to a noun, and it doesn't include you.
Yeah, dude. It's a Boy Scout badge. That's what it is now.
No, it's not. It's a hanging watermelon-sized curveball that I jack yard.
That's just to start with.
So just let them do it. Cheer them on and shit, and bring them on in here.
Bring them on in. We're just sitting here waiting.
Like, here's a screenshot. I just stumbled across on YouTube. Blah bitty blah 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 with science. They do this is a common part of the mind virus. They just that's science. Everything is science for these goofballs. So that's one thing I'm really proud of is like becoming a flat earther. I really learned what science is and what it isn't.
Yep. You're welcome.
Yeah, no, I actually really appreciate it. It's like, it's great because people come here like, oh, you guys are just science deniers. And at the end of the conversation, I've hit the freaking WWE reverse on them. And they're the science deniers at the end of the day, denying the scientific method and so on, creating their own.
They got their little picnic basket handed right back to them, huh? There you go, boo-boo.
Oh, God, the dog wet on the burger, on the sandwiches.
Come on in. It's Roast the Glober night on Saturday night here, 24/7 Flat Earth. Yes, that's right. Here we are again. 7 days after the last Saturday, and there's been a whole bunch of Saturdays before that the Glovers have been getting smashed to smithereens. All right, here we are. Got QE on the panel tonight.
Well, you know, like BYOB, right? Stands for like bring your own booze. And these guys, they're like bringing their own scientific method. They're bringing their own cosmology. You know, people will say, "Oh, well," when they're talking about certain globe claims, they're like, "Oh, well, I didn't claim that." You don't have to. We're not sitting around waiting for you to claim certain things about the globe. This isn't bring your own cosmology. You know, BYOC.
Yeah, if you're a globetard, you got that shit glued to your lips.
Yeah,
It's like
exactly.
a communist. You know, if you all you have to do is say you're a communist, you don't have to come in stating any of the attributes of communism. Everyone knows them, right?
Exactly.
So you're screwed.
Yeah, exactly. That's what. Yeah, that's what they do with the scientific method, though. Too. They feel like, oh well, you know, it's like you don't just get to bring in your own. Okay, there's only one here on the table for us all to address. So
Yeah. So, and also, what about this thing they do where they all of a sudden take responsibility when we ask them, do you know of anyone in history that has done, measured curvature on the Earth directly? And they all of a sudden take responsibility. Well, I would maybe do this. Or like, we didn't ask you to present the information for the globe Earth, bro. Hasn't it supposedly been one for quite a darn while, if my recollections are correct?
Yeah, they can't listen to a simple question, right? They just parrot wiki. Like I told you, in the back, above all the theatrics, is they got photos from space, and I trust Wiki and Discovery Channel pseudoscientists. Essentially, I'm just gonna parrot that shit. I think I'll get by.
yeah, man, it's weird. It's like they can't unglue their eyes from a screen. When I was in high school, the idea of Google Glass was an idea. They wanted to produce some glasses that had a little prism that you could, surf the web right in front of your eyes or whatever. And it's almost like they're hooked up to something like that, where their eyes aren't able to make it to observe reality. It's just going directly to Wiki, like right in front of their eyeballs. They can't. They're not really seeing the Earth as it presents itself. They're just Wiki says.
Where did someone's brain get transported to? Where you have to look up what you're thinking or what that you've actually. I've been on live stream telling someone right to our faces here. Something like because the Earth spins, and then like, what proof do you have of that? Hold on a second.
Yeah.
So they got their brains transplanted to freaking Wiki. What? When did this occur? I want a date. Someone have that? What day was it, QE? You probably are closer to the true date there.
Well, yeah, I just wonder when they're going to stop to actually go outside for a change.
I mean, the whole thing is like the thing about being a sailor, sailing to an island 30 miles offshore. And me as a sailor, I could be at the harbor and see the island because I'm steering the boat. I'm looking at the island the whole time. I'm not taking my eyes off of it. I can see it the whole entire time on the whole trip on that horizontal seas that you're traveling along. And so I keep asking the Globers, when does it change from a mirage where it's lifted up hundreds of feet in the air, if not 1,000 feet? Well, it's probably like 630 miles, I think. So where does it switch? It's got to switch somewhere, right, guys?
In evolution discussion, I got this guy to really kind of accept the scientific method, and he told me that the effect would be random. I go, okay, so evolution is a cause, and the effect is random. How did you connect the cause to something random? If it's always random, you never know what's going to happen next. How do you know it's evolution? He's like, because of how random it is. So a random mutation. What? Yeah, I was like, dude, think this through, okay? So if you don't do something, a random event happens. If you do something, a random event happens. How did you parse that out to make sure that evolution was the cause of this randomness?
Well,
It was
wait a second.
also not the
No.
cause.
No, wait a second. Wait a second. You're gonna have to define evolution first.
Oh yeah, they were off on that to begin with about like
You can only see the effect of evolution. You can't see the
Effect of what? What's evolution?
That's like when you ask my girlfriend said some whack shit before. Yeah, that's the effect of evolution.
No, I didn't ask you for an example. I asked you to define evolution, then define a scientific theory, and then post the scientific theory of evolution. That's what I need before you invoke evolution. You gotta post those three.
So before I ran over Crit, go ahead, Crit.
Yeah. So don't even let them get that far. They have to define evolution. Now they could probably give you the colloquial definition. That's fine. I could give a shit less. That's just preparing them for the guillotine.
Yes.
Then you say, what is a scientific theory? And then they have to post. Now, not what they think it is. They have to post a citation what a scientific theory is. Make sure you know what one is. So if they post something that's horseshit, you square them away. And then this is the kicker. Post the scientific theory of evolution. Oh, I forgot. All of these are with citation, by the way. Did I fail to mention that? Yeah, that's what I meant. So post the scientific theory of evolution. We want to see it. You're going to have a big fucking problem. You know why? Because it doesn't exist. And it never has.
You mean there's no science involved in it at all?
No, it's not a scientific theory. So when they tell you evolution is the most validated scientific theory in the entire history of science, then ask them to post it.
Please. With citation.
Yeah.
Give us all the citations. Footnotes, please, too.
They'd have a better chance of sprouting artichokes from their armpits.
That could be a new thing coming up on Mars.
The evolution, the fairy tale fuckwit, it's even funnier than a globe Earth. They'll never post it. It doesn't exist. Now, they might post some. You better know what a scientific theory is before you ask them to post the scientific theory of evolution.
You can use the word. You can use the word. Though. Look, it's the proper use of evolutionist. That conversation, the evolution of that conversation turned into something quite interesting. No, that was wrong. But anyway, you get the idea.
Well, yeah.
It evolved. The idea evolved into something just whack shittery.
Evolved? What's evolved mean?
Change from time.
Change.
Okay, wait a minute.
That's the colloquial definition. Well, all shit changes. So if you have a theory or a speculation that explains everything, you've explained nothing.
There you go.
Think about that for a second. That's not a theory, by the way.
True. You can't have something logical and illogical at the same time.
You know, a cause for a hurricane or cause for a change in the weather is not a fucking hurricane. Holy shit.
No, that's sunny here. That's me causing all this turbulent weather. Yeah, that's me doing it. Citation.
Evolution is stupider than a globe Earth, if that's possible.
The globe is like saying this, try to prove me wrong. That I'm not changing all the weather all over Earth. That Sunny is just talking shit. And Sunny might actually have the power to change the weather all over the entire Earth. I mean, that sounds like a whack job. Did you say
you need a mechanism. Change isn't a mechanism. That's not change. This is so stupid. Change isn't a mechanism. Like the change in the weather is not a mechanism for a hurricane. No, you got to state the cause.
Yeah, exactly. The cause of the hurricane.
It's not change.
Pressure differential. It's done.
That's not a hurricane. That you better go look up definition of hurricane.
Okay, it's a cyclonic event.
It's just not a change in pressure.
No, it's pressure differentials. It's swirling.
Pressure differential.
Yeah. High and low pressure, right? And it causes this tumbling motion of that.
I don't know. There's a pressure differential from my feet to the roof of my house. Is that a fucking hurricane?
Thank God.
Well, I
Your
mean, they
wife
do
would
say
have
there's
a
a
fit.
brainstorm, right? So maybe. All right, I'll stop.
Huey, you bring up an interesting point. They're lying when they say change over time. If you ask them to define it and they say change over time, they're not being honest. What they mean is that we want things to improve over time. We want things to violate the first law and the second law.
Yep.
That's what they mean.
No, change over time. That's just fucking ambiguous horse shit. Everything changes over time. That's the second law of thermodynamics.
Correct.
No, that's a valid independent variable. Just waiting.
Waiting.
Waiting. Yeah.
How many times have you heard them be like, "Oh, well, what did you vary and manipulate?" Oh, no, we just waited.
They think they're doing science by waiting on their fat asses.
Yeah, dude.
That's increase in entropy is change over time. That's not evolution. What's evolution, for fuck's sake? Well, I've been asking that question for 15 years. If PhD microcellular and molecular biologists can't answer it, the fucking skanking file idiots, Parrot and Wiki, most certainly will not. Like I said, we're in a carnival tent. You guys fucked up. You educated a creationist. That's your first mistake. Now, we're going to see if my wolf pups can be fed.
Be hungry.
Oh yeah, you missed it. Less is more. Les Moore was complaining. He's back on a sock account and said QE threatened to kill me. And you're like, what are you talking about, dude? Right? Like, he's like, yeah, he's gonna kill me and feed my entrails to his wolf pups. I go, holy shit, dude! What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, you think that's a death threat? You think that's like what is?
Yeah. Feelings. Oh, feelings.
And then the dude claimed he was in the army or the National Guard or something. I'm like, holy crap, dude! They serve coffee stronger than your feelings. Like, how did you make it through basic training? Like, the drill sergeant never said anything like that to you, and you didn't start crying. I mean, like, wow.
That's a good one, Crit. I've actually never heard that before.
Here lies Les Moore. 4 shots from a 44. No less, no more.
I recognize the name, but don't really recall any of his arguments or anything.
No, he was like a globe dude who was like kind of flat Earth adjacent and kind of had some other sort of peripheral ideas about government and whatnot and free speech but just one day he just decided to crack. Just couldn't. I can't take any more of this flat Earth stuff.
Yeah, I mean, even if you try to pretend for long term being a flat earther, if you're really not one and you're trying to pretend to be one long term, it's not easy. You will crack eventually. It's really like a core type of thing. It's not something you can.
Well, flat Earth is supposed to make you a bit stronger, not weaker over time. That's crazy.
Yeah, I agree.
If you could take the initial ridicule of being a flat earther, I think you don't give a shit about what anybody else thinks after that.
Yeah, we kind of touched on it earlier, how it takes certain characteristics, not giving a F probably being one of them in certain areas of your life. So, yeah.
I just try not to lose my, I don't know, the empathy, sympathy that I've had all my life up until now. I try not to lose that. But I get it, It's not easy dealing with folks like we do every day.
Well, I mean, there is the red pill and then there's the black pill. So you don't have to take the black pill, I guess. It's not for everybody. Just don't take the blue one, all right?
Yeah, I learned that shit was really messed up before I realized that it was as like this messed up. This progress.
Like the 3 hard counters when they try to make fun of you is if they say something about you, like you're dumb. Be like, sure, but at least I'm not you. Or they insult you, like you're ugly, you're fat, you're disgusting. Say, I've been called far much worse by far much better than you. And if they do just kind of like a blanketed statement, like all flat earthers are X, just be like, God bless you. God bless your heart. Like.
Yeah, that's a good observation, Crit. Those are so low level, It's like
it's fallacious.
They could do better.
It's fallacious. What do you mean could do better? It's a stereotype fallacy.
Yeah, God bless them.
I don't know, man. Just in video games, there's certain enemies that are just like low ranking. It only takes one swipe and they're dead. Like that's what those types of people are to me, I guess. Just all you flat earthers are just brain dead idiots. It's like, dude, do you have an argument? I can dismantle you with one fell swoop. All right, so, but yeah, I don't know. They're just lame. It'd be better if they had an actual argument, I guess.
Another thing too is just putting like "and" with a question mark. Like flat earthers just cry about the globe, and they don't do anything else, and like, okay, get to your point already. Okay, you've talked about flat earth quite a bit. Now, what is your point? So what are you trying to say? That you're angry that someone disagrees with you on the internet? Well, I'm sure if you make another, I'm sure a lot of your ideas, you're going to find someone who disagrees with you. So why are you so worked up about this one? Oh, you've got some worldview, some identity attached to it. You think you went to space because America's great or whatever. Or you want to make out with green alien chick. Dude, that's your fault. That's on you, not me. I'm not trying to take that dream away from you. Go have at it, Haas. Like, write a book or something. Direct an episode of Star Trek.
Yeah, they do have their identities wrapped up in this thing, It's embarrassing. You even see it with Matthew. He'll say things like, "Oh, well, even if they went mainstream and like what did he say? Like, oh, well, if they said that he does it with the moon thing, right? So they say that the moon is within our atmosphere. He's like, "Oh, no, it's not." So his identity is so wrapped up in this previous thing. Even if they update it or come up with new information, he's just going to discard that and go with where his identity lies. So it's like that's lame.
If Jerry or Quad come around, they were in a call on another server, and I got this dude just a meltdown. He's like, "It all started when I was in grade school," and I was like, "Holy shit, dude!" Like, I'm not sure how much longer I've got left to live. I just want to see the advancement of humanity one more time.
Oh my
God. I'm like, so you see that happening by freaking out over flat Earth. So that's, you want this, right? You want some advancement of humanity. You want to see aliens come to Earth before you die, and you've had all this trauma from grade school or whatnot. And your goal to get there is to spaz out about flat earthers. He's like, yeah, my dad was never around. He drank a lot of alcohol, and he kicked my dog. And I'm like, holy shit. Okay, dude, just log off the internet right now. You know, like, you've had too much internet for today.
Hey, what are you guys talking about with Helio's picture?
Ooh, yeah, I was actually going to comment on that. It's funny.
Yeah, that's impressive.
It's actually a way better if it's the right one I'm thinking of. There's a shot from The Boys. There's a TV series called The Boys on Amazon, and I think it's filmed in Texas, maybe. But yeah, it has an amazing shot like this where you can see, it looks like 4 different city skylines. I'm gonna go through my pictures and post the shot that I have. It's not the best shot. I couldn't. Amazon's lame. It wouldn't allow me to screenshot it from their app, so I had to take a picture of another screen. But the shot was brilliant. I think it's the same one.
Yeah, since I'm here from Alabama, there's a place where you can see 7 states.
This one that Helio posted shows that it's a flat baseline. You can see the way the sun is projected across the surface here. That's like a straight line.
It's a beautiful shot.
Okay, I found it. Maybe it's not the same, but this one's better, all right? Not the highest quality, but if you ever go watch the show called The Boys, this is an amazing shot. If you look at the picture there's 1, 2, 3, 4, like maybe even 5. We'll call it 4 on different like downtown areas. Like I wonder how far apart these this shot is. It's an amazing photo. But yeah, the show series is good. The Boys. If you haven't seen it, go watch it. It's pretty good.
Yeah, because superheroes were real.
Yeah. Because Superman's always a nice guy. He doesn't do anything wrong. Like in this version, the Superman type character is kind of a. He's not the nicest guy, and it's really funny. I really liked the show. It was recommended to me, and I gave it a shot, and I really enjoyed it. So. Yeah, Homelander. Yeah, so go watch it. I don't recommend things willy nilly. I don't want people wasting their time, but that's a show I think you would probably enjoy. Anyone out there? It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's like you gotta check it out because it touches on a lot of topics we talk about here too. You know, like, I mean, minor spoiler, like Big Pharma, they touch on that topic.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, even they touch on like the memes. They touch on memes in there a little bit too. Like, look at what we did with memes and how it had an effect on society and stuff. So, yeah, the show's it's really good. It's hilarious, dude. And the acting is good too. I have a lot of respect for actors because I had a friend and a coworker one time invited me to do some acting on a movie he was filming. Nothing major, but it was like the best friend of the lead character or whatever. And acting is hard. It's not easy. So whenever you come across a good acting performance, I'm always paying my respects. So in The Boys, there is a few
actors that do a really, really good job. Frenchie, his role was brilliant. Homelander did a really, really good job. So yeah, even what's his name? You know, the Australian guy or whatever. That was diabolical. You know, I forget his name in the show, but like they all do a really, really good job. So I don't want to bore people with the recommendations, but yeah, The Boys, go watch it.
It was interesting too. A lot of complaints that people make about it is that it's a vulgar and whatnot, but it's mild compared to the comic books. Okay, so if you were, they tone it down. It's on the edge of being a little too vulgar, but compared to the source material, it's not even, not even.
Yeah, Butcher is his name. Thanks, guys. But yeah, no, I agree. You know, it could be. That's actually what the person who recommended it to me said. They were like, "Well, you gotta be a little bit already red pilled or slightly awake or whatever before you watch it. Like, if you're prone to certain agendas and stuff, like maybe I don't know, be aware." So I went into it with my eyes a little bit already, peeled back. And I was like, damn, so I don't know. I can see what you mean for sure, especially when they get into it with the deep or whatever and Shouty. But yeah, so it's a good show though, nonetheless. It's very, very good. So I don't really recommend a lot of live action shows either. I'm a bit of a weebo, myself. So it's good. It's good. So I'll shut up about it. Yeah, I mean, earlier, yesterday, a couple days ago, I said, you guys have some homework to do. Have some pickup lines ready. If a Glober pops in, I don't want to hear this. I don't want to hear the old rigmarole. How did you find the server? Have some pickup lines ready at your, Miggy's got his 3 points. I got a couple questions up my sleeve. Do you think buildings move? Whatever. You think water forms in the hills? So,
what does a globe? If the Earth is a globe, what does that mean?
Yeah, Crit. Look at Crit for example. He's got. I've asked him directly to send me his list of questions. He's got a bunch of questions. Nathan Oakley has his housekeeping questions. I saw Crit had his own little mini housekeeping questions, and I really like stuff like that. So I think I encourage anyone out there, come up with some questions, have some pickup lines, whatever you want to call it, but don't just go into it and let somebody else lead the dance, especially these globe earthers. They don't know. They have 2 left feet. They should not be moving you across the dance floor. You should be doing that. So
yeah, when they come here, this is our house. They play by our rules, or they can kick rocks because they've got the rest of the world to shit talk flat Earth. When they come here, is go time.
Yep, I've compared this server to the show called Dancing with the Stars. I said it in one of my songs. Join the server to debate, but this is Dancing with the Stars. So on that show, we have like these D-list celebrities. They end up going on a show where these trained dancers, show them the moves. They go on and have performances and stuff. So that's exactly what we're doing. Some random D-list Glober joins here, and you have to show them how to rock side to side, how to do the merengue and all that, and teach them how to move. And then you put on a performance for all of us to enjoy, or make some content for the live stream. Yeah, Globers can't dance. It's true. They have 2 left feet. So, but do not let them lead the dance. This is your opportunity to take charge and lead the dance. That's why I also say that you should really treat, if someone new joins, like just say pops in right now, we should treat it like speed dating. I might not be the right guy to chat with this person, and if we get the vibe that I'm not the right guy, I should step aside and let maybe Crit try. And if he's not vibing,
it's like I said, speed dating.
Pass it on to Flatsy.
Yeah, maybe we'll find the right person, but yeah, that's really important as well. Just keep that in mind. But having a good connection is important too, because it's not about a certain combination. First, you say the black swan, and then it's not about the information. It's sometimes about establishing a connection so that the information will hit or land.
I think Indio said it really well one time. He's like, I have this way, like, he used the analogy of like pressing your palms up against something to find where there's sort of a weak spot. Like you can, whatever the object is, and you're pressing your palms against it.
Yeah, I like that. That's a good analogy. That's good. Yeah, it's great. So, but we have to be aware of that and just kind of find a good partner. Good dance partner.
Some people won't budge on something, so you gotta lead it to somewhere where they will like budge a little, and that's your inlet there to have a nice discussion. Usually, unless they're just unwilling.
Well, that's part of having a good dance partner, and putting out a good performance, or just dancing in general. You don't shove your dance partner across the dance floor. That what good would that be? Dragging them across the floor. You want to be able to move together. So that's what I mean by speed dating is like, first of all, find the right person.
Kind of like the Wild and Crazy Guys on SNL from the old days. Remember? Yeah. Come over to the bar, honey, and have a drink. Yeah, let's get up and dance a little bit. Yeah, this is great. Like, boom, 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 boom. Got to warm yourself into it. Sorry.
I love dancing.
Probably not this kind of dancing. I was being facetious.
I don't mean that ratchet booty popping either.
Twerking, come on, girl. But no, just that's what I mean. So in terms of speed dating, you have to be quick. So you can't. If it's your turn to speak up, that's why you need to have some pickup lines ready. You don't want to just go into it and be like, "So what do you want to talk about?" That's not going to fly. That's already encouraging them to lead the dance. So don't do that. So have some pickup lines. So if anyone, go and shout them out. I see Resolve says, "You really think men played golf on the moon?" That's it's a good one. So
this is not SNL, and this is not speed bumping.
Speed bumping. That sounds dirty. But yeah, no. So that's it's important. So having a new person on is a very delicate situation, and I always feel embarrassed when we drop the ball. If I'm listening and I'm like cringing if it's not going well and stuff, and I'm very happy when it does go well. So, but it's a delicate situation. So I want people to, if I can't be on the mic or whatever, like I want you guys to be able to represent me well, and I want to represent you guys well. So, if you need practice on the mic, like Dev or whoever, like don't be shy. Come and practice, especially in times like right now. I can be a baller, whatever, it's fine. But if you need practice, then so be it. But yeah, you need to have some pickup lines ready. So if someone joins, you can get started right away. And honestly, it's like swimming, right? Once you jump in, you get going. It's fine. You can find your way. Mimas is a really good example of this. Once he'll say like, "Oh, I don't even need pickup lines." Like once he gets going, he can figure it out on the fly. And a lot of us are very good at that. It's not like we sit behind Google waiting to type up questions and chat BBB or whatever. We already have a lot of this stuff in our mind. We've thought about it. We've researched it. So it's something we can recall at the helm. We don't need to sit behind a keyboard and Google stuff. You can literally hear people when they have to Google it. And I think that's something that we do very well is we don't have to. So.
Oh yeah, I love it. I don't have to look up anything.
Yeah, it's one of our strong suits. So, but part of that should be, like I said, being able to lead the dance, and then part of that would be having some lines ready to go to get started. And like I said, once you get started, you'll be fine. You can figure out your way. And so, yeah, I want to hear more. That's your homework, folks. You know, Sasha, Sunny. I mean, I know you're good, but anyone out there, especially you new folks, like have some lines. I want to hear what they are, and they should be unique. We can't just copy each other. You know, Miggy, you copy the 3 points. You know, Nathan Oakley's got his housekeeping questions. And, you know, even Crit has his own little version. We're not all copying off each other. We come up with new things. So I want to hear what you guys have to say, and you know, maybe I'll be able to use your 3 points in the future. We can have a 3 points 2.0 or whatever, our Discord housekeeping question. So yeah, maybe you're the next person to come up with a good idea for some pickup lines, but I want to hear them. So that's your homework. And if you need examples, just look at you know, some of the ones that I've come up with. I can think of 2. You know, I ask people all the time, do you think your house is moving? So I put my own little rubber stamp. That's my little gig, you know. That's why I've been doing that for, you know, it's my latest theme, if you will. You know, I've been saying before, you're not a level 1 flat earther anymore. A lot of us have been doing this for some months, some years now. You know, like we're not in our first season. We're in our 9th season.
Season 9, mother. Season 9. If you don't know what the goes on in this show by now, I don't even know what to tell you. What do you not understand about that?
So, like the clip says, we're in season 9. All right. So you should have some stuff built up. You know, look at Crit. He's got, if you want to, you know, DM me or whatever, or DM him, he's got a list of some really good questions that you can ask somebody if you're just feeling like you're you know, lost in the weeds, you need some help. He's got some questions that you can use that'll help get you back out of the weeds.
Yeah, it sort of diffuses, like when they're angry at you. You try to find some common ground, like where are you coming from? You know, like how many space programs do you think there are? How many space programs have launch capability? Because they'll start saying some weird shit. They'll be like, there's 80,000 launch capability satellite orbiting. I'm like, okay, you want to talk about that? Because that's not the case. You know, like your popular mechanics, right? 7. There's 7.
Yeah, like your questions, a lot. Some of them give them the opportunity to list their opinion. Hey, well, we spend this much money on space travel. Do you think that's a lot or too much, or you know, is it just right or what? And so, yeah,
is gravity a constant or an average? You know, what are you thinking it is? You know, small g. Is Black Swan about the horizon or something else? Who do you think has a positive claim or burden of proof? Flat Earth or the Glober?
Yep, that's the exact list that I asked for because I recognize the brilliancy, you know, how good they were, and you know, to the point. And you know, I've even wondered why we don't use Nathan Oakley's housekeeping questions in this Discord. Even like we've literally, in the time that I've been here, no one's ever asked any of those questions here, and it's like that's fine. I'm glad we do our own thing, but they're good, and it's great to see that you've come up with your own Crit, and I feel like I've come up with some of my own little version. You know, asking people if their freaking houses move, and you know the responses are hilarious as well. So
Nathan.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. But Nathan Oakley, what's evidence of our value? Are there any signs of Earth curvature, formerly known as the geometric horizon, and gas pressure without a container? Any scientific evidence for the existence of gravity? Any evidence of a molten iron core at the center of a presumed ball Earth?
Yeah.
Any signs of axial rotation of the Earth-based variety? Any evidence of the distance to the sun? That's it. That's the ones I have down. There's 7 of them.
Yeah, the one that I actually type one out in the chat all the time. People will come in and be like, "Oh, well, I study astrology, astrophysics, blah blah blah. It's clearly it's science. Obviously, it's science." And then I just asked Nate the housekeeping question. All right, well, if you're claiming that's science, can you name any single viable scientific hypothesis from that field? And they typically go, what? What do you mean? What field? So hypothesis? What? So it's like, that's a great question as well. So
yeah, it's just the rare Earth hypothesis. They take the Earth out of the model because it breaks the model so spectacularly. In their model, Earth is not unique. It's not even remotely rare. But Earth is unique, and it's like so unique that they can't explain why it's so unique. So they just insert a thing called Terra, and Earth and the Moon are just one body. Because that fucks their model up too. Like, how come the Moon is so large and tidally locked and all this other stuff that they got going on? So they said something's going on. They don't know what it is, so they have to put a placeholder there. There's a movie that talks about that. I'm trying, like Human 2.0 or something, where they're gonna cyborg, metahuman stuff, and they kind of explain in the movie that the reason why Earth is so rare is that it was a science experiment by some alien race to see what, how much they could break the laws of physics using, different forces and things, and then they forgot about it. And they just kind of let it go on its course, and then they come back to see what, oh, hey, whatever happened to that thing we did over there in the, Milky Way galaxy. They're like, holy shit, there's like life forms, and like, what an unpredicted result. Like, it's like amazing.
Also, laws that are not defied.
Yeah, because it turned out like on the opposite side of the sun, there's some sort of spatial anomaly that acts as like a counterweight, kind of like a teeter-totter. But we never see it from our point of view because it's on the opposite side of the sun. So there's like almost like a, I don't know. The movie's pretty goofy, but it's like that sort of way out there, science fiction type stuff.
Oh, that's going to be the actual science in a couple of years now. Just give it some time.
Yeah, these are called the Nemesis. Wasn't that the theory where there's another Earth, another planet on the other side of the sun, where aliens are from? Like was it the TV show Dark Skies? Oh, Cloverfield. The movie Cloverfield did that too.
I don't know.
Where like the pocket dimensions or multiverse. I think we're close enough to Speculation Sunday, huh? It's Speculation Sunday on the East Coast.
I'm not getting any of my Sudoku done because I like talking to you guys.
We like talking to you too. Yeah, it's been a cool night. It's been a chill night. It'd be nice if a baller popped in. We can get these grills fired up.
Get those snacks. I'll lay out the snacks.
Yeah.
Whip up some snacks and some beverages.
Yeah,
we can check in on Overseer and see how far along he's come. He's kind of on the fence.
I thought you guys checked on him earlier.
Oh, did you? Oh, I must have missed that.
While QE was here, I think.
Yeah. I've been in and out.
Well, yeah, Overseer, feel free to chime in, brother. We'd love to hear from you.
Questions.
Yeah, he's a nice bloke too.
I think it's nice to see people's progression through navigating in this area. Anyways, how they're coming along.
It's good to see what they're questioning at the moment.
Man, it's crazy because I figured it out all on my own and doing my own research. So it's kind of weird that folks like already jumped the gun and come in here without knowing either way, which is cool that they do. I wish I would have. Maybe I would have come to the no. I came to the conclusion pretty fast. I had some good sources. I don't even know if I could redo all of that again right now because the things that I found were really hard to find.
Apologies. Didn't realize I was muted. And I'm just taking it all in. Still on the
Oh,
fence.
good, man. How you been since last time we spoke?
Yeah, check out that video you sent me. Appreciate that.
The laser test, was it?
Yeah, 16-minute video leading to the hour video. But yeah, no, I didn't do anything more than that. Checked it out a couple of times.
Well, I can tell you one thing. The one thing that really convinced me was following the timeline of government operations back when all of this was established. So that's what really pushed me into this corner, and I had to figure it out real quick.
When would you say that was? You say it's documented?
Probably, definitely over a year ago now. It's like January of last year when I had already been looking into a lot of things that were going on because I woke up and I was like, something's not right. So I started digging and saw how much, I got on wrong paths a lot because they have everything coming at you from all angles. There is nowhere you can turn that doesn't show you propaganda. So you can't trust any narrative that you pick up on and you run with. You can't pick up any narrative with, I don't care if it's Jordan Peterson or AOC. If you like either of their narratives, I guarantee you they're put out there for people to latch onto. These things are just ridiculous. They're everywhere. So don't latch on to any narrative. That's one thing I can tell you for sure.
With things like that, take little bits from each.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea to check it out. And I'm not saying that you won't find something fulfilling in one or the other, but you can't find anything to fulfill you when it comes to human beings. No, I can't do anything, and nobody in here can do anything to enrich and fulfill your life unless you do it yourself. So maybe we can add on to it. I'd be happy to be an add-on to fulfilling and enriching someone's life because I only want that for people, but you got to do it for yourself first. It really does start with yourself.
Jordan Peterson was a big part of my journey.
Well, I'm not hating on that at all, but you got here, and I don't know if you've been checking out Jordan Peterson lately, but he's starting to show the colors of the narrative.
I haven't seen him in a while. I got all of his lectures, and then I got his book was really, really good. And then I didn't feel like I could get any more from him. So
yeah, I've got his 12 rules for life, or
I've
got his
rules
book. Yeah, no, don't get me wrong, man. There was a point where I very much was like, Jordan Peterson knows what's up. I just started having I don't know. I just started feeling really uncomfortable after that time when he was like, "What do you mean by you? And what do you mean by do? Do you blank?" It's not hard. It's not a hard question, but for somebody advocating for words to mean something that they already have meaning, and for him to break it down and be like, "What do you mean by do? And what do you mean by you?" Those are pretty simple words that you don't have to misconstrue If somebody's asking you a direct question, answer it directly or say you'd prefer not to answer.
What was that in? Was that one of his
It was
interviews?
one of his. Yeah, it was one of his interviews,
With
and it was on
who?
live. It was I think it was on a news. I don't remember, but I do remember that specifically. So I guarantee you, if you tried to find it, you'd find it. Unless they've scrubbed it, I don't know, but I guarantee you they're pushing a narrative with him too.
I think one thing with him is he's very careful with his words.
I agree with you. But he also, if you don't pay attention to the things that they cut and they edit, if you actually listen to him like live, people around him are exasperated because he doesn't he'll keep talking. He'll go on like these rants,
And then
but
he corrects himself as well, because I love it.
Yeah.
He'll make a
they'll
mistake
like
and then he'll correct
snippets
himself.
of
He'll
something.
go, maybe I shouldn't have said it like that.
I gotcha.
You know?
Yeah.
Funny. He's an interesting, really interesting guy. But I like complicated people like that.
Yeah, I really did like him when I first got into him. I'm not gonna say that I didn't because I did. I just since then.
What don't you
I've
like
been
about
pretty.
him? What don't you like about him now?
I'm not. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying,
No,
like
I'm
some of the
not. I'm
things
not.
that he's saying, he is contradicting himself. That was the first one that kind of made me like do a double take on him. And then since then, now I'm seeing what like he was tickling your ear at first, getting people riled up with emotion, and he's appealing to your emotions, and he's getting you to get behind him, and then he'll lay something on you, just like Tucker Carlson on Fox News. Like he was saying things that he was grabbing their attention. He was tickling their ear, and now he's starting to say some shit that's just off the wall and going against what he had originally said. Like that. That's how they do it. That's how they'll pull it along and get people behind their agenda. Is they'll put somebody out there that will tickle your ear and tell you what you want to hear for a while, and then they'll flip it on you later on. I just want people to be weary of that. It's everywhere.
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
Yeah, if it's on like mainstream anything, you can guarantee you it's pushing an agenda. Or
Yeah,
I've seen that in my experience so far. Anyways,
I watch all those shows like comedy shows now. As go,
yes.
look what this guy's saying now. Like, I was gonna say something, but we're not allowed to talk about it. I'm just gonna brush over it and not go into it. But, so they're on the news here. They're saying about like where the thing came from in the last few years.
Yeah, I've been hearing about that.
Yeah, and I'm like, that's what we've been saying the whole fucking time. And they're going, the CIA, the FBI, and all these that are saying it, blah, 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 came from leak, blah, 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 blah. But the dude, little ouchie, says, no, it came from... Now they're saying it's not a bat, like a badger dog or something. Like something really weird. Now they've changed it again. And you go, how
Yeah,
can
they're
how
only
can
doing that
these...
to lead people along string them along,
No.
and it's clearly nothing. It was nothing to begin with. It's
Oh,
nothing
it's a
now.
nothing burger. Yeah, of course. But anyway, we'll stop that before we go down a rabbit hole.
I gotcha.
I can't believe they're allowed to talk about that stuff on TV and we're not allowed to talk about this stuff on Discord.
For real. That's because they just want to control the narrative. They want to control the information being put out. But we already know that. They do that to the nth degree. There are no exceptions. If they're being pushed in the algorithm anywhere, they're pushing the narrative.
Mic check.
Clear.
Not to sound paranoid, I just wanted to say that I agree with you 100% on anything that is accessible easily for me. I'm weary about it too.
Toby. So fucking paranoid, mate.
Might as well be.
Yeah, about people on the media, in the media, or
I guess here's the reason why I can tell you what made me think about it or make me wake up to it. Daily Wire. You know, I used to subscribe to them. I bought their app.
What's that? Oh,
Daily
that's
Wire.
that little Jewish guy, yeah.
Oh yeah, Ben Shapiro, but it's also Matt Walsh.
Yeah.
It's Candace Cooper. I mean, that's all them there. So I got their app to follow them and keep up with their news on everything because I was trusting them.
It's just the same news on a different thing.
Now
the
Jordan
opposite
Peterson
side.
is affiliated with them. He works for Daily Wire now. So if I already suspected that Jordan Peterson was being used to push a narrative before this, and then he joins Daily Wire when I already realized that Daily Wire was censoring me on there talking out against Elon Musk, and that's how I woke up to all of that stuff. So they're all about not censoring, and then they censored me on something that I pay for. No, you can F off on that one.
Yeah. You don't trust any of those news outlets. I don't care what side they're on. I got nothing.
Well, you could tell that they were affiliated with certain folks. They're affiliated with like Fox News, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I just kind of thought that they were separate from that. So I affiliated them with Project Veritas, and I affiliated them with just a bunch of other people that Robert Malone and all people like that. When I was doing my research and stuff, this is where I started because this is what appealed to me more because I have a family, so I was thinking more conservative. So that's what drew my attention more. And then I was still uncovering things here and there while I was stuck on that. Then I found out that the Earth is flat. And then I was talking out against Elon Musk because he's pushing that whole narrative, and I knew that it was BS. And pretty much anything that was affiliated with Daily Wire, I was like, okay, now I get how this works. This is how they do it. So they're pushing out all these things, and they're acting like they're being censored, but they're not really being censored. They're acting like, but they're all over YouTube. Their algorithms soaring on YouTube.
You are fake news.
Yeah, they're acting like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not meaning to monologue. I'm kind of giving testimony here. I learned about their crazy agendas that are out there for everything and how they do it.
We can try and talk to Zeno Jesper if you want.
Yeah, let's do it.
Zeno Jesper. Let me... Alright, you got control of your mic. Open it up. Tell us where you live. Zeno Jesper. Come on, dude.
Right on time.
Hey, Miggy.
Is that your theme music? Did you take that as your theme music?
Usually when I come on, it plays whenever CB hears me asking if there's anybody that wants to go ahead and speak. So yeah.
I was just trying to get in touch with Zeno Jester.
Yeah, baby. I'm sorry, Timbo.
No, you're all right, man.
Go ahead.
No, I was just trying to get in touch with Zeno Jesper, but they're not answering. So
Zeno.
we were just waffling on a little bit.
Yeah, I've been lurking the whole time. So listening, freaking Discord drains the shit out of your battery of your phone.
Oh, on your phone? Yeah.
Yes, it
does.
Damn.
You get about 6 hours, maybe, from a full battery.
It's good to have one of those chargers that charge your phone in like 5 minutes, like to a crazy degree.
Yeah, it's bad. I got like 30% left.
Yeah, I was.
And I want to keep lurking, but I don't know if I'll be able to do that.
I always make sure I take a portable charger with me to work.
I'm gonna probably have to do that if I want to lurk. My lurking skills are weak. My lurking game is weak.
Wish you could
When you're low on battery.
Hey, it looks like Dev off my duty's in here, but he's not. Chatty Cathy on the mic, huh?
Yeah, we've been chatting on text. He's
open your mic, duty.
Doesn't want to make a claim. He said last time he opened his mic, it didn't go well, so he's a bit hesitant to open it up again.
Knock, knock. It's mayhem.
With that, you need the Undertaker music.
I like that sound clip you get. You got a mic? Yo, you got a mic?
You got a mic? I hear you breathing. You breathing, huh? That's you breathing? You got a mic? Oh my God, this dude is annoying. Damn. Oh, I'm annoying. You got a mic?
Zeno, what you say, Zeno? Are you in here? Hello? Yeah, Zeno's not here.
Zeno Hasper.
Just coming back to like the narrative they push. Like, have you seen that news compilation or the news?
Yeah, where they're all saying the same thing.
Saying the same thing, yeah.
Which one, like the democracy one, or the one that's like 6 more people, that equals 33. 6 more people, that's 33. 6 more people, that's 33.
So many of them.
Yeah. 33, holy mackerel.
There's usually the same day almost every day. If you could do that almost every day, you'd probably hear them saying, have a compilation of them doing that every day.
Yeah, so I have my deluxe tinfoil hat on. Hold on, I'm going to give you a shot of it here a second. Here, I'm just preparing. I want to put my ninja outfit on first. One moment. I'll be right back.
I'm not looking at the live stream voice text. Is Def Off My Duty going to say something?
Well, he's been talking in the live stream voice text.
Well,
he said he doesn't have any evidence for, globe.
So my head feels quite a bit warmer. I don't know. It's pretty cool. Hold on just a second.
Timbo, you've been loving this VC, huh?
Yeah, man.
I'm thinking like, I know Australian time is a little bit off from where my time is, but it must be morning, noon, and night when you're on. Like you're on all the time.
Yeah, you're on all the time.
Yeah. I jump on in the morning and then I kind of leave it running. Sometimes I shut it and then I talk maybe on the way home or sometimes at lunchtime, and then I have an afternoon session where I jump on for a couple of hours. And then if I'm not doing anything that night, I'll kind of be in and out, and then just when I go to bed, I'll jump on again. And then I might leave it on while I'm asleep, just accidentally. So
Your
But what does your wife think?
No, your boss comes over to you, man. He's like, yeah.
I'm the boss.
Do you think we can get those TPS reports? Oh, you're the boss.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're doing the TPS reports spiel to the guys.
Yeah, and listening to Discord at the same time.
Hey, look, man, y'all better get back to work, you know, because I got some shit to do.
Yeah,
like, yes, boss.
Got my headphones
like,
on,
all right,
talking
who's
to
the
people.
Glover in here that's gonna get his ass whooped? After you send your minions back to do their job, you're just like coming in here to flat smack. I love it. I get paid to flat smack.
And then turn it off, you know, when everyone gets home, so I can have a bit of dinner time and, you know, things like that.
you know the feeling though. Okay, so we talked about your day. We ran through all the checklists. Are we good here? All right, we're good.
Yeah,
and they're looking at you like, oh, yeah, I'm going back. I'll be in my study, guys. If you need me, just holler. Don't holler too loud if you hear me talking, though. You know how I get.
I'm just talking to myself.
It seems like working is how you're able to be on here so much, and the fact that I don't work and that I take care of my son, I can't be on as much as you. But I still listen in a lot, like even while I'm, playing outside with him or whatever we're doing inside, and
I sometimes wish I could
listen in and not speak for 8 hours. You know, like.
Don't you go stir crazy though? Like, when there's juicy conversation and you just can't get to the mic, you're like, oh my god, I'm gonna die if I can't unmute myself.
That happens
if
a lot.
If it starts to get a little bit loose, I have to jump in, but generally everyone's got it under control, so.
I usually try not to jump in, especially if everybody's talking, and that's usually when I want to say something, but I'm not going to because there's already so many people not really checking and talking because they want to say something, and it's like, I don't need to add to the chaos.
I am chaos.
I got up this morning and I think it was like 6 o'clock in the morning. There was 2 new guys just VC verified chatting. I thought, oh, what are these guys talking about? Then they started talking about demons and stuff like this, and I was like, oh shit.
Oh,
and then
shit.
I heard them
and you, Pike, you show up and it's good night, Irene.
And so I heard them posting stuff in the lobby, and I go, no, don't post stuff about demons, don't. I jump in, I go, all right, what's going on in here?
All right, they're slipping through the cracks, man. We need a morning person in here. We got to check the ranks. All right, who's the morning guy in here? Wait a minute, that's me.
Yeah, I have a whole morning routine with my son that I like keeping it on track because it's kind of like he does better with routine. So I can't do it. I can't.
No, I'm in here in the morning, but I'm just, I get up a little late because of my late work. But we need a morning person.
Do I count as a morning person?
How early are you on?
I don't know. It depends on if I go to sleep or not.
Well, morning's like what? 5 a.m.-ish? 5?
Yeah.
I'd say. That's, these pikers were in here, though, like Timbo was saying.
Yes. Yeah, so 5 a.m. for me would be like, late night for you guys the day before? Like, oh no, it would be early evening. What are you guys, 16 hours behind maybe?
Yeah, but it's, it's really hard to tell sometimes with these guys because you're just like, okay, the conversation's going good, okay, shit, I need to get in there. You know what I mean? You just never can tell, man. It's like, you're like, all right, it seems okay for me to dip. Like, everybody sounds like they're okay. Then all of a sudden, demons and, like, people that say that the earth can be curved, and you're like, oh, shit, I need to get back in. And then CB's going in, okay, guys, what's going on? I mean, CB's here, what's up? We gotta have like a little police sirens or something. All right, everybody, put your hands up.
Yeah, it was the same.
People down and shit.
The other morning, I think Pete O'Shea and someone else were in, and They were talking about something, and I was in, but I couldn't open my mic. I'm like, I need to jump in, and then Mimas jumped in, and he was like, "What's going on in here? I see people. I'm going to start taking ranks." I'm like, "Fuck, man, I can't open my mic," you know. He goes, "No, I'm just joking."
Miggy, you take care, buddy.
Yep, I'm a full-on Chrome dome. Wait till you see this. Hold on 1 second. Oh, I gotta connect this.
That's a funny word.
This is great.
So what time is it there, Timbo? It's 5 p.m.
Where I live here?
No, you're 3 hours behind me.
Yeah, it's late.
But I'm talking about Timbo.
It's 21 fart. Sorry. Yeah. So I feel fully protected now with all
3:45.
It's 3:45
Yeah, in the afternoon.
in the afternoon. The next day.
Yeah, Sunday.
Okay, well, forget the next day. Let's just say we're in the same time. So that means the sun's way out there. But where?
Yeah,
because when it comes
the
back
sun
around the other way from east to west, and then all the way around on the other side of Canada.
So you're 15 hours ahead of me. That's crazy.
So I'm facing north at the moment, and the sun is in my in my west, but only like maybe on a 70-degree angle to the west, right above me.
Oh, very high angle. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm in the south of Australia, so.
Facing
Okay, let me see here. Let me get control of this mic here.
It looks like it's going directly over top of me.
Facing north.
Which it shouldn't be. Because didn't it just do its equinox?
We can't predict anything for you, Timbo. You're the one predicted for us.
Yeah, I'll tell you guys what's going on. I'm in the future. But it's weird when you think about it because it's the same sun.
The way that you would think about it is that it's you get to see a whole like cycle before we do.
Or
Like
I know. Yeah,
moon in its newest phase before we do. All the things.
but it's funny because sometimes it's light here and light there as well. If you think about the mornings for me, which is evening for you guys. Both light. Same sun.
Well, maybe in that little time frame is where we get the cycles to change up. I don't know. Is it speculation Sunday yet?
He's here. But it's weird, yeah, because like that sun is supposed to be going over it's in between Capricorn and Cancer, yeah. But I'm in the south, and so Tropic of Capricorn is over Queensland. So I'm now nowhere near that. So that sun should not be over the top of my head. It should be on an angle. But it's directly overhead north. But it's on a 70-degree angle west.
Well, maybe the perspective of light plays a part in how we see the sun.
Yeah, that's right.
Like the sun and any kind of light source is kind of subjective to the observer.
Yeah, and we don't know what it is, where it is. And,
Well, you can't because everybody sees it personally. So
yeah.
this is the one thing that is actually subjective. When it comes to truth, it is a objective truth.
Well, that's the thing too, yeah. Like, even if we're not talking about a dome or anything like that, like, there's still a dome of atmosphere. So, I know they say directly up, straight up, there's no refraction. You go, yeah, well, that's impossible because there has to be refraction through a different medium. If that light is coming in and going into moist air, it's going to be refracted somehow. So what's it coming through?
When you go up and you look down into the more dense atmosphere.
Tell me if you notice any interesting identifiable characteristics in this face. So whatever. 1 second.
You look like you're going to the hairdressers or something, getting some foils.
Check it out. I got a freaking fro. Like how you got to cover your fro up sometimes, bro. Yeah. So yeah, it looks like I'm a long skull. Look at that. I never saw my head like that before. Holy crap!
The Nazca skull.
You?
Holy mackerel!
Dude.
That skull. Dang.
You don't even sound like an old man.
No wonder I feel so weird, man. Shoot, you should have told me. You should, Sonny. Somebody should have said, Sonny, hold on 1 second, Sonny. Put a tinfoil hat, like just wrap your whole head.
Sonny, that's you.
Yeah, I have long hair. My hair's down to the middle of my back, so.
Oh, that makes sense.
You old silver fox, you.
It's all packed up like it's a.
It gives a whole new meaning to silver fox, doesn't it?
I got the fro ring. I got the fro. Yeah, that's great, man. It feels nice and warm under there, and I literally have my head soaked with coconut oil, tea tree oil, eucalyptus oil, and then a shampoo.
I thought you were joking about that.
No, I actually have all wrapped up in saran wrap, and then now I got tin foil. I feel fully
actually.
and insulated.
Keep your hair in good condition.
Yeah, you're silly, buddy.
Yeah,
sending that picture to us.
We gotta post the after effects when it's all done.
Let's see those luscious locks after that's done.
Yeah, I have long silver hair.
Yeah, I didn't even think to. I mean, I think I saw a Flat Earth dude for the first time also because he was live streaming.
Oh, really?
At the
I haven't seen what he looks
get
like.
together.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, he was live streaming at the
I've been there and I haven't seen it yet. Hold on, I'll find it.
You want me to send you the link if you're already like it's one of his last live streams.
I was at the event.
Oh well, then you know what he looks like.
I know, but I want to like. How long was he live streaming? Because I want to hear it. He was. Probably
it wasn't a very good quality. It wasn't very good quality. No, I'm sorry. No, it's not very good quality. I don't think he realized it wasn't while he was trying to live stream.
That's the tough part.
But maybe because everybody was there, it was taking up that broadband a little bit too much.
Yeah, that
happens at festivals.
That is it, CB. A foiled do-rag.
Yeah.
Let me whip. Wow, I can't. You notice that sometimes you can't snap your finger? Oh, dude, what happened? No, man, I just rode 30 or 40 miles. It might have been more. It might have been. I got lost again. I told myself I would never miss this turnoff, and I missed it again. But on the way back was so fun. I mean,
you know, you don't sound like an older dude. You sound like a pretty young dude. You know that, Sonny?
That's what I was saying, Platty.
He has
that's what everybody always says. No,
I just wonder.
Huh?
I wonder where I missed you being an older dude.
Everybody does. That's how.
Well, you don't sound like it. You don't act like it.
Yeah, I know. You say dude and bro. Like, it's kind of funny.
I'm old fashioned, actually. Like I've been here such a long time. I've talked with so many different generations on so many different topics.
Well, Sonny, there was one really flattering time that you said that I was your favorite flat earther, and I haven't forgotten it either. That was precious. Thank you.
Absolutely.
You music people always stick together, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, we do. Shut up.
Yeah.
We have to try. I don't know. I haven't played in a little while. I have my whole room is bare now, so I have no furniture.
I think everybody in this arena that's the like kind of older are the top-notch flat earthers that shut down every argument. Globers don't stand a chance against these old timers.
Yes, you're right. Where's that?
You know, I love that we have like surveyors and contractors and engineers and physicists in this group, because we really do, you know, and it's great to have those kinds of people on board, because these people actually really understand that the concept, the physics of, the physical world.
Yeah, I was in. What was I going to say? Well, I got mixed up. I had a couple different thoughts at once, but here's an interesting thing. Wait a minute. What was I going to say about the Navy? What the hell?
I don't know.
Can't remember. I'm having old. So here we go.
Part-timers moment.
Hold on. Here's the problem. I have too many thoughts happening. There are multiple different things at once. But here's an interesting fact. Do you know that when they laid out the city of Teotihuacan in Puebla, in Mexico, Mexica, those ancient people, whoever built those, you could look up in a book the exact zenith on the ground at the center of that sun pyramid that I walked to when I was on the top of with my best friend when we were 17 years old. That the zenith of the center of that pyramid, you could look it up in the book and find out exactly at the second, the center of that, whatever's above, directly above that, the luminary, you can find for the second in ink, in a freaking almanac. What's that? So let's think about that. How's that, Globers? Like, how does that work on a globe? Why would they print it in a book if it's spinning and orbiting in like corkscrew fashion? Right? I think I'm getting transmissions now. This is getting better. So transmissions now that I have this conduit. I should ground myself. Hold on, I'm going to ground myself to the concrete. I should go down to the ground level, right? I should be grounded, right? And in the air, I have my big old tinfoil long. I guess I'm a long skull. Wow, that's really odd to find that out at this late stage.
Remember those guys that used to say that they used to speak to the Federation of Galactic, and they'd come on and go, "Hi, my name is Minu from Galactic Federation."
Galactic.
You said he was channeling the leader of the Galactic Federation.
Yes, we've been watching these flat earthers for some time now, for 3 generations. We've gotten transmissions from your radio waves for 50 years at least, and we knew exactly where you were. We did have to stay away for quite a while, but these flat earthers are right, Globers. It's a flat world. We came from outside with God's help. Just kidding. That's alien humor for you. We're just kidding. No, we came from further out in the plane, you numpties. Exactly. No, the oceans are horizontal. We're already from here.
When I first heard those guys, I was like, "What the fuck?"
I'm going to do a
These guys are wackos.
I'll do a comedy skit and film it. What else do I can't lose anything else. I might as well be ridiculous at this point. Hey, somebody never told me about, let's see, I'm channeling again, about, what was his name? Bibby Jedi. That used to be on the first server. Yeah, boy. Only the old timers would know about it. Y'all heard me. Oh, hold on. I got 10 phone. Okay, we're gonna design this better on the next model. Oh, okay. We'll make some cushions around the ears to make sure there's a perfectly good seal there.
What do you need? Some ventilation?
No, first I just poke some holes for my ear, for the ears.
Nano.
And then I decided, okay, I'll pull the whole ear out. Because when I put my glasses on, I just poked holes through.
Oh, jeez.
They have to be precise. So this is all technical jargon. Don't mistake my laughter for it not being technical. I mean, what would you say in the presence of a long skull? I'm probably related.
Are you a long skull?
Nano.
Do you see my picture?
That's what I'd say.
I didn't see it.
No.
I commented on it and didn't see it. I'm just kidding.
You saw it. Well,
I don't think that you have a long skull.
It looks pretty long to me. What the hell?
Oh, you're own worst critic.
Well, okay.
Oh, you're a goober.
Goobers.
I scroll up and see Sonny with a aluminum foil hat on, a tin hat, whatever. I just woke up.
Isn't that cool? Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Shit.
So you knew what Sonny looked like either?
All I know is I time traveled and here I am.
Oh, that's amazing. Like,
what?
Yeah, look, this is the new style. This is the foil do-rag.
Yeah, because they're trying to read your thoughts, man. Wear your tinfoil hat.
I think I'm just like pushing it closer to the skull, all the way around to get a good fit, and it feels great.
What is that, you crazy?
It feels great.
I don't know about any of you, but I really want that tinfoil hat that Nathan Thompson had on tonight.
Nathan Thompson had one on?
Is that you, CB?
Well, he had a
Sunny. Sorry.
Cat. No. Okay.
What's that? Excuse me.
Oh, I was just asking if that's CB in that picture.
Which one?
Yeah.
With the flat Earth stickers.
I'm just not as cool as Sunny.
I was just gonna comment that I actually know somebody in person who looks similar to you, and that's what I found to be weird. I'm like, wait, what?
You look like you play a didgeridoo. Do you play a didgeridoo, Creation Bear?
No, I'm just saying.
I do.
Think I may know Creation Bear's doppelganger from the East Coast.
Wait a second. CB, that's you?
Yeah.
Man, you look whiter than I do. Holy crap. Look at my nose.
How I imagine.
Scroll back up.
Look a bit Indian.
Scroll back up to my post at 50 minutes.
Bro,
look how big my nose. Look how big my nose is.
It's not fair.
Here, I'll
Look
at that nose. My nose was twice as big, man. It covered.
I moved your picture for you. Wait, what the hell is that? And why did it send that?
I don't know.
I always think of CG being this blonde cartoon character.
Oh, that's Goku. I mean, not Goku. That's Gohan. What the hell? I meant Gohan.
Gohan.
Super Saiyan Gohan, by the way. Don't forget.
Hold on. Post it again. Let's not be redundant.
Yeah, just copy paste it into it. There you go.
Oh.
Looks like that hyperbolic time chamber time frame.
Yes, they're fresh out the house.
I missed you guys. I fell asleep and it was weird, and then now I'm here. Dude, you.
Sonny looks like you. You're handsome, buddy.
You don't.
Oh, I get it.
Because of that.
So are you, Sonny?
Hey guys, that's when Sonny goes time traveling.
I'm ready to go. I look like an alien already, or a concentration camp survivor, maybe. Could be either one. I could be alien, though. I don't know. I could be a lizard person. I look kind of
Speculation Sunday.
Never saw myself with a tinfoil hat on.
I speculate Sunday is actually Gandalf the Grey, and he's a time traveler from another dimension or something.
Yes, that's right. You wouldn't recognize me in this realm. In this physicality, I take in a different shape. It's not the Sonny you thought you knew, but a different version.
In a world where
you got.
I'm not flat smacking, but I'm jamming out in my on stage right there.
Oh, I can play my guitar. I haven't played in a while.
You look like you are straight getting it, girl.
I was singing either Alice in Chains or Metallica. I can't remember.
Oh, righteous. That's awesome.
Oh, Flatsy's getting spicy on us. Yes.
I'm the man in the box.
I bet.
That was the man in the box was the one that I did. I usually like doing crap.
My nose and shit.
I think that's the one that we did. Unless it's Wood. The song Wood is the one that I like to cover by Alice in Chains. But
nice.
I didn't do that one. I did Man in the Box with them and Inner Sandman with them.
What key are you singing in?
Sorry.
I feel like it's easy to tell that that's me because of the picture that I already have as my actual picture with my son's fingers in my mouth. I like that this is a dox yourself night. I really am so curious how everybody here looks. Like I want to see what I hear, you know.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I've checked you out on YouTube, Jenna. It's really nice to see your face too.
There's no way I'm making a picture. There's no way.
Sometimes I look at myself and I'm like, I don't think that my voice matches my face.
It does.
You ever have that like you look at yourself
You
and
don't
you're
have
like,
oh, sorry.
Does anybody though? Like when you hear your own voice,
You can always put it in the locker room so people know what you look like. That's what I've done. I've got a bunch of pictures of me in the locker room.
there are not many pictures of me online anywhere.
Well, that's all
We're all
right.
exposing ourselves, then
I would
I'm
love
doing
to
it
see what
too.
you
hey,
Oh, I can totally
Timbo.
finding
that
a picture
you,
of me is
Timbo?
hard.
That's me.
Oh, snap. I did not picture you
snap.
at all. That's awesome.
I'm going to delete it now because I've got a business to run. So.
That's all right. You do, buddy. You know what?
It's on the lodge.
Me, Sonny, and Timbo looks. I love it.
That's
my
not
hippie
how I
face.
pictured you, Jenna.
Yeah, I pictured you that way too, even though you always have like a cap on or.
Yeah, usually I'm wearing a hat, but like I have hella long hair. Like it goes down to my butt.
You know, I tie jewelry
Hello.
as well. I'll show you
Nice.
something.
My mum's battery's flat. There you go, mate. There you go.
I got some pretty strong genetics. That's why I think it's funny when there's like weirdos that come in here and they want to be like, "You're dumb. I have superior genetics."
Yeah, I've got that, and I've got another battery. But I just opened that beer.
Timbo, you hot mic in, buddy. We can hear you. Those are some earrings I tied. There's
Still too loud. Even when I stand back, it's still
I'm just
too
grabbing
loud.
the battery. Come here.
Am I
Yeah,
still too
Helio looks
snap,
exactly
I remember.
like I would expect him to look like.
Hey, when I was standing back up in the
Helio.
What? Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say, you know the song "Hell's Coming With Me"? Have you ever heard that? That's what it looks like is playing in the background as Helio's like going by that picture.
What I was playing?
No. This picture of Helio with the hat on.
Oh,
Just all of a sudden, there's a song called "Hell's Coming With Me," and it started playing in my head while he's got. I'll have to link it now so y'all know what I'm talking about.
I hear you.
It's somewhere here. Hold on. Oh, here. I tied this necklace as well. So there's a necklace and some earrings that I've done. There's way more. There's way more that I do, but I like those glass pendants and stuff to use.
Yeah, I do some stuff like that. I do a lot of wire wrap stuff. Let me search my boundary.
Yeah, I like to make jewelry, but I don't wear jewelry, so it's kind of weird.
Wear rings and bracelets and necklaces.
That's precious, Toby dog. I love it. Yeah, I'm just showing you a sample of some stuff I've done. I remember the person I sold those earrings to was a beautiful Korean lady, or she's still my friend, so it's kind of cool. But she bought them, and her hair is so long and it's just beautiful. It goes with long hair better than short hair. So
That's great. I found a really old picture of me, but it's art, so you're not going to see much.
Here is a wire wrap that I did on this really cool opaque stone. And it took me a long time because I was wrapping wire around wire to give it that guitar wire effect. It's uploading right now.
Hey, it's really cool to use guitar wire to make, like, if you have a broken string, like I have a guitar, so I have broken strings all the time. Not all the time.
Yeah.
But more than most people would have to deal with if they don't play guitar, so.
Yeah, check out this wrap that I did.
Hold on, I'm going to mute them.
Guess what? I've rewound. I find that little thimble that goes on the end. I've rewound them myself. I use reuse string, keep using them over and over again as long as they're long enough. When they get shorter, I put them on another guitar that has shorter scale.
Yeah, that's real cool. Yeah, I don't do that. You seem to be very good at rigging stuff for your equipment. I'm not super great at rigging anything, but there was one time where I had to replace a preamp in my. It's an acoustic electric, but it's also a classical guitar. And let me tell you, it is so much fun to restring classical guitars. You got to know what you're doing, but it's kind of. I'm just good at it because I got good at tying jewelry. So
check it out. When I was sailing, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I want to tell you this. When I was out sailing and my 6-string, my acoustic, eventually they all rust and break. I used fishing line of different weight for my guitar strings when I was on that voyage.
That's smart.
That is smart because you're just making your guitar a nylon string guitar.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me.
That's smart. And if you know how to string classical with the nylon, if they don't have the pegs on them, it's not hard. You just have to do it like intricately and weave it through the others, like at the end, so that it stays tight for all of them. Pretty cool. The Earth is flat and stationary.
Yeah.
I don't know how we were going to bring it back around to that, but I'm going to just do it.
Because of because of the Doppler effect. So check it out. You'd never be able to hear that.
Excuse me.
If we were spinning, if we're moving at all, this building would be moving too.
The sound doesn't move that way.
Calm down, CB. The building's not moving.
Okay, this is weird. I have a deep dream artwork picture of myself. It's like art, but it's kind of got it's me, but not really. And I'm trying to find a picture of it because it's on the internet, but now it's not. And I'm like, did they delete me? Like,
I thought it was Cartman with red ginger hair.
No.
I'm just kidding.
I'm not fat. I'm big bone.
God damn it! I'm not fat. I'm big bone. No, get in my papa.
Yeah, my papa.
No, get in my papa.
Screw you guys. I'm going home.
Screw you guys. I'm going home.
Cartman used to be so evil. Post the real. No, never. I'll.
Evil.
Here's me from like 20 years ago. This is what I look. This is what I look like on the internet 20 years ago, or whatever. Maybe not, but for 10, 20.
Bro,
That's all you get. My hair's much longer now. I know.
Like expose themselves.
So high resolution.
Now I'm looking in the text that everyone just exposed themselves.
Yeah, but you don't have to. You can go to the locker room where all of the roll chat people can look at you. If you don't want, just
Good luck finding me with that. Like the real me with that. That's not even what I look like anymore.
That's not what I expected Sheepdog to look like either. I thought he had like long hair and a big beard, but like maybe like a big 7-foot dude, you know, like even though I can't see how tall he is. But
Well, I'd take a picture of myself, but it looks like I just woke up from hibernation. So I'm not about to do that.
Sonny Rock and Roll Agent at your service.
I'm also not worried about doxing myself too much. But the only reason why I care is because of my family. But other than that, I'm not scared. I'm not scared about my family either. So
I'm sure my customers aren't on 24/7 live stream Flat Earth.
My name is interconnected in a way where it literally doxes me automatically. I'm just saying.
I literally have a YouTube of me playing live music. So if you want to know what I look like, you can just go to my YouTube and there.
Yeah, not hiding.
Ta-da! Yeah, right. I'm not hiding.
Hell, look at me right now. Where my pictures of me with my son's fingers in my mouth. I want to think that Crit has his actual picture of himself just in that negative filter.
I believe that AI art and pictures is actual picture. Nothing's been changed.
No. It's a pain. I just really want to know what Drace and Karma actually look like.
Yeah, check it out. What do you think about this style? It's like a blues style, but check it out.
Hey, we got some folks up in here. We got Cooper back. There's a Caden, and there was another, but I guess he left.
Yo, what's up, guys?
Welcome.
Hey, Cooper.
I was just coming in here to listen tonight, honestly.
Yeah, we know you, Cooper. That's
I'm
right,
a little tired to really think and start asking questions tonight.
All good, mate.
You've never been contradictory or anything. You're not one of those people that's just in here to be like, nuh-uh.
I am.
We're just kind of having personal conversations at the moment. So if you want to, chime in, we're just playing around. So Not really talking about flat Earth at the moment.
All right. I've got some friends in here that just joined, Caden and Jace. I'd kind of been like, yeah, I like know them like in person, and I was kind of like talking to them a little bit. Or actually, I don't know if Jace is in here. I know Caden's in here right now, but
Caden.
yeah, I'll just kind of like talk to them a little bit, like today, and then like I just invite them to the server.
Cool.
Yeah.
Right on, dude. Well, we're happy to have you. It was a pleasant experience the first time you jumped on, and although your friends were kind of dinguses, you know, we're still happy to have you at least.
Yeah, some of them were asking some dumb questions.
I'm getting that our is all right. He's okay.
I was gonna say, I actually like your friends. I mean, if they don't know that it's actually real and they think it's just a meme, they're gonna do exactly what I would expect them to do. Treat it like a meme.
Yeah,
I agree with you, man.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah,
That's cool, man.
I think Jace is in here too. He just joined also.
Yeah, man. Everybody's welcome
driving, so I can't do anything, but someone else in here can. There's a few other people in here that can.
The number one thing we really care about is as long as people are respectful and they're not trying to be an ass about things. That's about it.
No, honesty is really the best.
Yep.
So you can't do any of the horrible things if you're being honest. You can also
and
be
respect
honest without being a shithead, but that's awesome. Be honest about being a shithead.
Yeah, they're tethered together, aren't they, Flatsy?
I've never been a shithead. Not one single time in my entire life have I ever been a shithead.
Oh, I was born a shithead. No, I'm just kidding.
That's what you think.
I know. I'm just being kidding. I'm kidding.
I was born ass first.
So the world can kiss it. Yes, I remember.
I was born inside
Love
out,
it.
but anyway.
Yeah, and AG was born inside out.
I don't know. Somebody said like nobody likes smartass, and I disagree.
Well, if anybody wants to talk to Jace, maybe Jace the mind sculptor. But no, there's a kitty cat. I don't know.
Okay.
Is that enough against the kitty cat?
One last brief musical statement.
Hold on.
Thank you.
All right.
I found it.
Jace, would you like to say anything? Welcome to the server. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, the best place to talk about Earth on Earth.
No. My friend Cooper just told me to like come in here and listen to people just talk, and he's like, what's it called?
Well, we're just shooting the shit because, you know, people normally just shoot the shit. They don't talk about shit that you would want to listen in on. So, I mean, we're just normal people just like you.
Yeah, Cooper just said it was interesting to like everybody like just what's it called? Talk about it. So I wanted to kind of just hear some stuff.
Yeah, they're a lot more respectful than like Arham and them. So I think they're coming in here like with a more open mind than like Arham and everybody the other day.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm saying like it's better if you engage in a conversation with us because otherwise we're just going to shoot the shit. We're not going to talk about anything in particular. We'd like to keep it on the subject of flat Earth, but we get off on our tangents because we're all just kind of like virtual friends now.
Yep. It's nice to virtually meet all of you, by the way.
Nice to virtually meet all of you.
too, Jenna.
Yes.
I posted a picture in the locker room. It's kind of an artwork version, I think, but it's the only. This is one of the only pictures of me that's still online.
In the locker room. What?
And I'm not going to take a new picture because I look horrible right now.
Yo, where the fuck's the locker room?
I'll create a link in the chat. Can we click that?
You're a frickin' wizard, CB.
Jump in. See, I was asking you guys to
facilitate the opportunity here. We have new people. Did they leave?
Well, they're listening in and talking and chatting, but I guess because it's kind of the Sunday thing, they weren't too interested in the. I don't know.
Oh,
they're still here.
They ran away because I joined. That's probably what it was.
Oh no!
I'm just playing.
They're like, it's Helio, run!
Oh, I think Jace did leave. Did Jace leave? Why?
Yeah, it's just they just all of a sudden left.
Well, Helio, they probably expected flat Earth stuff, and it's Sunday, so we're not really into the normal regular week type stuff.
Hold on.
Sunday.
No. I don't. That doesn't apply to new people. Sunday.
That's true.
Sunday is for us. It's not for them.
I mean, they must have got bored with it when they heard us talking or something, and I guess.
They're once they get a heavy conversation, they'll run away because they're like, oh, this is a little too deep. I'm gonna run back to another Discord where I can talk about gaming or some shit.
Oh no, it got real.
Well, come on,
am I muted?
Well, I think CB was actually addressing this earlier. No, you're not muted. We can hear you.
Okay, just making sure. I'm in the lobby, so I just didn't know if I muted myself before I did that.
You're in the poison room.
Oh no.
The lobby. Hey, while you're in the lobby, Flatsy, can you get some of those guys maybe to join in here?
You know that
the voice. Hey, CB, no, I was going to say CB was trying to address this earlier. How when somebody actually does open their microphone, come in here, how we address them initially. Is that weren't you talking about that earlier, CB?
Yeah, I was saying it was a delicate situation. We should handle it with care.
Okay, well, yeah. If you didn't hear what he was saying earlier, then you can go back and listen to it. But.
The guy that I'm talking to in the lobby is in the live stream right now. He's just typing in the lobby.
Bro.
Sure. Bro. And so if you have a gumption, is that a word? Gumption? Where you just like want to fuck with people in the lobby, we actually want to recruit people from the lobby.
Hey, RM.
Go ahead.
Pretty good. How are you guys doing?
We got plenty of folks in the live chat, so go ahead.
Welcome back. I hope you're having a good day, man.
Hey guys. Bro, stop. What's the topic right now?
It's Speculation Sunday. What do you want it to be? You want to talk about flat Earth or something else related to the flat Earth?
It's more about the flat Earth, I guess.
Well,
hold on. Speculation Sunday doesn't mean you can talk about anything.
Yeah, that's true. That's why
flat Earth is top of the conversation.
I learned a lesson with that shit.
Yes, sir.
Don't even start that.
What's up,
Don't even start that. Yeah.
But did you notice how I said it?
Yeah.
I
just don't want to turn into something like this. That's flat Earth is the major topic here, and that's what people want to talk about when they find us. And see, Aram just left.
Hey, wait, Helio doesn't want it to get out of control, guys.
Yeah, I get it, man.
Yeah, man, we can speculate. Speculation Sunday is for us, just like I said.
You're turning folks off.
What?
I got a question. Is there any planet Earthers out there?
Planet
Plain Earther.
Planet Earthers. Yeah, any of those out there?
No, just man.
No, we've been examining those for a while. We've come upon some interesting things here. This is the reincarnated long skull here. You can see my picture. It's been posted.
My wife, she's like, I heard a term today. They called them planet Earthers, and I was like, "Oh, that's good. Thank you."
Is that like a planet?
What does that even mean?
It's like a man. Good. It's a globetard. A planet Earther.
It's a globetard bar or something.
Right. What?
Yeah.
Wait, there's actually a globetard bar? No, I'm just kidding.
I know, dude.
Hey, I'll tell you what, though.
It's called the Sporting Globe, isn't it?
I bet there is.
This person, Jace, is still in here listening. We haven't talked to Jace before.
I think didn't we talk to him once?
Or maybe someone has. He has a listening pass role. So
Dude,
maybe.
Are you watching live stream? Did you see?
I don't think you guys have talked to Jace yet.
Hold on. You go ahead, bring Jason on. But dude, did you see my Chrome dome? Look, I have a. Sure.
That's not a chrome dome. That's a tin dome.
Look how long that skull is. Must be a long skull.
It's a good dome, man. It's good.
I love it.
Okay, and that's all.
So are you reaching low Earth orbit with your tinfoil hat?
I don't think they're gonna
with your guitar. Like you need to connect a wire to your tinfoil hat with your guitar. You'll be connecting to low Earth orbit.
I can ground myself to the concrete. And
you made a point to
I'm
say that
being-
we should handle new people with care, and they're all leaving.
Hey, can you unmute someone with a listening pass, or do you have to take them to DC check-in?
Yeah, I don't think they'll even with. If they have a listening pass role, they won't have access to their microphone in this room.
Yeah, because you can't even.
I just
Sorry,
gave
go.
them listening pass and unmuted them just temporarily. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can just ask a. Jace left.
Yeah, people have either deafened or left.
No.
What?
Yeah, I mean, if you have listening pass, that means you can listen, which you can listen without a role in here.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is but if you have VP verified, you'll have access to your microphone in this room.
Yeah,
you're not running folks off on Helio.
If they drop and rejoin, he won't be able to unmute his mic.
Yeah, listening pass is really kind of a generic. It doesn't really mean anything. I don't even know why that role
It does.
exists.
You can see the chat.
Yeah.
Oh, you can see the.
Yeah, you can see the chat, man.
Well, you can still post in the chat.
Yeah, CB, I sent you a message.
Still type in the
You
chat.
can't see the chat. No, you can't even see.
Oh,
the
you
chat
can't
if
even
you
see it.
don't have
Okay, maybe.
if you don't
Okay,
have a
cool.
listening pass.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding it. But anyway,
how are you, Helio?
I'm all right, bro. Man, I'm chilling.
What have you been up to?
I thought you were going to bed, bro. I mean, it's tomorrow. You're in.
Me? No, it's only 4:30.
Oh, it's 4:30 p.m.
Yeah,
for
Sunday,
you, right?
Sunday afternoon. So I've still got another footy game to watch.
Oh, hell yeah! Oh, are you gonna watch? Is there?
I'm going home.
Wait,
man.
do you watch the the Australian Football League?
Yeah, Aussie rules. Yeah, always.
Oh man, I
AFL.
love watching that shit. Those guys kick the shit out of each other, man. That's a crazy game.
Yo,
I will shut up.
Sorry.
Hey, Helio,
Yo,
you're hot
Timbo.
mic, and you just say that.
Yo, Timbo.
Well, I just worry that people are being ran off. You know.
Yo,
Don't
Timbo.
have a question. Go ahead.
I'll be back.
Well,
Don't worry.
I'm with my friends right now in the car, and I was talking to them about flat Earth, and they're asking about so if you go from Washington D.C. to Japan, right? It's like Washington State to Japan. It's like closer if you go the left way to Japan. That's what they're saying, and I don't know how to explain the map to. I don't know how to explain the map to them. You know how?
The left way. Do you mean east?
Yeah.
No, west.
Either way.
Yeah, I've been looking into this for a minute, man.
Well, why wouldn't you just go in a straight line?
You fly no, but and it's they're saying it's bro. Shut up. They're saying one way is longer than the other way on the globe, right?
That's what
On a globe, yeah.
That's what they're saying. That's correct.
Hold on.
Let's get on a flat Earth, if you go either way, one way would be longer than the other, right?
It'd be exactly the same.
So how do you? They're exactly. It's the same.
Okay, so if the Earth is flat, you can only go one way.
No.
No, you can't, man. Put him on. Put him on.
Dude, listen, that's how you haven't. No, I've tried to explain the map to them, but they don't understand the map.
I got a question. May I ask a question? May I?
Hold on 1 second.
Wait, let me answer it.
Tell your buddy that map is not the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Are you?
Hey, Aaron, put him on. Just put him on so we can have a chat with him.
Did you guys hear his reaction, bro?
Hey, listen, they're like too aggressive. I feel like I don't think they like match the peacefulness.
that's all right, man.
That's valid.
Wait,
Bro,
do you still want me to put them on or no?
Let me explain. To just tell your friend, because what he's doing is he's picturing that map that. Remember, you're in school and your teacher could like drop down a map from the chalkboard. There's like 3, 4, 5 maps there. That map where it's like a rectangle, and he's talking about going left one way. That's not the Earth, bro.
He's talking about Pac-Man.
Yeah, dude. Yeah,
they're trolling you. Okay, wait, just ask them. All right, bro.
No, just understand that map that you're talking about is not the flat Earth.
You can only go one way.
No,
bro.
What do you mean way? What do you mean way?
I have a question for you. I have a question.
You point the plane in a direction and you fly towards that direction, and that's it. There's no ways.
Just let me ask this one question. Let me ask this one question. What is the only direction? What is the true only direction?
You can go 2 directions, west or east, and east is the long way. But if you go west,
what is the one true direction?
To what?
Well, what's the only one you can confirm?
Period.
What's the one you can confirm?
There's north, east, west, and south.
No. What can you confirm?
Bro, what the fuck are you saying?
North is the only direction. North.
Think about it. Where does your compass point? Where's your compass point?
So south, east, and west don't exist?
No.
They are all objective to north. So you don't have a direction without north.
Y'all are confusing them. What they're looking at is a freaking rectangle.
We're going too far into it. Yeah.
And they're
the
thinking,
Makeda.
well, I can only go left. That's the thing they're asking.
Yeah,
1 second.
Okay. Go east.
It'll take me a second to upload it, but I got you. I think that this might help.
I was thinking that they were talking about an AE map, and I was like, what? And then now I get this the Makeda map, yeah? So if you go left or right, you stop because the map stops.
If the north is the only direction you can go,
That's so
then you can circumnavigate no matter what kind of Earth you're on, but the Earth that we're on is objectively flat.
And maps aren't reality, man. Like you don't.
Yeah, but
you don't
true north is magnetic north. It's not anything else.
You don't jump in the car and drive on a map. Yeah.
Well, dude, think about it. Arham. Oh, dude, they freaking left anyway. They were just listening in a car, but
Cooper's still here, and they're friends.
Just to wrap the point up in a nice bow. Well, think about it this way, right? If you open up your Google Maps or whatever, the map, you can orientate the map any way you want to, right? So, like, you know, like your destination could be on the left, or you could like rotate the map upside down, you know, and then now it's on the right. So, like, it's so goofy how people are like, oh, well, you can only go one way. You can only go left. And you're just like, no, that's stupid.
You can fall off the edge.
That's so dumb.
We live on a rectangle.
Well, there's only one true direction that anybody can know, and that's north. Everything else is relative.
I mean, that was a little advanced for these goofballs, but they were hotboxing. They were hotboxing some high school.
Like this is day one. These guys
or whatever.
Day one for these guys. Yeah, you got to take it easy with them, you know.
But yeah, that's
this is more like day 3.
Yeah, man, put the kid gloves on.
Yeah,
they look at what they do is they look at that map that your teacher had in 4th grade or whatever from the chalkboard, and they go, so that must be the flat Earth right there. And so
everything's already been explored.
Hey, all maps are flat.
And like Steve was saying earlier, I mean, better recognize who you're talking to. I mean, if you want to actually keep them in the conversation, you better know how to recognize what they're talking about. Or maybe you weren't saying that, CB. Or were you trying to run them off or keep them into the conversation?
No, you had it right. What I was saying. You're spot on.
Cool.
There's 3 people in the YouTube chat. You got Flat Earth Truth, Jenna, and Jack. That's it. Shout out
We
to
got
them.
Caden. We got Caden in here also, by the way, but no, just listening pass.
Well, think about it this way too, right? Well, that's just so stupid to say that you can only go one way. I already gave the map example. It's like I just hate that question. Well, how do you go from point A to point B? Well, dummy, you just go from your point A to point B. What the hell? Like,
well,
it's
like walking outside and there's only one-way streets.
Well,
so you
oftentimes
can only go that way.
They say, well, if the Earth is flat, how do you circumnavigate? Now, that listen, I know that's a dumb question, in flat earthers' minds, but this is brand new to a lot of people, right? So they'll be like, well, you just travel east to west, and how do you circumnavigate on a flat Earth? Well, nobody does that, for one thing, and but that's in their brain. You couldn't circumnavigate the Earth if it was flat. Right. So we have to, you have to kind of know how to address that question as well.
Good point, Helio.
It's a good point there as well.
Their brain is so flat and they don't even know it because they grew up with the Mercator map and they're like, well, you can only go one way.
I got that port-to-port thing from you, Helio, as well. I remember you were saying one day you were going, well,
I've been using that one for several years.
We just go port to port. You point in that direction. You fly to that airport or that.
Yeah, man. Or if you're on a ship, you go from one.
Yeah.
Would you ever get on a ship or an airplane that wasn't going to another port? I mean, that would be ridiculous. Have you ever why don't you go to Antarctica? I was like, well, there's nowhere to land. I mean, what am I going to find when I get there? I mean, a fucking A.
Hey, have you ever looked at a world sailing race map where they do the line around the continents and everything?
Sure, yeah.
It works perfect on a Mercator, dude. It's like
what happens when you get to the end of the Mercator? Do you have to stop and turn around?
You went around the world. Oh, you went here, you went there, and you went flat over here and flat, and then you ended up back over here, and you went around the world? What? Wait a minute.
Oh, Chop is back. Guys, Chop is back.
Bro.
Matthew,
what, bro?
Matthew, welcome.
Matthew, welcome back.
Giving Matthew a nickname, like a hardcore nickname, like a gangster globy nickname, maybe.
No gangster.
Matthew.
Either way,
Matthew hardcore or no?
Doesn't matter.
No, Matthew and I measured the distance to the sun again last weekend. We did it together.
You did it together.
We did.
Did you get similar numbers to what you got last time?
Very similar numbers. Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, this time we calculated a range instead of just a single number.
Yeah, we did. We had a plus or minus at what, like a 1% plus or minus, I think.
And what was the result?
3,487 average.
Yeah, it was 3458 miles high with a range of 3433 to 3483.
Right.
What did you use?
We did the math. We did the fucking calculations. We figured it out right down to the millimeter.
Are you talking about the shadows?
We got it down to the millimeter, man. Literally.
Are you talking about sticks and shadows?
Plus or minus. Couple
Plus
or minus.
Yeah, we did sticks and shadows. Come on, give us a hand, man. Come on. Give me We did. It was fun, man. We also calculated the radius 100%. We came up with 3950 was our number.
Wow. So you're telling me that you presupposed that the sun was an infinite light away from us?
Yeah, I think we I don't know if we use the sun distance. We used the distance between us and the equator, I think was the way we figured it, right?
Well, so what we did is we did a measurement of a shadow and then did two different calculations. One calculation assuming the Earth is flat and one calculation assuming the Earth is a sphere.
You know how crazy that sounds?
Oh, it's crazy.
No, why would you even assume the Earth is a sphere in the first place?
That sounds so crazy to me because why would you measure shadows?
Well, that's how they
It's
did it.
It's an indirect measurement to figure out how high the sun is on a flat Earth, or
That
how.
is only measuring the shadows of objects because of a light source. It has nothing to do with the ground.
You got it, Cam. You got it. 100%. That's what we do.
No, it doesn't. It's a light in the sky. The light in the sky is showing the
Only
shadows.
crazy people claim to
Oh
know
my
where the sun is, right?
What is going on in this crazy upside down world where people
Mathematics.
think that
That's what's going on.
shadows? No, mathematics is not going on.
I just posted a picture. What are you talking about? Geometry, if you want to be technical.
It was
Yeah, I'm
geometry.
telling you.
100%.
Hold on, guys. I'm telling you that geometry does not depict a globe Earth at all. You're telling me that you were measuring shadows from a light source.
Right.
That makes no sense.
All right, I can make
unless you're trying to figure out the light source, not the ground.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to figure out.
We did both.
Yeah, they were trying to figure out the distance from the sun to the Earth.
Yeah, we did both. We did the radius and the distance to the sun. And so, yeah.
But in my mind, I don't see how that correlates to, the Earth is a sphere. It doesn't draw that conclusion at all.
But with due respect, you weren't there and you haven't even looked at our calculations.
Yeah, but I'm saying that measurements of shadows do not dictate the shape of what the shadows are on.
That's not what we're saying.
That's correct, Kim. You are correct. That's not what we're saying. For sure.
Okay, so what are you saying?
I'm just saying that calculations of measurements, whatever it is, man. There's many ways to do math, man. I mean, but yeah, we did the best.
I understand. I took pre-cal, trigonometry, and calculus. And
I just thought it was a super fun exercise to see how it's done. And it was very educational. After the second time through, man, I really got a better grip on it. It was good.
I think it's interesting that y'all didn't get 93 million miles. You got
Otherwise, I'll never do it.
83 million miles.
I'm just saying, I think that it's interesting that you didn't get that. That's all I'm saying.
We could probably rework a couple of calculations, Matthew, and get 93 million miles. How would we do that?
You couldn't with what we did, unfortunately.
Dang it. I was hoping.
It's all wrong.
Darn.
Obviously, it's 93 million miles.
That reminds me of the Newton thing where he said
it was like 3 million miles. I was going to say when Copernicus first measured it, it was like 3 million miles. And then it just increased to like 93 million miles.
But didn't Newton say it doesn't matter? Like it could be this or that. And then if you're thinking about where light actually affects certain things, you can only measure from your perspective of what you see to when it distorts to that image that you're seeing, but not beyond it. So you'd have to go beyond it to actually calculate. I can't even say that the numbers y'all calculated is accurate because of where you're seeing, like your vision, where you're. Oh man, I just added in a bunch of factors in my head. I'm like, oh shit.
Ethergrass, man, it's pretty simple.
But I like that 3,000. I like that 3,000 number though because it's similar to what you got last time, which makes it interesting.
Very. I think we had 3477 or something last time.
And it definitely wasn't 93 million, so it's like, okay, that's interesting.
We weren't.
So the sun is local.
I think the time we did it last time, it was actually on the equinox the first time, right, Matthew?
Yeah, it was pretty close.
It was like a half a day or day away, right? This time we were like 3 days off, so we weren't exactly on it. It was the 18th, and then the two days off at least, right?
Okay. I'll do that.
So you can figure that at least the image that you're seeing, the illumination of the light, where it's positioned, that is at about 3,000. But then you got to go up there to see if that's right.
Well, yeah, there was 3,400 something. I don't know. You can go 30, 37, 34, 33.
Yeah. I just like that your numbers ended up very similar to the last time y'all did this last year. That was cool.
Didn't expect much difference. Did you, Matthew?
You wouldn't.
I didn't know what to expect. I didn't. Expect a big difference.
I didn't expect we were going to get any like 8,000 miles. Oh my God! Well,
yeah.
No, it was like
that's the point of science, though, to reconfirm what you got to double check your numbers and stuff. So.
Can you change Matthew's name to Matthew Planet Earther? Come on, man. That would be funny. Matthew Balls is not funny, man. Come on.
That's hilarious.
Did somebody do that?
Somebody changed his name.
Don't do that to Matthew. Please, somebody change it.
You guys could change my name. I was Dr. Flat Earth, dude, but I think Helio changed it to Flat Earth Professor, dude. And I was like, oh, okay, thanks.
Now I'm trying to think of a witty play on words for Matthew Lawrence. Give me a minute.
But I never heard it as Planet Earther. Matthew Planet Earther.
I always liked Matthew Curves. I thought that was a great one.
Perfect name for Matthew, man. If you're going to make fun of, thanks for coming in, Matthew, for dealing with our asses. I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, I don't care.
Yep. And now you know Sonny's an actual cone head.
No, Sonny was there too. He saw us doing the measurements, right?
I never knew my head was so large.
I mean, nobody paid attention but you and I, Matthew. Everybody else was busy, man. I don't know. I was trying to get some people involved, but it was just you and I.
I bet I give it about 30 minutes to an hour before Miggy shows up. And Mayhem's about to bring the mayhem.
Hey,
Everybody
Matthew.
was too busy talking to Mark Sargent. Go ahead.
Exactly.
The Planet Earther. Hey, Matthew, is this the man you met on the beach that day? How could you be? Could you be sure? Is this the Sonny you know and love? How would you be sure?
Definitely the Sonny I know and love, man. I've got great auditory.
I know, but you're not looking at the picture at 4 minutes after. Thank you very much.
I did look at your cone head.
Okay, thank you very much.
So, Matthew, what's your best proof that we live on a globe?
I wouldn't call it proof. I would say evidence, and I would say things like sunsets and GPS and satellite TV work.
Okay, so you're appealing to things that are based on the ground level.
Yeah, just evidence. So basically, when the sunsets, I think that's
okay. So great. You're focusing on ground level. Hold on. So you're focusing on ground level. So if the sky is very far up above us, then our perspective of what goes on in the sky would be affected about, how far up the sky would be. That's why we experience the things that are going on in the sky. Sorry. That's why we experience the things that are going on in the sky the way that we do, is because it's way up there. But it still matches. It still matches what happens with our perspective on a smaller scale, with a ceiling above us, or lights, like lamps above streets, like the street lights. They go off in the distance. Especially if you're on a flat road, which there are flat roads. Let me take you to Florida. If they got street lamps down a road in Florida, I'm going to tell you how flat that is.
Just come to Oklahoma.
It looks like those lights are, setting in the horizon. So why wouldn't things that are very far above our heads do the same thing, but on a different scale, but in the manner they do them?
Yeah, they would. And the way to tell the difference if it's setting or if it's going farther would be to look at the size. So when a full moon sets, it stays the same size. But when street lamps get farther and farther away, they also go down, get smaller and smaller. But
here we go. So the moon and the sun seem to be apparently the same size.
Right.
And the way that they act in the sky may be a bit different because one is for the day and one is for the night. But they do the same things due to our perspective, but on a larger scale because how high they are in the sky.
Yeah, you'd have to
So
take
all
all
of
that
the
into
things that
account.
but all of the things that you think that are infinitely far away are doing what they're doing on a globe would be very easily explained on a flat, stationary Earth that the sky is moving and not us.
I'm unaware of any easily explained reasons
How?
on the flat Earth of
How is
how
perspective
the
not
full
an
moon could
easy
be
way
the
to?
same size.
Okay, but how is perspective? How is perspective not an easy way to explain it
Because
when we
perspective
see
makes
this
things get smaller.
perspective on a smaller scale? But if you can see it on a larger scale, because you do, the sky is much further ahead above you than a ceiling or anything like that would be, and it does the same thing on a smaller scale. Wouldn't it do the same thing on a larger scale?
Yeah, you're right. I would say so. Perspective means that if something gets twice as far away, it gets half the size, and so it's
Yeah, but
directly
that
corresponds.
explains why your geometrical horizon is impossible because of our perspective and how high in the sky these things are. And they're still matching the perspective of our eyes, but on a larger scale because of how high above us they are.
But
So
I'm
this is
saying,
all angular.
yeah, it's all relative. It doesn't matter how far away it is. It's how much it changes is on a relative scale. So
Yeah, but
the question is,
it's very well explained.
okay, so the
Whether
question is, why does the full moon stay the same size from when it rises till midnight till
it's much higher
sunset?
in the sky and it's subjected to our perspective
Right.
here,
Right.
just like the sun.
So it's very
Both
far
of
away,
them
but it
are
stays the same
subjective.
distance.
They're both subjective to our perspectives of them.
Might argue that.
So
So they're very
because
high
they're the
up.
same size, that means they're the same distance from.
So, Matthew, I was up in 9,000-foot mountain.
Yeah.
The moon came up over the horizon out in the desert, high desert.
It looked really big, I bet.
Oh my God, dude. I mean, it took up like 30% of my viewing field.
I don't believe
Oh
that.
yeah, dude.
Fuck, what the hell is that, right? I mean, it just knocked us out, man. We were jumping up and down, like screaming, going, fucking moon was, I mean, it was like a movie. It was so gigantic. I couldn't believe it, man.
And yet it was only half a degree in visual size.
Whatever, man. It was huge. And then by the time I got overhead, man, it was pretty small compared, obviously. It was way smaller.
Oh, yeah. Visually, it looked smaller, but if you were to measure it, it would be the same size as when it rose.
I don't know. If I took a picture of it on the horizon and then took a picture of it when it was directly overhead, they would be the same size?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to do that.
Yeah, that'd be the way to do it. I tested that once.
Okay, cool. I love the high desert out here, man. It's one of the greatest places to go look at stars and moons and rise sun and sunsets and moon rises. Yeah, good place. About 4,000 feet up, flat, up there, you know, on the plateau. Not much light pollution out there. It's really nice. Anyway, I'll check it out, man.
Or you could look at the link. I have a series of pictures that I posted at 58 past the hour. If you click the link, you'll see the series of pictures, how it looked.
Yeah. All right, I'll click it. I'm clicking it. Yeah, I'm just looking at it.
Here's my thing. I just want to like lay in on this fact that the things that are going on in the sky absolutely match our perspective that happens on a smaller scale.
Right.
If you enlarge it to a broader scale.
I agree.
So the fact that you're saying that these things are going under the earth or under the horizon of the earth makes no sense, because on a larger scale, the perspective would be exactly what we see now on a flat earth.
Yeah, well, after the moon has set, there's not much perspective to look at. My point is that while
What are you talking about?
How are you going to measure the perspective of the moon after it's set?
It's not even just the moon. it's the sun and the stars. All of those things are very high above our heads.
Right.
And everybody is looking to those things to determine what we're standing on.
Right.
But what we're standing on measures and is utilized as flat.
Crazy.
So here we go with an explanation of why we see the things in the sky that we see and the way we see them. Oh, look at the way we see lights down a street or a hallway. Oh, they seem to look like they would set in the not so far distance. But here we go with something higher that is a light source above our heads that looks like it's setting also like those lights were, but they're not. They're going further away from our perspective. It makes plenty of sense on a flat Earth.
Yeah, what I'm
and
saying
not
is
so
that,
much on a globe.
what I'm saying is that if you're saying the moon is getting further and further away, my counter argument is it's not, because
The way
it's
they
staying
look
the same
through
size.
the air. Yes, I get what you're saying. The way they look through the air, they look like they're the same. You know, that's the reason why we see light, our light sources, even if they're headlights on a car. If you go and you look at a light source, it's all to your personal perspective. Just like a sunset that's reflecting on the beach is coming straight to your feet, but somebody 10 miles down, it's coming straight to their feet.
Yep.
Yes. So this is all very well explained on a flat Earth.
Love that.
Yeah, I think he's avoiding that. What you're bringing up, you're exactly right, Flatsy. He's avoiding that. Of course, you can see the moon when it's high in the sky, but when it's near the horizon, then when it disappears, you can't see it anymore. It doesn't have any. It has nothing to do with curvature of the Earth, and I think that's what you were trying to point out, right?
Yeah, it has to do with whether the moon is
Exactly.
moving distance or not. If is it changing distance? Is it going over a flat plane? It would change
It's clearly
distance.
moving. In the sky, it's clearly moving, Matthew.
Right,
Everybody
it's clearly
experiences
moving. But the question
the
is
moon
it moving
and
because we're spinning, or is it moving because it's moving over a flat plane?
That's the
makes way
question.
more sense on a flat Earth because of how far away, especially after the sun sets. When the sun sets and you can't see it anymore over the ocean, you still see daylight for a while, especially up here in the northern part above the equator. You see the sunlight so much longer after sunset that it's ridiculous. But when you're Timbo, you can even ask him yourself if you want to. When it comes to seeing the sunset after the sun is gone in the sky, the night takes over very quick. It's not something that you experience like we do here in America that is above the north of the equator.
Right.
We see the sun, like the diffusion of the light, so much longer than they do south of the equator. They see it dissipate faster. It's so much faster than us because of how much of an expanse it's going over.
Interesting.
It makes plenty of sense if you logically think about it.
Yay. We're on a spinning globe shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. Come on, Kim. Come on.
Welcome to Globe Earth.
That doesn't make sense.
Welcome to Globe Earth. Welcome to Globe Earth.
Oh, you make our shit, Matthew. Let me tell you something. I know because Timbo, I've asked Timbo.
That's the funniest thing I ever heard you say, man. That's up there. That was awesome.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
That was pretty good, dude. I'm smiling my ass off. Oh shit. I love that they changed your name to Matthew Planet Earther. I love that, man. Anyway, made my night. That's funny.
I'm sure he loves that one too. At least that one's something that he can roll with.
Yeah, that's fine.
You can snuggle up with that one tonight, man. Let that one.
No,
it's a one night stand, okay? Think of it like that. I'm sorry.
I don't want you to forget about how we have like people that are below the equator or below I'm sorry, beyond the equator, further from north beyond the equator, like Australia. And they tell us how their sunsets and their sunrises happen and how they're almost instantaneous, where we have like this kind of a slower process here, like closer to north.
It depends on what
The-
angle the sun sets at.
It doesn't matter. The fact that we
it does.
experience that all the time versus one direction from the equator versus the other.
No, you're right. Up in the
It's
northern
different
latitudes,
for
the northern
both.
latitudes, the sun sets slower because it's going at
Always.
a sharp angle. Same with
But
the far southern southern
that can't be
latitudes happen
explained
too.
on a globe. That can't be explained on a globe, though.
Not only is it
should be the
explained,
same.
it's explained
It should
and
be the
predicted.
same on the other side.
Hey guys,
It
there's
is.
some new people
not.
in here. Do you
In the
guys
southern
mind if
hemisphere.
we just interrupt this
Go for it.
to meet some new people?
Yeah, let's do it. I'm ready. You ready?
Yeah, well, I mean, you guys see the new people?
Yeah, do it.
I'm in the lobby. Hang on. Let me get back.
No, it's in the live stream room here. We have
I'm back.
we have Chop with no rolls.
We talked to
We tried him
All
earlier.
right, you talked to Chop. All right, and
No, we didn't talk to him. We tried.
All right, well, we tried. Overseer, we see verified.
We talked to him a bunch.
Okay.
Okay.
So they just want to be here listening.
We got
Yes.
the pig of death.
Zeno Jesper. You guys
Pig of death is on the fence.
I've been talking to him in he or she in the lobby.
They are.
So apparently
I'm
they
not
just
gonna
want to
do that.
listen to us talk to Matthew.
Yeah, me
I
either.
guess.
I'm not gonna do that shit either.
Weird. Anyway, go ahead. I mean, if you guys have this under control.
Hey, I love talking to new people, man. This server's about welcoming people in from
I
all
would
different
love.
of
I would
life.
just love to see.
I just can't believe
the
that they would just like come here and not open their microphone, be like in this room and not open their.
What about Pig of Death? Am I just seeing Pig of Death?
Oh yeah, hey there. This is Pig. I'm just swinging through.
Hey, Pig.
I was listening.
How's it going?
All right, buddy. Welcome to the Flat Earth Discord, where it's the best place to talk about Earth on the Earth.
Yeah. Well, I got a crying baby, but I'll hop in a couple of minutes. I'll talk to you guys in a section.
Okay, gotcha, buddy.
All right, man. Take care of the baby, man. Absolutely,
Yeah,
man.
yeah. Take care of your kid, and then if you want to come back, just open your microphone and say, "Hey, I have something to say."
Please take care of the baby.
Yeah, sunsets, sunrises should be explained very easily on the supposed globe, northern and southern hemisphere, but they're very different.
Hey Matthew, if
I don't think they're very. Let me just
Sorry.
respond to her.
Yeah, you're good. Sorry.
I don't think they're very different. I live near Los Angeles, and in Sydney, it's about the same latitude but south, and it's almost exactly opposite, 6 months different. You know how the sun angles and north south. That kind of thing. So
Have you been to Australia? Have you been to Australia?
And I was going to say the same thing, and Timbo was talking about it earlier too. So
yeah. So in the far south of South America, sunsets do take a long time to go down.
Okay, that's my point.
Wait, no.
Exactly.
No, that's not my point.
That's not your.
Do they? That wasn't my original point.
Well, Timbo's point was just like about the equinoxes, right? I mean, you have the southern equinox, and then you have like between summer and winter, this. You have the sun moving across the sky, between.
Okay, what Timbo and T-Wad have said is that their sunsets and their sunrises happen pretty fast. It's not as slow as it is with us. Like if it's about to be daylight, the diffusion of the sun is quicker for them. Like it's not as it is here. Like when you see the sun set on the beach here, how long it takes to like be actual like nighttime is ridiculous.
I ain't gonna lie. I've seen the sun at certain times of the year move very quickly across the sky.
I'm saying that the time that it takes for daylight and nighttime to happen.
Yeah, no,
It's
Flatsy's
very
exactly right.
it's very quick, on the other side of the equator, like on Timbo's side. But on our side, after the sun sets, it's still daylight outside for a very long time before it's nighttime.
So Flatsy, you're right that if the farther you are from the equator, it takes a long time for it to get dark. But I would say at a similar latitude in the southern hemisphere, 6 months later, the same exact thing happens. So it's not if you're north or south; it's how close you are to the equator.
It's just
close
like
to the equator,
how fast the sun moves across the sky from your observation. It depends on what time of the year you're watching it. It doesn't matter.
I don't think that's true.
All right. Well, so if it's
about
summertime,
15 degrees
if you're in
south.
Ecuador, if it's summertime in Ecuador, right? This is where that's where the equinox, that's where the path of the sun north and path of the sun south, it travels back and forth. That's where the calendar comes from, right? The answer is yes. I mean,
Yeah, so I would say the sun moves about 15 degrees per hour every day of the year from anywhere on Earth.
I think that it would be very, very important to take the knowledge of how, the sun sets and rises in, like, south of the equator in this paradigm that we live in, the reality, when it is summertime in our months. Because it will be different for, the other way around.
Are you let me ask you this, Flatsy, are you looking like the sun does something else in the southern hemisphere other than what it does in the northern hemisphere?
I'm telling you that they experience different sunsets and sunrises in their summertime months than we do in ours.
Yeah, I agree with you because the land masses in the southern hemisphere are more expansive. There's most of the land, according to
it doesn't matter about the land when it comes to this is where we have to realize that this comes from in the sky at this point. So if it's different in both, south and north of the equator, if it's different in our summer months, like in comparison, there's something different. It's not the same. It's not some sort. That's why they probably
what I'm saying is there's a
shape.
reason, because there's not as much land and there's not as many people there to observe it. But it actually it does exactly what it always does. The equator.
I would ask folks that live down there.
Okay, Timbo was talking about it earlier. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, that's who I've talked to in the past about this specific topic. That's why I'm even bringing it up, because I've talked to Timbo and T-Wad and other people that live in that area.
Yeah, sure. I have too for years. So it's not.
I zeroed in on this point because I wanted to know what they experience.
Yeah, sure. But
versus what we do.
Where the sun moves, it's a predictable path, right?
Well, I'm not gonna try to predict the sun. I'm just trying to say that we experience these things differently.
One thing we can,
and they should be the same.
One thing we can know is that predictable path of the sun. We can know that. It happens the same way every year.
Yeah, but there's a 24-hour sunlight in the north, but there's not in the south. Like, not direct sunlight.
Yeah, well, what I'm talking about has nothing to do with that.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, I guess we're talking about two different things then.
I don't see how. This is precisely the point that I'm trying to make.
I was just talking about the precession of the sun between the equinoxes. It goes,
Yeah, but
it goes
there's a
north,
distinct
and then it
difference
goes
in.
south, and then it comes back north again, and then in
Okay,
the
but I'm
middle.
saying there's a distinct difference in our summertime versus the summertime on the other side of the equator.
That's because there's less land, and the sun is still there. It's doing the same
There's more
thing.
area.
Yeah, there's not as much land there.
Yeah, there's not as much land there because that's like going against nature. The land needs to be closer to where the sun travels.
No, it doesn't. No.
Okay.
Why does land
Okay.
need to
Well,
be where the sun? We're
Do
just
you
talking
see
about the
land
path of the
anywhere
sun.
where the sun doesn't travel, or do you see something else?
I wouldn't presume to know. I just,
It just
with
seems to
the
me
maps
like
that
the
we can
sun
go by.
travels where land is.
No, the sun doesn't travel where land is. What
Does
do
it
you mean
not?
by that?
So it doesn't travel where land is.
No.
Okay.
The sun does what it does.
The
We
sun
observe
does what it does.
from land, and we've made
All
predictions
the
about
land
how
seems
the
to be
path of
where
the
it
sun.
travels.
Oh, we've made predictions of and have made calendars and everything off of the path of the sun, but it's not. Land has nothing to do with that.
Yeah, Flatsy, I
But where do
posted
you
two
know
links for you if
anywhere?
you're interested.
But where do you know anywhere that people don't see the sun? I mean, like the sun is traveling where land is.
So Flatsy, tomorrow in my area, the sun will be up for 12 hours and 20 minutes. And then in the southern hemisphere in Sydney, which is about the same latitude but south, 6 months from now, it'll be up for 12 hours and 12 minutes. So it's about the same in the southern hemisphere as it is in the northern hemisphere.
I would ask those who live the other side of the equator than us how their sunsets and their sunrises appear to them.
Okay, yeah, that would be a good thing to ask. Meanwhile, there's the time.
That's what I did. I took the time to do that. I was gathering that information and I'm displaying it now.
Yeah, get their latitude.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. Like, I don't know any other places that people, don't see the sun other than those who say they
like
see it in
Antarctica.
Antarctica, but they don't see it for 24 hours ever. Not even in the summer months
Check this out.
for them.
All right, you're in Alabama. You don't see the sun for 24 hours a day either.
I don't.
And nobody in the habitable nations in the southern hemisphere, they never see the sun for 24 hours in the southern hemisphere. Now, the habitable nations like Norway, freaking Alaska, people do see the 24-hour sun there, right? But even in the globe model, the habitable nations won't see it, even if the Earth is a globe.
The uninhabitable, you mean, though? Like, I get what you're saying.
No, I'm talking about like southern Chile. You're not going to see the 24-hour sun. It's not far south enough to see what in their model. So that's really kind of a moot point. There's
nobody sees the 24-hour sun in that region at all. Period.
Because it's not far enough south. That's what I'm saying. The only way you would be able to observe it is in Antarctica, and they got a shitload of fake videos of the 24-hour sun. All right.
Why would they fake it if it's an actual thing?
Well, why didn't you just say that in the first place? They're showing fake videos from Antarctica. And
okay, Helio, this is the point. I'm trying to play chess. I'm not trying to just get to the point right away. I'm trying to get to the point when it's relevant.
Okay. I'll shut up. Just like of course, south of the equator, land masses are different, and there's a larger expanse of oceans. The sun moves in the same pattern time after time. People in the southern hemisphere experience the Earth way different than we do in the north. So, I mean, I don't really see how that makes any of that, whatever you were talking about.
Okay, well, my whole line of logic here is that if it's different in these certain points below and above the equator, there should be something that is symmetrical below and above the equator when it comes to that kind of thing, but it's not symmetrical. Actually, it's a lot different. So we're experiencing a different time, how long it takes for it to be daylight and dark. Regardless of sunset and sunrise, it takes a longer time for us above the equator or north of the equator to experience these things. It takes longer, and it takes a shorter time south of it, is what I'm trying to say. And it fits the fact that the earth is flat, period, when it comes to that fact.
No. Earth is flat because it's flat, as far as the pattern
I get you.
of the sun.
It is.
Yeah.
Yes.
As far as the pattern of the sun and how people in the southern hemisphere, we'll just call it hemisphere for the sake of argument. That's a whole like we say in the South, whole nother conversation, right? They just people in South Africa and in Chile and people in South America and Australia, they'll give us their experience. Here's what I see, from the southern hemisphere, and like you said, we've been talking to Timbo, and
I've not just been talking to Timbo. This has been over a long amount of time that I've even been here. Because let me get this at least straight, that I was a flat earther before I came to this Discord. So I came to this Discord knowing this fact and trying to figure out what the hell was going on. And you guys helped me so much. So that's why I asked the questions I asked, because I'm going on this logical train of thought. Hey, if sunsets and sunrises are different in the northern, above the equator, the north above the equator and south below, or the other side of the equator, they experience these things way differently. And they've even had Timbo has been here to America, so I'm sure he's seeing the sunrise, sunset here.
Hey,
it's
Kim,
not the same as it is there for him.
If I had the resources to experience what Timbo does, and people in South Africa and shit, or in people in Chile, I would do it in a heartbeat. I want to see what.
Well, it's just a very logical train of thought that I was trying to follow. I can be proven wrong. Go ahead, prove me wrong. But
you're
this
not
is
wrong.
what I'm trying
You're
to
not
get
wrong.
out.
What I'm saying is, you necessarily can't know. I think you're. I'm not. I'm gonna.
I got you. I can't personally know because I'm not doing these things.
Oh, and like Timbo can't experience what we experience in the northern hemisphere either.
Yeah, but he can if he came here. So
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just like I'd love
did
to
he
go to
come here and
Australia and see
experience
what
it or not?
Yeah. So it's like there's all kinds of. But for what we do know is the sun moves in a pattern, and that's what creates the seasons. It's like, if the Earth is flat, what creates the seasons? It's the pattern of the sun. It's just like, What about it? We know that we all used to be globe earthers, right? We're the third rock
It's
from the
pretty
sun,
simple.
and we're
It is the pattern.
directly toward the sun, and as it's
It is the
third
pattern
rock
of the
from the
sun,
sun
though.
tilted, and then that's what causes the seasons. Well, what if it's not that? Which obviously it's not, because the Earth is not a globe.
Yeah, but the sun does dictate the seasons. It does rule the day.
Yeah, of course it does. Yes.
It really does rule the day, and it really does have heat. So if it's closer, it's hotter. If it's further, it's colder.
Sure. Yeah.
It's pretty simple.
Yep. Yeah. On Earth, we all experience the same thing. How it's interpreted is that's why we're here.
The fact that it is interpreted instead of just known as a fact that what it does,
Well, I
is
mean,
ridiculous.
for the
This is like
general
people. Hold on.
I'm sorry.
This is like people interpreting scripture. They're never right. They're never right. It's always like you need to read it for yourself. Please stop believing these people that interpret it a certain way. It is what it is.
Most Christians are globe earthers. Right?
There you go. Don't be a Christian.
Be a Christian.
Don't be a Christian.
No, be a Christian.
Because they are wrong.
It's the
Is
truth
that you,
about
Matthew?
Jesus
Be
Christ.
a Christian.
Well, she said, "Don't be a Christian." I recommend.
Matthew wants you to be a Christian globe earther.
Oh no, I want you to be a Christian.
I want you to be somebody that
I would
believes
never.
in history that doesn't take doctrines of demons or men.
I would say,
Yeah, me
to be
too.
their absolute fact.
Ether, go ahead. You've been wanting to talk for a while. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, I don't mind if people identify me as a Christian, but I'd never call myself that because I feel like I'm unworthy for me to say I'm Christ-like. There ain't no way I could be like him. If somebody else calls me that, I'm fine. I'm not going to be offended by it. But I am not bold enough to say I am like him.
You know what, though?
No.
You
understand
right.
what I mean?
Yeah,
You get
on
what
your
I mean?
own, you're not.
If you
but
call me
through
that,
the blood of Christ, through the blood of Christ, you have been redeemed, and you are worthy.
Yeah,
Oh,
but I'll let him call me that. But yeah,
That's precious, Matthew, but you got to work a little bit harder to realize who the Heavenly Father is. And the Heavenly Father is the Father of the Son of God also. And guess what? He didn't create this crazy, stupid, man-made universe. He created the universe as he saw fit. And everything that man does is foolish. Foolish in his eyes, and he will reduce them down to fools when it comes to understanding anything he's done. So please tell me where man has given you faith in knowing the universe that you live in. Please.
Yeah, God has given us a mind and eyes and an intellect and logic to look at the world.
Individually, he's given you a mind.
Right, yeah.
He hasn't given you a hive mind, so don't forget that.
Right. God gives us intelligence to and he tells us to have dominion over the earth. And I think learning about his creation is part of what he meant by that. He wants us to learn about his whole creation, and learning about creation can tell us things about the creator. So I think.
Well, let me ask you something about that, Matthew.
Oh, so aliens are coming.
Hold on,
great.
Matthew, was the earth first? In God's creation, was the earth first?
I don't know. It depends on how you read.
Really, you don't know? So you don't believe the Bible?
No, I believe the Bible. I'm saying.
Okay, well, what do you believe? The first verse in the Bible?
Yes.
In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. So that means the earth is first.
In the beginning, God created the heavens, then the earth, or the heavens and the earth, or the earth then the
heavens.
Globe.
No,
He didn't say heavens and the globe.
What? No. And the earth was without form. That's the second verse. And the earth was without form and void.
Yeah, so it's after the heavens, right? Verse 1, God created the heavens.
How could the earth how could the Earth exist without the heavens? Right. So
My turn.
How could the Earth exist
My turn.
without the sun and the moon and the stars?
My turn. My turn. Okay. Isaiah 40:22. It is he who sitteth upon the circle of the earth, who spreadeth out the heavens like a curtain, whose inhabitants thereof are like grasshoppers, and he spreadeth them out spreadeth out the heavens as a tent to dwell in. Now, what do you picture, Matthew, when it says tent? The heavens are spread out over the earth like a tent.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. He's clearly describing what it looks like. It looks like a tent. People look like grasshoppers. People aren't grasshoppers. The heavens
Yeah, but
are
a tent doesn't describe a spherical earth.
No,
So why would you think he would describe something that isn't?
because he's speaking to people on their level to understand what they see. And
Isaiah
describe it.
knew his language. He was
to people
speaking
on
his
the level
language
that
to
they
people who knew his language.
Yeah.
He is not speaking to people in that kind of cryptic manner.
He's talking. I mean, if you put it in context, read all of the verses around it, you'll see that it's a poetic description of what we see.
You're digging yourself into a hole, Matthew.
No,
because
I'm
in
doing
context,
hermeneutics and talking about context. You want to take one line out of it, and you want to ignore the other
No.
words, right?
No. That wasn't my line that I took out of it. The whole thing does not describe anything that you think that you live on, and that your paradigm is completely opposite of what is depicted in Scripture. You are taught in your paradigm not to trust your senses that were what? What are your senses? What did they come from? Where did they derive from?
No, God created my senses.
So why would he give you senses that can't depict your own reality so that you cannot trust the doctrines of demons and men? Why would he do that to you? He wouldn't do that to you. Sorry.
Yeah, God gave me senses and intellect and logic, and I'm using them all to understand.
Okay, all right. So let me point this out.
Hubris.
Can I point this out real quick? Because I'm not sure exactly how many times the word firmament or covering is mentioned in the Bible, but that would mean that your belief of living on a ball without containment is crap. Okay, I don't know how many times the word firmament is mentioned through the Scripture, Matthew. And if you're going to be a Christian and you're going to adhere to the Scripture, then maybe you should really study through that and understand what firmament means, and really understand that you cannot have gas pressure without containment.
Yes, you can. You certainly can. What are you talking about?
No. You can't, Matthew.
No, you cannot. Sorry.
I think of like 3 ways you can do it.
How?
The weight of the air.
Don't even list the pressure in question.
I'm talking about gas pressure. You want to go about weight pressure and all of this. No, I'm talking about gas pressure, where all of the gases are made here on Earth.
He likes to say your hand out of a car as gas pressure, by the way, Jim.
It's pressing against your hand.
No, that's the gas pressure in question.
That's called air resistance?
No,
that's you in motion experiencing air resistance. That's not
to the gas pressure in question.
So moving
stay
air
focused,
is
Matthew.
one way you can do it.
I can't believe I have to tell a university math teacher to stay focused.
I'm focused.
Okay, then please understand that you want to say that you're a Christian. You adhere to the Scripture. The word firmament or covering is in the Bible. I don't know how many times. Plenty
the word firmament
of
is
times.
Not in the Bible. The word firmament is an English word.
Okay.
Firmament?
Then what is it derived from? What is it derivative from?
Wait, yeah.
Okay, Chris would have already told me if I was wrong, honestly.
He's actually right. It is Rakia.
And Rakia
is right about that. And
what does
it has to do. Wait, they do describe it as being.
Firmament, but today we
let him describe it.
Thing? I'm just going to say that it's described as being like a tent covering over, but that's all it said. Like there's other verses that describe things as like it being a covering over. It never uses the word dome though, and like he said, the word firmament wasn't it, but it is rakia, and the way it does have a specific description for how it's formed. But I digress. I'm going to go grab some screenshots and stuff, and y'all keep talking.
Yeah,
What
it's a
does
covering.
rakia mean?
It means sky.
No, it doesn't.
No?
Rakia has a deeper
the
meaning than firmament.
It's the division between the Shamayim and the Mayim. It's like the space between the waters above, waters below, the space between Earth. It's a divider. It's a space between, or.
It's
But
like
let me get screenshot.
It's been it's been hammered out like a dome, or hammered out like, a metal. How is that not solid to you? Everything refers to the firmament being a solid structure, not your gradient that diffuses into nothing.
Okay, so do you think that the word firmament is the fact that it has firm in the first four letters means that it's firm?
No, what it's derived from, Matthew. What is it derived? What is it derived from in language, and what do those mean? What do those terms mean?
And what she's saying is true, because the actual ancient worldview of the Hebrews is important when it comes in the context of how it was written, and the firmament was regarded as being solid, supporting waters above it. In Genesis 1:16 through 7, like 1:6, 1:8, yeah. I'm reading really fast and I'm skipping parts, so that's why you guys aren't hearing everything. My brain's going faster than I'm
but
speaking.
it's still like
I'm like reading right here. We
it
go.
explains that the earth is like created. Period. We are created in a special manner to everything. So we are created in a special manner, and everything else is around us. It's not the other way around. It's not like in the Genesis story, did you ever hear God just being like, I'm going to spin the earth?
Ooh, this is really
so that
crazy,
it
guys.
goes
You want to hear
around
the definition
nothing.
for this?
Wait.
I'm sitting here looking it all up. Okay, so what is the word origin of firmament from Middle English firmament or firmament? It's F-U-R-mament. Heaven, sky.
Are you
From
researching when they put it in there?
I'm gonna get to that, but it says.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. My bad. I'll mute myself.
You're good. You're good. It's etymon Latin, to support sky, to support the sky. And it says that, just the regular definition is the heavens or the sky, especially when regarded as a tangible thing. So it's a tangible thing. It's a covering that may be tangible, may be reachable, but not penetrable.
You and me can't reach it. We can't reach it, but we're not going to.
We can't reach it. The Bible says it's impenetrable. The impenetrable firmament, Matthew.
So nobody's been off into deep space with their dumb drones and shit.
And so that's how you know the Apollo astronauts were lying, because it says in the Bible that
It doesn't matter, Matthew. Why does man matter when it comes to the divine? You should not consider what man has done.
Right.
Why?
Because I think
I don't want. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to you're not completely wrong though. It's like I'd have to say it's half true, but you're all right. It is an expansive or extended surface. It's just the proper context for what their worldview has to be taken into consideration as well when talking about this. Is what I mean. But if you're to be give a very, very simple definition, then you're technically right with what you said, but it does leave out information, Matthew. But go ahead. I'll mute myself. You're good.
You're good, Ether.
Yeah, so I think Isaiah 40 is correctly and accurately describing what it looks like.
Does it? Or does it depict our perspective? Because how do you see things? Especially if you raise up in elevation and you turn around in a 360-degree manner. What do you see? Do you see
Oh, it looks perfectly
A
flat.
circle?
It
Do
looks
you
like
see a circle though?
Yeah, it looks like a circle.
Okay, so it looks perfectly flat and it looks like a circle in your
Right.
perspective, and
Right.
you think that that's wrong?
No, I think that's right. I think that's exactly why Isaiah 40 describes it that way, because that's what it looks like.
Okay, but you're like putting that perspective onto a globe that is not depicted at all in the Bible at all.
Yeah, the Bible doesn't depict a globe. It doesn't depict electromagnetism
You
or
said that
information theory.
Okay, so it doesn't matter that it doesn't depict those things because those things are pretty complex.
The Bible does directly describe sonoluminescence, though. Haya
Yes,
aura,
it
let there be light.
does. Bingo. Love it.
I don't know much. I don't know enough about sonoluminescence.
Okay, but how about is it 1 Timothy 6:20? Have you ever heard of 1 Timothy 6:20 and 21?
Yes, I've heard of 1 Timothy.
So you're being like prophesized, and like those texts prophesy the fact that science will be something that isn't known. It's like it's not science. It's not science. It's not known.
Yeah. He says avoid the irreverent babble and contradictions of what is falsely called
But you're
knowledge.
not doing that, Matthew. You are buying into the doctrines of man so hard that I don't understand why you're even here. You're a globe earther, you're a Christian, and you're here, and you don't even follow the scriptures like they tell you to.
I'm a Christian. I follow the scriptures like they tell me to.
I
don't follow the scriptures
been
like
one
you
of the
tell me.
people that would have like.
We're not telling you to follow the scriptures in any way, Matthew. We're saying
Yeah,
this is what
you're
scriptures
coming up
say.
with this idiosyncratic ways of interpreting it.
That's not an interpretation. We're pulling the verses that say exactly what they say. They're not parables. They're not these weird cryptic things.
They're literal.
They state exactly what the hell it is.
So people are grasshoppers?
Yes, to God, to the Creator. Yeah, we are. Why would that not
to
be?
Creator's perspective, we're small like grasshoppers.
Why would that not be something perceivable?
Like grasshoppers, okay? The whole what you're missing.
Wants you to think you're a speck, like a sand, like a speck of sand. Man wants you to believe you're that, and God said you're like grasshoppers. It's vastly different.
He said, like, that's the whole thing, Flatsy, too, is the word like grasshoppers, okay? So you just accused us of doing something that you turned right around and did exactly.
No, I'm asking you to be consistent. Are you going to read that verse?
So man is telling you that you're like a grain of sand. And God, the Creator, is telling you like you're like a grasshopper. That's vastly different.
Here, Matthew, I took a picture of this specific scripture on purpose. Here you go.
You sound angry.
I'm pretty frustrated.
Sorry, I don't mean to make.
Hey, I don't mean to be angry.
I just want to have a good conversation.
I'm not trying to be angry. I'm not angry.
Read that, Matthew. Please read that, because I didn't say that. It didn't say that we are grasshoppers. It says whose inhabitants thereof are as grasshoppers, which is like. You are as grasshoppers, but you are not grasshoppers. It is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth, and the inhabitants thereof are as grasshoppers, that stretcheth out the heavens as a curtain, and spreadeth them out as a tent to dwell in.
Okay, so let me read it.
Believe man or believe the Creator.
Yeah,
if you have to, you know what I would tell you to do as a Christian man, Matthew. I would tell you to pray. If you, as a Christian man that you are, I would say that you need to pray on it.
I agree that we need to pray about everything. That's definitely good advice. Okay, so let me read.
He's not a Christian if he's rejecting the truth. If you're rejecting the truth of God's word, you're not. Miggy.
Okay, so let me read this verse.
That's the bone that I have to pick with you. You know, I didn't know you taught church school. You're in big trouble, mister, because you are a blasphemer against
No,
God's
I'm
true
not a
word.
blasphemer. No,
Yes,
I'm
you
not.
are. Every
No,
single
I'm not.
day, every single day that you're claiming that the earth is a globe and you're getting people to be indoctrinated by its lies, you are indeed a deceiver. You are exactly what the Bible talks about when it speaks of those who deceive. You have the spirit of the Antichrist, and you keep doing it because you're doing it willingly now. You know the truth, and you reject it, and you're teaching other people to do likewise. So you need to be hearing this. Other people who do it secularly don't need to hear this. You do. You're speaking against God's true word every single day, and you have no shame in doing it.
That's because I'm not doing it.
Shame on you. Shame on you for doing that to other people, knowing God's true word. I could say that differently to people who do it in secular schools, but it's different when somebody who's a teacher and is speaking in a authority position in a church school, indoctrinating the youth who are to be God's people, and you're doing it in a way using God's word. Shame on you, Matthew.
I reject that shame, and I do not.
I don't care if you reject it or not. You are going to continuously be doing that. I am his sword. I will be cutting you down every single time you're in here because you are a blasphemer. You are a blasphemer.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mickey. I agree with you.
Oh, I'm not a blasphemer. That's false.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
You deny everything that we throw at you.
No. Helio. No, it's not everything we throw at him. It's everything that is taught in Scripture. Period. He's denying it and
exactly
spreading
right.
it.
Yeah, it's just like Matthew.
Hold on
you're
before
just
you
like
talk,
a
Helio.
Yeah, I've been listening to this guy for quite some time, and I didn't know he was teaching church school until I found out. I was like, I can't even believe this. I'd rather not have heard that part of it. I just thought you were just a normie, heliocentric, anti-flat earther, but on top, the cherry on top was that you're teaching at church school.
You're teaching false doctrine is what you're doing. You're taking the doctrine and twisting it to conform to your personal biased beliefs of something that everybody was indoctrinated with.
Yeah, because you like the explanations of the globe Earth instead of not having things explained because the
and that's
Almighty, the Most High has the things He set in place without our knowledge because we don't need to know. We just need to rely on Him. Period.
Well, that's why I was like earlier. I was asking him about the principles. It was like first verse of Genesis in the beginning.
I would let Mayhem
He knows, Helio. He knows
and
exactly what he's reading.
That's why he's doing it on purpose.
He knows that, and he's doing it on purpose. So he has the spirit of the Antichrist. I don't care if he says, I reject your rejection. No, he is a blasphemer, and he's a heretic. And
no, I'm not a blasphemer. I'm not a heretic.
Oh, yes, you are. Okay. Yes, you are. You definitely. You must listen. If you don't repent and turn from the ways of that you're going right now, which is teaching other people about this heliocentric nonsense lie of the devil, then you're going to continuously be a blasphemer. Regardless of what you say, you are continuously going against God's true word. And if that's what you're teaching. And if that's what you're teaching and you're correcting other people in here about God's true word, and then you're saying the scripture about the grasshopper, and you know very well what it means. For you to go contradictory to that because you want to stick to man's knowledge.
That really got me too. That got me too, Mickey. Yeah,
me too. So if you want to stick to man's word saying that they went to space and they're astronauts up there, then you're believing man's lies. And you're going directly against what Scripture
worshiping
says.
False idols by doing that.
Let God be true and every man a liar. You're going against that very Scripture. And you're letting man be true and God is a liar. That's what you're doing.
Amen.
Look, I'm against lies. I'm against false idols. I'm against all those things with you guys.
If you were, Matthew, you would not be refuting literal Scripture. If you were, you would not be refuting literal Scripture, Matthew.
Right. I don't refute.
That presents itself to you as truth. The fact that the earth presents itself to you as it is, and you take man's word over what the truth is, as it presents itself from the Creator, Okay.
No, I'm using my God-given logic and reason.
No, you're not. You're using
You're
fallacy.
using man's logic. You're using man's logic to supersede God's true logic. He's given you your own senses to define what is self-evident to you, and you're denying that and taking man's word over your senses. Your senses are telling you the earth is flat and stationary. Your senses are telling you the earth is flat and stationary, and man is telling you that it's not. Your senses are deceiving you. So you're taking man's word over your own God-given senses, over what God has given you, to supersede that what God has given you, so that you can believe what man has said. That's what you're doing, Matthew, and you continuously do it blatantly, and you're not even just doing it just unknowingly. You're doing willfully. You are indulging in this by becoming a teacher at church school, and you're teaching other people in God's house how to become indoctrinated with the lies of the devil. And this is what you're doing. And I don't care what you say anymore. You are in it deep right now. So you need to hear it from God. Listen, you need to hear it from God's people, because we're the ones that are correcting you. And if you right now, if you're stopping, if you're like, hey, wait a minute, maybe I am in the wrong, let me repent, because this is not the true way. God doesn't want to
zero conviction from you, honestly.
You know what? You know why? Because
other people in my life speak into my life, and they're the ones that have the authority.
And go to that other people and be live with them.
You know what?
My community.
Take yourself. Yeah, hang on. If you want to do that, if other people are doing that for you, then you get yourself over there to those people, because these people that I care about are really the ones following God's true word. You are not, sir. You are a blasphemer and a liar, and you keep thinking that because you're sitting in here and you're teaching church school that no one's going to correct you on that. You're going to hear it every single moment of every single day that I see you in here. Every single time I'm going to keep coming in here, and I'm going to keep telling you until you get tired of me, because I'm not going to run out of this. I have a lot of stamina and a lot of time, so I'm going to keep doing it. And all the people that hear me right now that are of God's people are going to keep doing the very same thing to you, because you are a blasphemer right now. I can't believe that
I am not.
You are. You're teaching church school, and you're teaching people to believe the indoctrination of the lies that man has put forth. So man has said that, not God. Man has. And twisted God's word around.
I say we should listen to God's word instead of man. If they contradict, then look to God's word.
Oh, but you're not doing
that. We were literally reading you God's exact word. We were literally reading you.
And interpreting it incorrectly.
Bible's God's
word, right? Not interpreting it, taking it literal.
No. Literally telling you what it is. Like, this is what it says.
Without
not
any
interpreting
regard
anything.
for the context.
You are the ones interpreting. No, you're the one interpreting. We're taking it literally, buddy.
Do you understand? We both have a high regard for God's word. The difference.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You liar. You freaking liar. No, you don't. No,
I have a high regard for God's word. I think.
No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. You would have rejected the heliocentric lie the moment you found out about it. No, you don't. Maybe you've just been taught to believe man over God, and that's the way you think that it should be. But no, the reason why you listen to other people, the ones who influence your life, is because you don't listen to God. You just said it. You just said it yourself. I listen to my friends and other people that speak into my life. Yeah, but what about God?
My church community, not my friends.
What about God speaking into your life?
It would ruin my life. I don't want to stand up against that. It would ruin my life.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Only your friends influence you, right? That's why you don't want to make them look shameful, because they're heliocentric just like you. So
the
listen.
ones that are most persecuted are the ones that are not like you.
Oh boy, yeah, you're in deep trouble now. You can't get away from this, and you're not going to. If you don't repent, if you don't turn from your ways, you're teaching at church school, which all the impressionable young children that are listening to your lies are going to keep getting spun into a different direction other than what God's true word is being said. And so he's upset with you, sir. Very upset, because you are a blasphemer.
Okay, well, you tell us how God loves you.
You're hearing it right now. What do you think love is? It's correction. It's discipline. It's knowing when you've done wrong. It's not a big teddy bear that wants to hug you all the time.
It's changing your mind. Repentance is changing your mind. Have you changed your mind, Matthew? Have you repented? Have you changed your mind?
Of course, I know I'm a sinner, and I look to Jesus for salvation.
And a liar. And a blasphemer. You are a blasphemer. Yeah, that's true. You should repent.
Truth is much deeper than you think it is.
So how can you guys
the Bible keeps telling you? The Bible keeps telling you how deeply you have to look for the truth. It's not something that's arbitrary. Oh, it may be this or it may be that. No, it's self-evident.
So, would you level the same criticism
yes.
to the 90% of Christians who agree with me?
Yes.
No, I absolutely.
Yes, they're all blasphemers. Every one of them is a heretic.
Yes.
What about your family and friends?
Guess what?
Guess what? Even my family and friends that haven't figured it out yet.
Yes, all of them. They're all heretics. Listen to what Kim's saying, Matt.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. The whole point is that your creator gave you the perception of your life, and you perceive it as something that man is telling you that it's not.
Right,
why would you
because they're wrong
man?
sometimes.
Oh my goodness, Matthew, this is the only way that I can present it to you biblically that you can understand it. So man is presenting you with something that is alternative to what God, your creator.
I disagree.
You don't even know your creator. You have no idea what your creator is because you haven't researched it enough. I guarantee you've never gone beyond KJV.
In Matthew 5, they will turn to him and say, Lord, Lord, but did we not prophesy in your name? Did we not cast out demons in your name? Lord,
He
Lord.
never knew you.
And he's going to turn to you and say, I never knew you. Why is that, Matthew? Why is that? And it's funny that your name is... It's funny that your name... Well, yeah, that's what they said. He won't say that to me. Well, why do you think he said that?
He may say that to me. I'm not going to say that he won't. He may say that to me. But I'm saying that he will definitely say that to you.
Think about it. You think that you're sitting at... You think that you're sitting at his table right now, when all reality you're believing man over what he said in his word. His word is true. And you keep twisting it to other people because you are an educator and you're giving them this false information, that heliocentric notion that we live in a spinning space ball flying through space. That is not God's creation.
We cannot perceive this. We don't see it. We have to believe it. It is a philosophical thing. So you're telling me that I should believe this philosophical thing over what the Bible says, which is completely different.
No, I think you should believe this philosophical thing over some misinterpretations of the Bible in a way that...
Okay, Matthew. Okay, good. Doctrines of demons. Thank you.
No, not doctrines of demons. Just
okay. Matthew, how often do you read your Bible? I mean, like the corners of my Bible they're just so thin and worn out. I'm always through this Bible. How often do you read Bible?
Physical Bible, hardly ever, but I read
okay. There we have it, folks.
No,
he doesn't read his physical Bible for crap. And he wants to refute the word. He doesn't read it for crap. And he wants to refute it. You want to refute that, Matthew? Shame on you. I agree with Miggy. Shame on you, Matthew. You don't even read the word.
I do
you
read
don't
the
even
word.
read the word, Matthew. How dare you?
I read the word all the time.
No, you were trying to correct Flatsy earlier when she was talking about, or maybe it was Jenna that was talking about the grasshopper verse. You were trying to correct somebody. I heard you when I came in here, and I'm like, wait a minute. And if that's the case, if you're being truthful about that you don't read, how are you then going to correct somebody if you don't have that relationship with your?
I read the Bible all the time.
Okay.
What you just now you're lying because you just said that you don't physically read it much at all. And now you want to say you read it all the time?
Can I have two sentences?
Which one is it, Matthew?
Well, if
Go
you
ahead,
allow
Matthew.
me to
My question is, how you not physically reading?
Just let him talk.
So either
how you not physically reading?
Either Jenna or Flatsy.
Are you not physically reading, Matthew?
Oh goodness.
Sasha, would you like me to answer the question?
Yep.
Okay.
So it's starting like this. It's starting like this. I'm not physically reading because of this. Can you try?
Either Jenna or Flatsy.
No, Matthew. How are you not physically reading?
Does anybody want me to answer the question?
You said I'm physically not reading. I'm asking you how you not physically reading.
Either Flatsy or Jenna described that.
That's not the answer. That's not the answer.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish talking.
Sasha, hold on.
You know how Sasha talks. I mean, you know what he's asking you. Why don't you just answer him? You know, I mean, he doesn't. You know, his English isn't perfect, but you know what he's asking you. Answer the fucking question.
In any language, he knows that he's interrupting the middle of my sentences, and so I just stop when he does.
Oh, really? Oh, really, Matthew? Did you interrupt the people in the last 10 minutes?
I try not to.
Oh, why you did it?
It can be difficult. We're not perfect.
Yeah, of course. We're having a conversation.
Okay, so we have a conversation now. I will wait. Can you answer now the question?
Yes, I will.
Yes.
Okay.
Either Jenna or Flatsy described.
No, that's not the answer of the question. My question is how you not physically reading?
Physically reading.
Try again.
You're talking about
You said You said I'm physically not reading. I'm asking you how you not physically reading.
Will you allow me 2 sentences to describe the context to answer, or are you going to just? Okay, Sasha. Here's your answer. I don't remember who, but either Jenna or Flatsy described that she reads her Bible so much that the corners are turned and worn out. And good for her. People should read their Bible that much. I almost always read my Bible online on devices on YouVersion, and I read my Bible every day. But I was saying I do not physically read my physical Bible. I read the online version, and I read it all the time.
You know why you should, Matthew?
I'm open to suggestions. I think that it's.
Are you saying that Bible from internet is different that real Bible?
No. I was describing.
And what that mean?
You know why you should, Matthew?
You explained that you're reading from the internet, okay?
Right.
Is that different from the Jenna's Bible?
Oh, there are some differences, but I want to hear what Flatsy said.
Oh, you have that mean that you're reading different Bible from that Bible.
Sasha, would you just be quiet and let us finish this conversation for 30 seconds?
No, I will not be quiet.
Okay. Flatsy, why is it better to read?
Because it's 8 in the morning. You wake me up.
I think you woke yourself up.
I think that it's very important to read the Bible. And
I want to know the difference between Bible on the internet and Bible book.
She was halfway through the first sentence of her explanation when you asked the question.
Matthew, can you tell me the difference between Bible on the internet and Bible in the book?
It's late. I got to go to church tomorrow. This is
bye. Go bye and bye.
I would be interested in hearing your.
See you native when you are making video. You need time. Go and make video. You're making.
Oh man, he left.
Yeah, he ran. Sasha, I was going to ask him to ask his pastor the difference between Chug and Dur. He left too quick.
I have more question. I need to know what is different between measurements and.
Honestly, we already had him in a corner, so Sasha was only like backing him.
Right, guys, wait.
Can't really blame him for leaving. It was for people dogpiling on him.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Everybody's excited about it because it's something passionate to talk about. So, but then when we're all have something passionate, right, we want to get it out, then it'll end up. It sounds exactly like what everything just sounded like. But I understand everybody's.
Hold on, though. He likes to talk to certain people. He doesn't like to talk to anyone. Yeah. He likes to talk to certain people. So he was Jenna and me, he was singling out because we're females, I guarantee you.
Oh, I saw, he refused to answer. Mayhem came in and said a couple, and he would not. He
You just
turned
let
away
us
from it.
take
Yep.
care of it, and I guarantee you that we can like make him concede to believe. I guarantee.
He singled you out, both of you, because you allowed him to speak without cutting him off. I was listening to the
Well, I
entire
guarantee
conversation,
you.
and that's why he was
I
trying to
don't.
single you out.
That's good.
Probably.
That's good if I did that. That's my.
He did reference, as he did say afterward, it was the physical Bible, and he tried to say the online Bible or read the online, and he didn't get the chance. He kept getting cut off.
Oh, he got the chance. His chance is called 1846 flat Earth debate Nathan Oakley show. Do you want to see that?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you can send it to me. I'll have a look at it for sure.
Yeah,
that's
go
true,
go
too.
and watch that.
Here's the thing, though. Like when it comes to scripture, if you're gonna like Matthew follows scripture, it is not consistent with his beliefs. It's not. And you can sit here and you can try to make it seem like it's compatible or not with your own beliefs, but it's not. So the point that we're making is that there is accountability for what you take in as knowledge and what you perceive as reality. And if you want to perceive reality in a different spectrum, you're going to have to go off into those other realms that nobody else is in and that nobody else experiences and that nobody else will ever back you up on because they don't experience it. All of the things that I listed to that point, why don't you take it back from that point that I said? Because it all comes back to a point like of actual understanding. We all understand the earth to be presenting itself as a topographical plane.
Here's one thing that I was the reason why I came in pretty hot was because I know a lot of people in here are from different religious backgrounds, and I respect that, right? Everybody comes in from different places, but Matthew, like Flatsy was saying, was in alignment with what we understand as a biblical context, and so I know that I recently just found out that he taught at a church school. So for me, and looking at what he's doing, is blasphemous. So from the standpoint that I'm talking to him, I'm not speaking to him in a secular way like you would is just like any old teacher at a high school. He's actually teaching, in fact, in a church school.
No, I follow you.
He's twisting the words of what is said in the biblical context to fit a narrative that has been what we would consider the worldview, right? Like the world paradigm as it stands right now, which is the globalist paradigm. And so he's go ahead and saying that thus saith the Lord, the earth is a globe. And that doesn't sit well. Because if you're going to be that much of a blasphemer and that much of a liar and then say that God's word is signing off on this, then you're way, way in the wrong. It's worse when you're just already a secular globalist. And it doesn't matter. I don't care, like different religious backgrounds and stuff. That's fine, right? I'm talking specifically to this guy who follows the biblical narrative. And that's why to me, it's a special kind of different approach to it. It's not the same as I would if a secular person, because this guy is actually teaching this willingly. And as he stated, he'd rather have his peers who speak into his life about what's right and what's wrong versus him actually going off into a corner by himself and just studying God's word, meditating on the word and letting God speak to him. He didn't say that. He said these other people speak into his life, which means that he's getting influenced by people versus what he should be getting influenced by the word. And then letting scripture interpret scripture by itself, which is sola scriptura. He doesn't do that. He listens to other people who influence him. So I came at the angle from that he's taking what we understand even just the basic physical known
Scripture
reality.
does interpret scripture, though, so I really appreciate you saying that.
Yeah.
Scripture interprets itself. You don't have
That's
to
why I'm
do the
saying.
work. It does it for you, so stop doing it.
Can I quote him? Miguel?
What'd
I
you
can
say?
quote him. I can quote Matthew a few months ago. And listen this carefully. This is from Bible. God made spears.
He said that?
Yeah. He didn't say that's from Bible. He said God made spears.
Then that's his personal opinion. That's not, you know what I mean? Like, that's not
That's not
scripture.
scripture. Yeah, it's just his personal what he thinks.
And I was
But
really,
listen,
really upset with him.
And
Like,
if you wanted to be literal
deeply
on that,
upset.
he could just mean, if you want to be literal on it, he could talk about basketball, soccer, anything like that. It's a sphere. And that might be what he was getting at, just what they did. Right?
Okay.
Yeah, but that's not the
I
context.
don't necessarily agree. I'm just saying that could have been what he was
Yeah,
doing.
I know, but that wouldn't be the context. The context is planets. So the context would be planets. The universe. The way it was designed. That God's fingerprint was that it's globes that He made. And everything that you see, and that's what he's elucidating to that point. He's not so much saying that you could take it in a more minutia context where you're like, well, he means like droplets of water. You know what I mean? Just take it into some other thing. But what we're talking about in the overall context is the planets and the orbs that he would consider that are floating around in space. Like that's the context that he's using.
Spiritual thing.
Miggy, I have oversee. I have a question for you. Oversee, I have a question. Do you know the difference between measurements and calculation?
Well, I would think that I do, generally.
Do you know that professor of the mathematics doesn't know that? Do you know what is triangle? Oversee. Do you know what is triangle?
Okay, Sasha, it's
I'm guessing
really
I
hard
do.
for us.
Okay. Do you know that professor of the math doesn't know what is triangle?
He's referring to Matthew. So this is. Let me just put some context in here, Sasha, for Overseer, because I think he's a bit lost in what you're saying. Okay. So basically, Matthew was taken through the ringer with Nathan Oakley on his show about like basically his profession, right? Him being a professor and teaching at university, because he didn't know what a triangle was and a right triangle with the angle and such. So if you listen to like the clip that it has with Nathan Oakley and Matthew, you'll see what Sasha's getting at right now. So it's a bit out of context the way Sasha's saying it, but like when you put it in context with like what he was said on his show, then it starts to make more sense, like what he was saying. And him being a math professor, he should have already known all of these things. So he was contradicting himself on the show, and he does that often in here. But if you want to hear more about that, I think Sasha has the clip. Sasha, if you want to put the clip up for them, that way they know.
Yeah,
I put it in live stream voice text.
I'll watch the clip on whatever it is Nathan Oakley. I'm not familiar with, but I'll check it out.
Yeah, he was on his show not too long ago, and it's just going over basically what Sasha's saying right now. But
Matthew
yeah,
was that here?
That Matthew that was in here just a while ago. Yep.
Okay.
Overseas, this is the first time that you are listening, Matthew.
Hey,
Yes.
Matthew's not in here.
Okay.
Is this the first time he
Yeah, he's
heard
understandable.
Matthew? That clip is like 14 minutes long. Do you guys mind listening to it?
No, that clip
this is funny.
I was just gonna say because I'm not gonna be here long, so I just wanted to stay here just a little bit, a couple minutes, and then whatever you guys do, because I was actually waiting for him. That's the bone that I had to pick with him, but he will find no.
Waiting
there will
for
be
Matthew.
Yes, because he hasn't been on ever since he came in here, and Heretic was actually funny that his name was there.
Hey,
but
Secret Mayhem, I think I already told you, he's not going to coming back.
But is he booted? Did he leave or what?
No. Look at your DMs.
DM.
Yeah. I mean, if you disagree with me, you can fix it if you want to. I don't think he should come back. But anyway.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. But just make sure that you get other people involved in that. Just to keep it kosher. But
we'll worry about that later. We'll worry about that later.
Helio, who should to come back?
No,
we're not going to do that now. So let's. Do you guys want to listen to Matthew talking to Nathan Oakley?
That's cool. Let me just kind of get a few moments before I have to dip out. But I just wanted to kind of hang with you guys for a little bit. But yeah, definitely play the clip in a little bit, man, if you don't mind. I just kind of want to hang with you a little bit because I just when he was on here, man, I apologize to the rest of whoever's in here. Like it wasn't directed at anyone, but I don't get out of control. I get right on to the point. Like I'm right at it. So if you guys heard me, I'm not, I'm very like I just can't.
Like a man.
I can't have somebody. Yeah, I can't have somebody do that. Like that's
like a
way
man
way off.
Who gets
That's
to
way
the
off
point.
the.
Miggy Mayhem, you're always on point. You're never deviating from the point. So you're a man. You're a man in this right, and you're righteous. So you're upright.
Well, but he's saying things in here in the context of the biblical stance. And so when he's saying I heard him disagreeing with it must have been Jenna, right? I think it was you, Jenna, that he started to disagree with you about the grasshopper verse, and it just the hair on the back of my neck was standing up, like I was infuriated.
I was very engaged.
No, because the verse says, because the verse says the inhabitants are like they are of grasshoppers, but it doesn't say that we are grasshoppers. It was a like an analogy in that scripture, and he tried to cherry pick the crap out of it and be like, so are we grasshoppers?
He does that with everything. He does that with everything.
Yeah, he's like, so are we grasshoppers? I was like, that's not what the verse says. And then I posted. Yeah,
but we're like a grain of sand in his eyes, so we're nothing like grasshoppers.
So Miggy, how that started was I read Isaiah 40:22, which describes the heavens spread out over the earth like a tent for us to dwell in. That is the context of that scripture specifically. Okay. And he wanted to cherry pick it and be like, but we're not grasshoppers. The scripture doesn't even say that we're grasshoppers.
Jenna.
It's an analogy. So he wanted to cherry pick that. And just still, earth is somehow a ball to him that doesn't require containment. Even though I pointed out how many times firmament is like in the Bible, a covering, it's just,
it's really cool. During that conversation, I looked up something. Here's what I found. I just looked up grasshoppers KJV, and here's what I found. So grasshoppers are mentioned in the KJV many times. In certain verses, certain circumstances. Not just once. So I have in the book of
the funny while Helio looks for that, the funny thing.
No, I didn't look for it. I already found it.
The funny thing about what he was saying is that he made a comparison to so is everybody. He doesn't know this. If he read his scripture, he would know that the broad way or the broad path is like what everybody's on right now. That many are on that path. And so the very few are going to find the path to the truth and to life. So if he knew that, he would know that many people are the ones on the broad path that he's talking about. Well, why doesn't everybody think that, what you guys think? Well, it's not like that everybody's going to be that in that path, because it's a very hard path to be on. The truth path is not easy. You think the people that were held to the hard truths that Yeshua was saying back in those days, people were listening to him? No, he said the hard truths. And he didn't have a mega church. He had the people that wanted to get fed by the fish and the bread that he had for them. But once he started speaking the hard truths, they were like, "Oh, we can't listen to this." Remember, he said that one portion of scripture where he said, "In order to be with me, you'd either drink my blood and eat my flesh." And everybody's like, "Whoa, this is too hard for us to even we can't do that. What is he, cannibalism? We're not going to do this. This is crazy."
Exactly.
And so
This is what I love about our Messiah said that. He said, "Eat my flesh and drink my blood." And you
so
people are so offended. You people are so offended by blah blah this, blah blah trans this, and blah blah trans that. It's really ridiculous.
Let me get to the end of that. So basically, when everybody heard this, the crowds that were waiting to get fed, because they got that meal the last time, they were just like an awestruck that he said that. So after he said that, they all dispersed and they left there. They were like, "This is crazy. This is madness. I'm out."
I'm awestruck that he said that. I'm awestruck that he said that.
So he turned to his disciples who were with him, and he said, "Are you going to leave as well?" That's what he turned to them, and he said that to them, and they responded to him, "Where else can we go? There is nowhere else. No one else has the words of truth.
Nowhere else.
So there wasn't anywhere else to go, because they understood the message because he was with them. But the rest of the people who heard him, it was too hard of a truth for them to even listen to. So they just denied it and rejected it and walked away. But the ones who were with him stood by his side. And they were like, maybe they didn't understand it at the time he said that, but they just like, well, you have the words of life, so we're going to still stay here. And so they stayed with him, but the rest of the people, they rejected. So here's the thing, right? He was saying he was doing many good things and miracles and such, and everybody was along for the ride so long as everything was good. But once the hard truth started to come out, then everybody dispersed. And so Matthew may think that God's a big old teddy bear, right? Everything's nice and cushy. But once hard truths start coming out where you're saying things that are offensive, like the earth is flat and stationary, and then he's got to turn to his peers, who his peers are like, Earth's a globe. Oh, he won't say that to those guys. No, God forbid he's going to offend some of his peers. He would rather be looking good to the world and lose his soul than actually keep his soul and be with God. So that's also a part of scripture. What good is it for a man to gain the whole world if he loses his soul in the process? It doesn't profit him anything.
I lost the whole world and I gained the creator in.
But this is Matthew's the hard truth that Matthew does not want to come to is the fact that he's going to have to say these truths and people will reject him.
He's going to have to lose everything.
Yes.
He's going to have to lose everything.
He doesn't want that. So just like the rich young ruler that was asking Yeshua, "What must I do to become your disciple?" And he was like, "Honor your father and your mother." And do all the commandments. He said, "Well, I've done everything since I was a child." And then he said the thing that was not in the commandments was like, "Leave all your things and come and follow me." Because he knew that the rich young ruler, he really loved his things because he had much wealth.
Follow the commandments and you believe that Christ died for you.
So the hard truth,
you're not going to lose.
So the hard truth that he gave the rich young ruler was that it was outside of the command, because he did everything about the commandments. So once it came to like his wealth, he was like, I can't leave my wealth. So he went away sad. And that's why he turned to his disciples and he told them, he's like, it's easier for what is it, the verse? I'm going to paraphrase it, but
through them.
So what's that?
Through the disciples, if they are not coming to the same truth. Also, I love all the disciples and how they come to the same truth, but they all do. They all come to the same truth. Nobody is going to be able to interpret something differently. It is what it is. Sorry, I don't mean to be really harsh on that subject, but I have been misled on that subject. I want to lead others in the right direction. Sorry.
You know what's
But not
crazy?
sorry.
Yeah, I'm sitting here talking and I'm like,
You have me thinking about some Mormon stuff
go
that,
ahead. I'm sorry.
they have these they're called like articles of faith or something, and like they put them in the songs for like the primary kids, the Sunday school kids, and there's like one that's like it's repetitive about follow the prophet, follow the prophet, follow the prophet, don't go astray, he'll lead the way. Like it's really fucking culty.
That's strange.
Yeah, it's like follow the prophet, he knows the way. It's like this really weird thing.
One. It's not
That
one
is weird.
prophet. There's a bunch of prophets that predicted the Son of Man. So you have to at least like acknowledge that there were prophets of the Son of Man.
Still, how can Matthew try to argue with me? Like I have read all throughout the Old Testament, the New Testament, the Book of Enoch, Book of Jasher, Nag Hammadi, the Apocrypha, like all of that repeatedly. How the freaking heck is he going to argue with me and try to cherry pick this crap? And I just read a verse that described Earth, how the heavens are spread out over the Earth like a tent. Does anybody get an image of a freaking ball in a void?
The book of Enoch, the book of there's a bunch of books that are not in Scripture that are referred to in Scripture. So you need to look into those Scriptures that are referred to in Scripture that are verbatim, not even just like maybe a word here or there. No, it's literally verbatim. Verbatim.
Yeah, I agree with Spake in the chat. He wants to get it back to flat Earth, but yeah, well, I guess we gave Matthew his 15 minutes. I just, like I was saying, guys, I came in pretty hot because I had that bone to pick with him, but that's probably going to get resolved soon, so there probably won't be no more bones picking with him. Either way, yeah, just want to say what's up to everybody in here. Thanks for hanging out so late. It's late for me anyway.
Sorry, Spake. I love you, Spake. You are
Spake's like, bring it back to the Earth. I'm like, I'm trying to keep it with the Earth, but there's also the Bible, and just pointing out this part in the Bible doesn't describe a ball. It describes a tent, man. We live in a giant freaking tent, a terrarium. It's a freaking terrarium.
But Spake knows it, but he's trying to keep it on a certain level, and I get it.
Yeah.
Because everybody said their piece, and that's what he's saying is, let's move on.
I don't feel
like they have said. Oh, sorry.
I don't feel like I said my piece, but that's also because I'm a fucking asshole. So sorry. No. Fuck off, Kim.
You're not an asshole. You're just a firecracker. You about to pop off in somebody's face if they set that piece.
I fucking wish that they would right now, man.
To be honest with you,
was right though. He's already got his 15 minutes of fame.
Yeah, I'm surprised he came back after getting dragged through the mud by Oakley. I'm surprised he was in here.
Can we? I'm gonna check the YouTube and see if anybody's chatting in there. See if any globies want to talk about the Earth.
Yeah, we got Valkyrie 103121 that just joined the chat. Valkyrie, are you there? See, we got some people. Zeno's in here. Zeno Jasper's in here. I'm gonna see if I don't know these people because I'm not checking their roles. VC verified. It looks like Valkyrie's got VC verified. How you doing, Valkyrie? Who else we got in here? Oh, nobody else is new. Just the usual suspects.
This is Pig. I was like waiting for y'all to finish roasting Matt. I was like trying to share while I'm on the fence.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Pig. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll try to make it quick, but like I'm a geocentrist. I don't think the Earth curves. Like I don't think water curves. I think we're on a plane. But the reason why I'm on the fence is because like I think this plane we're on is inside a sphere of energy. Like you could call it the Earth's magnetic field. You could call it the firmament. You could call it a lot of different things. But I think like the Orthodox Christian view is that we're geocentric inside of a sphere is where I'm at right now. So that you could argue that the Earth is both flat and spherical, and this is where some people I think get confused. And that I don't think the flat Earth model explains the sky and the celestial or observing the sky. I think that you need a sphere around the plane, like for example, that the stars are placed in the firmament, and this firmament is spherical.
There's a I don't want to say theory, but there's still an idea that like as you remember, Jenna was just saying the scripture, like the earth above the sky is like a tent that's covering us. So the idea of a dome comes up, the idea of a covering, like that sort of look to it would probably be kind of like in the shape of a dome. But listen, we're already in speculation Sunday, so like I'm leaning towards like that being the winning idea for my mind anyway. But I would not say it can be verified. It's complete speculation on my part. But as far as a container goes, it's definitely contained. But as far as like what the shape of it is, no, I don't think I could say that. But I would agree with maybe an Enoch version of it, and so forth. But you do have like a point, Pig, I would say, in the sense of like how our visual perspective looks at the sky above us. It's more of a personal. I call it a personal dome, because when you see the sky from horizon to horizon, it almost seems that way to you and me and everyone.
So when you say dome or the dome theory, it sounds a lot like if you go to the Flat Earth Society, they have like a flat Earth with a dome over it, and I think that
but it's not the dome, entire dome, like to say the entire Earth is I'm talking about the visual perspective dome. There's two things, right? The idea that the Earth is covered in a dome from that sort of aspect of it, and then there's a personal perspective dome, as in like every individual has a perspective of their own, and they see the Earth in this way. So like I can put it to you this way: if you're standing in a long corridor, you're seeing the hallway. You're seeing the hallway converge from the walls and the ceiling and the floor to a point in your off in the distance, right? So you can see this convergence happening if you're out on the beach, right? So if you're on the beach, you can see the sky, the clouds, and everything look like converge to a point. But your visual perspective is seeing the world very personally to your own perspective. So you have like this personal view of the world around you with this perspective continuously always at play. So that's how you're seeing the world around you in this personal perspective. But at the same time, there's this overall perspective that the Earth is covered in a, like the biblical saying, the firmament, right? So that's the other way to look at it as well. So on top of that, then you have your visual perspective at play as well. So there's, I would say it this way: it would be speculation with the overall dome, but with the personal perspective, I would say that's more of something we can understand to be true, because that's how we see, and we could, basically verify that, but we couldn't verify the actual container itself to say that it's a dome. You know what I mean? Hopefully I didn't confuse you with what I'm...
I understand, but I just wanted to, I felt led to the Spirit to share. After hearing Matt, I think his confusion is he's falling for, like, there's been this inversion where instead of living inside of a sphere, they've inverted it to now we're living on the outside of a sphere. And I think this is where Matt's confused, because he's had the scripture twisted to make it sound like we're living on the outside of a sphere, but
Pig, I would also say that it has much more to deal with not just being on a sphere, but it's more of the embellishments that happen when you believe the Earth is a globe, as in life on other planets, galaxies, other universes. Like, it's more of an expansion of what, like, it says, well, you guys are restricting God to just this Earth, and that's limiting him or putting him in a box. Whereas I'm thinking of him as a God of the creation of all the universes, and like they're trying to make it like he's more grand in that way and more grandiose. But it's not. They're not understanding the fact that when it speaks of in scripture, like the way maybe we can see from just the context itself, it's not talking about an ever expanding cosmology. It's talking about a very specific creation. In, like, let's say in Genesis, in the context of Genesis, speaking of a very specific creation, not talking about like many planets and, there's no mention of those things. So it's almost like there's kind of the thing that we need to know from scripture is not really speaking of like infinite galaxies or just many numerous ones. It's not. None of that is like essential for creation. What creation is speaking to is everything we need is here, right here on this earth. And so
I agree with that. What I want to add to that, though, is that like the geocentricity, the fact that the Earth is a center, as described, I think in Genesis and throughout the Bible, that the Earth is a center, I think is incredibly important. And the heliocentric model, again, is an inversion where it's saying the Earth is the center, but everywhere is the center, and it makes
everywhere is the center.
Like that the Earth has less of an importance. That I would argue that the Earth is incredibly important, in that like that we couldn't have this life we have if it were not the center. That it's like it's
No, I agree with you. There's many. I would say from these specific conversations, you could have many different talking points that you could actually pull up and say, I would disagree on many different points. So you could do that with those guys, and it would be like an endless kind of like, I would say, debate, because you could debate them on just like how the from the biblical stance, right? There's so many things to disagree on, and so. I mean, you could take it in any direction you want. You would still be always speaking of like this being the very special place. Like there wasn't any more special place, because then it wouldn't be special if this wasn't the only special place. You know what I mean? It would, like as you said, any other place would be the place where, the creation would be special.
But that God created this earth for you. That it's like He created this earth is incredibly important, and I think Matt was by I think I was happy that y'all were attacking him, that like he's like a school teaching children, and it's kind of dangerous that he's like in a school teaching children. I agree with that, but
it's like listen, and scripture also tells us that we're held to a higher. The people in God's house are held to a higher standard than just like your normie who doesn't know about God, like let's say, or doesn't have that understanding. But because of the fact that they're in the context of speaking about thus saith the Lord, like it's more of like, okay, wait a second, now this whole thing is a bit different. Like you could approach it more carefully in a sense of speaking to somebody outside of that, but inside. They should know, right? Like, because it doesn't say anywhere there that you're speaking of a heliocentric, ever-expanding cosmology. It doesn't say that. Or anywhere it talks about life, like in, NASA or whoever says that there's exoplanets that they discovered, only a few light years away, which harbor life, which means that there's life in other places. And so that means that this Earth isn't unique. It means that there's other places like that were created that could be unique just as well as this one. So you know what I mean? It just takes the emphasis on the creation being you know what I mean? Like, it's not this place anymore. You could just hop off of this place and go to another place and go to Mars.
I was quietly listening, thinking like, how could we actually like convince Matt and have him actually change his mind? Was what I was thinking to myself. And I don't think you can like the heliocentric model was so cleverly crafted, playing off the Bible and twisting it, that it's hard to convince Matt that he had his whole reality inverted. Like, it's very difficult. And for me personally, I like the way I woke up was just seeing how we're seeing too far over water, or like how we're observing too far over water, and how they're faking space missions. Like, just these two things are how I came to the. But it's very difficult to like convince Matt that he's wrong. Like, I really don't know how it's done.
Well, it's. I think honestly, it's a supernatural thing that happens to everyone, and it's not. People don't have to be in a religious belief, as far as like they don't have to be a Christian or whatever. They can just be anybody that wakes up to truth. Is not a respecter of like, belief systems. It wakes people up because they realize that, it's not what they've been told. But I think it's not something that we can do. Like, I agree with you on that much. Like, we couldn't convince anyone anyway of anything. The person has to actually be awoken inside by something, I think, that takes place that I don't think anybody can actually have any say so of like, hey man, I made that person believe the earth is flat. Like, I don't think that's how it goes. Not even if you debate it with somebody, I don't think. And even if they came to the knowledge, you're like, wow, what you said was crazy. Like, even if that was the case, I don't think it was because of anything you did. I think it was their mind and their heart was already ready for that information to be, you know what I mean? Like, it was motivated to understand that's real.
So that there's nothing that you can say or show Matt to convince him that he's wrong. It's something that has to happen inside him. Is what you're kind of saying,
right?
Like,
yeah, but you still speak like so you speak the truth, right? You still say this is what's right and that is what's wrong. Either way. So even if you're not the one who says the words that maybe affects him, you still say the words because you, as an ambassador for truth, you still do the due diligence. You have to, because that's who you are. You're somebody who carries truth, and truth is something to be spread and given to everybody freely. So when you do that, you're doing due diligence as an ambassadorship. So, and as a steward of the truth, you have to be wise in how you delve it out. So at some portions, some people need, the soft kid's glove to kind of get the knowledge, and the others, a swift kick in the pants, It just depends. It's a case by case. But then you got those who are deceived and then the deceivers. You know what I mean? The ones who actively and willingly know what they're doing and yet they still go ahead and doing it. That's different. You treat them differently than you would the ones who have been deceived. Like the ones, the innocent, innocent, but they're not really innocent. The Glober who's been indoctrinated, right? You kind of handle them a little bit differently. You don't really go at them, pretty heavy. But the ones who teach because they know what you're saying and they're trying to correct you and that you're wrong, that's different.
But what did you mean when you accused him of having the spirit of the Antichrist? Because he sounded like he genuinely, like he wasn't lying and deceiving people on purpose, but it felt like he was innocently confusing people.
Let me give you an example. When you correct on let's say, okay, in the realm of like just a biblical stance, if you correct another believer, then the reason why you're correcting them is because you're actually going along with what Scripture's saying to reprove, because that's what the word's used for. It's good for reproof and correction. So you're using along the baseline is the context of Scripture, right? That's why you're correcting somebody. So if he was correcting, let's say, Jenna on the context of Scripture, then he has to have a stance for doing that. And if he didn't have one, and if he's going off of what people are telling him, then that's something as in a lawyer would do. A lawyer would try to weasel their way around. Did God really say that's what he said? I don't think so. And so that's what was said in the garden, right? So the snake, which is the devil, was deceiving in that way to Eve. Did God really say you couldn't eat from the fruit of this tree? And so Matthew, in a way, is doing the very same thing, But he's saying,
Be
did God
careful
really
about
tell you that? Did God really tell you that the Earth is flat and stationary, or are you taking that out of context?
Be
You
careful
understand?
of what Eve is telling you to eat from today.
Yeah.
Be
So let
careful of
me
what
just get
Eve
real quick, Flatsy. Let me just get there with Pig. So Pig, that's what I meant by him having the spirit of the Antichrist, because nobody that's following under God's truth would do that. In fact, they would be in alignment with what Jenna's saying, and because they would understand when God gives us our senses, He gave it to us so that we can navigate this world. We can understand what is right and what is wrong. When we can't do that, and we believe that man's word supersedes our senses, then we start to believe in heresies, in doctrines of demons. And so you carry a belief that thinking that you know what you're saying is just, right? And give that perception to other people, when in all reality, you're in the wrong 100%. And so when you are doing that, you have the spirit of the Antichrist, because that's what's happening there. And people that are telling you need to stop. And you're like, I'm not going to stop. I reject your notion of me stopping. I'm going to continue to do what I'm doing because I think God's with me.
Think about it.
You understand what I mean now? I just try to put it.
Though. Think about it though. You're having to think that your life is something completely polar opposite of what it is. And maybe women are making you think that, or maybe something in society is making you think that. There's only order. Like, it always presents itself as self-evident when it's order. So you don't have to guess. It is what it is. So you don't have to guess.
I don't know, Pig, did you understand what I meant? Like, the reason why I said that? Like, I do put things into context, but I didn't want to take what I said out of context because I know where his stance was. I mean, I've known him for a while now. So, but he's refuting people that are standing up and for what God's true word is, and it's not speaking like you're describing a geocentric Earth, like it's Earth is the center. Like, he doesn't see it that way. He would say heliocentrism. And so if you indoctrinate people in that mindset, are you doing God's work? I'll let you answer that, because if you say that's doing God's work, then that's really thinking about like what he's doing.
I agree with you. It's just to make myself clear, it's just that he sounded like he was innocently confusing people. Is the only reason I was questioning. But
no, he's willfully doing it. He's willfully doing it now, and I'll give you a reason why. Because he's in a flat Earth Discord. He's in here refuting what we're saying about the physical and natural world. So he's actually refusing reality itself. We're not just even talking about just Bible anymore. We're talking about physical and natural world. He's refusing his own senses. So the senses that God has given him to navigate this earth, he's refusing those. And saying, the earth is spinning even if I don't feel it. The earth is curved even if I don't see it. So all these things that God has given him to detect what the earth is self-evident to him about, okay, so it's not innocence anymore. You can't claim innocence. Innocence is when you didn't know. When somebody tells you, hey, look, this is not... When somebody tells you, look, you need to wake up, this is like... Then you're guilty now because they've already told you. If, let's say, if there was no signs whatsoever and you were cruising down a road and you didn't know the speed limit and the cop pulled you over and said you were speeding, you're like, wait a minute, I didn't know there was there's no signs or anything. Then you would be innocent because you didn't know there was a speed limit. But if there were signs along the way telling you 55, 55, 55, and you kept going 90 and the cop pulled you over.
That's funny.
You know what I mean? Then you're held accountable.
I wish I could sit Matt down and instead of like using scripture to change his mind, I would like show him how we're seeing too far over water or.
Pig, we've tried everything under the sun, Pig. Trust me. He's not just one. This wasn't his one-time rodeo. He's been doing this a while, Pig. So when I'm coming at him like this, it wasn't just for the one time he was in there. Trust me, he's been in here. We've labored ourselves in all directions, from the biblical stance, from just normal physical natural world reality, every single angle. We've covered all the bases. Trust me, but it did nothing. Yeah,
for
nothing
Matthew,
worked.
we've done it all. We've done it all for Matthew.
And he goes to flat Earth meetups. This guy, and he's. I gotta
This
play you
guy
this. Like,
comes to flat Earth meetups, and he is hanging out with flat Earthers, and he is a globe Earther. Please
I'm
tell
just
me
curious
when
what
you
his
get
motives are for spending his time here, though. Like, what? Like, I don't mean to detract from flat Earth too much, but like, what are his motives of being here?
That's
like,
what we think a lot.
He's definitely an anti-flat earther, Pig, and he wants to thwart the efforts because as you know now, he holds an educated stance. So he's coming at it from he's going to educate people who don't know that the Earth is a heliocentric globe Earth paradigm. So he wants to get us on the right track. So his purpose is to calmly, sometimes take some blows from us, like a masochist or whatever, I don't know. But he just wants to come in here and be a presence so that if there's somebody else who's, maybe leaning like you towards the flat earth, then he wants to thwart those efforts by trying to do the best he can calmly. And, probably he's a great sociopath because he's made people advocate for his position many, many, many times. And people do it cause unknowingly, they don't know him, but they hear him and they're like, well, this guy sounds very calm and very, collected, and like everybody's sounding off the wall, and you know what I mean? So yeah, everybody in his position, especially educated ones, want to thwart the efforts of us, what we do in here. And we do this every day. So
I did observe him kind of keep his cool while it kind of sounded like everyone was kind of getting worked up, and he was keeping his cool.
Conveniently.
Sure. It's the perception. His perception of what he gives off is like a sociopath. He knows how to work a room, and I know this. I already know this, but I honestly don't care, because if people come in here 5 minutes and they only hear him, they're only hearing the cover of the book. They don't know. They haven't read the book. I have cover to cover with him. I know what he's all about.
Yes.
So,
well, just to bring it back, a quick point about flat Earth, and I'll let you guys talk, but just like how the stars are fixed in the firmament, how we have constellations that don't change, that we have really old, I think cave art, or just throughout human history, we have constellations recorded and they look the same today. And and how just the cyclical nature of the sky could only work on a geocentric system. I guess what I want to share, just to bring it back to topic.
Did you have anything to add? I don't know if you just wanted to say that as a statement.
I was just sharing some proofs for the geocentric system and speaking against the heliocentric model by sharing how the cyclical nature of the sky, how we're seeing too far over water, how we have ground-based satellite systems that work too far, that wouldn't work if the Earth were curving at the radius claimed of 3969 miles.
Yeah, everything that I've heard so far could circumvent what you just said from these guys. I've heard all their argument. Well, most of them anyway. I should say, not all of them. I've heard a lot of them that can actually circumvent what you just said. They go around it with ease. Because they come up with some things that you probably their globe rhetoric has many caveats to what they say, so they have workarounds. And if they don't have workarounds, they make shit up to work around what you said. And they do it just flippantly. They don't care. They don't care that they're contradicting Neil deGrasse Tyson or any of the other guys who say certain things, because they use the out of, well, science disproves itself all the time and it never proves anything. So, that's how science works. So they could just make something up, circumvent what you said, and move forward. It's not a problem to them. So the idea that you would say, well, if we don't have constellations that move, that would work better with geocentric. They would just say, well, it works that way in heliocentric. It's just that, we, in a little speck of time that we've been alive, humans been around, we couldn't notice the time, the change, the actual variance in the movement of the stars to say that they've actually shifted, because in all reality they are shifting. We just, in the short amount of time that we're seeing them, we can't see them shift that much. They would say something like that, and it circumvents what you would think. Well, I don't see any movement, like any change. We see them, the cyclical nature of the stars would be acting the same way, but they would just say, well, they are changing just a little bit. Just, you couldn't barely notice them, but over a million years, and the star would be like way over there. That's what they would say.
What I would like to share, if there was anyone listening that was like, this might be helpful to you, is that if the stars do appear to change, like, it's because like we're in it's a cyclical nature of the sky that I believe it, like every 26,000 years is called the Great Year, and that after 26,000 years, the sky would look exactly the same as it did 26,000 years prior. Just because of the cyclical nature of the sky, and that there might be a apparent change, but this is like, if you were to live,
Well, I mean, they come up with some crazy ideas, though, man. Like, anything that you would throw at them, I think they do have like their workarounds. I've heard many of these guys are great sophists, by the way. I don't know, Pig, if you've been around the server, I would say lurk in here every now and again. You'll see what I'm talking about. Like, these guys say some really off the wall stuff. Like, and you would say, like, man, that doesn't make any sense. But to them, like,
because it doesn't match reality.
They argue about like the 8 inches per mile squared discussion when we have them with people. They're like, well, 8 inches per mile squared would be good for 1,000 miles, right?
Oh, it's not right. It's not right. They would say, no, boo boo, sticky head and doo doo. It's not right. Blah blah blah.
But they would say, like, Professor Dave is one that advocates for like 8 inches per mile squared is not able to be used, and anybody that uses it is a con man. So, to detect that the Earth has a drop over distance, right? But what we say is like, well, no flat earther came up with 8 inches per mile squared. That was a globe Earth like idea that the Earth is curving at the set rate for a radius of a 3959, excuse me. So if we're saying that a glober came up with it, so Professor Dave would then be saying that whoever came up with this is the con man. But that's what he was saying on his channel, and everybody was agreeing with him. And we had a guy named Bob the Science Guy who came in here, who was actually saying that 8 inches per mile squared is something that can be used to detect that the Earth has curvature. He said that, and he has 22,000 subscribers on his channel, or did at the time when he came in here. But he was advocating for 8 inches per mile squared is correct to use. And then you have, on the other hand, you have Professor Dave who is disagreeing with that. And then you have the flat earther who says, I don't care because there is no curvature at all. So Professor Dave was saying that you can't use 8 inches per mile squared. I'm just showing you the contradictions with these guys, right? And I even told Bob about that when he was in here. I was like, Bob, Professor Dave disagrees with you that you can't use 8 inches per mile squared because he said anybody that does is a con man. And then you know what Bob's retort was? I agree with him. And then I told him, I was like, then Bob, then you're a con man. He's like, no, I'm not. I was like, well, you just agreed with Dave. And, I think we had the clip at the time when Dave was saying that. So it's weird, but they don't care if they contradict themselves or how bad their logic sounds. They'll say some things to circumvent what you said, so at least they have something to say back. So they're trying to win an argument, basically. It's all they're trying to do. They're not trying to be right. They're just trying to win the argument. You know what Pig, do you know what I'm saying? Like, does that make sense? Because that's all they're doing.
I believe like there's a better mathematical equation than 8 inches per mile squared. I think there's like another equation that takes into account your height, your observer height.
1.22 times the square root of observer's height in feet.
Is that what you're talking about? Pig?
I'm sorry I can't like directly quote it, but I'm pretty sure I've seen a better equation than
That's
8 inches
the
per mile
better
squared.
equation.
It's like longer. It's harder to remember. And it's harder to.
1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
I hear you that it does that you are inputting your observer height is your point, I think.
No. That's the globe Earth. We're talking about the globe Earth. This
Right, the
isn't
globe
flat
plane
Earth.
of the radius. Right.
Okay, so 1.225 times the observer's height in feet.
Should be the measured drop over distance. Anyway, that should happen on a globe. If it were a globe, that's what you'd observe at a distance. What she just said from the elevation perspective. But yeah, Helio, are you still there? I don't know if you're still there, bro.
Yeah, I'm still here. I was listening to some music. Yeah, what's up?
No, I was gonna say I don't know if you want to I just wanted to hang out with you guys for a little bit, but I'm about to take off because it's like 2:40 in the morning over here. I gotta get some rest,
Yeah, I'm
bro.
about to take off too.
2:40. It's top of the hour, bro.
Top of the. Are we gonna? Is the party just? Did the party just start or something?
No, the party. I mean, it depends on which party you're at. You know, I don't know. I'm just hanging out. You know.
I feel like it's kind of weird that
you're
you said
20
that.
minutes toward the top of the hour. You do need to get some sleep because it's. I just looked at the clock. It's 3:00 a.m.
Yeah, but I don't believe that. I believe that it's 3:00. Like what?
Sure, bro. Yeah,
20 minutes?
Get your rest, brother. Yeah, I got this. Good.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know if you want to throw that clip in there of
which clip?
Matthew getting a shellacking at Nathan's or whatever. I guess for Overseer or what was it? Overseer or Pig? I don't know which one of them.
I don't like to play clips unless people aren't talking. And, you know, I want the bot. You know, I'll play the bot when people aren't talking. But people are talking, so you know.
But yeah, it was for myself. I picked it up. I'll check it out later. Thanks.
Yeah, man, no worries. But
I mean, that one's like 14 minutes long. It's a good clip, but
go ahead.
If people are talking, then will
do it.
All right, I'll do it.
No,
I'm about to dip.
People are having a conversation. Everybody else is familiar. I can check it out my own time.
I don't think that. I don't think that people are.
I mean, if you guys are just willing to listen to 14 minutes of some cool stuff, we can play it. I wasn't talking. I was just like listening. It's all good.
All right, for the fam, love you guys. You know, sorry about the passion, but yeah, I got to get going.
You don't have to apologize for your passion. Don't ever do that.
I love you, Mayhem. You go ahead, buddy.
We love you.
I would love for us to learn in your absence.
Stay blessed.
Yeah, we'll talk to you guys later. See you, Ether.
Let's see if I can get this clip set up here. Yeah, peace, brother. Have a good night and get some good sleep. And come back tomorrow. Tomorrow, as a matter of fact, in the afternoon, we're going to have a special about 5 p.m. Central with a guy named Ron. A guy named Ron is going to come in, and he's a glober, and he's going to give his best globe proofs. So that's going to be an exciting thing. So that's something to look forward to. 5 p.m. tomorrow, or today, I guess. You know, but whatever. It depends on where you live. It's already 5 p.m. in Australia. So
I'm already trying to go to sleep.
All right. So
if you're trying to do that now, but you know, I'm trying to go to sleep now.
I'm gonna play this maybe. If you can sleep listening to Matthew's bullshit, then good luck.
No, I can't.
I mean, you asked for it. People were asking me to play it.
That you'd got some form of measurement that you'd then take into calculation to give you your R value. What's pointing out here is there isn't any measurement or interaction at any point. It's all just in calculation and assumption.
Earth is a sphere. All I say is that he used that to measure the radius, not to prove that the Earth is a sphere.
The same radius that you said was never measured.
Necessarily come up very often, but that's a fallacy in logic called begging the question.
Right. If you were trying to prove that the Earth is the globe.
Stop. Yes, was your reply. Your fallacy in logic is your justification for lying to the kiddies.
It is a fallacy in logic to say that to use the radius of the Earth to prove that the Earth is a sphere. Correct. Yeah, so I've conceded that nobody's ever measured the curvature of the Earth. That the Earth is a sphere. All I say is that he used that to measure the radius.
You tell the kids that Eratosthenes did what? Please repeat.
He calculated the radius.
No, that's not what you said before, though.
He didn't measure.
What I'm telling the kids.
Yeah, I hate you. Yeah, I hate you. You're the reason I homeschool. You're the reason I homeschool my kids, because I don't want people like you to teach my kids. You disgust me, and I do believe you should be fired. The very fact that you've come here, have you taken down your video with the incorrect information that you conceded here when you joined? Have you taken that down?
No, and
Scum! Fire him! He's more than content to continue to perpetuate his bullshit lies that he's conceded. He hasn't taken his video down. He's not got an ounce of integrity. Have you, Matthew? Take your video down and put one up with the corrections and acknowledge us in them. Acknowledge me personally for the corrections I gave you, and acknowledge the world is flat. I'm not asking you to give your heart to Jesus. I'm asking you to have some intellectual integrity. Do it.
Clown.
I don't think no.
Yeah, no. So you're not looking at the mountain.
You're talking about like the light energy coming from the top of Mount Everest?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Let's cut this short. I think what he's trying to say is, when you say you haven't measured Mount Everest, what you actually mean is we haven't measured it that accurately, right? But it has been measured.
It hasn't been compared against a physical standard like in your definition. So I would agree with your definition.
Yeah, that's right. We're looking at the mountain. Can you show us looking at the curvature so you can make
I'm
the
saying
proper
that nobody
analogy?
slapped a ruler up on Mount Everest.
Yeah, you're still train wreck. You still return right back to your vomit. I am still exchanging energy with that mountain that I'm measuring, right? Show us the curvature to make your analogy
light
appropriate.
energy?
Saying light has no energy?
Let me just summarize. The point being that there's a physical interaction when you look at the mountain to make whatever you're going to call a calculation or measurement. There's a physical interaction with it. Whereas with Earth curvature, there is no physical interaction with it at any point ever. You can't see it.
Precisely, Nathan. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so I've conceded that nobody's ever measured the curvature of the Earth.
Right. So curvature of the Earth isn't measurable because there is no way to physically interact with it. Ergo, it only exists in the maths.
Right, it's a calculation.
Matthew, but you did intonate earlier that you'd got some form of measurement that you'd then take into calculation to give you your R value. What's pointing out here is there isn't any measurement or interaction at any point. It's all just in calculation and assumption.
Well, it starts from a measurement and then you use that measurement in a calculation.
And using calculation to get your R value.
Precisely.
All based on what should be, but what isn't.
Your analogy is a train wreck. Have you ever, well, what do you do when you look at Mount Everest? That is a train wreck, son.
Yeah, sorry. Maybe I didn't explain very well that the point of bringing up Mount Everest is that we use calculations to determine its height.
That's a measurement. It's a measurement.
No.
Is the point, Matthew.
When we look at Mount Everest, we're looking.
When you did your calculations for Mount Everest, where did you get your initial numbers from? Did you just calculate them or observe Mount Everest?
You observe Mount Everest and you measure angles and do survey.
Now when we go to Earth curvature, Where is the Mount Everest that we're going to angle to?
Sticks and shadows, Eratosthenes' angle.
They'd require a flat Earth also.
Is a shadow the curving Earth that I'm supposedly measuring, or is it something completely different that's not a measurement of the thing that I'm going to calculate? It's a measurement of something completely different. It's a shadow.
Right. It's a measurement of something completely different. It's a measure of an angle of a shadow.
Right. So is that reasonable? Without
yes, you use
assumption?
No, without an assumption, it's not reasonable. Of course, you can't get it.
Not at all. So I think this is the point of the analogy. You don't have a mountain to measure an angle to.
If this Earth curve is only in existence in the maths, and there's no physical interaction to take a measurement of it, and you appreciate that you can only infer it by assumption, do you not see how that seems very unreasonable to any reasonable person after having that explained to them?
Of course. So you have to assume that the Earth is a globe in order to try and get a radius. What sense does it even mean to get a radius if the Earth is not a globe?
Okay. I realise that perhaps in maths this doesn't necessarily come up very often, but that's a fallacy in logic called begging the question.
Right. If you're trying to prove that the Earth is the globe.
Stop. Try that once more. Yes, was your reply.
Yes.
Fallacy in logic is your justification for lying to the kiddies, correct?
It is a fallacy in logic to say that to use the radius of the Earth to prove that the Earth is a sphere, correct?
To assume your outcome. That's begging the question.
Yeah, because it's begging
that's
the
okay.
question.
I'm not a student of yours. Yet when I talk, you listen to me. The one who knows more about your belief in this sphere than you do. I understand the flaw in logic you are employing, Matthew. You said yes, and then started waffling. No. At the point that you concede that what you're using to justify your assumption is the necessity for the assumption, that is unreasonable to assume. It's a flaw in logic. It is a logical fallacy. Yes, that's where we got to last time. This time, I don't want you to waffle on when you say yes. I will berate you for your use of logical fallacy to lie to children when you educate them about the sphere belief that you have based on flaws in logic. Now, I don't see it as reasonable to lie to children about your assumptions based on flaws in logic. Yeah, that's not reasonable. Do you understand my disdain for you and my justification for calling you scum when you justified lying to children based on a flaw in logic?
Yes, I understand your disdain if that's what you think I'm doing.
No, you are doing that. You have just told me how you assume Earth is a sphere because that's the only way you can justify measuring its radius. That is a flaw in logic called begging the question. That's not what I think you're doing, it's what you factually are doing, and it's your justification for lying to students about Earth being a sphere. Now, that is why I have a high level of disdain for teachers in this arena, like conspiracy cats. Because he knows better. We've told you it's a flaw in logic. You've conceded it's a flaw in logic, so it is not a reasonable justification to tell students Earth's a sphere. Comprende?
Eratosthenes is not a proof of the Earth being a sphere.
Eratosthenes, the first word out of his mouth.
So, my disdain, my reasoning for calling you scum is because you've justified it with a logical fallacy. Not reasonable.
Not Eratosthenes. Yes, Nathan, or no, Nathan?
No.
No, it's not
So
reasonable
no.
to lie to the students based on a flaw in logic you hold.
It's not reasonable to lie to students ever.
So, were you to justify telling the students that Earth's a sphere, having had the flaw in logic pointed out to you, would you now concede that if you continue to do so, it's perfectly reasonable to consider you a scum? Based on the fact you now know
Yes,
it's a flaw in logic that you used to justify this education you thought you were giving them? No, you were giving them flaws in logic. Unreasonable.
You're misunderstanding what I'm telling them. I'm not using Eratosthenes to prove that the Earth is a sphere. All I say is that he used that to measure the radius, not to prove that the Earth is a sphere.
The same radius that you said was never measured.
Measure?
That radius?
Measure an angle. of a shadow from a stick? Why would you assume that the base of that triangle has a curve to it? That is utterly ludicrous.
Oh, God.
I'm asking him why, when he told us he was measuring an angle from a shadow, that in any way, beyond the flaw in logic that he's already used, where he assumes he's measuring a sphere, why would he assume that angle was actually a curved line meeting a straight line?
We already
Angles are always between straight lines.
We already compromised this dumbass 3 times with that.
You tell the kids that Aristophanes did what? Repeat.
He calculated the radius.
No,
that's not what you said before, though.
That's not what you said. You said measured.
How did it
He
all
measured
here?
Use that to calculate the radius.
Wait, angles, that's straight lines, though, isn't it?
He did say measure.
It is.
Right, so does this cognitive dissonance hurt as a justification to brainwash the kiddies into your religious belief of a sphere? Is this cognitive dissonance hurting?
No.
Well, we've already gone through the angle about, 7 times? You know, I had a little gloat about how I'm a student of drama, like trained as an actor. And it took 6 attempts for me to get you to concede that you're not going to get a right angle out of a curve. But you're now going back to what you've calculated out of the surface of the angle that you measured was curved. That's utterly absurd. We've already compromised you, as just been pointed out by QE. I don't know what you're doing.
I'm trying to explain what I'm telling the kids.
Louis.
Yeah, I hate you. Yeah, I hate you. You're the reason I homeschool. You're the reason I homeschool my kids, because I don't want people like you to teach my kids. As you chuckle about this. Shut up! Shut up! Stupid man. Telling my audience why I homeschool. Because you, when pointed out and compromised 6 or 8 times, laugh about it. That's why I hate you. And I wouldn't put my kids in front of you.
You think your kids are going to end up as...
I am not going to put my kids in front of you, you lying scum. You understand? It's all that matters. I don't care about your opinion thereafter. It's a fact. Not something you can question or query. That's a fact. It's my justification why I wouldn't let my kids anywhere near you. Because you'll lie to them. And when somebody points out how you've lied to them, you chuckle. You think it's amusing. That's why I hate you. Hate cats. Hate all of the people in this arena who know better, that have been told, like you've been told, that have had to be dragged around by their short hairs with their own bloody words about how wrong they are and how they're using logical fallacies. And at the end of the process, you laugh. You disgust me, teacher. You should be sacked, and you can shut your mouth while I berate you.
You laughing
and I
at
do believe
Helio?
you should be fired. The very fact that you've come here.
I'm laughing. I just unmuted so I can laugh, so you guys can hear me laugh at what Nathan's doing to him.
I was doing a little comment.
Fire him. He's more than content to continue to perpetuate his bullshit lies that he's conceded. He hasn't taken his video down. He's not got an ounce
I'll
of
admit I died laughing. I hate cats.
Matthew.
Yeah,
Take the video down and put one up with the corrections and acknowledge us in them. Acknowledge me personally for the corrections I gave you and acknowledge the world is flat. I'm not asking you to give your heart to Jesus. I'm asking you to have some intellectual integrity. Do it. You can only join when you've honoured what I demand you do. That's correct your lies that you conceded when you arrived here. Take down your video with its incorrect nonsense. That you bullshitted around how Earth is assumed to be a spherical radius value-based system with a turn value that's equivalent of a clock. No, my friend. And you can go away and justify to yourself how you lie to your students with the logical fallacies you employ, while I retain my disgust and disdain for you as a teacher.
Louis.
And there's another section coming up with it. It's not Nathan, it's somebody else. I think it's QE, maybe Chocolate's in there, I think, too.
What more can you say than that, though?
I know, bro. It's freaking crazy.
Whew, that's heavy.
Or maybe that was the end of the video.
Especially if you know that people that are here are talking in the lobby and then got sent to detention or cognitive dissonance. Like, these people don't know. These people don't know Matthew. These people don't know the extent of what Matthew wants to say.
I wanted to jump in before, but I couldn't when Miggy was talking to that other guy. I think it needed to be mentioned earlier that Matthew's a regular. I don't think he knew that.
I feel like he did.
He did in the end, but
yeah, I was trying to
it's
be
late
pretty,
for some people, and
I'm
it's
trying to go
early.
to sleep, guys.
Yeah, it's late for some people and early for some others. But I'm just going to say I banned Matthew.
I love you guys. I gotta go. Please don't ban anybody.
I banned him from the server.
Why?
Don't ban Matthew.
No.
That makes no sense.
No, I think it makes perfect sense.
yeah, so do I. I agree.
He doesn't need to be spewing all them lies. He's just a straight liar.
You know,
it's not the first time I've banned him. It's not the first time. I actually used to like other people wanted to ban him, and I was like, no, and I banned him before, and then
he's a useful idiot.
It's just like it's just not conducive, to what we don't need Matthew here.
I'll tell you a little something that I discovered. So someone told me who was a Glober and kind of became on the fence that he jumped in here, and the first time he was in here, Matthew jumped in about 10 minutes later and was messaging him. Don't believe what these guys say. Don't. So I confronted
someone like
Matthew
that
about
is
it
while
the
they're
other
trying
day.
to talk to us, and someone in the background is going, if they're messaging, somebody that we're trying to check in and talk to people, and there's.
So I asked Matthew about it. I think it was about a week ago. I asked him.
Yeah, that's
and he said, "No, I've never done that. I've never done that." I said, "Okay, I know you now."
Yeah. So yeah. I mean, just let it rest. We don't need Matthew in here.
No. You get that. The problem is we get the same old conversation and the same answers out of him all the time. I know it's for the audience. I get it. Yeah, but if he's going to lambaste people who come in here,
especially his
looking
attitude
for a conversation,
tonight when he was in here, you heard what he was doing tonight.
Well, this only amounts to our look. This only amounts to our ability to be able to redirect the conversation. So we have to take responsibility for that too. So
yeah, but what he does is he takes the focus away from new people. So there'll be a new person in here, and then you'll see him jump in 10 minutes later. And then what he does, he takes the focus away from speaking to that person. And I think the whole point of this server is,
you guys, you won't miss him. I promise.
Is to speak to new people and find out where they're at.
Exactly.
And give them information. And if he's interrupting that information, then he doesn't need to be here.
That's true. I agree. I agree. I will not feel bad if you don't let Matthew back in.
Nah, you won't miss him. We got plenty of people coming in every day.
The last 3 months have been really, really good on this server, and it has nothing to do with Matthew. There's been people coming in every single day, and it's been really good.
I will not miss him.
Yeah, go Ether.
So you're supposed to mark a divisive person after the second time that you warned them. They're supposed to be put away.
Yeah.
But that's just the way. But those who go by the way, they know the way. And if you don't, then it's fine. But I'm just saying that by what we know, that's actually what you're supposed to do. But I digress.
Yeah, but I gotta go to bed. I love you guys.
As far as the internal,
we love you too, Kim.
I love you.
Stay blessed, Kim. And watch out for zombies.
I love you all. Please also watch out for zombies.
God Rockin', did you had a bit of input in that? I want to hear what you think about it too.
About what again?
About getting rid of Matthew.
Oh, yeah. I just feel like he's never going to change his mind, and he knows that, he's in here just, actually, he's an anti-flat earther. He's anti everything we say. He's anti, trying to spread the message. And if you guys are truly in here trying to, wake people up, and I know that you are, that's your main mission, to wake people up to the truth about the earth as much as you can, anyway. And Matthew is here to destroy that. He's here to stop that moving forward for anyone.
I agree.
I don't think that's good for him to be here. That's just my opinion.
I think it's his sole purpose.
I promise you,
purpose was that
he had his stint here, but as far as I'm concerned, I don't want him on here anymore. If someone else does, you can, do like a thing. I want Matthew back. I don't think that's going to happen. So I don't want him.
Yeah.
Well, I would think that if you want him back, you have to give a good reason.
Because what's the benefit?
I can't see one. Yeah, he just tries to destroy. He sends messages to people in the chat or DMs people, tells them don't listen to these people. They're crazy. He's while you're trying to wake him up, he's sending private DMs to him, tell him that you're stupid, that you don't know what you're talking about. Don't listen to them. If you want to learn about the earth, come meet me somewhere. I'll teach you all about it. He's 100%. I don't know what you call that other than anti-flat earther.
And by the way, it's not because of that Nathan video. It's because I know what he knows exactly what he was doing, especially after tonight. He came back in tonight, and his attitude was totally. Oh man, it was so sickening. And and you heard. I don't know if you did you hear when Miggy came in? God Roggan?
No, I didn't.
Oh man, he roasted his ass. So it's just like we don't need him here,
right?
It's just like, bro, it's just gross.
Why you don't need him trying to shut down what you're doing. I mean, because what you guys are doing is truly a good mission to wake these people up, because they've been deceived their whole life. And they need someone to wake them up, open up their eyes for them.
I mean, you guys, you're part of it, God Rockin'. You're an original, mate. So I don't know why you're saying you guys. You're part of it.
I'm a huge fan of God Rockin'. I love
Me
this.
too, man. He's one of the...
morning, gentlemen.
I realize what you're saying. Yeah, I have been here for quite some time.
Yeah, you're one of the first people I spoke to when I joined.
Right. And so, but yeah, you're right. I just didn't want to sound like I'm, saying these things for my mission or duty or whatever. I just feel like
that's why I love you, brother. I love your spirit. You have the right spirit, and everybody can see it. And I love that about you.
Right on. Thank you. Yeah, I just think he's destructive for what the mission is for the server, and if he's going to continue to do that, then there's no reason for him to be here.
Yeah, and so let's just let it sit there, and we don't have to talk about somebody that's not here.
Give him a listening pass. Let him listen to it.
No. Well, he can listen on YouTube.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I guess that's true.
He can be in the chat. He can hang out in the chat if he wants to. I don't give a fuck. But he's not in this room anymore.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning. Oh, Jason. Oh, where you been?
I've been around, mate. I've been around. How are you, Helio?
Not bad. Not bad.
Yeah, I just thought I'd pop in with God Rockin'. I haven't been here for a while. Just thought I'd come and say hello. I take it you guys are talking about Matthew Learns here.
Yeah, we were talking about that. Now I was trying to get it stop talking about Matthew, but if you want to talk, go ahead.
Oh no, I haven't really got anything to say. Matthew knows exactly how I feel about the way he goes about things, because I've told him, I just think he's well, what can I say? He's what he is,
Yeah.
You can call him a shit, you can call him this and that. He's got his own agenda, hasn't he?
I mean, it's just as far as this room goes, as far as live stream voice text, sometimes there's not new people coming in, and so we'll talk amongst each other about many different topics and all that kind of stuff. when new people join here, but he's just like a thorn in the whole conversation most of the time when he's here. He's like, okay, well, the globe says this, and there's no reason necessarily. And to be honest, what I have a problem with about what Matthew was doing here in the server and the live stream, he knows exactly what we're going to say before we say it, just as we know exactly what the Globies would say before they say it. And so it's not because he has the evidence. He's a pretender for the Globe side, but not even a really, I don't know. I'm not going to get.
He's not very convincing at that either.
I mean, it's just like there's no reason for him to be here that way.
He's a zealot for the Globe, and that's bad news when you're trying to get someone to learn about it. It's bad to have him here.
Well, let me say this. Is Matthew the problem, or is the problem that every time he joins the room, 4 guys is giving him the attention that you guys are saying he shouldn't have?
Well, then they're both.
That's an issue too. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah. It's, anyone that gives him a platform to spew this garbage is part of the problem as well. Yeah, I agree.
So, like, we offer this platform for new people to join that are curious about the topic, and but if he's in here, then he's the center of attention most of the time, and I don't think that benefits our efforts here.
No. I think that's what he likes, to be the center of everything. I think that's what he's about.
Well, again, it's the same old thing.
It's not going to happen here anymore. I just
get these, you get new people as well, and they'll start asking him questions, and he gives these fucking generic answers, and everyone just starts going, "Oh, fuck, are we going to go through this again?" Like, it's, yeah.
You're right.
That won't happen anymore with him here. That's good. So let's move on.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to say something. I've been in here for ages. It's really good to hear you, Hito. It really is, mate.
Yeah, you too, brother, man. I haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, I've kept my distance, man, because I've kind of moved on to different things. Like, I'm getting into history more, like, so I know you lot are hardcore flat earthers, so I kind of left you to it, but I did think I'd pop in because I was just talking to God Rocking. And it's good to come and say hello, man. I haven't spoken to you for ages. Brilliant.
Yeah, a lot of people think, all they're doing is sitting around talking about flat Earth all day. There's some other shit going on in the world, right? Okay. What else is going on? Do you have any information to share with us, Jason, about what's happening?
Well, flat Earth info. What else can I give you, man? You already know. So,
flat earthers are dumb. All they do is talk about flat Earth all day. God damn.
I'm not saying that at all, mate. No,
I'm not saying you're saying that, but other people listening would be like, all they do is talk about flat Earth. It's just like, bro, don't you see that once you understand that the Earth is not this stupid globe they told us that everything
what else would you want to talk about?
Then you understand the whole government conspiracy. All conspiracies come together once you understand this.
You're not telling me they didn't go to the moon here, are you?
Oh my god. This is great.
Nah, it's really good, mate, to hear your voice, man. I haven't spoke to you for a while. Brilliant.
Well, I think there's issues coming up that are going to affect everyone's lives that are going to be a topic that should be talked about. Whether you want it on this platform or not, it's up to you guys. But I'll just throw a couple of things out there, and there's going to be, and I can say this with surety, there's a man-made food shortage that's going to hit people, and that's going to affect a lot of people's lives. And the price of food's going up, and they're doing this on purpose. And I could go into all the things they've done, but I'm not going to because it's just, I think there's a lot of people here that know about it already. I think it's going to be a serious issue, but there's several things you could talk about here. But I don't know that you want it on your channel because I think you could get a strike for some of this stuff because like talking about the jab and whatever else, they're still pushing that crap. I mean, they're pushing that. We're in a bad way right now, in my opinion. And I think if you talk too much about it and warn people too much about what's going on, I don't know whether you're going to get a strike or not, but I think it might be possible. I don't know. Tell me.
In regard to food shortages, Godrockin, shouldn't you tell them about the snowfall that you've had in Utah?
It snowed every day this month, and I've never seen that in my entire life. Every day, but maybe one day or maybe two at the most. And we got 20 plus feet on top of these mountains up here, and they're already warning everybody that flooding, mudslides, all kinds of crap they figure is going to happen. And it probably will because these mountains are really steep right here where I live. And in the canyons, there's houses up these canyons right along the river. That river gets too high, it's going to wash them right out the bottom of the canyon. But yeah, there's some issues.
So as far as resources go, what's going on as far, like farming and stuff, like resources in Utah? What's the
well, I don't know that there's that much going on here. We're not that big of a farming state. We have a few,
but south of you, once the snow melts and it goes through the valleys and the rivers and stuff, the flooding issue is that local or is it going to affect?
I think it's going to be local for sure. Right here in the mountains, right where I live in the canyons, at least. But yeah, I don't know. The Virgin River, it's flooded before, and it washed a bunch of houses in St. George down into the river, collapsed the river bank in, undermined it, and the houses collapsed into the river. So with as much snow as we got in the mountains here, that very well could happen again. I mean, we got the Colorado River, the Green River, Weber River. They all come out in these mountains. Colorado and the Green go down into Lake Powell and into Lake Mead. And I don't know if you guys have heard about those two places. They're way low right now. And so we need the water, but I don't know that we can handle the bulk of it coming that quick.
Yeah, the melt's probably going to happen pretty fast.
Right.
And there are food shortages at the moment in the UK.
Right. Yeah, and I think everybody here is aware of the fact that Bill Gates has been buying up farmland, and if you think he's going to plant crops, I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, I thought the Chinese own half of the Midwest now.
They might do. You know what? I don't know.
They do. They do. Between China buying up all the power companies and tons and tons of land, and Bill Gates too. That's fucking true.
Remember when before COVID there was this toilet roll shortage and everybody freaked out.
Yeah.
Right, dude, I remember that. And I was like in Walmart and they had a pallet of toilet paper and it was like one package. It's like they had a Walmart employee there going, "You only get one." I'm like,
the thing is, I don't mean to interrupt. You can live without toilet roll. You can. You've got soap and water. You can wipe your ass. Nowadays, people are freaking out in this country, right? Because they're doing the same thing in the media, right? When you go into the supermarket,
isn't it funny that same thing happened all over the world? Because we had it here
at the same time.
At the same time, and we're going, what's going on? And then the toilet paper company goes, "Hey, don't worry, because 90% of the toilet paper that's produced in Australia is actually made here, so don't worry about it." and then the media went, "Oh,
guys, I don't mean to interrupt or anything, but we've got somebody in the chat by Memories. Memories, do you want to mic up? Say hello. Memories, mic up. Say hello. Does your mic work? Memories.
Go on, mate. Dipped.
I don't see Memories.
I don't either.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm gonna attempt to say what I said again there. Helio, listen, in this country right now, right, there's food shortages in the supermarkets, right? And it's been manipulated by the media, right? For some reason, they say there's a shortage of fresh fruit and vegetables. If you go into the supermarket, like last thing at night before it closes or an hour before, there's absolutely no food left. Right, it never used to be like that. You could go in there at that time of night and they'd be stocking the shelves for the next day, but there's just nothing. There's no fresh fruit, there's no fresh vegetables, there's no eggs, you can't get milk.
What,
right?
in England?
Yeah, seriously, guys, right? And
well, we're still flush here. You know, it's expensive, but we're still flush.
Well, check it out.
I mean, and the price of food, really, since COVID started, right, which is what, 3 years, it has doubled in price. Now, it's not, I've looked into it, right, and it's not as expensive yet as you lot pay in America for your food, right? I think they're trying to raise it up so that we're all paying this elevated price for food. I mean, for example, eggs in this country have gone up to like it's like £3 a dozen.
What about do you have markets there instead of going to the supermarket?
Well, as far as eggs go, it's similar prices here, which is kind of ridiculous. I think people are I think the egg producers are actually taking advantage of the whole hype about it. But
they
could be, yeah, you're right. But I think 30, that's what's happening because
I get 30 for $8. So what's $8 Australian dollars? I think is about £4 £4.
It's just about that. I used to be able to buy 18 eggs for $1.80, $1.80 something for 18, and then now it's double that, But
so what I
supermarket
was.
And when the hype comes, all of the producers are gonna be like, "Ooh."
Yeah, but what I discovered was
that's always happens with marketing. If there's a hype about it, they're gonna take advantage right off the bat.
I looked into this, and the supermarkets started charging extraordinary amounts for things, and then I said, "Oh, fuck this," and I started going to the markets. The fresh fruit markets and stuff like that.
And they were just taking all of them out, mate, in this country. I mean, years ago they did it. They did it with the petrol stations. What they did was they all moved in the supermarkets, right? Started selling cheap petrol. They put all of the independent petrol stations out of business, and then they just raised the prices. And they're doing exactly the same thing with food.
They did that here with the petrol stations as well. They're all owned by the supermarkets. But
they're doing exactly the same thing with food.
So the fresh fruit markets, they can't stop because that's where all the restaurants and stuff buy. So we all go locally, and so I've halved my bill. And
where do you get? Do you eat bananas there over in?
But we grow them here. So
you have bananas there? Yeah, you can grow bananas there. All right, so people in England only get bananas from
they get them from Barbados, I think.
Or somewhere in South America.
There is stuff that's produced in this country, man. It's just going through the roof. The price for it.
What do you guys produce? Like leeks and stuff? Yeah?
Well, off the top of my head, apples, for example. I know the countries produce apples a lot, right? But apples, it's a UK thing. Apples are great. The price of apples have gone through the roof, man. It is crazy. It's like if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes and been a shopper myself, right, over the last 3 years, you kind of might have not even noticed it. But it is stupid. I mean, yesterday, I'll be honest with you guys, sorry, just to rant a quick, I bought a pack of eggs, some cheese, 4 pints of milk, and something else. It came to £12, which is a lot in this country for that,
Yeah.
And I could see it getting to a point where, I think it's already at this point, really. They've doubled the energy cost, right? The energy prices in the last year, let alone the last 3 years. Like
I think all the manufacturers are taking advantage of the supposed crisis in the past couple of years. Everything's doubled in price. Everything's doubled in price, and it's just like the rich get richer. You know, it's just that sort of thing. You know, but it's just like there's no rationality to it. I mean, the governments have imposed so many freaking it's actually more based on the fear of some
shortages,
some weird shit. You know, I'm not going to name anything, but it's just like they've decreased the volume and increased the price. Like, say, a bag of chips, right?
Yep.
You know, and it's just like, well, the bag of chips is smaller, but it costs twice as much. It's like, what the fuck? You know, I mean, I used to buy this bag of chips for $2, and now it's $4. You know,
and you don't think it's going up in price because you think you're getting the same thing, but actually you're getting less for your money. So it's an illusion that it's going up in price.
Well, but it's gradual though. They'll make it. Oh, it's 30 cents more, 50 cents more. You know, they just gradually increase it. And lessen the volume too, as well. You know, when you're in the market.
But do you know what else they're doing? I've noticed something goes out of stock in the supermarket, right? And this might sound paranoid, but this is how I see it. And when it comes back, if you look at the packaging, they've all got these vegan marks on them. So they've taken the product off, turned it into a vegan product with the same marketing, and then put it back on the shelf. And it's like a V symbol, and it's on everything now. Now, I know this might sound stupid, but I'll give you an example. Some of my favourite biscuits, I know this sounds dumb, but this is how it is, right? Some of my favourite sweets, some of my favourite biscuits, they've been taken off the shelves, they've been put back again, with the vegan mark on them, and they're not the same food. And I think they're slowly doing it with all of our food. Turning
the vegan mark. Wait, you mean vegan mark? But they're not actually vegan. They just put the mark on it.
No, they are vegan. My point is, when they bring it back, they are vegan, right? And I think
they cost more, but it's still the same product.
No, it is the same product, but just with the vegan thing and different ingredients.
Right, and so they just mark up the price since it's vegan.
Well, this is heading, I think, towards Bill Gates' idea of all of us living this meatless meat diet. You know, it's all going in that way. I think, you know, eventually they're aiming to control the food from there.
If they convince everyone to not consume meat, imagine, you know, what would humans be like without?
I think that's where they're going.
Bro. No,
they're going to try and switch to bugs.
It's never going to happen. It's never going to happen.
They're going to try and switch to this lab-grown meat. This is what they're doing. This non-meat stuff, you know, this meat that they grow in labs. They're gonna try and switch us over to that as a diet because
I just cooked some country style ribs in the crock pot tonight. I'm looking forward to eating some of that shit. I got a whole crock pot full of country style ribs.
That's making me hungry now, here.
Got some freaking barbecue sauce, freaking pork and beans. I'm a meat man. Even though I love vegetables too. I love all food.
Well,
I'm a fan of vegetables and meat. I love it all.
Are you a fan of the ISS, Hilo?
What's that?
I said, are you a fan of the ISS?
Oh, the ISS. I think you know what's really funny since you brought that up?
Because I've got something to tell you about the ISS when you finish.
You know, I've seen some footage from the ISS where they're all flipping around, but they have a table there. and everything on the table is stable, but the astronauts are like moving around upside down and shit. But everything on the table is just sitting there on the table.
You know, by complete accident earlier, I video recorded the ISS transiting the moon. I'll give you a moment for that to sink in.
You did it, or you saw a video?
I did it this evening.
No, he did it himself. I seen
it. By complete accident. It was total fluke. I was recording the moon. Well, I was getting ready to try and record the moon because you could see the Earth shine from it. And as I was doing it, the ISS passed, and I got it on video. And that doesn't happen very often.
But you captured the ISS transiting the moon?
I did, yeah, on video, yeah.
And how he validated is he pulled out his phone real quick and looked at the app, it tells where the ISS is supposed to be going. And it was exactly that moment it went overhead. He looked at his phone like a minute later, and it's like, yep, it said it just went overhead right above me. And I'll just tell you this. I don't believe that the ISS is up there. I don't think Jason believes the ISS is up there. But there certainly is something up there. I don't think there's people on it. But he filmed it. I seen it. And, yeah, he caught some very cool-looking footage. Maybe he could stream it for everybody if they want to see it. But, yeah, it's amazing because he caught it totally by accident. And it was exactly when the ISS app said
it was fast as well. It was really fast.
Yeah.
Is it possible that it's a natural phenomena, or is it a man-made object?
It looked man-made to me tonight, but I could be wrong.
High altitude aircraft's perfectly possible. That's reasonable.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I just think it's it's something circling high altitude. This week we had a guy telling us that. He's an astrophotographer. He's a NASA guy. Like he said, he was trying to demonstrate to us how it was real through amateur radio. And when I listened to him, and he actually said halfway through, if anybody's got a problem with what I'm saying now about this thing being a physical thing in the sky, 250 miles away, then this is your time to speak up, right? And I'll be honest with you, there was a lot of people there, and I wasn't going to be the person just to jump in and say, "Oi, mate, you're talking out your arse." But I'll be honest with you, he was talking out of his arse, because when he explained what he was doing, he's basically beaming an amateur radio signal to the space station, as he calls it. And sorry guys, coughing. And the space station is relaying the signal back on a different frequency, back down to Earth, that you can pick up on a different frequency. He was saying that from this, you can tell how far away it is, i.e. approximately 250 miles, right? Now, this is all well and good, but when I probed him deeper, this is an automated system, right? It's not the astronauts on the ISS getting the amateur radio signal and responding to it. It's just an automated thing. So,
yeah, I mean, if it's a radio receiver, or it doesn't. You can't tell by a receiver how far away you're receiving.
Yeah, because they can choose the amount of delay before they send the signal back to Earth. So from that, you can make it seem like it's any distance, kind of 250 miles, or the Earth, the Moon. Sorry, that distance away. And I thought that was a bit disambiguous of him. The way he was misleading people, but I wasn't really going to step in there and start.
I know you can't tell how far away the signal you're receiving is. You can't. It's not. You can give an approximation. I used to lay in my bed and then just play with the AM radio. I'd get signals with my little AM radio.
That's exactly what I'm getting at,
signals from 1,000 miles away.
Yeah. My mum, right? my mum used to be into Citizens Band radio, and we're in the UK, remember? She used to speak routinely to people in Australia, South America. I remember it when I was little. They used to send a little cards through the post, like, if they'd spoken to each other, it was a little thing. They sent cards through the post. I was told, incidentally, by Matthew Learns, that's impossible. So basically he called me a liar, I kept my mouth shut. Do you want to have a quick look at this? It's only a few seconds. Do you want to have a quick look at what I photographed earlier with the ISS?
Yeah, I'd like to.
I'd like to see that.
It's literally only a few seconds of footage. It's not going to take much of your time.
Yeah, I
want to
hear
see it.
People's opinion.
Hold on. Let me make sure.
Am I good to stream on there? Or?
Yeah, let me. Well, you can't stream, but I just gave you a link in Bedroll. You can share a link to what you're talking about.
Well, I've only got the
it's camera footage right off his camera.
The camera footage on my phone. It's
not a link. He filmed it himself.
If the file's not too large, you might be able to share it here. You can. I think you can share up to 100 megabytes.
Well, he can go down.
If it's 100 meg, I will be able to. Then give me a moment. I'll try.
You could go down in the learning curve and stream it, and they could come down there and watch it, and come back up.
I'm just going to try and upload it here to where you are. I was going to have it, I think.
Pretty interesting, though. What he caught. I mean, I don't.
There you go, guys. I think it's that in there. Yeah, it's allowed me. It's only a few seconds. If you watch carefully, you'll see it. Right, just fly past, literally. It's just uploading there.
Seeing it, Jason. Oh, there it is. Yeah, cool. I'm going to play it on the live stream.
You're going to have to excuse the blurriness, because I was trying to get ready to record the moon because I could see the Earth shine, but then that thing flew past.
It's pretty cool.
So while we're watching this, explain what's
it's
happening.
It's going to get bigger.
You're zooming on the moon.
Yeah. It's fast. You have to watch out for it.
It's coming here next. About now.
Oh, is it that white dot?
Yep. Mike,
that was the ISS.
That's what
it was. Yeah.
What they say, because it came by the exact time the app said it was supposed to go by. So I don't believe it's what they say it is by any means, but certainly something up there.
Okay, cool. I'm down with that.
It's pretty.
Man.
I know it doesn't look like much, guys, but
no. That's
to capture
great,
that
man.
by accident is quite something, really.
So you just happened to be zooming in on the moon, and
literally, and not only that,
were you trying to capture the ISS?
No,
I didn't even know the app or something.
I didn't even know it was going to pass. I was literally trying to photograph the moon because I was going to try and get video of the moon because I could see the Earth shine. You know, where you see the dark bit.
Sure, yeah.
And you know what? I went out, set my camera up, and the fucking memory card was full. So I had to come back inside, format the memory card, go back outside, and if I hadn't have done that, I would have missed it. It would have, I would have been 5
and so
minutes.
while you were zooming in, you saw this white streak across, and you was like, "What the fuck?"
Mate, I didn't even see it coming. All I saw was it cross the viewfinder. That was it. And then I took my eye away and I could see it, and it went across the rest of the skylight, and it was moving really fast. And it was kind of an orange colour. It wasn't kind of white, right? the stars and stuff. It looked kind of orangey.
Like artificial light.
Tim, I wouldn't like to comment, mate. I wouldn't like to comment. I really wouldn't. But all I know is I came back in, I checked it on the ISS app, and it did say that that's what it was in the sky. So I'm assuming it was that.
What do you think about the ISS?
I think it's just a bit of machinery in orbit, not orbit, going around in a big circle that simulates an orbit. It's got an automated thing on it where if you, an amateur radio, you connect to it, it retransmits your signal on a different frequency that you can pick up, and it's got a controlled delay on it in order to make you think it's 250 miles away.
Here's what I think. You can pull up the ISS app on your phone, right? And so you can say, oh, the ISS is going to be traveling above my area of view.
Yeah, that's
now,
what he did.
now check this out. Check this out, though. It's like I can pull up the app on my phone. Well, the ISS is going to be in my field of view. Well, how the fuck can I see it? Does it have LED lights on the bottom of it?
It's all mystery. You tell us.
Well, they do. Sorry, Godrock, interrupting you. Carry on.
I was just saying. You tell us what lights it up. I don't think it could be the sun because we're on a flat surface. The sun would be straight out from it. It wouldn't be on the other side of the Earth. So could be the sun hitting it. I don't know. You tell me. That's what I want. I want somebody.
I don't know if you remember. It's like you can pull up the app and you can know where it is. Where they say it is. But if you can see it, why can you see it? I mean, it's a freaking 250 miles away.
I think the reality is, Hideo, that it's a lot lower in the sky. I think it's a lot lower in the sky, right? This would explain why it seems to move so fast. It really would. And any of these ham radio people who tell you they can calculate the length of it, how far away it is from the delay, don't factor in the fact that it's an automated thing. You can send your message, and before it sends the message out again for you to receive, it could wait any amount of time. It could give you the illusion it's 250 miles away. It could give you the illusion it was the distance to the moon away.
How far is the moon?
I will say this as well, though. If they're going to completely do this coverage for the ISS, the more I've watched it, the more I think there must be more than there are one or two things going on. They've either got more than one thing up there going around in circles that give that illusion, or they've got a fleet of, say, kind of, for want of a better word, U-2 flight, the U-2 planes, those high altitude planes. I think they might have maybe a fleet of them that are constantly either refueling in the air or they're taking off and giving you that illusion.
Yeah, they bullshitted us about the Hubble telescope when it was actually Sophia. We know about that. Hubble is really a high altitude plane with a telescope. It's called Sophia.
What's this thing that Spake's saying here on the FMCB radio? Can you explain that, Spake? What you're getting on there? Oh, he's come there.
Spike, jump on mic if you want. It's not line of sight with these transmissions. MCB radio.
I don't understand what he's getting at there.
With a 3-foot magnetic mount antenna on 9 plus 30, I don't know what that means, while being surrounded by hills. So it's not a line of sight with these transmissions. FMCB radio. FM is different than CB, but that's amateur radio. FM is 2 meter band amateur, but CB is not FM. So a 3-foot magnetic mount antenna surrounded by hills, and you got these transmissions from how far away? It's fake.
He's saying skip allows long impossible transmissions according to LOS. But it wouldn't be through FM frequencies. Those are a lot like shorter wave, aren't they?
I don't know if what he's saying there is sticking up for what I said, or he's trying to say the opposite.
He's answering.
You obviously notice CB by the terminology he's using. I'm assuming he's in the UK.
Well, he's in Scotland.
Oh, in Scotland, right? Okay. So I think he's saying that I think he's sticking up for what I said. I'm not certain.
I mean, he's not necessarily disagreeing with it. He's just trying to clarify.
It says he was in a valley with a tiny magma, which, you know, is a mag-mounted aerial, obviously. Yeah, 40 channel FM.
Yeah,
exactly.
Jason, he's one of the mods on here. I don't know if you know him or not, if you've met him.
I don't know. Anyway, skip allows long, impossible transmissions according to LOS. Skip means what? Skipping the signal off of what? The dome, the atmosphere of some sort, what? I know what the rumor is, but
just from what he's saying there, but he's put at the bottom 40 channel FM radio with sidebands, right? Yeah, I'm not a CB man myself, but my mum was, right, and she gave me all of her CB equipment, and one of them is a 40 channel FM radio, and I believe it has actually been modified for sideband, even though I don't know what sideband is, but that is exactly what the guy's saying.
So, yeah, Van, I'm here. All right, bro. Yeah, I'm saying, see, when you said, Jason, you were talking about the transmissions, and you were saying that obviously they go further than the globe allows, but all I was trying to say was I had a tiny little mag mount, like the ones that go on like taxis and shit like that.
Yeah.
And that was on a biscuit tin it was on my roof. I climbed up the roof and stick it on the chimney stack, and I was surrounded by hills, so basically I was in a fucking valley. But I was hitting Lincolnshire, fucking 400-500 miles away from this little tiny fucking aerial, even though I was surrounded by all this shit. So I was just meaning that doesn't really prove, or doesn't really disprove the globe, because obviously these frequencies are bouncing however the actual transmission's happening. It's obviously, it's bouncing off above, like when they claim that it is bouncing off the ionosphere or whatever the fuck is the claim. Doesn't really matter. But I was just saying that obviously it's not line of sight, is it? If I can reach like hundreds and hundreds of miles away whilst being surrounded by hills.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay. That's what I was saying, man. Maybe I never explained it good enough on the chat. Sorry.
Well, I was a little bit confused as you actually put it. Yeah. But
my CB was on FM frequency. It was a 40 channel, and it had it was modified. I never did it, but it was modified when I bought it. And you could go into the sidebands and speak to people in fucking America on the same.
Yeah, my mum used to do it, all the time. Like she's got a full like scrapbook full of all these people. When they used to talk to each other, if it was a long distance, they'd send each other little cards, and she's got loads of them, like from all over the world, literally.
Yeah, bro. You have to see if you're trying to engage them, if you're trying to talk to specific people when they're out there on the sidebands, you have to say CQ DX. This is like PlayStation fucking Tango, or they don't speak to you, man. They'll just ignore you if you don't like speak to them in code.
Indeed. My mum gave me all of her old CB kit, and I've kept it because I think in the eventuality that the shit hits the fan, the cellular network will be down, and probably the only way we can communicate will be through CB. That's why I've kept all of her kit like that she gave me.
Yeah, man. Everybody's completely like stuck with they've got mobile phones, but like once if the grid goes down, then there's no water, there's no phones, there's no electric, no transmission of any kind apart from CBs and people with their own power.
Yep. Yeah, you're right. So where are you, Spike? Whereabouts?
I'm up Scotland, Edinburgh.
Edinburgh.
Well,
right, yeah.
I mean, I've been living for years. I'm just looking for a flat just now.
You could probably tell from my accent that I'm in Birmingham.
But I wasn't really coming in to argue or that. I just want to clarify what I was saying, man.
Oh no, you did good.
No, I didn't think that for a minute, mate. I was just trying to decipher what you said. Like, you know. Yeah, my mum, she used to talk to people all over the world, but it always seemed to be at night. And I've heard it said, like, there's something about the ionosphere at night and all this. But I've got a sneaky suspicion it's just because there is line of sight.
Well, no, they call it skip. It's something to do with the amount of fucking like frequencies that's out there, and so that's why, like, certain times when the skip's excessive, even though you get a lot of fucking transmission issues and there's noise and like distortion, but that's how you get to speak to people that are fucking thousands of miles away. That's what they call it, skip. I never really looked into it back then, to be honest. I just knew what it was called.
So it's not a flat Earth thing then? It's just bouncing around off the ionosphere on the globe.
So they say, man. It doesn't really. I don't really care.
All right. Okay. Fair enough. I didn't call it just an argument, though.
No. But they've got these explanations and graphs and maths and shit, man. But I'm like, right, whatever.
All right. Okay. I'll phrase it a different way. So, what do you think personally? Do you think
about what?
Do you think it's flat and it's line of sight, or do you think it's a globe bouncing off the ionosphere?
Well, not according to my CB growing up, but it's definitely not line of sight. I mean, it's like blocking line of sight that inhibits if I wasn't surrounded by all those hills when I was speaking to that guy, I would have had a better reception. I would have had better signal. I would have been able to. There's something called RF gain, where you turn your RF gain down, and if they're really extremely far away, they'll disappear quickly. But if they're close to you, then your RF gain will show, so you could locate somebody transmitting on the CB just using it. But so I don't think some of these signals will be line of sight, but like when it comes to like satellite dishes and stuff like that, they're all pointed specifically at these masts or these towers. Like if you look at every fucking satellite dish in the street, they're all pointing exactly the same way. It's all fucking line of sight to wherever it's been transmitted from. But it's obviously spreading out from that point as well. So I don't know. Fuck knows.
Good answer. Fuck knows. I like it.
I don't really, because I've been in this game for so many years now, I don't really care about all that shit. Like, initially I was completely engrossed in everything, and I was trying my damnedest to write shit down, take screenshots and build Google Drives, and then eventually I'm like, it's just a big scam. I think they want us to waste all our energy and fucking be stuck in this arguing the point with ignorant people that won't concede anything.
I ironic that, because I moved on to something else, weird history and anomalies in history, and I've come to the conclusion that, they're doing exactly that with that. They're just wasting your fucking time. Anything they can do to distract you from what they're actually up to, that's their MO, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Anything you could possibly find that makes you think that they're up to that, I think they're deliberately giving us it. It's like all the fake NASA stuff and all the wires. They don't have to put that shit out. They could obviously edit it before it goes out, but they put it out to engage us and to make all the flat earthers go. All the flat earthers are going, look at that, and all the globe earthers are going, you're retarded, and it just causes everybody to scream at each other.
I mean, that is their thing, to get us infighting. Whether it's that Floyd guy with the bloke with his guy and his the thing in his neck, killing that dude, and dividing it and creating the racist shoe, you know, or even, you know, what we see today, like, it's all like that. You can't believe anything you see or hear. Now, that may sound extremely paranoid, but it's not, because of the fact they have a track record of consistently lying. So all you've got to go on is the fact that these people tell us lies, and you would never trust a liar. You know?
Yeah. It's called divide and conquer.
Yeah, it is exactly that. And do you know what? That picture's fake, right? I saw that picture yesterday for the first time. I looked at that and I thought, that is it blew me away, actually. I know it's just somebody's painting, but yeah, that is really food for thought, that picture.
Oh, that was Indio that shared that, man. It was like a guy on Twitter, that flat earther did. But like, there was no evidence with it. There was no anything at all.
Yeah,
it's not a picture. It's not a picture.
It's a painting. Somebody's painting.
No,
I did try and do a reverse image search to see if there are any more that I could find like that, but I couldn't find any. That I find pretty. Well, that is quite a cool picture.
As a concept, altogether, it could mean something, but but it's definitely not a picture.
Anyway. It's not a photograph. It's a picture, man.
It's painting.
Okay, well, it's not a picture of something. I think the word picture has been misconstrued, in recent times as well. Is photograph and picture the same thing, or
no? They're two different things, aren't they? Well, actually, you've got photograph, picture, and then you've got what NASA call an image on there. Really,
but I'm sure.
I guess we have to go through like definition of terms, when it comes to a lot of.
Yeah, ethergrass. If you're listening, bro, I'm sure you've got a definition for us.
What, me?
Ether, not ethergrass. He's maybe not here. I don't know.
All right, you're not talking to me. Sorry, I thought you were talking to me.
He's talking to ethergrass. He knows he's listening.
Ethergrass.
He's not going to open his. What's up, ethergrass, man? You going to open your mic and talk, or what?
I'll be honest, guys. Since I didn't stop hanging out here so much, I've been really getting into like old history and stuff, and and it really has been a rabbit hole that I've got into.
Shit, you're like in the 18th well of the rabbit hole. What the hell are you talking about, Jason? You've been in the rabbit hole for a long time, bro.
Well, it's a question of joining the dots, isn't it, Julio? And eventually you come to a point where there's that many dots that you've joined that you think, fucking hell, man, just, I know it's circumstantial, but they come to a point where circumstantial evidence outweighs everything else, and you've got to go to yourself, fucking, this probably might be how it went down.
Yeah, but it doesn't stop. So it's like, I'm already this far, might as well go this far.
What I've tried to do is concentrate on the last like 300, 400 years or so, because I think anything more beyond that, you're having troubles. But they call it various words, and I'm not going to use them here because I know they're trigger words. But something went down about 300 years ago that has led to the present state of affairs where we are today, where we have to pay for our electric, and we live in this capitalist.
And I think what was kind of getting out of it is like, we shouldn't even have to pay for electricity.
Mate, at one point, electric was free.
Yeah.
There's plenty of photos that show these things.
You just need to be able to harness it. There's still supposed instructions and schematics from Tesla where I've only ever seen it on YouTube, but the guy's channel, I don't know if I've even got it anymore, but it was like into electrical stuff and building stuff, and he had all these pots and they were all insulated from each other, and he had all these like different diodes and all this shit, man, and he was registering it on an amp meter. He was able to charge his phone off it, so scaling his design up, like if he just decided to fucking keep adding plant pots or whatever, then he could just keep increasing. Like, it wasn't a high amount, But there's obviously ways of harnessing the electric that's all around us.
Oh, mate, you can actually do that quite easily and measure it yourself and see it. I mean, ideally, you need to be able to get high in the air, but you can actually do it by getting a long cable and spreading it out along the length of your garden, for example. You've got to have one end grounded and one end, ideally, you want it high in the air, but you can do it along the ground. All you need is a diode rectifier, and connect that to your multimeter, and you can read the current out of the air. The voltage is crazy. For every meter you go up, the voltage increases by, I think it's 100 volts.
Well,
so 10 meters in the air, you've got 1,000 volts, but it's low current. But if you scale it up, you could extract energy from that. You really could, I think.
Why do you think churches have got those steeples and fucking lightning rods?
Oh, yeah.
And
Mate, don't get me started, man. That's what I've really been into the last few years. I think that's exactly what they were doing.
Well, it is Speculation Sunday, so we can kind of talk about this kind of stuff, so it doesn't really matter.
Roll with it. Go ahead.
If it's Speculation Sunday, then I'll say one more thing. Like, it does look like in most of these cathedrals, all of these buildings that seem to be high, so they might be collecting some sort of energy. Right? And Godrocking will back me up on this, hopefully. There seems to be, in all of these buildings, something that has been removed. Like there was a physical thing that has been taken out and just it's not there. And what you can see left behind is normally like hexagonal shaped holes in the ground or whatever, almost like there was something that had been removed. But the copper roof thing is something that's constantly played on my mind right now. I look around at some of the buildings that are still around, and they've got these little cupolas on them, right? And they've still got this copper dome on them, which basically is the same thing that the lightning conductors are made of. And I can't help but think like that is part of that technology that they had somehow to.
Well, bro, there was a guy, I don't know what his channel was called, and it was like, he was down in England someplace, like in some fucking wide expanse, like the Lake District or some shit like that. And one of the electrical, like, wherever they've got like a central part where they connect it to these huge fucking pylons. And literally the guy, I mean, I couldn't verify it myself, obviously. I probably could, but I couldn't be arsed. But literally the pylons and the miles of wires all went round in this big, huge, like a big circle or square, whatever it was, and it all came back.
Oh, right, yeah.
Part. So they could farm the electric. They're literally just putting it up in the fucking sky to suck the electric and put it back into the grid.
Yeah, mate. I've seen photos, right, of power stations, and you see the high power lines coming out like on the pylons, and they don't go anywhere. Some of them go round and go back to the power station. Some of them just end in the middle of nowhere. Do you know a guy called, he's dead now, unfortunately, allegedly killed himself, is his name? A guy called Aaron Dover? Do you know who he is?
I don't know, man.
Have you heard of him?
I don't think so.
Right, well, Aaron Dover, like, he lived in Thailand, and he did a thing years back. I saw it, all right, and it started off, he basically said that Thailand runs on free energy, Tesla tech, right? And he said, and now I'm going to show you what it's all about, right? And he goes on to show you, if you look at Thailand, all of the electric and all of this, right, it's all in cables, like above people's heads, and it's just everywhere. It's crazy. You can go and look now, like it's just literally a mishmash of cables everywhere. And what he said was, what they're doing is the same as a Tesla coil, but instead of it being curled up, what they've done is they've extended it over long distances, so it's doing the same job as a Tesla coil, but over long distances. And he went on to show you what you think of substations in this country. He demonstrated that these were just basically either battery banks or banks of capacitors that were storing the energy and then passing it on to the people. Like now, that might sound far-fetched, but you got to think like Thailand is kind of regarded as a kind of backwards type of place, really, even though it isn't. But they could kind of get away with it, right? And I think it was about 4 months after he came out with this, he turned up suicided. And the whole circumstances behind his death were really weird, and I can't help but think it might have been because he was trying to bring the world's attention to what was going on with their energy grid. And the same has been argued in this country as well. But the fact we've got these, the pylons, the massive amounts of wires, they could easily be underground. And it has been argued that they are, it's not an energy transfer, sending one thing from another. It's actually energy gathering. And they're selling us free energy, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but
wouldn't surprise me, mate, because they lie about every fucking thing, don't they?
Look at the fucking industries they've made out of diamonds and fucking all these like things that they sell.
It's all, man, isn't it? It's all like diamond things.
They supposedly started like a really big campaign that you had to give your woman a diamond ring for marriage. Like that was a thing started. I'm not sure the date it was started, but they pushed it and they advertised it, and it was in the fucking like their newspapers, and it was a big ad campaign, and that's what makes everybody want a diamond ring for their fuck. It's just a piece of fucking stone in the ground. It's not worth anything.
What's your name, mate?
Lee.
Lee.
I'm speaking in my other account.
I know I'm talking to you. I was just asking what your name was because you're coming up with something else. Yeah, Spake.
Yeah.
Have you seen Snatch?
Yeah, man, about 50 million times.
Yeah. So you know who I'm talking about when we talk about diamonds here, yeah?
But which one? Like they're all after the same diamond.
No. I mean, who controls the diamonds?
Right, the leprechauns.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Them lot, It's like equally as they control our fake reality, part of it is to control the diamonds, isn't it?
Control everything.
Yep.
Every industry there is. Oh, just to clarify, Helio, I don't know if you're still there, but that talk with Ron Hagberg, he's discussing the focus problems with the P900 and the P1000, and like these star videos that keep getting shared by flat earthers, saying that they look at that sonoluminescence, but you get the same effect from candles. You get the same effect from fucking.
I could tell you something about that as well, Spike. Right.
Well, bro, at 10 o'clock tonight in the server, Ron Hagberg's coming to do a talk regarding focus, so you're welcome to come, mate.
Yeah, I might join you for that one, because as far as I'm concerned, they are camera artifacts. And I've taken some pictures like of the stars, with that water thing, but you can recreate it just by looking at street lights. And
well, look at this, man. See if you take a look in the live stream voice text. I took this picture with a mobile phone. It was a star that was in the sky for 6 days, and it tracked across the sky. It was really bright and pulsating, sort of flickering, and it disappeared after a day. And then another star, roughly not quite in the same spot, it might have been, but I don't know. But another star appeared in that same spot for another 6 days. I couldn't find it on Stellarium. I tried to download all these fucking apps on my iPad and on my phone to try and work out what it was. But both of them were there for 6 days and disappeared. When I zoomed into that picture, it looked like a butterfly or a fucking angel or some shit.
That is quite mad, that is. I must say to you, and in no way is this me criticising or whatever, if you took that with your mobile phone, there is likely to be a bit of a shake there. You might have created that, but,
it was the same every night, bro.
If you're saying it was there and then it suddenly disappeared, then...
It was fluctuating when you were looking at it, but when I zoomed in on it, you could see that shape for some reason.
Right.
I don't know what.
Right, yeah.
When we were, it was a really good phone I had. I had the OnePlus 6T. It was just brand new. It's like a 800 quid phone. So it had a good camera on it. I can't remember the specifics of the megapixels and shit. But it was a good phone at least. But then supposedly the new Samsung, like the 20,
I was
Note
just
20,
about, I was just about to say that to you. The fake moon thing.
Yeah, man, they're manipulating fucking globes in
Yeah,
the
I was
sky.
just about to link you to that video, mate. Yeah, that is mad that they're doing that. And it only works with the moon, doesn't it? It doesn't work with anything else. And you've got to ask yourself, why are they doing that?
Well, but why are they not doing it with P900s and P1000s?
Exactly. I mean, I haven't got a P900. I've got a Sony. It's only got a 60 zoom or something. But yeah, you're right, man. I mean, when I saw that thing about the moon thing, I did have to double check that what they were saying. But yeah, it doesn't. And it is like the crazy use of AI, isn't it? Almost.
Oh, man, look at the people that they're arguing constantly with that AI bot, like Elon Musk bot, and then when you see deep fakes, and then also you can get voices, you can type whatever sentences you want into this AI, and it'll repeat it back to you in Eminem's voice. So, are any of these people we're constantly wasting our time with, are they even fucking real?
Oh, indeed, mate. I like the cut of your jib. I've got to say, a couple of years ago, do you know Flat Earth British?
Yeah, I've watched some of it. It's a bit
Martin
fucking.
Luther, yeah. I went to meet him. Right, at this there was he got some people together for the day, right? And I went, and there was Mark Devlin was there. I don't know if you know who he is, but I spoke to Mark Devlin, right, and he used to be like, I think he was a Radio 1 DJ or something, and he knows people, you know, in the industry and all this. And he actually said to me that he'd been informed by a good friend of his, I know this all sounds nonsense, he said, nobody's real on television. He said, it's all, he didn't use the term AI because that wasn't around at the time. He said it was all like digital, you know, and nobody's real. And
it's quite fucking likely.
And now, if you think about the AI tech we've got now, they could easily do that.
Nah, bro, think about it. The AI tech they've got now, they've had for fucking decades. They've been drip feeding us.
And what they've given to us is a small portion of what they've got. Remember this, right? I'm a naughty man, I must admit. You give me a bit of tech, I'm going to do the naughtiest thing I can with it, right? But everything naughty is locked out of the AI. Whether it be the ChatGPT or the, you know, image generation, you can't say, oh yeah, make me a picture of me in bed with the Queen or something. It won't let you do that, right? But of course they can do that. You know, all they've done is lock that out for what's available to the public.
Of course, man.
And what I've read, I've only just started looking into AI, and what I've read this week about AI is truly scary, mate, honestly.
But, like, what's that? Say that again, bro.
I said it's properly frightening what AI could be. I mean, I didn't realise, but it can generate, like, computer code for you. You can say to the AI bot, you can say, generate me a C script to manoeuvre a little character on the screen, like to make a game, and it will just write this code for you.
I suppose it can write Discord bots for you as well, man.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I can see where this tool's going in the future. Can you imagine? You could just say to your computer, write me a Discord bot that allows me to spy on people without me actually being there. You know, and this thing will build it for you. And you can trust your bottom dollar, mate. They've already got this tech. This is why they've released the minor version to us. They've got this tech, and this is what allows them to look like they're one step ahead of us all the way. Which is what they do look like if you think about it.
Oh, they are, man. They're just fucking their cattle.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry just to come in here and bum rush your chat, like, but yeah, it's good talking to you, man.
Aye, bro, fuck. Speculation Sunday, as I said, bro.
We're allowed to speculate.
It's it's not about like speculating on like conspiracy theories and shit, but speculating about the Earth and the place we live and what happens in it and shit like that. That can we can get away with that on a Sunday, but that's why I'm always fucking like moaning and saying, "Get back to flat Earth, get back to flat Earth, get off fucking religion, stop talking about fucking trannies."
Oh yeah, I do. You know, I will talk religion if people want to at times, but it always kind of ends in the same place, like shouting, doesn't it? I do like speculation. How long have you been on here then, Spike? If you don't mind me asking.
Like almost 5 years, bro. But I've known about flat Earth for almost 10 years, 9 and a bit, sort of thing.
Right. Just I don't remember you before.
Yeah, I know. I've spoke to you before, man. I was in my first account was called Panto.
Oh, Panto! Fucking hell, man!
I thought you knew.
You just. I didn't, mate. I didn't. You're the man who let me in on the first day.
Was it? Shit.
It was you. You gave me. When I spoke to you the first time, right? You gave me. I think I didn't even understand it. You gave me silver roll and something like flat Earth or something. And
it must have been a fat finger moment because I shouldn't have given you silver.
Yeah, you did. Like on the first day, like and people were asking me, "How did you get silver?" I was like, "I don't know. I don't even know what the rolls are." Panto, I'm sorry, man. I didn't even recognise you. That makes me feel a bit rude, dude. Honestly.
Nah, I thought you knew it was me, bro. Sorry.
I didn't, mate. Honestly.
And then on my Spake channel, I can't speak on my iPad. It's fucked, man. The mic's goosed. I don't know what the problem is.
Because I don't forget a thing, mate. I remember the conversation we had that day.
Yeah. I
do, yeah. Because you told me about your friend who, and you linked me to his stuff. The guy, I think
Flatsmacker.
Yeah,
man. He died, bro.
Yeah. I remember it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a good memory, mate. Honestly. I'm so sorry. I didn't recognise who you were, dude.
Yeah, you guys both
Flatsmacker's channel's still up, man. It's still got fucking a lot of videos. Still got a lot of views.
Yeah, you guys both got memories of an elephant, for hell's sake.
Nobody looks for it. If you just go to YouTube and put Flatsmacker's playlist, then you'll find Flatsmacker's channel.
Because I was going to say to you, there is the learning curve in here, and that's kind of named after me. But that's another story.
There, I posted the event for Ron's focus discussion about these star problems. I just posted it on live stream, so if you want it.
Oh, yeah, definitely. So when is that? Oh, it's tonight at 10.
Yeah, 5 o'clock Central Time.
Yeah. I'll turn up for that, actually.
Yeah,
it'd be interesting.
Yeah, man, a lot of flat earthers don't like them, bro, because a lot of flat earthers share these videos and they don't care to look.
Yeah, I know why they don't like him. It's because it's not fitting in with what they're trying to sell people, is it?
He gets banned from all the Facebook groups and like big YouTubers block him and shit. So that's why I was hoping that like some of them would at least come and actually ask him some questions rather than be a dick on YouTube about him.
Oh yeah, I'll be like that. I mean, God rocking, I'll tell you, we went through the phase of, I was taking pictures of these stars, and straight away I knew they were out of focus. Right? If they were focused, there'd be a fine pinpoint of light. When they're out of focus, I think there is something to see. Like, because they all look different when they're out of focus, the stars. And I think there might be something in that. You might be able to maybe differentiate between certain things. But this whole thing about them looking like they're underwater, that ripple effect, as far as I'm concerned, that's just a camera artifact. It really is. And it guts me to have to admit that because I fell for it myself. But it's the truth. It is a camera artifact, without a doubt.
Yeah, bro, fuck. So I just thought it would be a good discussion, man, because I got Ron checked in quite a while ago, about a year or so ago. I spoke to him, got him checked in, but then he wasn't 100% how to use Discord, so he never really came back in and joined the conversation. But hopefully now, after he comes and has the discussion, Hopefully he'll come back.
I take it he's gonna say that they're all out of focus and it's camera artifacts, yeah?
Well, he's got he just found this. Is it a bat? I can't even pronounce it. I'll post it in a text chat. It's it's not a new lens. It's really old, but it's a Batnavov lens or something, and it helps with focusing these fucking stars.
Right.
It's just uploading just now.
Right, yeah, I see. I've got to say, I don't know what that's about, mate. That'll be interesting to see what he's got to say on that.
Yeah. I mean, I looked into it a little bit last night when he sent me that stuff, man, but it's like beyond me, optics and stuff. Like when it starts getting in-depth technical stuff, I've not got a clue. I've never looked into any of it, man.
That's 10 o'clock tonight then, yeah?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'll stop by and have a listen for certain.
I don't know. I'll try it because I've got a really shit internet connection, man. I don't know how long this MP4 is going to take to load up. But like some of these stars have got like a crosshair in them, where it kind of looks like there's fucking a central point and the lines coming off it, but it's just the mounts on these telescopes. Or the lenses, when you get the circles and then you get circles within circles, it's just the lenses in the fucking P900.
Yeah. I know exactly what you're getting at. Yeah, I can easily see that. And you get what look like features on these things, and they could literally be specks of dust on the lens that because it's enlarging it looks like something else. I will say though, some of these stars that are photographed out of focus, they seem to have features on them, like little dots that always seem to be in the same place. Not just on my own photos, but when I look at other photos, and I'm like, well, they can't be something on the lens. There must be something in reality. So it'd be interesting to see what you actually got to say about all of that as well. Yeah, I've noticed as well, these people who photograph these things and all this, they don't like it when you kind of criticise what they've actually photographed. Obviously, nobody kind of takes criticism well, do they? But you should at least listen.
There you go, there's that clip. The one's got some stuff to bring. He sent that. I don't want to share all the stuff that he gave me.
Yeah, I see exactly what you're getting at, mate. Yeah.
The watery effect on the top of it, it's like rippling on the top.
Yeah. Do you know what? The one thing about this, and do you know what? I'd put money on the fact that that's serious, that is the colour, how it cycles through the colours, and I haven't yet decided if that, again, is a camera artifact or if it's actually doing it. Because I could show you one photo that I got, well, I can't explain it if I can quickly find it. I don't know if I'll be able to quickly find it. I'll have a look. I basically took a picture of the star, and you know, if you wobble your camera and you get a big streak, because the aperture is, it's long exposure, and you just wobbled it, and instead of getting a point, you've got something all over the shot, right? But the picture I got it showed the colours that this thing was cycling through. And, well, again, I don't fucking know. I'm not an expert on it. I'm no photographer by any sense. But it is a bit weird, to be honest.
Well, I mean, when I seen all these fucking star videos right at the start of my FE sort of journey, man, I was believing it as well. I was like, wow, look at that, man. That's really what the stars are. And then I started I found Ron and someone, I can't remember the other guy's channel. And then I started like talking to flat earthers about it, and then I noticed like how obnoxious they are about it, which is just like trying to get through a blow bench.
Oh yeah, yeah.
They're like, this is my belief system. Don't fucking question it. Like, no, we've already dropped a belief system. Why the fuck would you want another one? Like, if I'm giving you information that makes fucking sense and you can confirm yourself, then why not fucking take it and run with it and have a look at it yourself? Don't fucking abuse me. I'm just sharing.
I think that's why I've always got into conflict with these people, because I'm the type of person I'll be like, oh, no, actually, don't look like that to me. Okay, this one, I'm going to go on a limb and put it in there. Right, so this was, I believe this was serious, and it was actually on a tripod, but I was zoomed in, so the camera was still shaking, and this is what came out. And you can clearly see different colours. It looks like Rainbow Road from Mario Kart to me. And there's a close-up of it. I've got one. And I think, regardless of anything, that kind of shows that whatever generated that pattern is cycling through a,
It's just another part of EMF. It's just another frequency fucking fluctuating, man. But that to me looks like that looks like a fucking bullshit galaxy from Hubble.
No, what that actually is a star, and the camera's been wobbling, and so it hasn't been a correct thing. But what I'm getting at is look at the changing colours on the streak. That thing has been cycling through all of those colours, if you know what I mean.
Well, it's just some kind of prismatic effect. I don't know.
Well, no, when you look at it and it looks like it's flickering, it's actually flickering through this range of colours, and because it wasn't stable on the tripod, as it was moving, you can see it quite clearly, cycling through the colours.
Well, that's what I'm saying, but look at a prism. A prism shows you that the light that we're seeing is all those different colours. We just can't see it. So obviously that's just fucking electric up there, man. It's energy. It's fluctuating. So if I've got a clip here, man, it's like a plane. It's reflecting off the chassis of a plane, and it's doing exactly the same thing. Fluctuating light. It's exactly the same, and it's just a reflection. Hit the sun hitting on a plane up in the sky. The guy in the video says it's something else, but it's definitely a fucking plane in the sky. I'll share it, man.
Yeah, man. You've got to remember that's a star coming through the atmosphere, so-called atmosphere, And I only put it up there for interest. I'm not making any claims on it.
I know, bro. I know. Take a look at that. It's just a short clip, man, but it's the exact same fucking fluctuating watery effect.
I'm going to stick that on YouTube, have a look at it bigger.
That's why I don't get why flat earthers don't want to take a look at this info, because it's quite obvious.
Oh, yeah, mate. That is exactly it. That is a brilliant example of it as well.
Mick West did the exact same thing with the candle, just like what Ron done it one Christmas. Ron done a Christmas special and he zoomed in on Christmas lights and it showed you the fucking same shit.
Yeah. I'm with you on that one, mate. Definitely. In fact, that's one of the best examples I've seen of it.
But the guy in the video, the guy recording it, he says it's not a plane. But it's fucking definitely a plane as far as I see it.
So what's he actually saying it is?
I don't know. He's just saying, what is that? Something like that.
Right. Yeah.
He filmed it over like a period of time going past his window, but it looks like the sun reflecting off a plane to me.
I'll tell you what.
He obviously doesn't know there's a focus problem.
He shouldn't discount everything, obviously, but yeah, I can kind of go with that. Just from the contrast coming out the back, I'd say that, really.
That was an amazing shot, that way that flickered. It looked just like a star does in a P900 camera.
Say that again, man?
What was that?
I don't say nothing.
Well, he's demonstrating that might be like an artifact of the camera, Godruckin.
Yeah, I understand that, but what was this? What was the actual item here that was going through the sky? What was that?
Well, it spoke saying it was an airplane.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's got a trail coming behind it, man.
So that was a commercial airliner type plane spraying a chemtrail.
Looks like a fucking plane to me.
I can't tell what it is, but I'll tell you what, that's a pretty amazing video. It looks like a star flickering. That's cool as shit. It also looks like
God Rock is speaking because I can't hear him.
Too. Like leaving a trail, like a one, like a boat.
Wow.
You know what? One time as well, I was trying to photograph the ISS, and it was heading towards the oncoming sun. And even though it was dark behind, it kind of looked like that did to my camera. I'm convinced they are camera artifacts when it goes like that, and it looks like.
Sorry, God Rockin', I couldn't hear him, man.
God Rockin'. They've scrambled his signal.
What?
You just, I wouldn't even say you were a robot in there, dude. You were pretty much unintelligible.
Okay, I thought I was always unintelligible, but sorry. That's a pretty cool video, though. I like that last one there.
Well, Ron's got some more for
really fucking badass. Is what it was.
It's fucked up, man.
Who filmed that?
I don't know. The guy's channel that I took it from, he never replied to me about
maybe you can't understand me again.
What I said.
Okay.
No, we can hear you at the moment, man.
I hear you, man.
Oh. Who filmed that? Who filmed
that's what I'm saying. I don't know that, but the guy's channel I got it from, he never replied to me when I spoke about the focus problem.
I was going to speak up. Do I have to start twisting behind the ear?
Can you hear me, man?
Twisting it a little bit?
Can you not hear me, God Rocket? Ask him if he's got me muted.
I guess that was
John, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, Spike can't hear you.
Oh. I can hear him.
All right. Well, ask him who put that video up. Who shot that video, that last one?
I don't think he knows. I think he tried to contact the person and he didn't get a response from him.
No, okay.
Yes, testing. 1, 2.
I hear you.
Hey, fuck's sake, I don't know what was happening there, man. Shit, yeah, the guy whose video it was, I replied to him about the star, the same problem with the fucking fluctuating images, and he never replied to me, but I stole it off his channel at least.
Right. Well, good job. Yeah, that was cool. I like that video.
Or maybe I got it from fucking Facebook or some bullshit.
Facebook. Facebook. Yeah. We should start something called Facebook. My face. Remember My Face?
My Facebook.
Oh, fuck. It's 10 to 11 in the morning. My wife's been away for a week. She's back in 3 hours. I haven't slept in 2 days. I'm completely off my head and I need to tidy up. That's going to be a mission in the next 3 hours.
You better get your ass busy.
Do you know what? My wife is such a lovely lady, John. If she walked in here and it was like this, she wouldn't blink an eyelid, but I'm not so rude as that. Like, you know, I like it to be tidy when she comes in.
Right.
But you know what? She also knows that I've spent the entire time on here talking to you lot, and she really doesn't mind. She's that cool.
Right on.
Which is kind of cool, isn't it? From a wife, you can't really ask for more than that.
No, yeah, you got a lovely wife. Yeah, you done very well. She's a lovely person.
She lets me stay up every night talking to you lot. I don't even sleep with my wife anymore.
Oh, fuck.
That's really bad, isn't it? Most wives would not put up with that. But she's so cool. She's like, yeah, I know what you're doing. No problem. Just don't wake me up. Get on with it.
Well, what do you mean? What do you mean she lets you? Do you know what I mean? That you allow her to let you?
Do I allow her to let me? Oh, really? No, you know, I'm the type of person, like, you know, there's only 2 people I let in this world tell me what to do, and they are my mother and my wife, right? And I do that for good reason. It's because they are the voice of reason in my world, because I can be a really erratic kind of fucking, you know what I mean? So if my wife or my mum stops me and goes, Jace, you need to do this or that, I do pay attention, like. But yeah, my wife, like, she is brilliant. She, you know, she really doesn't blink an eyelid at the fact that I stay up all night talking to you, like, you know, which a lot of people wouldn't get away with that, would they? You know, people create these bullshit things for arguments in their lives, like you should eat at a certain time, you should sleep at a certain time. She doesn't look at the world like that, luckily. So yeah, I'm pretty much nocturnal nowadays. I get up about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, which kind of looks really bad to most people. They must think he's a right degenerate, he sleeps all day. They don't realise, like, you know, I go to bed at 8 every morning.
I used to be the same, man. Well, when I found Discord, I was like that for fucking years. But then I stopped. But see, once I stopped taking my pain meds, once I got off the fucking pain meds, now I'm sleeping at like fucking 8, 9 o'clock at night and waking up at 5, 6 in the morning before even the birds start tweeting.
Well, that's kind of a good sleep cycle, though. You've got to get your sleep cycle in, haven't you, at some point? So,
man, it's hit me again, because I'm not taking these pain relief, man. It's like bang, it's hit me like a ton of bricks, like being in reality normal. Like,
so you can't sleep very well.
No, now I'm fucking drained to fuck at like 9, 10 o'clock. I'm fucked, man.
Right.
And I'm like bang. I mean, I wake up and shit, but I'm like fucking bang, sleeping early, and then I wake up before the sunrise, just as the sun's breaking.
Well, when you go to bed, you can sleep though, yeah?
It's a little bit disturbed, but better than what I was at least.
Yeah, because I didn't do the disturbed sleep thing. I kind of approached it the other way. Like I run myself, you know, I'll be awake for a couple of days, and then when I go to bed, I'm that exhausted. I kind of get solid sleep till I wake up again. I mean, the other day I slept for over 24 hours. And I obviously needed it. You know, I went to bed, didn't wake up till 24 hours later.
I used to be like that, man. I used to stay up, like, since I found Flat Earth, man. It's kept me up. Literally, just mostly until I'm like completely annihilated, and I'm like, oh my fucking god, I need to sleep. Like last night, man, I was fucking talking in the chat, and I realised like the live stream was 6 hours or 8 hours or something behind where I was talking about, like, and then I realised I was fucking typing shit in the mod room, and my eyes were like going diagonal, man. I was like fucking trying to focus on the screen. I was like, oh, this is like before 9 o'clock, man. I'm like fucking squint eyes.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter what the time is. It's more the amount of hours you get either awake or asleep, isn't it? The time is irrelevant, really. It might look a bit weird to somebody else, but it's all to do with how much time you ever sleep and how much you're awake, isn't it? Incidentally, Spake, I don't know if you're into it, but a couple of weeks' time, I'm going to go down to London. I'm going to meet up with a guy called Spinning Monkey Ball, who I think he comes on here. And we're going to go to the museum in London and just have a look round, like wreak a bit of havoc for the day. You're welcome to join us if you want to.
The Natural History Museum.
Yeah, that's the plan. Yeah, I'm just going to get the train down there, like meet him in the morning, spend the day with him.
I've got shit to do, man. I've been fucking busy trying to find a flat, and I've saved up money for a deposit and shit, so I'm not wasting any more money than what I have to.
Okay. Fair enough. I just thought I'd be polite and invite you though.
Yeah.
Considering in our country, like, you're in your country, but you know what I mean.
There's a lot of people, like staff down in London, like crypto and there's like loads of mods. They're down that way, man. If you're definitely going to do it, man, ping someone, ping myself or ping a mod, and let them know when it's happening, and I'll put it in the mod room.
Oh yeah, that might be quite cool actually to get a few people. I'm planning on it, like, you know, if all goes well, like a couple of weeks.
Yeah, man, I'm happy to put it in the staff room for you, man. If people want to join, then they'll join.
It says crypto. Do you know Logres?
Yeah, Logie, yeah.
Yeah, Logres is down there as well. Like, I was going to invite him.
Logres is cool.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell you what, me and Logres didn't get off on the best of footings when we met each other. It was like it was like that. But once I realised what Logres was about, yeah, I kind of like the guy.
It's just dry sense of humour, man. Some people have got that kind of sense of humour. So
Yeah, you got to get used to it.
They take it the wrong way.
Know exactly. Yeah, you got to know how Logres is in order. Yeah.
But he knows a lot of fucking shit, man.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I tell you what, like you can learn a lot about somebody if you listen to how they deal with other people. And I'm not just blowing smoke up his ass up and brown nosing, but I've heard Logres talk to people who, for want of a better word, distressed about stuff, about their own thing, like. Yeah. And because Logres has had experience with this, I've heard him talk to them and have much time and compassion for them. And that alone cements him as a bit of a dude in my books, because not many people go out of their way to do that for people.
Yeah.
That he's done the same with me. I'm not going to go into specifics, but he's done the exact same thing with me, man.
Yeah, he's a good man. He's a good man. And I spoke to him earlier and he said something to me quite outrageous. When I first met him, I said to him, he gave me the impression that he was an outdoors type of person. And I said to him, are you into this thing? And he said no, because of his, physical stature and all this. And today he said to me, he goes, I bought a pair of hiking boots and I'm getting out there. And I was like, oh, well, maybe we'll go for that walk in the woods after all. And he went, yeah, maybe. And I'm like, fucking good on you, mate. Because I was going to meet up with Logres a while back, and he pulled out of it, I think, because of his mobility problems. But he seems like, well, he just seems really positive and like doing what he's doing. Like, it was good to hear from him because I hadn't heard from him for a while. I have got quite a bit of love for Logres, I've got to say it.
Yeah, man.
Because he's got love for other people, if you've got time to listen to it.
Plus, it's fucking funny. It's funny how people get wound up when they speak to him, man. It's quite hilarious.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's pretty much what happened when I first met him, but yeah. But if you've got to, it's all about listening, isn't it? If you've got time to listen, you'll find out, And,
especially, like, these people are getting emotional just because text's on a fucking screen. Like, they're taking emotion from completely emotionless words on a fucking screen.
Pictures.
They can be defined in different ways. Like, the definition of the word today is different for, like, fucking how it started and all that shit, man. And they fucking don't know what words they're using, and they're fucking... And they're getting pure hyper. They're like, oh, you can't say that. Like, you can say anything. You can say anything. We should be allowed to say fucking anything.
Yeah. The day that I figured out how to trigger Logres was a good day. Oh, I thought, yeah, you're not infallible, mate. Because you can trigger him if you want to. It's hard to do it, but you can. I don't know. Got that trigger. Oh yeah, they have. Yeah. And you know what? Yeah, that is very true, man. Yeah. And I tell you what, right? He's an argumentative son of a bitch, right? It took me a bit of a while to realise if I was going to be friends with Logres, there's certain things me and him just won't have to talk about, and it's been like that ever since, like, and he clocked it, I clocked it, and I like to class Logie as one of my friends. I do.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, he's good, he's straight up.
Everybody's got their own different views on things, man, and if, like, somebody's
not many people are truly trying to save the world, though, are they?
Flat earthers.
Well, yeah.
That's about the only people in general. Flat earthers are trying to save fucking collective consciousness, man. Like the people that are in this delusion, man. Because since that guy took the time to tell me all those years ago, I think it's my duty to try and tell other people, man. And that's all I do on the bus and the train and the shop and the fucking bank and the fucking wherever.
But in light of that, what you've just said, then I'm going to say something else. Then, yeah, I agree with that 100%. Right, and this isn't me trying to sound big or sound like somebody else, but you know, you look at the world, you see all these people that are arguing about different shit and who's this and who's that, right? They don't realise that when the shit really comes down, and I'm going to speak collectively for all of us here, us flat earthers, we're the only people, really, who are looking out for everybody else. You know? I really do look at it that way. Nobody else seems to even fucking get through that. I don't care. You know? And it's like all of you here, right, who are listening to me, I can tell you one thing, right? If it ever came down to it, hopefully it wouldn't, but it may do, I'll be right beside all of you and I'll have your backs every inch of the way, right? Because that's just the way it's got to be. Because without that attitude, I don't think we're ever going to progress into the future, man. You know? It could be argued that this is kind of talk of revolution or things like this, but you know, it's, somebody's got to start the revolution, haven't they, guys? I don't see anybody else starting it. You've got these people. I mean, I'm surprised it hasn't kicked off in America. You've got these militias, you've got these armed biker gangs and all this, and they were all wearing masks when it came down to it. Right? I think, well, I just think when it comes down to it, the flat earthers will stand up and do what's right, you know? I like to think that anyway. There's nobody else going to do it, guys. There really isn't. I know it sounds a bit crap and blasé and cliched, but I made my mind up a long time ago. I'm not going to go out on my knees. You know what I mean? He can do anything. He can put a bullet in my head, but there's no way I'm going on my knees, right? And I'm not going to back down on the way I felt about everything throughout my entire life. I'm not just going to do a U-turn on that. You know, they will literally have to take me out of the equation before that. And some people think I'm a misguided idiot for thinking that way, but I don't. So my mate once said to me, Jace, the world is a giant shit sandwich and we're all one day going to have to take a bite. And he was right about that. And I still think that bite is still coming up for all of us. I don't think we've even reached the fucking pinnacle of what's going down at the moment around us. No. And I don't think any of us will see it coming. Much like we didn't see the you know what coming 3 years ago. I don't think we're going to see it coming, guys.
I hope we see aliens invading and shit on the news and UFOs and fucking like military fucking.
It doesn't really matter what stunt they pull, mate. They're still gonna. It's still gonna have the same effect, isn't it?
Nah, but the alien shit, man. Imagine like tuning in to watch the mainstream media just for a laugh, just to watch.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be good. I mean, I didn't think I'd live to see all of this that's transpired in the last few years. But yeah, to tune onto the local news and see that mothership hanging in the sky, that would be quite something, kind of Independence Day style.
But I hope I see that before I die, man. I really do. If it's a bit less fucking extreme than what they've already pulled in my mind. Like I see the alien invasion as a little bit less fucking aggressive.
You do know that Blue Beam is a complete cover story for something else, though, don't you?
But who knows what it's for? Why it was.
Blue Beam, I've read, is a cover story for them waiting for their gap to be able to escape through the firmament. Right, but when it changes from the red Katrina to the blue Katrina, right, you get the electromagnetic field goes down. Apparently, there's one. I'm not saying I believe this. There's one school of thought, right? It gives them that window of opportunity to escape, and that's what Project Bluebeam was actually about. It's not about the UFOs.
But where the fuck are they going to escape to? Like saying
they're just trying to get outside of what we call the firmament.
Right, but what you call the firmament has not been verified by any fucking measure. So, like, it's just a belief.
I'm not saying I believe in the firmament, by the way. I'm just saying it.
Yeah, it's just a
personally myself. I'm a fan of further lands, which would kind of write off the firmament thing. You know, I just think there's bigger lands, and they're exploiting it, and they're just not letting us know.
But man, it's just like the fucking, what do you call it? The Large Hadron Collider. I mean, I saw like years ago on New Scientist magazine, and like they literally admit that it's on the website, it's on the LHC website, that they're denying that they're trying to open a portal to another dimension. They literally officially deny trying to do that. Okay? So, like, that's just another story. Oh, they're trying to break out. They're trying to open a portal. I'm like, nah, whatever,
Look at some of those celebrations they had for the Hadron Collider. You know, when it opened, and they had all these. Oh, it was just bizarre, man. It was like it was just
satanic.
Of course, that is what. I mean, it was they were putting it there right in front of your face, weren't they?
Yeah, I mean, like they're just doing that. So then people like us, or people like us who are still a bit like able to be manipulated, then it makes them think, or it makes us affirm the consequence. So like they put all this devil stuff out, and they've got all the 666 everywhere. They've got all these devil horns and symbols that get thrown up. So that means to a lot of people, especially Bible believers and religious people, it makes them have verification that this fucking Satan story and religion is true. So you're affirming the consequence. So I just stay away from it. I'm like, well, whatever. Man.
Do you know? You must know Bill Bailey, stand-up comedian.
Yeah, man, of course.
Have you heard what he says about the Large Hadron Collider?
No.
When he's talking about them sending Maltesers around and colliding Maltesers to make all the sweets. It's really funny. Yeah. It is really funny. But yeah, that thing, and he just mentioned, and he is serious about it, he mentioned that whole thing about him finding the Higgs boson, right? Which is like, all that's doing is supporting basically what I think Stephen Hawking's put it forward first about this Higgs boson thing. So they've managed to create the Higgs boson particle, and now they've moved on to other stuff, and that's his joke about now they get bored and they've started putting sweets in there to like make, you know. But yeah, Higgs boson. I mean, well, what is that? You know, it's like.
Well, I've got Logie shared this with me yesterday or last night about it's the wrong one, but it's the same guy talking about string theory. But there's one where he's ripping Michio Kaku, man. I'll find it. But he's taking the fucking cunt right out of him, man. If I can get it. Shit. Try to find it, bro. One sec.
Oh man, I feel a bit rude now because I came in here early. I've been in here for ages and I've completely taken over the conversation without letting anybody else speak.
Bro, for like fucking 2-3 hours before you came in, it was Matthew Learns arguing about fucking religious fucking stories, and then everybody else is arguing with him, and then he got fucking banned, and then for the next fucking 45 minutes they spoke about fucking Matthew and the arguments that they've already been having for the past 3 fucking millennia. It's like, what the fuck, man? Hey, just get back to flat earth or go to fucking religion.
Oh, sorry, it's not that bad then.
Nah, at least we're off fucking religion. Right, I think this is the link, possibly. That's the one. Michio Kaku is out of control.
No,
I only watched
that.
What's the first half of it, man? I need to go back and watch it.
Joe Rogan's on my phone, my books. I'll have a quick look at this.
Man, I play it on the bot. It's only a few minutes. If anybody objects, or if anybody doesn't object, I might play it.
Yeah, do it, man. Yeah, I'll watch.
It's only like 8 minutes or something.
Check this out real quick before you do it. The only, like, aside from references, I think the primary religion we should be discussing here would be this one.
Heliocentrism is the only religion we need to discuss.
And then, wait, hold on, I got another one. And their propaganda. And their worship.
Yeah, I must say, sorry, I digressed. I've just come in here and just been talking my head off, right? I was kind of excited that I came in here and got some intelligent conversation for once, you know what I mean? Doesn't happen very often, really.
I wanted to chime in, but then, like, it was like the elders were speaking, so I just kind of kept myself muted.
I know what it's like sometimes. You can't even...
Don't feel like that, bro. Fuck's sake, it's an open forum, man.
I understand that, but it was like, okay, Helio was catching up with him, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to sit back and let these bros catch up with one another. I'm not going to interrupt, because...
I'm the type of guy, man, you can interrupt me at any time. It doesn't really bother me.
Like, no, it ain't no weirdness with the elder. Okay, the big brothers are speaking. My big bros are talking to one another. I'm not going to mess with them. That's more like how I was looking at it. But yeah. You're fine, man. Like, you're catching up with your friends.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've been in there for a chat.
It's been a while since I spoke to you. I've heard you speaking every now and again in the chat, but I'm usually just in YouTube or fucking whatever else, man.
Yeah. Normally we just chill and talk about whatever. Well, today's actually Speculation Sunday, so... I mean,
I've actually given up chatting flat Earth to people, right? And if anybody talks to me, I do make a point of saying to them, all I'm doing is speculating, because I've had enough of the debating and all that. That's why I've moved on to like the history and the Tartaria thing, because you know there's a lot more speculating to be had there, really. Because the flat Earth, like is based in proper solid science, isn't it?
Yeah. And that's why I mentioned that, because I've heard you say that before, and I'm like, well, today's Speculation Sunday, so it's perfect time for you to be here. You could talk about anything related to that stuff.
Oh, man, I could come every Sunday and just waffle things, and you go, what?
What's your most interesting thing that you've discovered with the Tartaria type stuff? I've looked into it a little bit, but only because my mother's into that stuff, so whatever she finds, she shows me stuff.
I just think, well, if I'm being honest... Probably the fact that most of the cities in North America were actually there way before Columbus.
Yeah,
you can look into Vespucci, and he's what Vespucci said about his encounters. You got to remember when Columbus discovered it, he thought it was Asia. And Vespucci's accounts were all of white people. There were no Indians in America, but the cities were there.
Well, I think Columbus knew exactly where he was going. He was sent there to fucking eradicate the fucking indigenous people. There was no fucking confusion, man. He fucking knew where he was going. He was sent by the crown.
Yeah, indeed. And you got to remember, it was 150 years after he got there to the Pilgrim Fathers left Plymouth and went there. You know, there is a school of thought that said he had a boatload of Freemasons. They just jumped off, founded all these cities, and there you go.
If the guy even
what is Freemasonry? And nothing's free, right? So what is Freemasonry? Found masonry. Because you got to work to get it, right?
It says Freemasonry, I think. Or do you think that?
Found masonry. Because you have to work to do masonry, so nothing's free. But if it's free for you and a Freemason, then that means you found it.
Yeah. And you got to look at the words they use. Well, when they never say this city was built. It's always founded. You know, it's always like we came across it. We just found it, and now it's ours. I don't know if you know of him. You know, I've just recently discovered the guy, Dr. Longo. Do you know him? He does this History Florida thing, and he's put some brilliant stuff to the table recently. Just in Florida alone, like to back up the whole old the fact that there was something else here long before Columbus and everything. He's really good.
Yeah. And I know that some people probably would watch this and they make some, well, they're just dumb. They don't know what the meaning of Freemason, because the whole thing about freedmen, like they're actually free men type thing. And but no, really, think about it. You cannot get Masonic work, like building bricks. That doesn't happen for free.
Yeah,
it takes work.
Yeah, you're right, man.
Yeah. I'm just kind of mention that for any listeners that might watch this. Like, we're not being retarded. We know what real Freemasonry is trying to say, and we're saying you don't get anything for free when it comes to Masonry.
Yeah. Most of the people who think they're in the Masons, like they go to the lodges and stuff like that, they're just normal people, huh? Like, they might think they're in some kind of fucking, like, secret fucking organisation, but they're really the ones in secret. Like they're kept in the dark. They've only told so much. They've got their weekends, their marches and shit like that, but they're not the real people we're fighting.
They get him. Not only are they getting played, they're paying for it. Some of them, because you can pay to get in the Mason. You know, you either pay to join or they come and headhunt you because you've got a skill that they want. Basically, simple as that.
It's a money cult, really.
Yeah, would agree.
But I mean, it's kind of exacerbated by the religious issue, because, like, in Scotland, if people that, like, I know a lot of people who's been in the lodge, and they're all Rangers supporters, and they're shouting King Billy, and they've got fucking Union Jacks, and these Scottish people going to Glasgow Rangers and singing God Save the Queen, so they're completely being fooled by the entire system.
Yeah.
Because I once was. I used to think I was a bigot as well. Like, people would, like, some of the shit I said when I was a kid, because my family were all Rangers supporters, and I heard all these supposed buzzwords, King Billy this, and singing the sash, and playing the flute, and all that stuff, man. It's all just pushing violence.
I was exactly the same, dude. I would describe myself as a racist, only because of I was repeating things that I heard from my family. I didn't even know what it was, really, the words coming out of my mouth, until I left home and went to live somewhere else and discovered that there actually is a world out there. Do you know what I mean?
But it was when I looked into the Jubilee, like, I was still a staunch Rangers supporter, and I still argue with people, and, like, there used to be fights at weekends, if depending on who won, Rangers or Celtic, that would make the opposite person fucking aggressive and shit. So, like, all that stuff I grew up in, and I thought it was the same. I thought it was a bigot until I understood what it all stood for, and I looked into the Jubilee. And after looking at the Jubilee and seeing that the Royals, during the Jubilee times, they would cancel some of the debt that they put into countries, and they would give back some of the slaves. And when I started looking into all this shit, it was like, it pure disillusioned me from football, man. I just don't like football anymore. I never have done since then.
Yeah. Oh, it's fake. To kind of yes and what you're saying, there's actually like a 50-year Jubilee that lines up, I think, the year before 2030. It's interesting timing that whole Agenda 2030 thing happens to line up right there when this year of Jubilee, a 50-year Jubilee, begins. I could prove it, but I don't feel like looking it up. We're doing speculation Sunday. I ain't got to prove shit.
You're going to have to excuse me, guys. I've got to use the bathroom. I'll be back in a moment.
Yes, sir, man. But it really does. Like, there was a lot of math that I did involving a lot. It goes back to religion and other crap that I don't feel like bringing up right now.
I hate math, man. I found a guy's video yesterday, and because of the sophistry at the beginning of it, it made me think that this is going to be a guy to get to the server. And then once I watched more of his videos, and then I was like, "What the fuck? This guy was just talking garbage."
You want to hear something funny?
Go for it.
I'm not going to go into detail about the discussion or the conversation that's happened, but it was like a kind of conference call, and I was one of the people talking in the room, and I called the guy a sophist, and he kind of snapped out of his NPC programming and started getting real and just talking like a normal person after I did that, and I thought that was hilarious. He happened to be like an intelligent man, a guy with a degree, so he knew what I was saying when I said that. I mean, MD would. But it was just funny.
You overrated it slightly, wasn't it that funny?
If I told you the whole thing, it would be funnier. But it's just, the funny thing is I was angry. The point is this: I was angry enough to use like curse words and like fuss at him and stuff. But instead, all I did was call him a sophist and walk away. And when I came back, he had like shifted his voice and he was starting to talk a lot different. Like he was just being very real about stuff. And it just made me happy. But it was funny to me because I didn't even have to cuss at him or anything. I just like threw a word at him. Like, yeah, you're being this. But it's true. When they like get to the real facts, man, I don't know, stop freaking tiptoeing through the tulips. I hate when people go, I don't know, boo boo, and they won't give you any kind of like real answer about anything. Give me some certainty. And yeah, I did overplay, but it would have been funnier if I told you the whole thing, but I'm not going to. I'll VC with you later and I'll tell you about it and then we'll get it. So where's that curvature at? Any globies want to come in and show us like a picture that they took with a fisheye or a CGI?
Sorry, laughing. It still makes me laugh when people say, where's the curvature at? And this week, somebody realised in conversation that I didn't really want to talk flat Earth because I don't really want to be that rude to somebody to say, mate, I've been there. I don't really want to discuss it. I haven't really got the amount of knowledge that certain people have to sit there and debate it all day. And he said to me, so you're the type of guy who thinks we can see too far. And I said, yeah. I said, pretty much, that's it. Yeah. And he went, I could argue against that. And I went, I fucking know you could, but I'm not interested. And he just went, yeah, all right, I'll leave it at that. And then we carried on and had just a perfectly normal conversation like two people would if they met in a pub or whatever, It was crazy that we could actually move past that thing at the beginning because most of them can't. They'll always bring it up, even if you ask them not to. And they'll do it.
No, but the only thing they've got to argue against long-range observations is fucking refraction. Most of them don't even know about it, which kind of refraction it is, so it's like pointless going round in circles with them about that. Like, just ask them, are you moving in multiple different motions at millions of fucking miles per hour right now? Like, tens of thousands of miles per second. Like, Earth's stationary, man. Get back to basics. It's pointless arguing shit on a screen.
I like that, though, what he was saying, Jason. You basically are like, I don't consent to this interaction, and then you move forward with the conversation without having any problems. When they try to have a discussion, and you're just like, nope, and you just kind of keep moving forward.
Yeah, but a lot of them would probably take that as a concession that you're just a dumb flat earther.
A lot of them just ignore you and carry on doing it anyway. I mean, the server I'm on, and I'm a mod, I've got mod powers. I've asked people just to leave it out, and the more you ask them to leave it out, they seem to And I know what they're doing, you know, I've got it now, and it's like, and I've got to a point now where, and some people, if they didn't know me and they were listening in, they might think I'm a bit harsh, but I've got zero tolerance for these people now. These trolls in the VC, don't suffer them at all. I'm like, you can fuck off, right? At first, they were all coming at me. Now they just leave me alone. If it comes down to, you know, like voice to voice, and I tell them to leave it out and they don't, I'm like, mate, are you fucking deaf? And, you know, and yeah, I do swear a lot at them, but it's like, you know, some people don't fucking get it through their thick head till you call them a cunt. They really don't, you know. And it doesn't bother me, guys. It really doesn't. It's like water off a duck's back to me. It honestly is. But what I don't like is when I hear these people basically trolling people who I'd call my friends, people who are very invested in it. They've got a, you know, and they're dedicated towards it all. And then you get some person coming in talking to them like they're fucking dirt, man. And I'm like, no. And I have had people complain at me saying, well, you're overboard, man, the way you speak to people who listen. I'm thinking, well, no, I'm not actually. Because my idea was 10% of people are cunts, and after being on air, that percentage has gone up big time, you know. And you do know who's genuine. Just from talking to somebody for 2 minutes, you can tell how genuine they are. They might be asking dumb questions, but you can tell they're genuine. Or they could be asking intelligent questions, and you can tell they're fucking just being a cunt, for the best word of it. You know what I mean? I've got a zero tolerance to them now. I really have. And people moan at me constantly about it, but I'm not having it, you know. And they say, well, you're online, this is going to happen. I think, no, this isn't right. It's like if it was real world and me and you, and us like we're sitting around a table in a pub having a beer, you wouldn't talk to each other the way certain people talk to each other on here. You just wouldn't do it, full stop. You know? And now that's the way I look at it. And people think that's me getting triggered, but it's not. It's just the fact I don't like people talking to other people with a lack of respect like that. Just don't do it. Basic manners, isn't it? And if you can't understand that, then my attitude is fuck off then. I know that sounds really rude saying it like that, but hopefully you understand me.
Hey, it makes sense, man. The way I see it is there's a difference between being nice and being kind. Being nice is stupid.
Yeah, the only thing that being nice gets you, I'll be honest, because I'm the type of guy, right, unless I'm absolutely drunk, I'm a pushover. You get me pissed, though, that's a different question altogether. But apart from that, man, I'll let people walk all over me. I really will. And when I have to step in and moderate these discussions that I hear going on, it's always to the last point where I'm thinking to myself, why hasn't somebody else stepped in here and said this? And inevitably, it always comes down to me having to step in. And I feel bad about moderating grown adults, about their conduct and how they talk to each other. You know, it's bizarre, man. And like I said, it just wouldn't happen in the real world. It really wouldn't.
Yeah, no, they wouldn't do it. They're keyboard warriors hiding behind a screen. Hey, I sent an image right here into the voice text. I did the etymology for the word kind and nice. I should have had some pictures onto there too. But the word nice, it means stupid and ignorant.
Yeah, it is actually a put down, isn't it?
Yeah. When fastidious.
I'm just having a look. Oh, sorry, I was on somewhere else there. Right. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't being nice is not a good thing. And I'm not going to cite any Bible verses or anything, but there is something that says love is patient and love is kind. So if love is kind, then that means it's nature, the natural order of things. It's an innate character, form, or condition, a class or race distinguished by innate characteristics. Well, that makes sense. That sounds about right. Survival of the fittest sounds like some deathology stuff, like you die and whatever, or the people who they survive, they're not dying or whatever. It's all focused on that. But love, that's focused on the natural order and things and life continuing.
Yeah. Yeah. I would agree with that. I think love is the key.
Yep.
It really is. To learn how to love and to be able to pass it on to somebody else. Do you know what? It's only a thing I've learned that in the last 10 years of my life.
Yeah.
And once I discovered it, I really have embraced it. Because it is true.
Well, it's like when you learn the difference between just regular love, like a teenager who sees a girl that he likes. That's not love. That's, you like her. Yeah, okay, if you take the technical definition of having desire for, or like libido, it's okay, whatever, but that's not true love. True love loves the truth.
Yeah.
And it's much deeper than just somebody's desires for something.
You're right, mate. I'll be honest with you, right? I've only been married 11 years. I never thought I'd ever get married, right? And do you know what? Yeah. I don't think I ever understood what love was until I got married and I got to know my wife.
Isn't love in a lot of ways kind of like religion? It involves faith. You have to have faith, and you're putting your faith in a person that they're going to, be faithful to you. And then there is, like the term religion up there, it says to bind, and it has to do with vows and like reverence and obligation. I'm just thinking like all of the things connected between just the form of a marriage and how it in itself is, by definition, a religious act. Which kind of tripped me out because that's like a recent study that I've come across. Like, wait, marriage itself is religious, and it was weird because of how but then you got to think, well, people they're marrying themselves to stuff all the time, binding themselves to this and that.
Yeah.
Because marry is a mariner's term, like two ropes being woven together to become one stronger rope.
Yeah. Well, my wife, right, and honestly, she never tells me what to do, what I should be doing or anything. When we met and we got married, she kind of let me do anything that I wanted to, right? And I swear she did it by design because it dawned on me that, yeah, I can do anything, literally, that I want to. But it's on you, isn't it? What you do, you have to take responsibility for your actions. And, yeah, man, it was like, it was quite amazing because I don't like being told what to do. Nobody does, do they? Get your back up. And she never told me what to do. She just let me do whatever I wanted to. And I kind of figured it out. And I figured out, this is the best thing I've ever had in my life. And I would be a complete idiot to jeopardize anything that I have right around me right now, and that feeling has only grown through the years. I've got so much respect for my missus, honestly. I mean, she's my best friend as well. We talk about things. I didn't have to turn her on to flat earth either because she kind of figured it out herself, which was kind of mad. And my mother did. She's quite mad.
Dude, that's exactly what happened with me. Because my wife's a flat earther as well, and so is my mother. That's awesome.
Yeah. I mean, my wife's cool. Like nobody in the real world knows she's a flat earther. I don't think even her kids know it. I mean, one kid, and I call him a kid, like he's 30 odd, and he's still into dinosaurs. And I said to her, She said, "I haven't had the heart to ruin him for him. He's still got a pillow with dinosaurs on it." And I said, "Haven't you told him that?" And she's like, "No, of course I haven't." Assuming you, well, I know that you don't know dinosaurs are fucking Freemasonry shit.
Yeah, I know. I just think it's hilarious. Like, I'm just thinking of the thought of like having a conversation, just a normal conversation, and we're like debunking evolution. Ask somebody their age, and then they tell you like, and you're still into dinosaurs.
And you've still got a quilt with dinosaurs on it. You got to never mind. My dad, like, you know, my dad's been gone like a few years now, 8 years. So,
yeah.
But man, I really don't know how he would have taken the flat Earth for a start. But the dinosaur thing, fuck me, man. Honestly, I don't think he'd have handled that at all. I mean, I'll be honest with you, it was a hard pill to swallow, the whole dinosaur thing. It is a hard thing to get your head around until you properly realise what they did there. But just outwardly, it's like, you're a fucking nut. You're telling me dinosaurs aren't real? Next, you would tell me archaeology is fake.
Hey, check out the locker room. He would probably visualize this.
God, where am I looking?
I'm sure you got access. Right above the voice text in the locker room, live stream locker room. That's what he would visualize.
Let's have a look. Maybe a little bit like that, yeah. I just think he just would not have had it. I think he'd have hand waved me and not had any time for me. He's never ever done that to me before, but I think, well, I don't think he'd have swallowed the flat Earth, guys. I really don't think I would ever been able to get it through his head, because he was Mr. New Scientist. I wouldn't say he brought me up as an atheist, but he was an atheist himself. He never hammered it home to me. In fact, he always said to me, when you get old enough, make your own decisions. Like, that's always what he said. So I wasn't pushed into something, but yeah, I don't think his head would have handled it. I really don't. But then again, you know what? There's a little part of me that thinks maybe I could have got through to him.
Yeah.
You know?
It's kind of like you never know until you try, type thing.
Nah, not at all. I mean, some people who I've seen take the flat Earth on board, they're not the people you would have thought they might have, and vice versa. I mean, I tried to turn a sniper on to flat Earth, I met him at a party one night, and obviously, I overheard him talking, and he was saying about being a sniper, right? And obviously, back of my head, I thought, I'll talk to him later. I've got some questions. So obviously, I got round to talking to him, and he was about my own age. Turned out he was a sniper, like when he was young in the South African Army. But obviously, I said to him about Coriolis, and he's like, "What's that?" And I said, the Coriolis, where you're taking into account the spin of the Earth for your bullet. And he went, "Never heard of that." I went, "Really?" He went, "Yeah." He said, we're always taught to aim high, for the bullet drop thing. But after Coriolis, he'd never heard of it, right? So I kind of weighed it up. He ended up coming back to my place, right? And I'll be honest with you, we'd had a few lines of cocaine and stuff, and he was very chatty. So I thought, well, maybe I could, I don't normally try and just drop the flat Earth on people, but I thought to myself, this guy might take it on board. And, fucking hell, man. It took me about 2 days, and he still wasn't properly on board with it when he left. He really wasn't. I could tell he was trying to factor it in. I could tell his brain was trying to, but he was just like, I could tell he was banging his head against a brick wall, like someplace. But he did And I kind of didn't see him that much after that. I did keep in touch with him, and he did say to me that he'd been on his mind, but he just couldn't factor it in. And I'm thinking, fuck me, man, you got these people, military trained sniper, kind of. You just had anti-Coriolis explained to you, and you still can't take it on board. And I'm just thinking, fuck, man, it's like the rest of the populace are going to be really hard sell on this one, you know. I love the psychology behind it all as well, because the bottom line is all of us flat earthers are fucking idiots. We're that stupid, we think there's an edge of the world to fall off. You know, that's what they've inbred in people since they're like 5 years of age. You can tell when the first time you mention flat earth to people, if you just watch them in the eyes, they have this little kind of micro reflex thing where you see them go boo, like that. And 9 times out of 10, they kind of blurt out something stupid. And it's not even their own brains blurting it out. It's like it's been pre-programmed into them. Sometimes they just go, like that. It's just like a nervous reaction. Some people just look you square in the eye and go, you're a fucking idiot. Which I think my dad would have done, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, the world's filled with a bunch of people who are just mockers and they don't want to think for themselves. If you say anything that sounds remotely silly in comparison to their own worldview, they'll flip out.
There is a little part of me that thinks... yeah, go on, sorry, mate, interrupting, go on.
Oh, no, you're good. I was just going to say, and their worldview involves them living on a ball where people walk upside down on it.
Yeah. That is quite crazy. You know, there's a little bit of me that thinks, and this is really going to sound like I've got delusions of grandeur or, you know, been on my high horse, but there is a little bit of me that thinks that us lot, we share something in common that we don't actually realise, because, you know, let's face it, most of the populace are in a fucking daydream. They really are. And the people that bother to even take notice of us, they just think we're fucking mental, and there's something wrong with us. You know, and I think, well, what gets back to what we were saying earlier about the flat earthers. Like, you know, I think they're the only people that really care. And in a way, they're trying to save the rest of these people who are constantly rude and abusive to them. Not all of them, but some of them. You know what I mean? People like Matthew Learns. I'm not being rude, but you were talking about him when I came in, so I'll pick on him. He's a motherfucker, right? I really think that, and I came to that conclusion independent of you lot. I can see him for what he is. But really, we're trying to save people like Matthew Learns.
I avoid making an individual thing, even though I have my own opinion about stuff. And I'll just make a broad stroke. Anybody who's preaching that mainstream doctrine in accordance with how they want it and putting that above what's actually here and present is clearly a liar.
Oh, mate.
All of them are liars. So I'm not going to point a finger at just Matthew, and I'm not picking on him. I'm saying the entire hierarchy of academia is filled with a bunch of pompous liars.
Oh, man, I don't even know where to start with that one, mate, because, yeah, not only you're spot on, right? Right, a good example is, have you seen a bit of footage of the first spacewalk?
Yeah.
A Russian guy.
How about the, well, yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, yeah?
I just want to mention real quick before you get to that, though, Sputnik. If they made a cartoon, they had a rocket, and all you see is it go, and then it's cartoon. and they're explaining a cartoon, and people believe the cartoon.
Yep.
They see a thing up there and be like, oh, they believe the cartoon that they saw about it. But then, yeah, go ahead and say what you were saying, man.
Well, that first footage with the first spacewalk, Linov, something he's called, Russian guy. And if you look at it, and I swear they've edited it nowadays because it was a little bit longer, but man, it is so obviously fake as fuck, right? Using stop motion animation, which, if you look back, is actually kind of that was top of the range special effects back in the day. Like, you know, that was the best they had. So they put it on this. And so I suppose at the time, just like when I was a kid and I used to watch all these movies by Ray Harryhausen that were all done with the same stop motion effects. You know, I used to think they were real when I was a child, but they were pulling this shit on adults at the same time with this spacewalk footage. And you only have to look at it nowadays, guys, to realise it's BS, right? And you try showing that to any Glober man, and their reaction is crazy. It's like, oh, I don't see anything wrong there. That looks fine to me. And I'm like, are you fucking stupid?
Well, that's
I'll take a look at the Gemini footage I just posted in the live stream. The Earth starts spinning a fucking different way.
If you I just turned it in my head, like I turned the screen. Well, I turned my head, but it's obvious that that's changing the direction of the ship that they're on. Like it turns. That's why the Earth spins in a different way. It's because it's flying forward, but the whole thing is turned on its side to make it look like they're orbiting above. I'm about to flip the image, though.
So when you look at that, man, like they had fucking probably the technology they've got today. They probably had that back then, the motherfuckers, man. Like they make out that's the best quality we had. Bullshit, man.
What's that bit of footage there?
Gemini, supposedly.
Right, because I don't know if I've seen that one, because that one's in more colour than what I saw. The one I saw, and what the dead giveaway was, at the end, the guy turns his head and the whole helmet turns to look at it, and it wasn't an articulated helmet, and I think he gives a thumbs up or something. I don't know if I've seen that bit of footage you're showing there, you know.
I've seen that one, and I've seen the designs for the helmet according to that mission, and I saw that it's not articulated. I saw all the schematic shit, man.
Yeah. And this is it. Like, when you're dealing with these people, like Matthew Learns, right? You know, their bottom line, if they haven't got anything else to say, is they call you out for being a liar, right? And that fucks me off. It really does, because, you know, you've got to try and keep your cool exterior, but, you know, when somebody's just calling you a liar, and it's like, I just think you're a fucking, sorry swearing, guys, but you know what I mean?
It's maybe not that. I don't know if all these people are willfully lying or if it's their subconscious is that fucking delusional. Because, like, look at Matthew Learns, he's like a professor in maths, and he's got all these millions of fucking hits on his channel. So obviously he needs to keep to his belief, or he's lost all of that. Well, the subconscious is fucking scrambling. That's why it's been dishonest. That's why it's fucking ad hominem or using logical fallacies. Because he's been here for long enough, man. He knows the arguments. He knows the evidence.
Like I said, mate, I've got a good memory. And I looked up Matthew Learns, right? And not only is he a plagiarist, well, I'll just leave it at that. He's a plagiarist, because there is something else I could say, but I won't, because it's not a very cool thing. But yeah, he's a plagiarist, man. You know? It could be argued that he's a child that never grew up, is in the education system and all this. But there's a reason why he comes in here, not just there, but other sites as well, and does what he does. And it's because he's obliged to. He's on the fucking payroll, mate. And he knows full well. But he's trying to score brownie points with the powers that be, if you know what I mean. All he's concerned with is himself, his family, like most people are, and his pension that he's going to get after lifetime of working in the education system. That's all he's concerned with. And he'll do and say anything in order to make that an easy ride, right?
Everybody would, man. Everybody's just trying to.
Yeah, they would look out for the thing. And yeah, I mean, I've never been in the situation, but maybe I would lie for my family and stuff to make it all cool.
Well, especially if you've been to university for like 10 years and you've got degrees and fucking, or you're a PhD or some shit, like, because some of these like highly like educated people that I've spoke to, they're the most difficult people to speak to because they've got programmed responses that just constantly come out.
Yeah. And really, most of them haven't got any physical skills that can translate into the real world. You know, it's all on paper, you know, like going on about, you know, relativity and all this nonsense. You know, they'll speak about it like it's a real thing, but the reality is it's all theoretical math, isn't it? You know?
Reification fallacies.
Do you know what? One thing I've never understood is the whole fallacies thing. So a reification fallacy is what?
Well, if something's not a concrete, like, fucking something in reality, and all you do reifying it would be using like like engineering with maths or animations, or I don't know, like you could fucking like modeling is a reification fallacy, because models are not, like, reality is not a model. Like, we experience reality, you make models if you want, but that doesn't then make the model fucking reality. And like science, that's what supposedly Tesla says, that these people wander into equation after equation and constructing all these fantastical, amazing sounding shit, but it's not in fucking reality, man.
And they kind of use that in reverse, like one of my pet-hated people, even though I don't know the guy, is that Professor, is it Professor Dave? Oh, I'll tell you what, the one thing I heard about him, right, what he was saying, he started off with a lie, and he built the entire thing on a lie, like repeatedly getting back to the model of the flat Earth. And as I understand it, there is flat.
That's a funny video, man.
You know, it's like.
Have you seen that, Jason?
I'll have a quick look. Is it the one?
It's only like a minute or two long, man. It's got like all these sound effects and that. And Dave saying, "Well, yeah, I used to teach, and the professor told me that I was to do the class, and then I went into music and I gave up." And he's like, "So Professor Dave's just a little name."
Yeah, I'll have a quick look.
Funny, man. You want me to play it? Because it's only like a minute and a half long.
I'm looking at it now. Should you trust his professor?
Oh, fuck.
That other guy, Aaron, or whatever his name is, he looks like a fucking Klingon. And the only debate I saw him in, he kind of got his ass kicked and just bowed out ungracefully.
Oh, fuck.
Chemist and proponent of intelligent design James Tour wasn't a fan of the.
You know that I have not been a proponent of intelligent design.
And proponent of intelligent design James Tour.
I just thought it'd be fun to have like a little persona. You know, Professor Dave. It's just a little name.
I don't have a PhD in chemistry or anything, but I, did work in, I took courses with laboratory components as an undergrad, and then I did most of a master's in synthetic organic chemistry.
But I didn't really last long. I dropped out in my second semester. I wanted to move up to San Francisco and play music, and then I moved down to Los Angeles again for music opportunities. And but I eventually got this teaching job for organic chemistry at this little trade university. It was a pretty lucky break because with a bachelor's degree, I was only supposed to teach the laboratory portion. But on the first day, the lecture instructor had this freak out to take off, and so my boss came up to me and he said, "Look, you got to go teach the lecture. There's nobody here." They offered me the job permanently, but contingent on me getting a master's at the same time. So I went over to Cal State Northridge to give a second shot at a master's degree in chemistry,
and found that I really, really hate it. I really didn't like it at all. Do not enjoy doing chemistry.
But through a bunch of
that is
frankly, I lost that job.
That is mad.
Yet again, from the master's program. A lot of you ask very incredulously, "Are you a real professor?" I sit literally in this room like 60 to 70 hours a week, and I chose the name really without much thought. It was kind of tongue-in-cheek, to be honest. I just thought it would be fun to have like a little...
I love that sound effect. It's like going, brr.
Yeah, in the background.
They offered me the job through a bunch of bureaucracy. I lost that job.
Sounds like that guy Shells versus Shells channel. He did one about Flight the Flat Earth, man. It's fucking hilarious.
Being a chemist, do not enjoy doing chemistry. I really, really hate it.
What, FTFE?
A little name.
Aye, but Shells versus Shells, he made the video about it, man. It's fucking hilarious, bro, honestly.
Yeah, I had a kind of run-in with him a few weeks back. I was forced to be polite to him because of he's very he's got his pat down to a fucking art form. He really has, because for somebody like me who doesn't really want to be in somebody's face, by being polite, you're kind of obliged just to go, "Oh yeah." Anyway, guys, it has been brilliant talking to you. It really has, man.
Yeah, bro. You too, man.
I'm going to have to get off because my wife's been away for a week and she's back in a few hours, and I need to sort out some stuff before she comes back. But I will come back later, 10 o'clock, for to hear what mate has got to say about the cameras and things.
Yeah, bro. It'll be an interesting discussion.
Yeah, I'll be here.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, so I must say thank you again. Like, it's been brilliant.
Thank you, bro.
Catch up with you. Yeah. Okay, so I'll be back later, yeah?
Yeah, brother. I'll speak to you soon.
All right, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, one love. That's all I've got to say.
Peace out, bro.
Peace out. Yeah, indeed. You take it easy, guys.
See you, man.
Well, I was going to say bye, but I was a little too... Oh, man.
It looks like Shells v Shells channel's fucking gone. I'm trying to locate it, man. It's fucking... I can't find it in my subs or if I search for it. Bastard. Oh, I've got it, man. Ether, I don't know if you've heard this, bro, but it's fucking class.
What's that?
The Fight the Flat Earth with the Shells versus Shells video, man. It's fucking insane. Fight the Flat Earth, seeing all these people hanging on to this joke of a movement. And then he admits that he's trying to extract money for the Flat Earth fucking subject.
What an idiot. That's the funny part. Here's one of the reasons why like only Globers can make money off of making fun of flat Earth, and flat Earthers cannot make money off of flat Earth. We use money. We don't like using money. We use it because we must. Once the system crashes, we can survive without it. Eventually.
Maybe.
But we like, all right, if you're like, hey, I have whatever kind of food product or whatever thing, and I have something else, and you're like, hey, I want that, and I'm like, well, I'll trade you this for that. I don't need a piece of paper to make an exchange with you, man.
Well, we're not going to go back to bartering for a fucking long time till everything collapses, at least.
Yeah. It's just about resources and what's available like it always has been. I don't think that anything will actually change. We just added paper money into it as a representation for time and effort. It's really misbalanced.
The best thing you could do is try and find a way of getting land, access to water, hopefully animals and fucking fertile land to grow fucking crop. But apart from that, we're fucked. In general, humanity's fucked. God, look at it, man. If the cities, like if the electric grids went down today, it might be fucking chaos. There'd be people fucking killing each other for bottled water and fucking scraps of food.
Well, I mean, I'm not a doomer about it, though.
No, but if the grid went down, like that's instantaneous. There's no water pressure. Like, most people have never even been camping, let alone fucking tried to catch a fish or fucking snare a rabbit or fucking...
Within 24 hours, there would be no milk, bread, eggs, cheese. All of it would be empty. There'd be no bottled water, none of it. Like within 24 to 48 hours, all of it would be gone. There'd be no toilet paper. It'd all be gone. People would be punching each other in the face over these minor resources.
Bro, I'm going to play that clip with Fight the Flat Earth.
Because that kind of stuff happened during the,
It's playing.
So the people still clinging on to this joke of a movement are being shown for the people they really are. For the people they really are. And that's people that are dependent on the flat earth. Dependent on the flat earth. Whether to line their pockets, or to make them feel special. Hey, yeah, so I'm pissed off. I was just doing a hangout with some community members and subs. Just have a chat with you guys before my debate later today, my hosting one tomorrow, and then my being on non-sec on Saturday. Unfortunately, for some reason, one of the panel members put the link to the hangout in the chat, which has resulted in me getting porn bombed again.
Can I have the chance
to go and delete the video quick enough before YouTube picked it up and flagged me for a community guideline strike, meaning that I now can't stream for a couple of weeks. I don't know how long, it doesn't really say. I've appealed it, but yeah. But secondly, I'm pretty sure I know who did this. And you know I fucking know who you are. And I want to point something out to you right now that this might seem just like a bit of a laugh to you, but this has become an important part of my life because for the first time in a few years, I'm supporting myself and my family. Yes, this is making me money. Yes, this is making me money. Not a massive amount, but enough, equivalent to like a full-time wage, that I have taken myself off of benefits, and I've set myself up as a business. And I'm trying not to dox myself here, but there we go. It's proof that I have set up and I am paying tax and everything. This is my livelihood now. This is my livelihood now. Here you go. Look, see? So, I'm disabled. I can't work. I physically can't. I tried and I worked until I physically couldn't work anymore. And in my spare time, I started this YouTube channel and it's grown into something where I'm now supporting myself. and I've just taken myself off of benefits. And what's just happened by whoever's done that is you've taken part of my livelihood away. So the people still clinging on to this joke of a movement are being shown for the people they really are. For the people they really are. And that's people that are dependent on the flat earth. I'm going to kind of be relying on funds that I'm earning through YouTube. So by getting my account a community strike and stopping me streaming is literally stopping me earning money. Literally stopping me paying my rent. Dependent on the flat earth. Whether to line their pockets, dependent on the flat earth. Whether to line their pockets. I don't give a fuck what you think about what I'm doing here. I sincerely hope that you're fucking ashamed of yourself. You probably aren't. But I really hope that on some level that you are. I don't think it was a flat earther. In fact, I'm pretty confident that it wasn't a flat earther. And for some reason, it's a person that thinks that things like doxing and things like this are okay. I'm pretty sure it's the same person that doxed me before. So now I can't stream. I can't do the debate that I was planning to do on my channel. I can't host the debate that I was going to be doing on my channel. I can't do any hangouts with subs. I can't earn super chats. I can't earn super chats. So the people still clinging on to this joke of a movement are being shown for the people they really are. And that's people that are dependent on the flat earth. And I can't earn any revenue off of any streams that I put up. So thanks very much for that. And go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Thank you for your support, and hang around because this isn't obviously the end of my channel, and I'm going to appeal it, and I'll be back streaming as soon as I can. I'm trying to do something here. And for some reason, I just can't even. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you.
How many viewers do you have that believe that?
All of them. I mean, I'm getting about 40,000 views a day at the moment on my channel.
Sound effects are priceless. That's that.
That's funny. Another reason why he said that he thought it was Globey that did it is because he knows full well that real FE people don't do that. There's a lot of other random stuff that we would do, but we would not drop porn in somebody's shit. No, would not do that. Because that's kind of gross. That's beneath us.
I would say the fucking same. I wouldn't do it personally, but I think it's quite funny it happened to him. Like, that's hilarious.
Yeah. Well,
I wouldn't advocate for anyone to do it. Like, don't go out and bomb people. But
however, I will say this: regardless of what somebody claims they believe that Earth is, a reprobate would do that. Doesn't matter what your worldview is. A reprobate would do that. And
but bro, have you ever heard any Fight the Flat Earth debates and the bullshit that he talks and the fallacies and the abuse and the muting, and he's got his mic up full blast and he's got other people's mic fucking half, and like, I get that some people have been in there, they've been fucking so angry they've left, like they've fucking rage quit, they've been pissed off, like so he's an enemy to a lot of people, man, because it's just the way it is.
But hear me out. There's a reason why I avoid watching all of these discussions and stuff, because should I ever meet these people, and I want to completely unbiased, like, I don't even know who the hell you are. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because like y'all have been watching stuff where they've got their own ego, where they think, oh, everybody knows who I have no clue who you are. You tell me who the hell you are. I'm not going to watch these stupid channels to see. Nope. Because they're just clowns. But I get what you're saying. He's pissed off a lot of people, and he said a lot of effed up crap. And he deserves what he's getting.
I don't know if he deserves it, but it's funny.
No, anything that happens is canon to the story, dude. I'm just saying I can't change the lore of the Earth. Anything that happens is canon.
Oh well.
Well, it's kind of like the thing of you get what you deserve, and karma's. Well, I don't know what the hell anybody did in their past, but I know that for every action, there's an equal or opposite reaction, and you get from point A to point C by going through B. Got to go through. So they're cause and effect. There's specific things that happen. So everybody gets what they deserve, no matter who they are, including me, because I've got my own issues, and yep, it's all my fault or the fault of something that rolled downhill. Whatever, I deserve it. Cool.
As someone told me, coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Yeah, so I'm not going to complain about anything, and I don't think anybody else should either.
Yeah, the guy makes living off lying to people, so
look,
fuck him, basically.
I'll be right back. Actually, there's a VC check-in. I'll be right back.
But we're not advertising for or advocating for people to go and porn bomb people. But
yeah. I mean, I would never do it. I mean,
there could be kids watching it. It's sick. It's fucking sick.
Yeah.
They see enough of that shit in fucking primary school, let alone on YouTube.
I know.
Let's bring all the left-wing radicals.
Satanists.
I'm glad I'm not in that system now, man. Thank fuck. Been a long journey. Sorry, who's that we're speaking to? Is that you, Overseer?
Who, me? I'm super spinning. Are you speaking to? You're talking about the person?
Oh, right, you, bro. No, yourself, bro. Yeah, I take it as you. Because Jason was just in here. I think he was talking about you. You're going to meet him in London or something.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah, at the end of the possibly at the end of the month, he wants to go to the Natural History Museum and look at some dinosaurs, sort of some air quotes dinosaurs.
Right, I was there fucking 15 years ago, I think. Was the big? I think that's the one with the sort of. There's a seat outside it, and it's got Darwin, a statue of Darwin on the seat.
Oh, right, yeah, that would make sense. But yeah, I can't remember the seat though.
It's kind of like the one in Washington with what's his name, with that president sitting on it, the monument, Washington Monument.
I don't know.
Like he's sitting there.
I know which one you mean. Yeah.
He's sitting there like some kind of authority before you. I'm sure it's at the top of the steps when you walk in. There's like you walk up steps and you're facing Darwin sitting there, and then to the left and right there's steps going up again. If it's the same place I was at, man, when I lived in London.
Yeah, it's in Kensington somewhere. It's next to the Science Museum as well, I think.
Science, and air quotes.
Another air quote, yeah. I just want to go in and ask them if they've got any real dinosaur bones.
Right.
Just get a lot of ums and ahs. But the founder of that museum, the Natural History Museum, is the guy who invented dinosaurs. Same guy. He's I forget his name now. It's early in the morning.
Oh, that fucking early. Fuck's sake, it's 12 o'clock, man.
It's early for me. It's early for me right now.
I was the same, man. I used to sit up all night and sleep fucking all day, but I kind of sleep early and wake up fucking before the birds tweet or before the sun rises. I'm like, bing! As soon as I fucking open my eyes, I'm like, fuck, that's it, I'm up.
I think that's the way he's supposed to be.
Doesn't it feel like that, man, when you wake up at fucking that time? Like, shit.
Richard Owen, I think that's his name. Richard Owen. Yeah, let's go with that.
I've heard that name in the argument, yeah. But there's a couple of names who were busted for faking fucking some of their specimens and shit. Eric Debate goes over them.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, Rich.
I think it's on the bottom.
He invented the term dinosaur.
Was it not just before one of the world's fairs or something, and then that's where it got implemented and sort of shared between these technologically advanced people?
Well, it's weird. He invented the term dinosaur in 1842 or something, 1843, and then in 1852 or 53, that's when they found the first bones at the Lyme Regis or Bognor Regis or whatever. But coincidentally, the government was offering people money if they could find dinosaur bones.
I put it on the link on the bot before, but I can't remember what I called it. I called it some variation of died, no, and then saw or or some shit about it. Can't find it.
Yeah. Just another Royal Society guy. They all seem to stem from that Royal Society.
Just a coincidence.
Coincidence, yeah.
I'm gonna go and see if this guy that's getting checked in, see if he wants to come to the live stream. Back in a sec. One second. Wait, what's his name again? Shit.
Rhino.
Oh, that's what it is, man. Rhino, 1 sec, I'm just unmuting you. Yeah, Rhino, you should be able to speak, brother.
Yeah. Really
Cool.
had it like 999. I was in T with Phaser and Times. Really chopping up Ground and White. Oh shit. Oh fuck.
What?
Oh fuck.
I take it you're a rapper, Rhino.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I like rapping myself. I like writing as well.
Shit.
But yeah, back to the subject matter of the server, man. Like, I take it before you got here, did you think that flat earthers believe in the disc sort of idea?
Yeah, it was a disc.
Yeah. Man, it's a common thing, man. Most people that come here think that because obviously there's disinformation campaigns out there. They're trying to portray flat earthers as complete imbeciles. They've not got any evidence. We've not got any information about anything. We don't know what science is and all this shit. But if you stay around the server for any length of time, you'll see it's quite the opposite of that, man. Like we just don't accept stories and equations and all these highfalutin ideas about the Earth that are all basically in maths or in animations on TV. So we stick to reality, man. We don't experience motion, and none of us have ever seen any curvature with our own eyes. So that's basically the start, where we start from.
I don't know what the fuck you just said.
What? What? None of it?
No.
It's alright, we'll go to basics, bro. Do you think right now that you are moving in all these different directions at mind-boggling speeds? Like, if you believe in the globe, do you accept that you are moving in all these different motions? Like, right now, do you think you're in motion?
Yeah. I can feel
Yeah?
it.
Come on, bro.
Like, we're moving, we're like spinning.
Right, so they say.
Pardon?
So they say. They say we're spinning at 1,040 miles per hour at the equator, so we're supposed to be spinning constantly. Then they say the Earth is also, while it's spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, it's also on an elliptical orbit around the Sun at almost 70,000 miles per hour. Then the Sun's also dragging all the planets that are making all these different motions at almost 500,000 miles per hour. And that's not even talking about the motion of the galaxy. Just locally, within our solar system, we're being dragged, we're being spun. We're literally, the Sun's like a comet dragging all the planets through the sky in the globe model.
Yeah.
But that's a bit unbelievable, is it not? When we all experience the same thing. No? Would you know? Do you not think that sounds like quite ridiculous, the numbers that I've told you?
Sounds normal.
Normal? Normal to who?
Yeah. To me.
Why? Because you've been taught it all your life.
Yeah. I actually watched a TikTok video about it.
So the video's good enough to dictate reality for you?
Yeah.
Nah, man, I'd be tough to disagree, bruv.
Mm-hmm.
So have you looked into flat Earth at all? No.
Pardon?
I take it you've not really looked into flat Earth or any of the evidence or any of that at all?
No.
I don't know if Ether told you, but there is vast amounts of information in here. If you're into laser tests, long-range observations, there's loads of external information in the server for you to verify yourself if you want to or whatever. But I kind of go with natural experience and reality. Like, I don't need to see stuff on TV or YouTube to tell me where I live.
Yeah.
But if that's good enough for you, man, it's up to you, really, bro. I mean, but if you stay here long enough, you'll hear constant, like, discrepancies in the globe model. Constantly.
Yeah.
So have you got? I've seen as this is the first flat earther you've ever spoke to, I would imagine. Like, what would you ask a flat earther? Like something in your globe that you think a flat earther's got no answer for you. If you've got a question, man, please fire away.
No, I don't have any more questions.
I've not even heard you asking one.
Uh,
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to, man. I'm just like, it's up to you. You're just in the server 5 minutes, so you've got plenty of time.
what do you believe the Earth is like round? Or...
What do I think it is? I mean, I don't know. I don't know what it is, man. It's some kind of topographical realm. So there's hills, there's valleys, there's mountains, but there doesn't appear to be any curvature anywhere, and most of the Earth's surface is covered in water. So we know how water behaves, trying to always find equilibrium and lay flat and level when it's not moving. So we know what it's not. It's not a ball barreling through space at millions of miles per hour. So we know that. I mean, that's fucking nonsense, man. But what it actually is, I don't know. We can't tell. We don't have to replace like the story. Sorry, you go, bro. Sorry, Rhino, I spoke over you there, mate. On you go.
Oh, no, you're good. You're good.
Pardon?
Pardon?
That's what I said. Pardon.
Oh, you're good.
Come on. Oh man. So have you looked into the specifics of the Earth and the solar system and the globe model? I mean, is it something that interested you previously anyway? Like, would you watch documentaries about space or fucking any of that kind of stuff?
No, I just watched a TikTok video.
What? So what made you come to a flat Earth server?
Pardon?
What made you come to a flat Earth server? Like, what piqued your interest enough to join?
Oh, I got invited.
Yeah. Go and troll the flat earthers, maybe.
I don't know.
Oh man. Trying what we could go through. So space has never interested you then, no?
Oh, I've got a question.
Go.
Can we upload shit pics?
Can you what?
Can we upload shit pics?
What's shit pigs? What the fuck are you talking about, bruv?
Like shit pics. Because I've got fat diarrhea right now. I can send a picture.
Get rid of this guy.
Oh shit. No, I was. The Earth is flat, so.
Oh, it's not quite flat if there's hills, man. Hills are not flat.
Rhino, you don't have to. It's not funny, but you don't have to do that, man. You can just be real and talk about stuff.
Yeah,
like, I know that you're being put on the spot, but you don't have to resort to that.
No, it
just
was like
be real, man. Just chill. Are you talking about like shit posting memes, or are you talking about actually trying to? Because you just go die. Come on, dude. Like, what are you talking about here? Be real and be chill, man.
Like after I shit, I'll send a picture.
No, oh my god. See.
Alright, no man, you're not in cog this. You've not been banned or muted, so you're fucking deafened. Sorry, you're muted in VC just now, but you can still talk in chat. But if you fuck about, man, then you could be banned. It's up to you, bro. I don't care. I thought you were going to be alright dude there for a minute. Yawn. Well,
And I'm back.
I don't know if he came in on another fucking account, man, because he's not got VC verified now and he's in the lobby.
That's funny. Well, hell no. You come in begging to post pictures and then post stupid stuff. At least that's what most of them would do. These kids are wild. Lobby. Oh gosh.
Ethergress, I think you're hot micing.
My bad.
Well, I mean, if nobody's going to talk, I got a video I'm gonna play.
Well, that works. There was somebody talking. I'm trying to get this other person to, that HUD's person. Yeah, why isn't Equism talking if they're VC verified? They're in the lobby talking up a storm, but they won't come in here and chat.
Oh, the lobby. That's kind of
yeah. You should be coming over here.
Yeah, why not? I don't feel like talking. I just like I'm eating.
Oh, you're good.
I'm
eating just
ribs that I cooked earlier, and they taste really good.
Nice. I was just commenting.
Kind of like I just hear somebody just going. It's like live content is not actually like really happening right now.
Yeah, I was hoping people would start chatting, and then it got quiet real quick. and I was kind of
Sunday
focused just on
morning,
typing.
bro. It's not usually like.
Where's all this? Yeah, where's all the speculation Sunday stuff?
It'll happen later today. I'm just, usually like this time, it's kind of dead.
Yeah.
I mean, I can. This video I was going to play, I think we've all heard before. Do you have anything that's new? Oh, let's see. I could probably find something better than the one I was about to play. Hold on. I mean,
Play something short, man. Don't put something on for like an hour and a half. Or some of us do want to at least try and get customers from Cogdas or Lobby or what.
Well, I can just leave it open. You guys freaking
We could put some on and just like have it really low, because I've been testing the volume shit, and we could have it at volume 1 and still have a discussion easily.
No, I would prefer that you not talk over something playing in the background or like music or anything like that. It's just like I listen to Tartaria Discord thing, and with that music in the background drives me fucking crazy. I can't fucking stand that shit.
But it's better someone talking than just links playing, man, because a lot of people turn up and they come into the room and they're like, oh, fucking bot playing again, and they just leave.
Okay, well then I'll just let it ride, you know.
That did it, man. It's your shit, man, but I'm just saying, man.
I'm just
some people,
the guys are right
it kind of puts some people off, at least. Not everyone, but at least some people.
Okay. Hey.
I don't know, man. Fuck, do you want? Fuck, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
I don't give a fuck. I was gonna play that Mr. Sensible video.
Oh, please don't. Fucking hell, I'm sick of listening to that, man.
That's what I'm saying. You know, I'm just like, that's what I'm saying. You guys got something? See, I'm looking.
Fuck anything. Anything that's not the same thing we've been listening to for the past 6 months. Different a bit of music, because then obviously like play a wee song, have a wee chat, play a wee song, but fuck. An hour and a half of Mr. Sensible's fucking, I need Valium.
Let's go with dead air then. I'm good. My fucking dinner's getting cold.
What you got for dinner?
I'm eating ribs that I cooked. Well, it's not really ribs. I mean, it's what they call country style ribs. It's like a back cut, like big. You just call them country style ribs, but they're not really ribs. But they're very tasty and meaty.
I've kind of went off meat again, man. I'm back to hoping to eat fish all the time.
I cooked them in the crock pot for like 4 hours, and they're very tender stuff.
I've never made ribs, man. I always, if I'm going to get ribs, I get them from a Chinese or something.
Talking about red ribs that you get on the buffet or something?
Yeah, well, you get the red ones, the Chinese style, and then they do the barbecue ones as well, but I'm not really a barbecue fan.
Yeah, I hate those Chinese ribs. They're just gross.
That's the cheapest, nastiest shit, man, you could get.
Yeah, you're going to do ribs. You want to get them from America.
Well, not even from America, but I could go to like the farmers' markets, like on a Sunday, go to the farmers' market, and you get like grass-fed, organic fucking beef. So, but the stuff in the like see shit in the normal stores in the city or that, if you go to like one of the fucking your average store that everyone uses, man, the meat in there's just fucking nasty shit, man.
I bet you them Aussies can do some ribs too on the Barbie.
Kangaroo ribs.
Yeah, maybe.
Right, man.
Kangaroo ribs.
Man, it's just another animal, man. That's what I was saying earlier, bro. Some people have got this fucking thing in their mind. They think that, in something like Korea and places like that where they eat like dogs and shit like that, they're like, I would never eat a dog, but you'll eat a fucking pig or a cow or like, what's the difference, man?
Kind of, meat is meat, eventually.
Because like, if you've ever met pigs, or you know anybody that's had pigs, or you've associated with them, they're intelligent as fuck, mate. Oh, they're fucking, they're brainy. It's more brainy than a dog.
Or at least similar. Like when you establish a relationship with a pig, they're almost like a dog.
Well, bro, I saw this fucking documentary years ago, and it was like these huge fucking commercial farming sort of places, and all the pigs and all the like certain animals, they all had like radio collars on their necks, so they could only go up to the feeding area, and the radio collar registered if they'd been there, and then they wouldn't be able to go back and get more feed until a period of time had went over. And these fucking pigs were biting off the other pigs' radio collars and taking them up to get more food. It's like, what? Fucking hell, man. It's like fucking mind-boggling. You think they're just dumb fucking pigs rolling about and shit, eating it and stuff.
No, I've known pigs are smart, man.
They're fucking... Bro, they're evil bastards as well, man. I remember when I was a kid, we were at this farm.
Ruthless, bro.
We had to have these boards, like boards with a handle in it, like big rectangle things, and they were for herding the pigs, like taking them from the like one pen to another or whatever. And I was left alone with this big pig called fucking Rambo, and it had tusks and everything, man. And I was shitting myself, bro. I was fucking terrified. And it was nudging up against the fucking big barrier I had in my hand, and it was like grunting. And it was luckily the farmer guy came round the corner because I was under pressure.
That's where I live, in Arkansas. Arkansas, the football and basketball team, or at least in the city where I live, you've heard of the Arkansas Razorbacks. That's because sorry, I'm eating pork ribs right now. Pork meat. But anyway, Arkansas and surrounding areas is famous for having wild boar. And they have these huge tusks, right? And they also have a big like fin on their back, like it's called a razorback. It's
my mom
you can find them in the wild here, and there's no hunting season for them. You can hunt them any time of the year.
Anyway, I've had wild boar burgers quite a lot, and they are tasty as fuck, man.
Find a picture of it. I haven't come across them. I usually live in a densely populated area, but there is a lot of wild boar in Arkansas, and you don't want to meet them in the wild. It's kind of like there's black bear here too. Bears and freaking hogs. You don't want to meet them in the wild.
Oh yeah, I'd rather meet a bear than a freaking pig, a wild hog.
Yeah, wild.
Hell no, nope.
Dude, they won't stop, man. You have to kill them.
They eat you alive. Like, I'd rather meet a bear than one of that. No.
When I look up Razorback, it's all like Arkansas teams and shit. I'm talking.
It's like the American version of Pumbaa.
Bro, these pigs and boars can't climb fucking trees. So I'd rather meet a pig or a boar than a fucking bear. Fuck that shit.
Okay, it depends on the environment. Like an open field versus a forested area, I guess. The bears can run fast as hell, though.
So can these fucking Razorbacks, man.
Yeah.
They can get you, bro.
I wouldn't want to mess with any of them. I think I'll stay right where I am. We're going to need more guns.
Fucking Britain, we just need guns. Never mind more. Like, we're fucked. All we've got is catapults and crossbows.
I do have a bow. I need to fix up my bow. See, wait a minute. I have a bow. And my bow. Helio comes up, and my axe.
Sledgehammer. Kind of makes me think of what's that freaking show? American Gods. Have you guys watched that show? But one dude has a big sledgehammer he used to freaking slaughter cows with. Anyway, maybe you haven't seen the movie or the show. It's on Stars. I watch too much TV. This dude, this is like his former job is like slaughtering cows all day, but he did it by hand with this
television telling lies to
have this huge freaking sledgehammer.
Wait, what? No, why? That just made that whole your story became really horrible when you added in a sledgehammer. Like what?
Dude,
no,
it's just it's based off of a book called American Gods.
Oh, okay.
It's a really trippy show, man. I don't know if you should watch it. It's freaking crazy. It's on Stars Network, but yeah, it's this guy. He has this huge freaking sledgehammer, and anyway.
Oh, this dude's fucking S-band. He's saying using N-words and explicit shit, man.
Yeah, I know. This guy's, and then he's going to try to do that manipulation. Like, do something effed up that tests his borders, and then, oh, I'm sorry, and then do something effed up again. Child.
When you're S-band, you can still get access to all the server information, so if he's serious, he can fucking whine later.
Yeah. Wait, not now.
I think I heard a rooster. Did you guys hear a rooster there?
I actually no. If you heard that on my mic, we do have chickens, so you might have heard him calling out.
Yeah, I hear roosters like all day long where I'm at.
You're gonna hear more here. Did we get 12 of them, or was it 10? Did we get 12 or 10 chicks? We got 10 of them. We got 10 baby chicks, and they've doubled in size. Like they're getting so big.
Do you have a rooster?
Oh yeah, we already have chickens, but we wanted to add 2. We just let them run free range.
But free range.
Yeah, we have 2 roosters.
2 roosters. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You have to keep them away from the chicks too.
They don't. Right? Oh yeah. Well, I gotta set it up right. Yeah, but no, we didn't do that. We bought chicks. Is what we're talking about. We haven't even been able to get the eggs from them till recently. There's a possum that's been going in there eating the eggs and getting the stuff.
Oh shit!
And we had to
night vision goggles with the 20.
Yeah, and move this thing, get the bow ready, and just. No. Yeah. I don't want to kill a marsupial, but it's those and the mice or rats or something have been stealing the eggs. So we were getting like no eggs, and we were wondering where they're going. The critters have set up shop nearby, and they were stealing them from us.
We don't want to kill. Okay.
I don't want to kill a marsupial.
I'll kill a marsupial.
It's North Americans only.
I ain't fucked up about it.
Oh, I'll kill one of those accidentally as a speed bump, just robbing a car. They trudge out in the middle of the road like nothing.
They're eating my fucking eggs.
That's true. No, I actually did try and get him though. I ran after him. Well, I hobbled after him as fast as I could, but I had my cane, like my staff, and I tried to get him, and he was cornered. And I tried to get him out, and then he ran away really fast. Like I did, a possum outrun me. That's how slow I am. I'm a little bit slower than a possum running at full speed. So, but I did try. I tried to swing at him. I about hurt myself, and I missed, and he got away. And then I threw my cane at him. I had to like hobble my ass over to pick the stick up off the ground while he's staring at me from the bushes with his like teeth
laughing at your ass. He's going.
Yeah, he was. He's laughing at my dumb ass. Like, I got away from you. I'm gonna go get some eggs later. Wait till you go to sleep.
Oh shit!
Country life. It's fun.
It is. It is.
And for you animal lovers, I didn't even get him. He got away.
He like walked 5 feet away and he's like, "Yeah, what you gonna do now?"
Exactly. He just has to walk away from me. I couldn't even get him.
Oh shit! Yeah, possum. It's like
They're not as mean as they.
Possums, this ride or die, bro. They don't give a fuck.
They're not actually as mean as people think they are, though. Like, they just look ugly when they're scared and they bare their fang. But when they have their mouths shut, they're actually.
I'm just telling you, they won't stop.
Yeah.
I think they're cool as fuck, possums, man. They look fucking cool.
I've seen people I haven't seen anybody in person, but I've seen videos of people with them as pets, so they can be tamed. It's just they look vicious and crazy when they're feral.
Same with raccoons as well, man. I'd love to have a raccoon.
Yeah,
raccoons are awesome.
Have
you seen the video? The one with the tumbling raccoon?
Cute. They're cute. Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
But they're not cute. They're so talented. I mean, they have little hands, right? I mean, so it's like they're not cute when they're fucking your shit up. As far as like looking at them, they're cute, but they're not cute when they're not cute.
No, okay, I got something for you though, and it is cute. Here, hold on, let me do the voice text.
Now I hear doggies. I hear roosters and
I had
doggies.
to mute my mic because they're barking. This is the video I was talking about. The rolling raccoon. He's like tumbling forward. They can make good pets if they're raised right.
Yeah.
I would say that all animals can be treated as a pet, but most humans don't make good owners for that type of animal, is the problem.
Yeah.
Like every animal can be owned and contained in the cat. Like,
I've seen a raccoon.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Yeah, the rolling raccoon. That's funny as shit. Also, like somebody was on here last night saying, "Oh, it's evil to, ride a horse or whatever." And it's like, bro, the horse don't know fucking different. When you tame it right and you treat it right, it actually loves you, just like you love the horse.
Fuck trying to tame them though, man. When they have to break them and get the saddle on them and get the bit in their mouth and shit, it takes a bit of work.
It takes work, but actually, most of the time they're better off than being in the wild. And there's fucking coyotes that kill them in a heartbeat. Unless they're with a group. I mean, it's like wild horses. Wild horses are I'm not saying that wild horses are a bad thing. I'm just saying that they're more victims. I mean, just like, I don't know.
Dude,
It's been so long since there's been like packs of wild horses anywhere. Like, they're better off, hooking up with humans than they are being out there by.
I've seen some.
No, it's better off fucking getting someone sitting on their back than someone fucking eating them, I suppose. It's the lesser of two evils.
There's wild horses here in the outer. There's an island that has a bunch of horses on it over here in the Carolinas, North Carolina.
Yeah, I haven't seen.
Towards the Outer Banks. In fact, I'll link to it so I can show you what I'm talking about.
Really, I haven't seen a wild horse in Arkansas. I've seen a shitload of tamed horses, but I'm not saying horses can't fend for themselves, but I don't even know what Timbo says. There's Brumbies, they call them Brumbies over there in Australia. Packs of horses. I bet they can kick the shit out of some kangaroos.
Dude, the wild horses I've seen are cooler than most people's wild horses, though, because our wild horses are beach horses. I mean, I may just be biased, but you know, beach horses.
Why did Timbo say we're funnier than you guys? What do you mean? Are you getting racist with us?
One
Timbo?
of the chats and we must
is this
been
something
talking
else?
trash or something. Or is he saying that Aussies are funnier than?
I don't know.
Yeah, what are you saying there? Yeah, that's some funny words coming from somebody walking on the bottom side of a ball.
Upside down motherfucker.
No, but he's probably. He said, "Are you watching the chat?" I'm not sure. I thought he was talking about another VC, like the YouTube chat or something.
Probably is. I'm just playing.
Yeah. I'm just talking mess anyway. I'm trying to figure.
Oh, is that?
Okay. Beach horses.
That's some like wild beach horses.
Here, I'll wait. Before I send more pictures, I should probably post where it's at.
I don't think they're in any threat to the seagulls or anything like that, right?
I believe a ship sunk or something, and the horses made it to the island, and they just live there now. I can't remember the entire story. I'll have to look it up. They somehow ended up there, but they just live there now.
Northernmost beaches of the Outer Banks, north of Coriolis. Wild ponies are also found on Ocracoke Island and can be viewed at Ocracoke Pony Pen. Just so instead of it, you have to have a certain place where they're wild, but they're not wild because they can't. You only have a certain place they can actually hang out.
Yeah, it's like they're left alone and they're only wild because people created a kind of preserve out of it.
Yeah.
Which that's cool. I mean, like a part of history. And you can actually walk amongst them, go 4-wheel, like driving around there. I guess you take like a whatever. Take a quad out there. I don't know. Because people hang out with
What I'm saying is when you tame a tame a horse and use it to ride on, once they're used to it, I don't think it's like you're not. As long as you treat the horse right, you build a relationship with the horse, and it doesn't mind. It actually wants you to ride it. You know what I mean?
I've seen that.
It's like, are we going over a ride today? Yes. You know, they want it.
They'll go get their own equipment and be like, let's go riding. Like,
mount up, let's go. So, yeah.
And like, I want to run.
It's not cruel to ride a horse or teach them to carry a man or something like that. I mean, that's not cruel at all.
Yeah.
I mean,
I believe that horses can be ridden cruelly, but it's not cruel. You're right. It's not cruel.
They love it, man.
People
you can tell. I've worked around horses and stuff. They want to be ridden. They want to once they're tame and know what's up. They want to please their owner. They want to ride. They love it, man. They really do. I'm not gonna lie.
It's the same thing like you let a dog out to go running. Here you go, wide open, and they can just haul ass. They love running. Critters like doing what they were made to do. This is something interesting about this, along with the lines of the horse thing. It's kind of a good reason why certain rules and borders exist for people. Like, say you've got this path and there's a precipice on both sides, and like you're riding a horse, but you could go on either side and fall off if you don't run straight. So you have to limit and walk slow, make sure the horse doesn't. But if you put a fence there on both sides, you can make that horse can run wide open. You can just haul ass if you stay between the borders of that. You get what I'm saying? Like, sometimes there's a good reason to pay attention to the borders of our reality. It's kind of like if you don't pay attention to what goes up must come down, you'll probably fall down it pretty hard.
Well, it's kind of like
or get knocked in the head.
It's similar. It's like they're just, when you get to know horses, they're like big ass dogs.
They are. Like
some of them are smarter and some of them aren't, you know. And
sacred
it's
dogs.
Like, you don't necessarily want like a pack of Chihuahuas to go out on their own, you know what I mean? Because they're just gonna die. That's part of breeding, and I guess it's the same way with horses too. I mean, there's selective breeding with horses as there is with dogs, and it's just like we're too far gone to actually, just don't breed horses or don't have horses for whatever selective thing. Like, bro, it's too fucking late for that. There is no wild horses except for like Timbo was saying and you were showing. It's not almost. Wild horses, as far as that goes, is almost nothing. It's almost non-existent. It's like seeing a wild horse is like seeing a polar bear.
Yeah.
And the partnership between humans and horses, it's a once the horse knows that, like, if you're a horseman, you and the horse are like one thing. There you go, eat the roots. It's like the horse is for you and you are for the horse, No, not a donkey. I wasn't talking about a donkey. Them some bitches.
Yeah, you should watch that video. It's hilarious.
Those donkeys are ornery. And oftentimes, if you have a donkey, you can tie a pony to a donkey, and that's how you train a pony. Tie it to a donkey, so it has to walk. Every time the donkey walks, everywhere it goes, that pony has to go where it goes. I've seen. I know. I used to work on a ranch, so I know. I do. It's just like I feel bad for the pony, but you kind of have to let it now, because a pony will freaking go crazy. You tie it to a donkey, donkey will kick its ass if it don't comply. But yeah,
we used to have horses over here.
Tie that pony to a donkey for a few weeks, man. That some bitch. You just untie him and you just lead him. It's like, I didn't know. That saved me a lot of work. Just buy a donkey.
People say to get donkeys.
You don't have to break them up.
You get a donkey and you keep it with, say you got sheep or something. If you get a donkey and put it out there, a donkey will kick the hell out of a coyote. They just stomp it out.
Dude. Yeah, you get a good donkey, man. It'll train your ponies. And freaking kill all the coyotes and shit. Yeah. You get a good donkey, man. That's worth it, man. That's right.
Yeah. So the moral of the story is, every once in a while, you need a good jackass.
That's right. That's right. Exactly right.
Just make sure it's a smart ass, not a dumbass.
That's true. That's true too. Yeah, it's like a lot of people, if you haven't, been around a ranch or anything like that, you definitely sometimes need a donkey there. So,
yeah, they really will look out.
Sometimes they're a good pack animal, but they're ornery as shit. But they can help you train your herd. Train your ponies, and they can help protect your your herd too. So.
And they can move, like, you can use them as kind of a pack out. Like, they can carry stuff for you, but not too much, not as much as a horse.
Yeah, that's why they make mules.
Yeah,
but you can't reproduce mules. You can only make them once, as far as I know. Or some rare.
Watch these genetic modifiers try and make it so they can breed mules. I can see the bioengineering crap with CRISPR. Like, we can breed mules now.
What the hell? What a a 7 times mule look like? It was like, oh, yeah,
That's true. What would that look like?
Australian mule has like 7-foot ears.
Who we've only seen like one generation in because they've never reproduced, so we have no idea what they'd become.
Yeah, this ranch I worked on, he was a large animal veterinarian, and so people would bring, their horses and cows and shit, to the ranch. One dude brought a Clydesdale one day.
Oh God!
Oh my God! That freaking horse was so huge, man. It was like standing next to it. It's just like my head was at the middle of his back. I'm almost 6 feet tall, so it was like, and his head was like over 7 feet. And his head was freaking huge. Yeah. And it was like, what the hell is Clydesdale? What's this freaking Clydesdale here? It was the biggest horse I've ever seen. I was like, yes, this is awesome.
And what's funny, or what's really cool, is when they hook them up to the carriages and they are giant.
Yeah,
they have that fur that comes down their hoofs, and it looks unique.
They look big on TV, but when you're standing next to one, it's like, oh my God,
yeah,
big ass horse.
The way the gas versus electric car thing is going, some people might want to invest in a horse.
Like that fucking horse's shoulder was 6 foot.
Yeah,
so big, man.
Giant.
Tempo, never heard of a Clydesdale. They're enormous, bro.
Where's Spake at? He should know about the Clydesdale, probably more than we do.
I don't even know where are they from Europe?
It says the Clydesdale is a Scottish breed of draught horse.
Oh, okay, well there you go.
I was like, Spake should know more about the Clydesdale than we do.
Yeah, bro, man, they're fucking enormous.
Yeah. Yep, you're right there. And it says at shoulder is their height.
That's what I'm saying. This is what I look like standing next to this big ass horse, bro. I was like, wow, man. It was like when I was working at the ranch, I mean, horses and cows, whatever, all the time. And then this dude brought this Clydesdale. I was like, what the shit? This is Tempo. That's how big they are.
I got it. I'm putting the stats in. There you go.
That's what I said. I mean, you stand next to them, your head is right at their shoulder. Yeah. Monsanto horse.
Yeah.
No, Timbo, bro. I was next to one, and I'm almost 6 feet tall, and I know. That's what I felt like standing next to it. I was like, "This is a big ass fucking horse."
Yeah, that's the shoulder, and it says that shoulder on the. But it does make it look like if there was actually a short person there, they would probably be closer to the horse's knee.
I told you you're about 6 foot at the shoulder.
These things are huge.
They're enormous.
Because when he said that, though, I looked back. I'm like, wait a minute. If these are 6 feet, then that dude must be maybe a little bit shorter than me.
You might probably.
Yeah.
I'm like 5'11", so
Yeah.
That's what I felt like standing next to
Like
that horse. His
Spake said.
head is was so big. It was just like,
If you count the head, yeah, they're like 10 feet
it
tall.
was like he could swallow me in one bite, or whatever. It's just like the head probably weighs as much as I do.
Yeah. And if you see him that's what I'm saying. A lot of my memory is from looking at stuff like figure that's like as a child, and he saw him in person, I'm sure.
Yeah,
so I'm just I'm visualizing how huge they are.
They're enormous, bro.
Spake got a childhood memory.
I only saw one in real life. It was just like this dude brought this Clydesdale to the ranch.
Yeah.
I'm like, dang, that's a big ass horse.
He said that, like as he said, they're workhorses. Like you'd get one of those, that thing would operate as a tractor for you and take care of all your fields and stuff like that. It was a heavy weight. What does it do? What do they do? Are they just for lifting thing? Like you could pull some stuff? Yeah, because they probably wouldn't be used for tilling. They're too big. Or would they? I don't know. Spake, tell me about Scotland. You use them to till those rocky fields where rocks grow out of the ground.
I imagine you could train them as sort of like you do any other horse, but
Yeah, I know. I'm joking a little bit. He's talking to Timbo though.
they're like giant, bro.
I met somebody. They said they were from Scotland, and he said that certain places, like it seems like the rocks will just grow out of the ground. He's really talking about like the erosion and. He's joking about. I'm like, okay. That's why I was asking Spake. I'm like, is that true? Is there places where they just seem to grow out of the ground?
It's nuts in Glasgow.
Well, he might be talking to.
He's talking to Timbo, bro. All of a sudden, Timbo's dad is Scottish. Is that what you're saying? So Timbo's mixed. Wait, I think most Aussies are from Europe.
I was going to say, unless they're indigenous, every single
Yeah.
Australian, they're from somewhere else.
Oh, it's just like my family's from, Northern Europe too. Freaking Scotland, Germany, and Ireland. That's from Irish. Matter of fact, on my grandmother's side, they're all Irish. So I'm pretty much, and on my dad's side, I'm freaking Native American. There's some Native Americans. I'm a freaking mutt. Freaking German, Irish, and Cherokee.
Yeah.
And English.
I'm everything too.
Yeah, I'm just freaking mutt.
Well, now I'm going to look up the etymology. No, you're not a mutt. Oh, I mean, if you want to call yourself that.
I don't know. I'm just saying it, Like, well, I mean, but people call me a white guy. People call me a white guy.
Pretty fly for a white guy.
Cherokee. I got some Cherokee. Dude, if you get me out in the summertime, but I'll be as brown as anybody else. Promise you. I'll burn once, and then I'll be brown as shit the rest of the summer.
So how many people were taught to call themselves mutt?
I
don't think about that. How many people were taught that? It's just a casual thing, like does have no it doesn't have a pedigree. It's like a joke, though, right? It's
Yeah,
so casual.
kind of a joke. I mean, it's not like.
But check this out. Just check out the voice text. This is weird though, because when I looked up, I'm like, oh shit, this is weird.
Mutton head.
You're not a mutt, unless you want to be, I guess.
A mutt. Muttonhead. It often uses a general term of abuse. Straighten up there, you shambling muttonheads. Of course, it comes from the British.
Of course.
He's a mutt.
Okay, here we go. Yes, that's what I was looking for. This. It's just whenever we like look at something that's actually weirder and more, you know, sound effect will.
The more you know.
Yeah. There's only 12 houses in Scotland. Pack. They said, you know, oh, I get it. Yeah.
And that's kind of where it comes from. It's like now that you posted that, it makes me think of the class thing. You know, it has something to do with class.
No, he was joking about people asking about random crap in as though Scotland's just this really tiny village or some shit. Like it's an actual country with a whole bunch of terrain, all kinds of, and they'll like people visualize the country being just like one kingdom. This is like a king over there, a castle, and a bunch of Scottish men live there or some crap. Like make it so tiny. It's a small world after all. Tiny earthers.
I'm overthinking it, I guess.
Tiny earthers.
Mostly it's people from huge cities that ask that.
City folk don't act like they get hot. They get so indoctrinated they become dumb.
Yeah, y'all city folk just need to get over that shit. You know what I'm saying? Us country folk, you know, we ain't all cut up in all that.
You ain't never seen a curvature. You can't prove it neither.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, even though I'm in Arkansas, ain't no goddamn freaking oceans around me.
Wait. I
can see that even without an ocean right next to me.
So, for the Southerner role, do you have to be born in the South, or can you be a transplanted Yankee?
Yeah, well, I was born in Ohio, northeastern Ohio. So,
but I've lived in Arkansas, like 4 or 5.
I've lived in Arkansas for over 30 years, so you know I'm pretty much.
Yeah. I have about 30 years experience with being a Southerner.
Yeah, it's just,
a little bit more than that, but still.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like, bro. And Ohio's kind of a piece of shit place to grow up anyway. So I'm claiming Arkansas. Fuck Ohio. So yeah, I'm a Southerner.
I was just
been here most of my life, and I've been other places, but I like Arkansas. It's a cool place.
I would say, like, the further north you go, the more doled people get. Because it's cold. People can take that however they want it to be.
You said the more it's gold people get?
No. The further north you go, you become more doled due to the cold.
Oh, because it's numbing.
Yeah.
Because it's cold.
It's bone chilling. I mean, it can make your heart cold. And the hearts are cold, aren't they?
We used to go, like, when I was a teenager or like early 20s, we'd always camp in the winter because nobody else was camping and we could party. Like, bring a cake, build a big ass fire. We'd go to these campsites and You know, it's cold as shit. It didn't snow a whole lot here, but it could get cold as shit. You know, like, you know, near freezing. We just build this big ass campfire and we can party all night. Just go, instead of camping in the summertime when everybody's around with their kids and shit, we just like go out and camp in the winter, man. That's so awesome. Yeah, that's right. It's like I remember we were fishing, man. It was so cold, and you throw your pole and start reeling up, and your line gets caught because there's icicles forming on the end of your rod. Fishing for trout. Like, God dang.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it gets pretty cold here in Arkansas, man. It gets pretty damn cold. Doesn't last a long time, but it gets pretty near freezing or below freezing sometimes.
Oh gosh. Checking out the lot.
I hardly ever think to look in the lobby.
I'm like the Walmart greeter. I have to go look in the lobby.
Well, at least you know. Well, you're not the only one. I'm just not one of them. I always forget about it.
Yeah.
I was like, a lot of people when they find the link, they don't even bother coming into the live stream voice text or anything like that. They just go in the lobby and start talking shit immediately. But I always forget that it's there. I make it a point to go ahead and look in there. Can't say I'll respond to anything, but
yeah.
-8°C.
I'll be watching what's going on there, so I can check in on it.
50.
Oh, Pete. How's it going, Pete?
Talking to people in the lobby.
Yeah, well, no, Pete was in the YouTube chat.
Oh, Pete
I
Shea?
don't know if he was watching. I just, yeah.
What's up, Pete?
Just figured I'd ask him. So, either way, he got a shout out, whether he heard it or not.
God,
He's doing his word
He's from
thing.
Ireland. They're always